Jojo Pia, PLEC's first ever NA import, has led MKOI to the #1 seed. Not only did he take down G2 Esports in a final, he's done something even harder, uniting the fans of both regions. The Canadian mid laner finds himself with a difficult first half, a showdown with one of the best mid laners in the world on home soil. Will Jojo Pyun help MKOI overcome their international demons? Or will Knight start marching towards his third straight MSI final?
That's one matchup I'm looking forward to the most because both these guys are so damn good. Knights like solo kills per game is off the charts, and he even kind of continued that in play.
Uzmo popijemo nešto, se osvežimo, malo refresh da bacimo, a?
Why do you keep dropping these facts?
I gotta have to.
One of the things I want to point out on this graphic is that K plus A at 14 for Knight, the 2.7, is the highest among all mid laners coming to this tournament.
Nikad
You
nisam
have to be
samo
very
ja.
careful if you're fighting early skirmishes
Ali ja sam
around
uvek
Knight.
prvi koji dolazi i posljednji koji odlazi.
Maybe
Sam
go
kapetan.
gank the side lanes instead.
Znaš, i onda kapetan mora s brodom uvek.
Go gank bin like Levi did, because
Mora
it
koji da
can be
dobije.
dangerous
It
there.
can, but I feel like in the first game maybe they're like, we're
Ne
up
znam
to
kako da
the
vam
challenge,
kažem.
we gotta try. And I want to talk about
Ne znam
Jojo
kako
Pyun
da
a
vam
little
kažem,
bit, because
ljudi
you have
moji.
the experience of him in NA.
Možda će
And I
biti
think
3-1.
It took a little while for him to find his form.
Ako neki cheese prođe, ali to je pitanje. Otvorili smo kocu, sad možemo da užijamo.
Of course, they're speaking English with him, but you're trying to adjust to everything, a new city, and he's my
Navijam za
first
Jojoa.
player in Europe
Jojo je
for,
goat.
coming into the spring split out of winter, and I'm really curious
Jojo je
to
goat.
see how he can show that on the international.
Yeah, watching from North America has been really
Ja navijam za
fun to
Jojoa,
see
vidi.
the growth of Jojo over there. Because in NA, he was always mechanically gifted, he was always a playmaker, and so seeing this synergy kind of build with MKOI and really blossoming in spring and taking over playoffs.
Lazo, ako postaneš high tier Patreon, možda objasnim. Imam counter za Varus W sad. Problem je što imam high tier Patreon je već, tako da to nije dobar counterplay kad malo bolje razmislim.
Really strong in lane. He was always an incredible laner. Then when the winter split hit, Nelly's
Možda nije najbolji bit.
He's a lot harder coming into the spring split.
Yeah, you see it. He just really accustomed to the team, and they're working together. They have also
Ja mislim da
who is a fantastic coach for them.
ja mislim da BLG ovo dobija giga brzo.
It really is all eyes on him today, and I'd love to hear from him ahead of the match today in the Verizon Game Day interview.
Imamo Jojo intervju, čujemo.
Jojo, thank you for joining me ahead of today's series. How do you feel today? You've been getting ready for this, playing against BLG. What's the mood like?
Yeah, I mean, I think everyone's pretty confident. Scrims have been going pretty well, but we can't get too overexcited, and we can't do what every Western team is doing, where we win one game and then we get too excited and we drop the rest. So we just have to keep on the momentum going and not get too excited if we win, and yeah, just not disrespect them, but at the same time, don't take them so serious like they're too good or something, you know?
We had enough game 1 and
fair,
so far. So
fair.
Yeah, you guys today. Playing at home, obviously, I feel like it's going to be extra exciting for you. How do you feel about that?
Yeah, I mean, it feels amazing to be here. It's been the first international in Canada since, I don't know how long. 2017, a long time. So I don't even remember what I was doing in 2017, but I'm very glad to be here. I don't know if we're going to get the home buff. I think I'm going to get the home buff, but I hope my team will get the home buff. I mean, they're a European team, but they have me, so I guess that's how it works, right? So I for sure think we're going to get much more confidence and just excitement from playing here, so I'm very excited to be here.
You were telling me that you've played in front of your family before. Obviously, international event hits different. Do you have a message for them as they're going to be in the audience today?
Yeah, just don't embarrass me too much if you guys do the interviews, and I mean, I hope you enjoy to watch me play. So.
Nice. Jojo, thank you so much. Best of luck today.
Nice.
Amazing. Where's
Don't
the
listen to
family
that,
cam?
man. Embarrass him. Don't listen to him. I love watching all these interviews with Jojo. He's smiling so much. He's clearly enjoying his time over there so much. And I remember even when they first announced that he was going over, he was pulling up Duolingo on his streams every single time and, you know, practicing Spanish and really getting into it.
Makaki 12 sati, silovo. Ovo je 3-1 prva serija, 3-2 druga serija. Ja sam pisao skriptu, tako da sve znam.
Alright, so this is Bin.
Okay.
This is Share.
Alright, but we're missing something. We're missing something.
Hang on.
But Merwin's got some spice, right?
Oh, hang on.
Hit me with some Merwin spice. What do you... Oh, you missed.
Šta radi, liče, ej?
Why not? We got the Nico in there. If you have a few more, throw him in there.
We dropped
the karma.
We dropped
Not the karma.
Oh, we have an important one. GX might need to have known this one. We got the Vex, so we'll throw the Vex in there as well.
This one might be.
Oh, Nidalee, I kind of like that.
Yeah.
That Nico, by the way, could be an AD Nico. I like the AP Nico a little better.
Okay, so actually my favorite one isn't even on here because it was last year, all the way back in winter. The Fiddlesticks top that he used versus Giant X. Because I want to see some like Fiddlesticks Nocturne composition. Getting that getting the extra move speed, turning out the lights. Some really, really spicy stuff. I hope that we get to see the most fun.
We're supposed to do this. I don't know where the big one is.
3-1 prva, 3-0 druga.
That gives us an edge or not. And also, let's see how the fans have voted at Mastercard GG on X.
Ja bi bacio sličicu, šta fali.
Okay.
Let's go!
Okay, allegedly, they are calling the match for Movistar Core.
That's what I'm talking about.
With 61.1%.
Dobro, fanovi, razumljivo.
It's the truth. That's what they're huffing. It's just fact.
That's crazy.
Ne znam čemu toksik, ali okej.
80% correct. So you can vote every day.
Wow, we can't argue with those stats.
I'm a fan of it. You know what?
I really love Canadian fans. Have I said that before?
No, but you know what? You're an honorary Canadian today. You're straight from Saskatchewan, and I appreciate it. I came into this one thinking that it was going to be like BLG taking this one 3-2. You guys have inspired me. I'm changing that one straight to MKOI.
Really?
We flopped before the games even began.
He self-reported a flop. He didn't even have to say that.
Yeah, I did it.
He could have just said his prediction the whole time was going to be BLG. Well, Raz is flopping. I am not going to flop. I am going to keep mine as a 3-1 for BLG.
To je fair. 3-1 BLG je fair. 3-1 BLG je fair. Iskreno.
I'm kind of considering like that one game is going to be the first game and it's going to go.
No, that's not going to happen. We talked to
the other ones.
We talked to
JoJo was aware.
3-1 BLG je fair.
He's aware of the first game trap. There you go.
Yeah, MKOI 3-2. Why not? Listen,
why not?
If you don't believe, why are you even here,
That's
right?
What I'm talking about.
We really need that win. Let's see. We can believe in our boys. We always have to. So let's see how they do. I'm super excited. There is something in the air about this probably, or hopefully being close, hopefully being a 5-gamer, because we've been left wanting a little bit after those game ones.
Yeah, even just looking through what you had to show us, Professor Kobe, just like the kind of the holes in BLG's armor. There were a few points that I had noted too, like there were a few solo kills happened from Kiaya. Kiaya's incredibly solid, so I just want to see if BLG's coming in strong, if they learned any lessons coming into today, but they haven't seen what the MKOI boys have cooking.
And what Mirwin can do, what a fun matchup. I hope we get some trash talk back and forth as well. BLG, of course, already warmed up, already used to the stage here in Vancouver.
And that's the thing. G2 didn't even win the first game, and they still lost the series. So, like, how do you overcome?
How do you overcome
this curse?
With the power of Canada for JoJo, dude. It's time for MKOI versus BLG.
Dobro, G2 je dobio. Dobro, ne vezi, nije bitno. 3-1. Možda, a verovatno 3-0. Ali kao, ajde, naš ono, i euforija, volim JoJoa, navijam za koji. Ne navijam za BLG, ali će BLG dobiti. Danas sam objektivan WatchParty host. Danas sam objektivan domaćin, tako su me zvali. Smile.
Vancouver.
Okej. Mora bude hype za JoJoa. Svi Kanadžani. Pogledaj meča. Znači, ovo ne može. Pogledajte Binovu auru, pogledaj Mirvina. Znači, ne, ovo nije fair. Pogledajte Giga Bina.
Welcome everyone to another day of MSI.
Publika, preživnite malo.
Happy to be joined here by
Tako je, navite za JoJo.
I think is going to be a really fun series.
Super je bio dobar u Evropi, iskreno.
It's starting a little earlier in Europe, so I know my EU brothers and sisters will be eager and excited to see this matchup. And of course, we've heard some skepticism around BLG. We've seen some of the weaknesses, but the reality is, Azael, they just dominated in the play-in stage.
Oh yeah, they were looking really, really good in play-ins. They won all 6 games. They got feats in all 6 games. They barely lost any dragons. They were getting every first tower except for 1.
Trenula koji?
Yes, this team is looking really, really strong.
Ljudi, na kom ste vi kopijom u kolektivno? Dobro, možda, ajde, možda, vidi. Ja navijam za koji. Ja lično, ja navijam za koji.
I think in the GAM series especially, where we saw the GAM bot lane be able to get 2v2 kills, create advantages, but then BLG shows up and they smack you in a team fight and it feels like the game ends. So we have to see, is MKOI going to be able to bring a higher level? If they create those advantages, will they be able to match BLG in the team fights? Will they be able to have better objective setups to really hammer home any advantages they get and turn those into wins?
And here's the thing, spring has been the split of surprises for MKOI. They're a team that largely domestically sat outside the top 3. There were question marks around will they really be able to contest the title.
Dobar dan.
Canadian mid
Hello.
Spring they really did come together.
Evo, fenomenalno, šibni mi kameru, ja ti šibam.
How good their preparation was. And that for me is the thing I'm most looking forward to. We've got a lot of footage of BLG. We've seen nothing of MKOI coming into this tournament, so that is a big advantage that they're going to have coming into this best of 5. Looking forward to what they've prepared for us today as we jump into our champion select presented by Omen and HyperX.
Yeah, it should be a really exciting one. I think a lot of people eyes on Elyoya for if he can create a big advantage over Beishuan. You know, Beishuan obviously, you know, is a strong jungler, but Elyoya has been incredible for them in the LEC. You know, he was the finals MVP. This guy has been playing at that really, really high level for such a long time. And people are counting on him to really be able to step up at the international level.
Pa mi je trebalo samo vremena da se pripremim za isti.
Sve lagano, samo vidim da će kamera da radi. To je to.
Obuko sam majicu za prenos za Flex, ovo je Flex majica.
Flex majica, dobro.
Mogu malo bolje da ti pokažem, ima ovako, ima cherry. Vidiš cherry?
Okej.
To je Flex majica. Danas sam pun samopouzdanja, za svaku sliku sam uvatio posle treninga, znači nije ti jasno.
Lepo.
Danas sijam.
To volim da čujem.
Koje su predikcije za prvu Best of 5 seriju danas? Kolega, pošto ćemo se družiti narednih u proseku jedno 8 sati, morat ćemo da slušamo ove 2 glave, pa...
7 sati jer je 3-1-3-0, to je skripta.
Okej, zašto?
Zato što će koji da snobola jedan game, a ni to ne bi trebali dobro. Da se ogradim, navijam za koji, još jednom. Samo sam...
A šta ćemo sa Mirvin godom?
Pa jedan game Mirvin, razumiješ, to je maks što će dobiti. Ostalo 22 minuta prosek. Nisam ja kriv, ja samo čitam skriptu. 23.
Bravo, znači ti si pametan.
Pa neko. Između 22 i 24 je ugao.
Tako je. I tako, ljudi moji. Moramo da se pripremimo, znači mi dalje nismo smislili šta igramo na pauzama.
Ne moramo ništa, radimo 10 sati, ono, treba jeti pauze, otići malo, iskulirati, popiti nešto, istuširati se, razumiješ? Lagane pauze, čoveče. Nema mnogo pauze, brinu. Mi kuliramo na pauzama. Evo, nek lokuje tima i ja srećan. Neće lokovati tima. Lui želi da lokuje tima.
A lot of power picks here for MKOI in the first game, being able to get the Galio answer, being able to get that Varus, the most in the patch these days. It is going to be the Aurora answer.
Bije igračkicu, njegovu plišanu igračku malo čupa.
Lema, ja.
Da, ali dobije, tako da ono, sve je okej.
It's a very nice transition from the early into the mid game. They spike incredibly hard in the mid game. They can also go for a bit more of a scaling bot lane if they want to have some late game insurance. But also, this is a type of composition that gives them a lot of proactivity in the early game. This is a team that loves to try and force those early guys on side lane. They love to try and skirmish you early. And this is also just a great matchup.
Mislim, prvi game, nažalost, tugu. jer mora Rumble biti uzeti, mora Galio biti pikovan kao counter. Ali ja se nadam malo kasnije u ovoj seriji Mirvin će nešto sočno izvući. Šta god da je to, mislim, ja ne sudim, nek igra što će. Ali mislim da kada lokuju Rumble moraš pikaš Galija.
Vidio sam ono, za MSI su napravili, znaš ono kao stave igrače pa od 1 do 5 evra koštaju i onda kao za 15 evra sastavi idealan roster.
Dobro.
I dobio sam napad panike kad sam vidio da su stavili da Elk košta $1. Supa košta 3.
What?
Ne znam ko je to pravio, neka razdelica ozbiljno.
To je neko, da, to je neko trolovo, to je neko rage baituje 100%.
Poludeo sam. Ne, pazi, 5 evra je recimo dobro, tu su samo igrači T1 i GNG-a. 4 je isto solidno. Onda na dole već kreće bude sus jako.
Dobro, neko iz Evrope, ne zna ko je.
Ne, MF.
Ne, u kom smislu ne, objasni.
A ne, u smislu smarački heroj za igrača kao što je.
Ok, ne možeš gledaš MF, to je fair.
Ne, dobro gledati carry na MF.
To je fair take. U Galija i ona nije ni toliko dobra, tako da ima i to.
Ali je dobro u Varusa koji je rat ide litaliti, pošto je sad rekao kolega Caster na stranome tržištu. Koji smarački draft, možemo skipujemo game broj 1. Koji smarački draft.
Vidi, što više smaračkih pikova u prvom gameu, to ćemo manje smaračkih pikova gledati do ostatka serije. Zato je Fearless toliko dobar ako mene pitaš. Ovo bi bio svaki game u 5 gameova da nema Fearlessa, tako da bolje sad odjednom sve pikove da sklone i onda gledamo dobru seriju nego obrnuto.
A lot more mobility on the engage coming through from the Rakan, being able to lock down both the Yone and potentially Varus on the backline, who in this composition I wouldn't be surprised to see him play the poke, but then I think about the amount of damage that they have. Galio's, yeah, exactly. If you do go for the poke, I don't think you're going to be very reliant on Jojo. If they do go for the poke build, it's likely that we'll get the AP Maokai as well, just to add to the damage portfolio from the side of MKOI. But I will say that this is a very EU draft that they've gone for. The Maokai priority paired alongside the Yone. This is something we saw a huge amount domestically. The Varus also just a very strong laner. But I feel like BLG responded well. They've gotten good matchups kind of across the board. And I do feel like that, again, we talked a lot about this mid-game spike.
That's a banger, bro.
I want to see BLG be proactive in the early game. Set up through those early dives, try and leverage the fact that you're going to have push in the early game and look to try and fight and skirmish against a Koi who probably want to scale a little bit more.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, we could see Galio also go a more aggressive build. You know, if they want to go poke, you can go Riftmaker and things like that to really add in the damage. Because BLG, you know, yes, they have a lot of damage, but they are not that tanky either. So you don't need to have incredibly high DPS on the MKOI side. It's not like there's a sign or something that you're having to punch through. About as tanky as it gets really is the Pantheon. So it's not going to be, I think, too much of an issue there. Have to see how MKOI is going to come out in this game number one. Both G2 and FlyQuest were able to come out hot in their series, take down that first game, and then it was the gentleman's sweep. 3 straight games going the other way. So we'll see if it is going to be a repeat or if MKOI can really step up and bring us into this new era of the LEC. Show us that it's no longer the time for G2. It is the time for MKOI to take center stage.
Honestly, I'm just really excited to see Jojo playing on the international stage representing EU, but also just the fact that he's here in his home country. It's a really big opportunity, and right now he's working with Eldioya to get a bit of information in the other game. Ward has been placed by BLG on the bot side of the map.
Desi lui, bre!
Too chaotic. Information gathering is the main priority here for MKOI and BLG.
It is going to be Halo Blade, so it won't be Con, but should be Lethality. But talk me through it, Vetty, MKOI.
I mean, at the beginning of this year, we saw the introduction of Jojo. While their winter split wasn't the strongest performance, coming into spring, they were really competing at the top of the table. And then coming into playoffs as the 3rd seed, they had a very impressive run. They took down winter champions KC in an intense 5-game series, and even though they did lose in the first round to G2, they made it back through the lower bracket, defeating Koi again, and then ultimately defeating G2 in the finals. The one thing that they ultimately praised for was their very good preparation, and just the fact that a lot of the individuals stood out. You talked about how Super developed a lot, but we really saw the impact of the
To samo kamera dodaje 10 kila, znaš, za psa koji ima 20 kila, 10 kila je mnogo.
Core to a lot of their success. The fact that this jungle support duo has been so impactful. You know, when I watched the LEC playoffs, Elyoya was able to create such meaningful advantages. You know, keeping up in farm, still putting on pressure, being very efficient with his play and with his ganks, and when he is able to group up with
vidimo koliko će BLG da
really impressive
gazi kao što je gazio
to a good early start here. Knight, of course, will have the push, range versus melee. That is no surprise, but Jojo is going to be second wind as well as D-shield. So he's just trying to do as much damage as possible, but he is already taking a hurting here early on.
Vidio što je Knight na NA-u fazom sad kad su igrali, imao 2 gejma back to back od 1.39, 1.29 kilova fazom, tako nešto.
Vidio sam, to sam s Maretom baš pričao.
Ali igrao je fazom protiv Džodžopijuna i Mirvina fazom. Ali u lane-u je igrao protiv nekog lika, istog lika, 2 gema za redom i bilo je jako smiješno.
Dobro, prvi game ga demoralisuje, onda ga drugi game, ono, samo farmo.
But the Krug is already stolen. We'll see how many little ones Elyoya can get. Looks like just the one, so BLG definitely effective on the invade, utilizing the early power that they drafted for and getting in the face of this Maokai.
Just love the use of the early power. This is exactly what we wanted to see from
Znaš kakav imam osjećaj? Ću ti kažem osjećaj.
Slušam.
Da danas ide u 10 gema.
Pa dobro, to možda bude samo osjećaj, ja znam skriptu, tako da ja se ne bih.
Ja ti kažem, a znaš zašto? Znaš kakav vibe mi ima Koi?
Kakav?
Kaj vibe mi ima Koi kao recimo FlyQuest prošle godine ili kao Misfits one godine, znaš na koju godinu mislim, SKT-a. Kod te ona ekipa koja, kada gledaš igrače, ovo nisu neki legende evropskog e-sporta, legende internacionalnog, kao jedini čovek koji, jedina 2 čoveka koji imaju internacionalno takmičenje pre ovoga su Elyoya i Džodžopiju. Ostali nemaju.
To je fair.
I u istoj situaciji je bio Misfits te godine gdje je mislim da je samo Power of Evil recimo imao International pre toga, na primjer. Kao naš, imam osjećaj kao da ovo može da bude, da Koi može da iznenadi BLG iz prostog razloga što drugačije kad neko ovakav osvoji lec. Dugo se nije dogodilo da neka ovakva ekipa osvoji lec. Jer Rogue kada je osvojio i igrao, ipak su to bili Contrimbi, Larsen, naš, do Amne, to su bile face. Ovdje nema face. Ovo su Španci i jedan Kanadjanin. Koji uzimaju kroz blad na topu.
Jel nije Bin samo mogao da flashuje to? Nije mogao flashuje, nije mogao da...
Malo je nezahvalno, jako je nezahvalno flashovati Alistarov mele kombo, jer često on može da... Često može da flashaš prvo loše i da te uvati pulvara i svakako. A i mali imaš reaction time, znaš. Jer animacija je kratka jer je blizu tebe.
Ne znam, mislim da ima ugod da flash, ali nema veze.
Ima ugod.
Mogu je ugod da Alistar samo nikad ne dođe u W range.
To je imao, tako.
A njegov jungler je bio izaznao da nije diver, ma dobro nije ni bitno. Even gold, opet nije ništa strašno. Ne znam, mislim, slažem se i cool mi je što gradiš narativ za Koi. Ja sam dežurni, objektivan caster hater i reću da je Koi dobio zašto je G2 ima raspalu sezonu.
To je legitimna stvar, ali nije G2 imao raspalu sezonu. G2 je pogrešio kada su krenuli sezonu pre nego što je počela sezona.
Pa da, fair. Management je malo...
G2 je na kraju prošle sezone već pogrešio kad su najavili izmene. ne može to da se poredi s rosterom prošle. Svim ljudi, sad nisam neko ko je nešto pretarano, ali ja prvi ne gotivim Miki X-a, pa mislim da je... Govorio sam možda na početku ako mi je možda Labron bolji, ali ne može to. Skewmond super je bio i super je i dalje i to, ali Jajk je tamo samo... Jajk je tata druge vrste. Kao pogledajte kako je Skewmond igrao, odlično on igrao MA, ali setite se samo, ili ako se ne sjećate, prevrtite malo šta je Jajk radio MA Mastersima svojim. I kako se puluje Kha'Zix u najvećoj bruiser meti ikada. On igra Gord Drinker, Kha'Zixa paprikaš pravi od njih. Isto kao Linkas, recimo, koga jako cijenim. Recimo Linkasov Ivern. Bilo je unplayable protiv Linkasovog Iverna na MA nivou. Tako neke stvari. Kao postoje neki igrači koji baš imaju nešto specifično što iz čega posle izrastu. Jajk je baš lepo sazreo u G2.
To je fair take.
Super Alvaro isto, ova ekipa je baš dobra. Jožopin je već zreo igrač. Super Alvaro su toliko lepo sazreli. Velika prednost je što ja mislim da ne postoji duo na internacionalnom ovom takmičenju koji igra duže zajedno od Super Alvaro. Super Alvaro igraju duže nego Gume i Kerija. Možda su tu negde kao Gume i Kerija, ajde sad da ne grešim dušu, ne znam koliko dugo igraju. Jer ne znam kad su počeli u MA regiji. Ali Super Alvaro su došli zajedno, oni su zajedno igrali pre nego što su došli u Lec i došli su u Lec zajedno. Inače ovaj matchup na botu ne bi trebalo ovako da funkcioniše, ne bi trebalo super volko behind da bude u CS-u, ali mislim da je to malo bilo zbog rotacije. Igra sve to stoji, ali koliko ja znam, ovaj matchup Rakan nikad ne smije ima prije u lane-u. Ne postoji lane u kom Rakan ima prije.
Meni se generalno ne sviđa letality na Supi ništa. Supa je bukvalno shy carry, on igra Jinx, igra Feliosa, on nije letality.
Supa je meni za Zeri.
Supa je mrtav. Nije mrtav? Jeste mrtav?
Loše flashova. Joj, ne. Joj, ovo je baš bilo loše. On je dobio double, da.
Uff.
FF.
Elyoya tries to flash out but cannot get away from the mid laner. This is the risk that we were
Tako
talking about at this point in the game. BLG's champions just love to skirmish, and the fact that Knight picks up both kills is massive for BLG. Knight really being set up for success now. He was already winning out on the 1v1, and now that matchup is going to get much harder. The good news for Koi is they at the very least do deny one grub, but that feats of warfare is still going to be secured by BLG.
Ovo nije bilo dobro već u samom startu. Alvaro je mora da respektuje činjenicu da imaju Panteona i da mu je Rakan toliko blizu. Onda ovaj flash je bio paničan zato što je sam kod Felasi. Jojo je hteo isto da ispravi šta se desilo pa je ishitren ultovo. Elioya je morao da flasha double-ve. Mislim da... Nije isto respektovo. Nezgodno.
Yeah, unfortunate setup there for MKOI. You know, they get over, they want to try to force on these grubs, but Super just
polako ljudi, ovo je samo lagano zagrevanje, samo polako.
This is the tail of the tape for Knight versus Jojo. Knight obviously with a massive
amount of 37 internationala ima odigrali Jojo, nije to malo ljudi.
Has been incredible for the team for such a long time, and now getting out to that early advantage is going to be a problem.
It certainly is. Knight is a player that you really cannot afford to underestimate. Incredibly talented, still having a very strong split overall. Knight is still a standout player.
Kineske ekipe generalno ulaze jako tvrdo i... Ne čak ni tvrdo, ulaze snažno u početak game-ova uvijek. Svi me tek došli, definitivno ništa nisi propustio. Ovo je prvi game.
Šta double hunting guys je dalje stvar?
Ne znam.
Razumijem statovi iza toga, pomišljaj bi bio da sad to uklonio.
Da, izgleda kao stvar, ali mislim da je razlog zašto ne uklanja, zašto nije toliko broken.
Jojo unable to stop the recall there from on. Of course, the passive shielding made it so that you are not actually taking any damage, and if you are shielded, it will not interrupt your recall.
towards the bot side of the map. I wonder if they are going to initiate the swap here. Knight's been doing super well in the 1v1. That Blade of the Ruin King spike is the one that we always keep our eyes on when playing the Yone, just because of how significant it is for the champion. I think it does change the dynamics of the matchup as well, just because he can stay in the extended fight. But we have to turn our attention to
njihov komp je mnogo jak kad je Head. Mislim da koji sad mora se da dropa manje više svi da čekaju grešku.
Ma svaki kineski tim je mnogo jak kada je Head.
Ne, mislim, kompozicija...
Kale, Kasadin, ne, naravno.
Fair.
Znaš što ću da kažeš. Ali kao ja bi se plašio i bilo koje kineske ekipe kada dobijeli prvih 15 minuta. Kako ste vi danas? Odlično, ok, radio sam pool, tako da to mi je omiljeni dan. U nedelji. Koliko bičan igra fino, brat. I onda sam otišao bio na kafu. Onda sam ručao, istuširao se, otišao sa drugarom malo do autokomande i onda sam došao ovdje.
Chill down. I sad laganih 5,5 sati MSI-a i to je to.
Čekaj, kako se ovaj meč treba igrati uopšte? Kako misliš kako bi trebalo da se igra kada bi obe strane odigrale savršeno? Aha, pa Prio na topu bi trebalo da bounsuje kao što i bounsuje, samo vjerojatno nisi vratio pažnju jer Galio može da se izbori da crashuje Veil. Ojoj, dobra ideja.
Nema BLG Prio na topu, Galio ti je counterpick za Rumble. Rumble ne igra u tom matchupu. Nikada.
Da, u suštini, on ne igra, ali mislim kao Galio nema kill pressure, pa je zato samo bounce za me. Samo bi trebalo da bounce Prio.
Pa da, mada pazi, on kad uzme Howling možda mu radi što hoće.
Dobro je, sure.
Ajoj, damage. To je Varus W inače.
To je Varus W. Jungle matchup ne treba da bude ovoliki CS diff, ali okej je, jer bi sa teglom trebalo malo koje find the farmuje. Middle matchup trebalo bi da ima prije Aurora. Ona je ozbiljan lane bully, pogotovo u mene matchupove. I bot lane matchup treba da ide tačno ovako kako ide, treba bude relativno even. Onda MF dobije BT, onda Varus više nema nikakav kill pressure i kad izađe iz one lane-a, supportovi ne bi trebalo da dozvole jedan drugom da engage-uju. Raka može da proba, Alistair da ga disengage-a ili da ga kazne i to je to. Kako ga je našao, brad.
Lepo.
Bit of frustration from the side of the coaching staff of BLG.
That was me yesterday.
But they still hold on to the lead for now.
They do. Elk still had those blight.
Respekt za ona što je otišao na Nichols.
Super happy to collect his second kill here of the game.
Još Infernal Soul, to je loše baš za koji. Ne mogu da dropim, moraju se biju, a čak mislim da i sljedećeg Drake-a ne mogu da puste, mislim da sljedećeg Drake-a nisu dovoljno jaki se biju.
Potencijalno treba praviti strat kada igraš u kineske ekipe da čizuješ drugog Drake-a sa nekom
Slažem se.
Tipa uzeti agresivan top lane matchup i izrotirati 2 puta. Da možda crasha top laner 2 puta i onda izrotirati da pošalješ bot na top, tvoji brže crashuju i tvoj bot se brže vrati dole. I onda tučeš. Može čak da i tvoj top laner napravi lead do drugog Drake-a pa da onda može da dropuje jedan wave. A Ilija, ja bih volao da Guma odigra jedan game Varusa, jer ja njegov Varusa mnogo volim, smatram da je jedan od najboljih mehaničkih AD carry playeva napravio od strane Gumajušija. Pogledajte T1 BLG i Gumajuši kako kajtuje Atroxa i Rakan. Ili Atroxa još ne, ali Atroxa kajtuje najviše. Sjećaš se i Sajne, sigurno, to smo radili zajedno. Isto je Atroxa sa Varusom. Sjećaš se na blue buffu, red side blue buff, kad nađe onaj pixel da izađe iz Varusovog W-a do kajtuje.
Da, iz Varusovog?
Iz Atroxovog W-a kao Varus.
Da, okej, da.
Gume ima nekoliko baš dobrih mehaničkih pleva.
Koji je jako ne igrao. Vidi, Drake je za 30 sekundi, oni moraju kontestu i nemaju kako. George je završio botrg bar, ali... Ja mislim da ne nalaze ništa ovde.
Ostalo Rale tu je juče ono Arusu, Rale napravno zna sve Arusu. Ne znam, Reishi ali ostalo znam. Mnogo dobro magije.
Eni Junara izlazi za 15 dana. Junara. Novade carry. Izlazi 16. ja mislim, tako da to će biti spamavo. Ode mid, ode Drake.
Koliko loše, izvozili svi.
Da, dobili su free i sad...
Prodaje Večan. Dobro, ovo je Drake. Ovo je huge.
Da ga Knight traži.
Threatening with the weirding, does get about half of Alvaro's HP off as Jojo Pian already over on the Dragon. Bin is just going to push top side. Looks like BLG aren't sure if they want to fight but their three members are coming, and now they're going to commit the teleport in here from Bin. He's level 12, he has the equalizer, but they are going to be late, so they can only really look for the fight if anything. The Galio could be a target, but is trying to back it up here. Bin overheating, Elk putting some damage in. Bin is actually going to flash out. BLG out of sorts over by this Dragon. This was not a good setup whatsoever, but they are going to go back in. They're looking for Alvaro. Do force out the ultimate.
To je nemoguće. Zato što vidim da Kyrie ima 12 godina.
Bukvalno bi imao 12 godina. Da, bukvalno je naj...
O, Knight je toliko dobar, mrtav je super. Mrtav je sigurno. Ma da, koliko je Knight dobar,
koliko igra dobro.
Koliko je dobar, ovo je nenormalno koliko je dobar.
Nevjerovatno.
Kako igra ovo Auroru kao bolesni, kako je dodževo.
This was a 4v5. It felt like that they just watched the Dragon go down, but you nailed it in that they kept Koi interested. You can see that Koi wanted a base, but they kind of kept trading back and forth, and so they stayed a little too long on the map. That meant that the poke that was coming through from BLG was
disengage na Galiju, ulti samo Rakan, uhvaćen savršeno.
Until they committed a little bit too hard, and then the turnaround engage comes through. A nice
max range
from Elk, followed up by the damage from Knight and the Pantheon ultimate to close things
kroz barijeru, prelepo.
BLG converted that play into a massive gold advantage.
I mean, Knight getting the resets here, just hopping forward, knew the exact limits of his champion there, able to kill off through the barrier. Finishes him just barely. Beishuan arrives, flashes in, they get another kill. That mid-jungle advantage massive now here for BLG as they are nearly 5,000 gold ahead. Only good news for MKOI, at least they did get the Dragon, at least they were able to
Knight kida, slažem se.
But they're going to need some individual outplays here if they're going to try to get anything done. Jojo connecting on pretty much everything, but
problem sa Aurorom je što je izašao je heroj koji je izuzetno dobar lane bully i jako dobar snowball mage. Jako dugo nije izašao snowball mage. Aurora radi ono što je Syndra radila u meti ili što je LeBlanc radila kad je u meti, to radi Aurora.
A da su i dalje, ne, nego da su i dalje reseti, soft reseti, u smislu da i dalje nije ono... Mislim, njen reset je kao dobije skok i stealth, što u odnosu na neke druge reset heroje čak i nije toliko impactful. Na kao nekom ono stomp solo carry nivou, ali opet je dovoljno da može da radi ono što radi.
I za razliku od drugih reset heroja, većina reset heroja ne traži toliko skill expressiona da bi resetovao nakon njega. A Aurora dobija cooldown nazad i mora da ima skill expression za njega. Kao vidjeli ste da je Knight bacio stealth, dodžovao i bacio tada što god, dodžovao je Galio taunt, izašao iz tower range-a, onda bacio stealth da priđe u tačanku u range. Max Q je range. Samo uđite, probajte da inputujete, da nađete na damiju koji se ne pomera Max Q je range. Vi stanete, on stane i probate baciti. I to samo po sebi je već nezgodno. Magije nemaju identičan range, ovo te baca u nazad čak. Mora dosta bude čisto.
Open world igrica, batalili su, sad je razvijaju opet.
Dobro, ovo je GG, jer oni ovo ne mogu kontestiti uopšte.
Lepo ulti od Bina.
Nije loše. Bravo. Bravo. Nike može čak i u problemu, znaš?
Da, ali šta je s MF? Šta je s MF?
Samo obratite pažnju kako se igra Miss Fortune i kako drugi nebitalci igraju Miss Fortune. Obratite pažnju kako igra Miss Fortune. Aj samo replay i pogledajte kako se igra MF.
Ovi glupi Emberi. Emberi mu uzeli pentu.
Samo obratite pažnju kako se igra Miss Fortune. I kad ste poslije put vidjeli eksplozivan MF play? Nikad. Na pro playu. Svi stoje nazad kao kasteri neki i udaraju prvu metu ispred sebe. Majstor. Ajde bre, kako ne znaju ljudi uopšte da koriste heroa. Gledajte, gledaj ovo.
No, je sam bio overforce.
Jako je dobro što nisu tukli. Jako je dobro što nisu odmah tukli, da bi sačekali Jona. Sve je odlično, super, radi sve dobro. Elke sve vreme fajn. I onda gledajte šta radi dečko.
$1 by the way.
Flash forward, bre. Tatko.
Very close to the penta as well, and now BLG right back out on the map. They're going to be able to move to soul point here. 8,000 the gold lead.
Gdje su right back onto the map, vode 8.000 golda, odavno su oni na mapi. Mapa je bukvalno njihova. Oni posjeduju mapu.
Over 6,000 damage poured out in that one fight.
6 kana ulto.
Top,
to je top za ovu partiju. Ništa sa drugi game odmah koji mora da vadi čist, mislim nema šta.
And BLG have played the fights very well, constantly forcing Koi into these unfavorable situations where they can't really get the fight that they're looking for. You look at how strong Knight is compared to Jojo, and even though Jojo landed a nice ultimate before, it just wasn't significant enough. Koi definitely find themselves on the back foot, and they're going to need a crazy outplay to turn this game around.
I mean, it's just the crazy thing is how fast they are actually pushing the pace of the game. I mean, it's not even like Jojo has no farm, right? He's not that far below 10 CS per minute. He's not chain feeding or anything. It's
samo što nisu napravili dovoljno play-eva.
They're constantly forcing at objectives. They're knocking down towers.
I mislim da su previše razmišljali o tome da Bin da Mirwin dobije dobar meč po Bina. Možda su malo previše tunnel visionovali po kompoziciji. Bravo, Alvaro.
Loša pozicija.
Bravo, mačak, bravo, mačak, bravo, mačak. Čale promašio sve. Ljudi, morate da pušate. Ovdje mora da se da po gasu. Mora da se da po gasu jer ovo je Baron timer.
Oni će biti ace-ovani ovdje. Oni ako uđu taj čok, oni su mrtvi.
Da, ali oni moraju da probaju. Ili sad ili gubi game. I to Jojo zna. S razlogom ovo radi. Ko je najbolje vesti ekipa Flyquest?
Vidjet ćemo u loser bracketu.
Flyquest.
Force this Baron the moment that it becomes an option for them. We've already seen them do it so many times.
Vidjet ćemo loser
bracket.
bracket.
Ne znam ja. I mean, you can see that Muramana isn't even fully stacked for Super. That's how far behind they are. They've really been struggling to keep up with the pace of the game.
Ali sakrine fore što ti kad draftuješ za nekoga, ovo je damage mitigation matchup. Galio ne solo killuje Rambla ako mu Rumble to ne dozvoli, ali samo Galio ima full comfort u tom lane. Galio nije lane bully, mislim. Niti on može da istera Rambla iz lane-a nešto trilion puta. Oni igra dobro matchup protiv Rambla. Za razliku od Rambla koji pobeđuje svaki drugi matchup u igrici osim toga.
Go for one of these outers and maybe claim their first tower, maybe claim a bounty.
Oh, you're right. Koi actually haven't gotten a tower yet this game. They are, yeah, they really haven't just gained any.
Ne volim ni ovaj Maokajev builda, možda čak ovdje i mora da ide jer lekuje malo damage-a. Ovaj Maokajev build bi mi odvratan. Koliko malo golda ima Jojo na sebi. Pogledaj molim te koji item ima Jojo Pjun.
A ima savršen CS, to je najjače od svega.
Sad je završio.
Knight uzeo Magi. Da, hvala, Kasteri, znamo i mi. Hvala.
He loves his Magi's. This guy has never seen a bad Magi's game.
Elk ima 3 itema i builda pravilno.
Genji ili BLG? T1.
L osvoja. Šalim se, osvoja BLG.
Polako, nisi vidio T1 još na MSI-u. Polako.
Ja ne navijam ni za koga tu.
Ja navijam.
Ne znam da ti navijaš. Ja navijam da bude dobar način na koji ekipa osvoji, da ekipa zasluži.
Gets himself out to safety. Beishuan, no flash to follow. Jojo just trying to get his farm in. Does have that second item with the completed shield bow. But it is going to be difficult here.
Mi kaže ti on neće osvojiti s Doranom. Vidjet ćemo.
Third, fourth item. Try to catch up. Try to get a little bit more on even keel here with BLG. But
zapravo da igra Hanva, ja bi za Hanva navijao. Tu za njih bi navijao.
The timing of this is fantastic as well, because you'll notice the base comes through from both Knight and Elk at exactly the same time. The Pantheon ultimate was just used, but...
Mada moram da navijam za... A moram Sajni u kontru. Moram za ovog kuma čovija da navijam. Moram Dželi da sve. Sorry, Sajni.
Kao meni kontra, vamo fanboje čovija bukvalno svaki international.
Mislim da ja pa fanbojem čovija kad je počeo da igra international.
Pa da, pa sigurno. Ja fanboje Faker od kad je Faker počeo da igra.
Ja mislim da je, meni je čovjek najbolji igrač u svetu.
Vidi, Rale, još dovoljno godine da prođe i jednog dana bit ćeš u pravu. Samo je pitanje vremena. Da li će Faker da ode u penziju ili će zbog godine artritis da proradi, ali samo je pitanje vremena kad ćeš biti u pravu.
Equalizer ready here and is going to be terrifying if he can find an angle to get it. Elk not
Ajoj.
16. Equalizer goes in and on is looking for the...
Ne može niko vuče nazad.
Ne, ali Alvaro igra kao otac. Kakav instant engage. I super igra jako dobro, obojice igraju. Alvaro! Mrtav je Elk. Alvaro! Molim vas kad bude bio replay, gledajte šta radi Alistar. Opet je putovao! Tine, svaka ti čast, teksti, nema veze što si izgubili. Svaka ti čast, Tine, šta si ti sad napravio? Ti si... Obožavam ga. Znači, Alvaro je GOAT.
You'll notice that the moment Koi was in that choke point was the opportunity that they needed to force the issue.
On nije video ovo. Nije video ovo. O, Jojo? A, ne vez.
Jojo gets cooked up as BLG take the kill, take the soul, and take everything in this game.
We're gonna look back at the
Dobro, 29 minuta izdržali su duže nego što mi će trajala partija, respekt. U ovom momentu Faker, a to kaže, Fringer, to kažu svaki international. Svaki international, i prošli Worlds je bilo isto. A, Faker nije u formi, nije, mislim. Uvijek to kažu. Kažem, samo je pitanje vremena kad će to biti istina, ali nije još.
Knight then chases the issue, and even though Elk goes down, the fight is already so
Bin ga odradio na zonju.
Very well executed fight from BLG.
You can see the frustration there on Yoya's face.
Možeš si igraš, polako. Polako.
Back in now. BLG have controlled the pace the entire game long. They even have an incredible advantage just from the pedals. The adaptive
Faker imao 0 dobrih prejeva prošli Worlds. Pa to ti je kao da ocenjuješ koliko je dobrih zakucavanja imao neko u finalu, ono NBA-a. Te nije ti dan competition. Bitno je koja ekipa pobedi, a ne...
Ali da je dropalo 50 poena, a da nijedno nije bilo zakucavanje.
Pa nebitno je.
To ti je kao to da meriš.
Čovjek će biti bolje da Faker ne igra. Pa to, ili godine. Ali mislim, nisu oni daleko u godinama, ja mislim. Faker mislim koliko, 3 godine stariji, tako nešto. Nije nešto puno stariji faker od čovje.
In Europe, you don't get punished like this. With these type of pushing waves, the amount of aggression that we're seeing in the jungle, the way that BLG just seamlessly move from objective to objective and just constantly force Koi into these fights, that speed of play is not something that you see a lot domestically.
Nije to samo Fringer ove sezone, svake sezone Tivan više ne performa toliko u LCK-u. To je normalno za Tivan.
But it feels like a foregone conclusion. Can Alvaro find an engage?
Alvaro looking. It's going to be Jojo PM though, who is getting sent packing there, poked down incredibly low.
Oni su u najboljoj formi na Worldsu.
Knight working on this mid lane inhibitor tower as Galio trying desperately to clear out the waves, not going to be able to do it. They're going to drop the equalizer here. Supa is in trouble. Base one flying into the back line already. Alvaro trying to turn around.
Ovo je dobro za Koi.
Ne, ali Supa i Alvaro mnogo dobro igraju. Jojo, bravo. Bravo. Da, makuma da. Alvaro ne može da ne tajmuje. Alvaro ne može.
Pa idem. No da je Elk boli.
A zato što je kradi 20% više ne može za motor. Ovo je prva MF ikada koja se meni dopala. A zna Sajna da ga obožava.
I da brziš MF. Oni dropaju.
Ne volim više Elka u odnosu na to koliko mrzi MF i dalje mi se dopada. Znači ovo što on radi je... Ivan dobija MSI vrlce, ako je Jiggy rekao, onda mora da bude. Ako je Jiggy rekao.
Pitam li se da li ošte na Worldsu neko može, pa ko zna, vidjet ćemo. Ima još do Worldsa, ima još do Worldsa. Možda preporađeni fanatik beskumno i da uradi.
Ako bude fanatik u roster izgledao kako se kaže da će izgleda je moguće.
Šalim se, neće imaju Oscarina. Ali ako zamene Oscara...
A da kumeno i draw swapuje na top?
To je play. Nije mi bitno, ne, koji mi veše coach sad? Neko on roll swapuje. Nebitno je. Upset, neka upset swapuje na top, nebitno je. Samo bilo koje da ispointi. Ne biram.
Mislim, jeste ispratili vesti, ljudi. Ste vidjeli da kažu da će Pobi igrati za fanatik?
Jesi vidio vest da je neki Turčin potpisao za Navi za sljedeću godinu već? Znači, Tiger je već dobio kick, a nije odigrao prvi game.
Pročitao sam to. Da je neki Ne, nije neki, bre. Znam dečka, bre.
Pa znam ja, nego sam zaboravio ime, pa sam rekao neki zarad flow prič.
Je to Rileč?
Moguće.
Sad ću, bre, da ti kažem.
Jojo Pion was still pushing top lane here, so BLG now will get him back into the base, knock down these inhibitors that MKOI was able to defend. And then they're likely just going to reset
has to be killed, nice.
For this Elder Dragon, but Elk is completely unbothered. They're just staying around. They don't even have the waves.
Gilius je postao coach, jesi vidio to?
To sam vidio, da... Jer ima Zev šanse protiv Oscara, niko nema šanse protiv Oscara. Zato Oscar nije došao na MSI, ne bi bilo zanimljivo.
They're trying to buy time here for Elyoya. 10 seconds until he responds. Equalizer going to get dropped on to Jojo Pion. Locket comes out from Alvaro, is able to avoid most of that damage. And they will finally now back off. They just don't have the to actually close the game. Maokai respawns.
Tako je NLC zbog Lost Tonesu.
Pa, dobro, mislim, pa i stari Nordi ima okej igrače, ali... Nemam pojma. Nisu se nešto proslavili.
Ne mogu da nađem to vez za Riloča koju sam pročitao.
6-0 and 10, a flawless scoreline. And Koi, they're doing their best to be in a position to challenge this Elder, but with 2 inhibitors down, BLG can just buy their time, they can wait for that bot wave to start knocking on the doors.
Ko ne zna Rax je igrao i jel.
Can they knock him down? The CC is there, and they get the kill on
No, Rax je baš dugo na sceni, tako da ima i smisla.
Oj, šta na... Ali ljudi, jel neko od vas vidi koliko je Alvaro dobar ili samo to vidim ja? Nije Alvaro baš najzaslužniji ikada ovdje za sve, ali... Morate da razumete koliko je ovaj dečko dobar. Koliko svaki put sve chainuje. Ovo kakav equalizer placement. Ne, 3 na 5, ne. Mirvine, molim te, Mirvine, ne.
O, uf, sam malo.
O, brate, depresivno. Bot lane, znači ovako, topside, Koja se raspao. Jojo Pion, Supa i Alvaro. Sjajno, ako Jojo, Supa i Alvaro budu ovako nastavili da igraju i malo se poprave Roja Mirvina bu potpuno. A pobeđuju ih 3 na 5, ja i Sajna bismo pobedili 3 na 5 kad imam 14.000 gold lead Infernal Soul. Mislim...
Ne, ovo je planirano za koji. Vidjeli su ostali, dobili prvi gameplay, izgubili 3 za redom i onda oni da counteri izgubili su prvi game da bi mogli dobiti sljedeći. Sve okej, vraća se koji,
Naravno da je sve okej.
Incredible stuff from BLG. The fans may have predicted MKOI to win, but BLG sends a clear message. This is our rift. Analysts, take us through game 1.
Well, Billy said we haven't lost the game yet. We are not going to.
Iskreno BLG veća aura od Genjija. Čovjek hoda ko NPC. Any European or any team.
Yeah, it started very early, Shocks. They
fair
went for their
take.
invade, chasing Elyoya. Knight constantly had the pressure in mid lane, and that pressure in mid lane determines a lot.
Ovi znaju da hodiju, da. Ovi su okej. Da je teško Važi. Pa ne znam, nisam siguran, iskreno, nisam siguran. Mislim da nije nemoguće, ali pitanje je koliko bi ja to stigao sve da radim, uzeći obzir da se to događa kad i Let's, kad i EBL i kad sve to. Tako da je to malo zeznuto.
The low mobility carry with no dashes into the center of river, where it is just the most juicy spot for BLG to be able to flank. And there you see Knight comes in first. And this is the first moment where Knight actually gets 2 early kills on the Aurora and will be very powerful.
Ej, flasher ju Elio isto gridamo ovdje.
Absolutely put on a clinic as Aurora, and Knight was taking these 2 kills here and did the same thing. He was a menace, but not just him, the entire team. Do you feel like MKOI should have kind of been aware of the fact that they were in a pincer position with an immobile ADC in that moment?
Yeah, so they were clear thinking, okay, we have Alistar and Maokai, like maybe we can be able to appeal for this Varus, but the 2-pronged attack, you know, the misfortune from the top side as well as the mid lane prile just means it's so hard because Jojo didn't have mid lane prile for the entire time basically, except for the one moment where Maokai ganked for him and they got Knight's fire.
Yeah, with the composition
BLG has, there's literally no room for mistakes there, because like at that point, you're right, Shocks, like if you're Varus in that situation, everything can reach you. The Aurora can reach you, the Pantheon can reach you, the Rumble, all of that can happen. And so that snowballed into another point in the game. So, of course, thank you to the reliable Cisco network. BLG made every second count here, because it started with a mistake.
Oni su nešto radili, mada znam da su imali neki budžet za LPL. I onda je Riot povukao sav budžet za castere i onda su radili na svoju ruku. Što je malo teže. Mislim, malo je teže izvesti. Šta zakružuju?
Start to get the resets here. He gets Elyoya, he gets the reset on that one. He zooms in and focuses on Supa. That one makes it easier, of course, because he now gets the reset to W back in. And all of this was because they realized Elyoya had already used their ulti. Sure, Baytron is dead, but if they can squeeze just a little bit more, they get a flash here, the little flash there. Now MKOI is committing to a fight. They get their situation. That's what BLG is best at.
Yeah, and they were so aware at all times because they were hanging around there knowing that MKOI might make one step too many to just slam the door.
Exactly, and a lot of it was, you know, the economy of your ultimate cooldowns in a lot of these fights. Elk especially really held his misfortune ultimate until MKOI had used all their mobility and CC to chase forward. So BLG just did a very good job of kind of drawing them in a lot of situations. Yes. And then he would open up with these huge damage misfortune ultimates and the run.
Ne znam, sakrene za LP, ali nisam siguran.
Them to run away, and Knight's Aurora ultimate kind of trapping them in there.
Just jumping from here to there. Listen, I'm sad about my goat Elioya. Like, he didn't really have a chance to impact this game at all, which is, I mean, a bit of the team's fault at the other point, but at least,
pa vidi,
you know,
to jesu ok sati da nije EB, ali Let's do 11-12 na stream do 5 ujutru. Ali da, nije opcija. Možda jednog dana, ko zna.
I think BLG has a different formula because, yeah, G2 also, they didn't win the first game versus BLG, so maybe this is a...
Eto, viš, oni govore ono što sam ja rekao. To je sve deo velikog plana. Namerno su izgubili da bi mogli da igraju.
If we look at the objective control, for instance, BLG also had that, right? I think they got everything in this game that they may have ever wanted, and that makes the game particularly easier to play, specifically with that dragon stacking.
Ja mislim da Kedriel sve prati. Mislim, ono, ko streamuje što hoće, ali onda kad stigne radi, kad ne stigne ne radi. Da, strana publika je useless za LPL, jeste.
That was their focus, but then after the first poor fight that happened topside, it literally did just start bleeding, and they couldn't take any of the objectives. And I thought what MKOI did was good in saying, okay, we don't feel strong enough to fight for second or so, second Drake. That's fine.
Naprim, perma 24 sata stream i samo prenosimo sve lige u krug. Mislim da se vremenski svako ne overlapuju u istom trenutku, samo je 24 sata lola.
I think it's credit to BLG.
Absolutely.
Yeah, for keeping on taking all these fights, and they just kept building their lead and kept getting richer and richer and richer. So then the threat of these flanks became immeasurable.
Yeah, I think they also got a little shell-shocked after that first grub fight, because we saw for a while there they weren't completely confident taking those skirmishes. But I talked about Elioya, but Jojo is also someone that we have to see rise up to this occasion. Knight is one of the best mid laners in the entire world, but he has to find a way to stay in that lane so he is able to help his team more.
Yeah, I mean, and it definitely is a bit of a rough matchup early on, but Knight played it so incredibly well, really big chunks of damage. And Elioya come through, actually, you remember back to the very beginning of the game, he was able to relieve some pressure, get the flash, and get the push out, and then actually get a successful gank.
True, we got one.
That was, I guess that was like kind of, you know, one of the bright spots, one of the peaks.
Hey, and if I'm looking towards the next game for Jojo, I think throughout his career he's been as strong as your player. If he's able to get that, that would solve the question about like having push in general, which is something strong, and it gives them a ability to scale. I know this has been a great team in terms of being able to get early control domestically, but they're also really good at being able to play the map, and that allows for Mirwin to play something that plays towards side lanes. So that's what I would want.
Yeah,
that's my pathway in game 2.
1,000 gold difference at 14 is pretty big in a single.
You don't have to rub it in.
MKOI picked the blue side, so we'll see if they cook up something different for us. No red side counter pick yet for Mirwin.
Što blue side? To jeste, slažem se, bravo, Shox. Ne sviđa mi se blue side pick. Mislim, razumem ga, ali mi se ne sviđa. Objektivno su mnogo slabiji od BLG-a, mnogo je bolje su uzeli crvene, su probali full cheese s nekim counter pickom koji je neočekivan. Blue side power pickuješ, možda uzmeš šta Ari, ako je Ari za Jojo-a možda, ali mi se ti to ne vi na game.
Čekaj, samo se prekrijem.
Važi. Sad ćemo imati pauzicu, mislim 2 minuta, pa onda vozimo dalje.
Get it now.
evo da znate odmah nakon MSI-a. Znači, čim se MSI završi, MSI se završava u nedelju, u sredu kreće EVC. Tako da... U suštini, kontent nestaje. I onda posle one nedelje je... EBL. Ko igra EVC? Svi koji igraju MSI, skoro. Slagaću te, mislim da ne igra Furija. Mislim da ne igra Furija. I ne znam, tipa za Gami CFO. Svi ostali što igraju MSI igraju, isto ko stream. Da, samo neće biti kod mene na kanalu nego na Fortuni. Tako da EVC ide na Fortunu. Isto će ovaj vaj biti, ako nabavimo L-feed. To je feed s casterima. Biće isto ovaj gas, samo na turi.
Hvala vam, saznao sam ja kako ću da radim.
Šta?
Kažem, hvala vam što ste postavili pitanje. Ljudima saznao sam ja kako ću da radim.
Da. Mi toga. I to je, mislim da je 5 dana, ili tako nešto, EVC. EVC baš nije dugačak turnir. Dobra muzika. Idemo drafti, mislim, za 2 minuta.
Ne, Stefane, ne gasimo stream, rolling je. Dakle, čim se završi game, ova serija kreće sljedeća.
Tako je, true story. Kaj sad je sljedeći? Možda. Ali ne znam kako će igrati Unita. Ja mislim Mirin treba da, ali birali su plavu stranu, ne znam zašto. Ja ti kažem, oni uzimaju Ari ili TF-a. Jer ne znam zašto bi birao Blue Side. Ne znam. Nisam najsigurniji, ali ajde vidjet ćemo.
in the area. The TV coming in from Joja, and we can see Alioya going to go for it. Is he going to be able to steal it? It's a flip, and it's going to be taken there by Beishuan. The re-engage comes in from Alvaro, and Jojo goes into the back line, but it's Elf going to be able to grab the first kill. Finn overheats, and in comes the Galio ultimate over the top as Beishuan trying to reach the back line. Knight on the side here with On, getting pretty low on HP. The bullet time comes out there from Elk. He's going to grab one kill, and he's going to grab a second. Now it's a triple kill there for Elk. He's looking for more. It's a quadra. BLG coming up clutch in that fight. Welcome back to MSI 2025. We are heading into game number 2 here between MKOI and BLG, who came out swinging in game number 1.
Yes, they did. That was a level of aggression that I think took MKOI by surprise. We saw Beishuan invading level 3. He was utilizing that prio that he had in both mid and bot right from the get-go, and then their team fighting was just ruthless. They did not slow down. When the objective was up, they started it. Hell, Baron spawned, they started it. right? They were using every objective to force a fight, and it felt like that Koi was doing everything they could to just keep their head above water.
Sad ćemo imamo draft ovog gema, manje više mislim odlučuje celu seriju.
And there was very little that they could do to plug the holes.
Mislim da mora Mirvin da čiza, pa ne može da igra normalno.
The Knight is putting more in left, right, and center. I mean, even from the word go, they had these pushing lanes. You know, they had mid and bot pushing. They forced the issue with an invade very early from Beishwan, getting in the face of Elyoya, making it very difficult for him to just kind of naturally path and scale like he would like to do. They never really allowed MKoi to get into their comfort zone here. And we'll see if MKoi can get something going here in game number 2. As we kick it off, similar bans coming out so far. The first two for BLG are the exact same, and we'll see if it is going to remain the same across the board.
Same for Koi as well. The Poppy, the Annie going to be taken away. I wonder if Zin is what they're going to be thinking about as an early prio. Put Elyoya on something that gives him a bit more agency in the early skirmishing department. Ari going to be the ban, trying to limit Knight's options in the mid lane. They really want to try and target that pool. The problem is they are, as a result, also targeting Jojo's pool. So we'll see what direction he chooses to go for. With the Azir still available, that could be the first pick for Koi if they want to go for a little bit more range in team fighting. Looks like that's going to be the direction. So Jojo
Canadian
going to
shuffle.
be picking his next most played champion. We are going down the list.
They're
going to get pick of the litter when it comes to the Gwen. Now, this is something that for Bin, you generally want to ban away. Okay, the man is a monster on this pick, and the fact that Koi have just handed it over for him, they're going to have a good matchup. Mewin on the Jax. Not something that we usually see from him. Usually he's got something a little bit more unique when playing into champions like the Gwen.
Yeah, just one play on it so far this split.
Definitely not much of a Mewin champion. We'll see if he
Meni se ne sviđa Jax na Mirvinu, iskreno.
Towards the team fight style once again.
Kao ok, uzeo bi mu Jaxa, ali prvo lupaćete dok igraš Jaxa, a drugo što mislim da kažem, mislim da Mirvin mora da čiza, mislim da tradicionalni pikovi koji rade na topu ne funkcionišu Bina. Imaju Webcam besu, eto, to je jedini counter koji znam da sad u ovom splitu radi.
I mean, Knight Syndra, to me, this is such a throwback. This was the champion that really made me initially learn most about Knight.
Naopačke zna, gospodine.
Kolega, moram da ti pošaljem sliku danas,
koju
sam posle pampa imao.
Slobodno.
Is going to be going towards one of those control mages.
Moram.
People do generally like this matchup in the Azir. You can kind of poke and prod with the E, try to outrange the Azir, and just kind of farm and scale alongside it.
Early on, you can lose out on some prio. The Azir has slightly
Okay, goated.
But you're completely right.
Dobra fotka.
Those waves just evaporate.
Moram da podelim sa tobom.
I treba.
Ne znam zašto želja moja za šerovanje mi je prevelika. Za šerovanje progres. A znaš, mnogo je bolje da šeruješ s nekim koji izgleda bolje od tebe, jer znaš da neće da se iskompleksira ta osoba što se šerova. Znaš, ja tebi ne natrljavam na nos, razumeš, jer... Znaš, ne možeš da budeš ljubomoran.
Da vam posla, vidi, ponosan si na progres i trebaš da budeš ponosan na progres, tako da to je... To je goated ugao, ja to razumem. Ja to najbolje razumem.
Kalista ban? A zašto bi igrali Kalistu sa Gwen Victor?
Zato što hoće da igraju Jinx ili Aphelios i odsavili su se na botu da i Kalista ne nalupa. To je moj take.
So we'll see if he goes for something unique or if he instead goes for more of a team play. They could just go for something tanky, look to try an early lane swap, put pressure on Bin that way. With the Senna being taken away, they're going to remove Super's ability to scale. Ezreal could be something that they think about. With the Braum taken away, I do wonder if that's the direction that they do head towards. It is Super's most played from Spring.
We'll see what BLG want to go. It is going to be Leona that they are considering here. Of course, you can also just wait, lock in your AD, and then look to see what the full bot lane picture is going to be, but definitely want to have the answering pick, it looks like here. So for now, considering the Leona,
kad je fearless kako funkcioniše pick ban rate, na koji način se računa? Trebalo bi da se ne računaju gameovi u kojima je heroj, znači ako je banovan fearlessom, računa se kao da ne postoji. Ne računamo se taj game u statistiku uopšte.
Now Supa is going to have to complete that bot lane and we will find out.
Jer pick ban rate moraš da računaš u poolu heroja koji je moguće pikovati i banovati.
I mean, Jax honestly, you know, is a pretty.
Ne možemo da računamo pick ban rate ako nije mogao da se dogodi ni jedan ni drugo.
I mean, he's going to be looking towards playing it, but I do think.
Mislim, pazi, Pantix, ja nisam 100% siguran za ovo, ali mi ništa drugo nema smisla statistički.
I meni je najlogičnije. Kakav je ovo matchup?
Fajn je. Fajn je. Ako se mu umele u konektuješ shuriken uvek. Ne izlaziš iz advanced zone.
Pa eto mu prilike, ajde. Mislim, nešto mora da uradi, ovo je nešto. I onda ako ovo ne radi, Jojo daš Kasadi na sljedeći game. To je razvoj ove serije.
Bravo, Velox, čoveče, lik je ubao. Lik je prediktao pik. Erale kamera, evo za 5 minuta. Kogo god ljudi glupo zvučalo, malo je naporno piki na kameri sve vreme. Ne znam kako da vam objasnim. Naporno je kada znate da sve što vi radite, razumete, ne mogu da čačkam nos. Sama činjenica da je moj mozak ima pritisak da ne može da čačka nos, smara. A dugo će nam trajati prenos, pa je bolje da sad dok sam jeo i da budem 15 minuta off kamera i da onda cijel game budem na kameri.
Samo želi da čačka nos na miru, ljudi, znači sve će biti okej.
Čačke gostivi ćemo ti dalje, kao da što smo ortaci, ne znači da će drugi da nam tije.
Is more risky than just playing Flash DP or something like that. If you think it is good for the matchup, I want to see him lock it in because you do not want to play to just scale alongside a Gwen. Gwen is going to get way more out of that. You need to be able to put the pressure on. You need to be able to put him in a difficult position. Also going to be interested to see, you know, what build Supa goes. I know a lot of people aren't the biggest fan of the full AD Kai'Sa, but they are quite heavy in the AP. Agreed. So I think that they probably will be looking towards that. But it's something we're going to have to find out. And you talked about Leona Corki, obviously can be quite difficult for the Kai'Sa early on. You get stunned up, Frost Bomb is going to hit, and that thing hurts. The all-ins can also be really powerful.
Koja volim Corki Leona kao duo. Jedan od naj-OG kombo na botu ikada. Sad kad se Corki vratio kao bot laner, u stvari ljudi su počeli to draftuju opet.
Just for tuning in to MSI, all you need to do is be logged in and watching on lolesports.com for a chance to score some of this in-game loot.
Who doesn't love loot? So get logged in, get watching.
Obožava da ga snima kamera, ali obožava. Samo ne sve vreme. Da, volim sve vreme, bio bi u realitiju.
Eto, čuli ste rado o paravima. Uskoro. Jedan na farmi.
Niko. Nemoj, molim te, pričamo o tome. Nemoj, mnogo mi je... Nisam skoro mislio da će nešto tako da me tako potrese. Baš, to je prva stvar koju sam pročitao kad sam se probudio i baš sam... Ceo dan sam po tom energijom. Nekako, ne znam, tišti me. Baš me tišti, tužno sam. Bukvalno sam suzile su mi oči i naježio sam se kad sam gledao, kad sam ušao da pogledam opet gol protiv Tottenhama.
Even if you see these weaknesses, you have to be good enough to punish them. And it felt like that in game 1, you mentioned Alvaro. I think he found some great opportunities to punish the positioning that we saw from L. The fact that BLG is often always willing to fight around these neutrals, I feel like it just played into their hand though. They drafted...
Sakrene, ja mislim da su svi highlightsi generalno dobri kineski AD carry-a na Kai'Si iz nekog razloga. Kao Uzi ima od cele svoje ogromne predugačke karijere mnogo Kai'Sa highlightova.
BLG were trying to fight for it. MKOI do not actually decide to commit to this. Now BLG are able to get level 2 themselves. But the potion had to be used there by Elk, and one was taken off on as well. So MKOI doing a good job fighting back as Mirwin here going to be pushed in early on by Bin. Again, playing that grasp, you can just look for these Q trades and proc it.
Dobar dan.
Što ga on outrida?
They're going aggressive here on a Supa. The cleanse came out quite late, and the Ignite is up there. They will not flash in to follow, but they get all of the potions down here as well as the cleanse. And Supa's just going to have to go back to base, or he's going to get flashed on and killed.
This is the matchup that we were talking about with the owner, Corky, tried and true. It has so much power very early on into the matchup, just because of the trading pattern that Corky can provide. And Alvaro on the rail doesn't quite have the same setup when paired up alongside that Kai'Sa. You don't really have a huge amount of threat, so a lot of experience going to be lost to Super. He's now a full level down. He's going to be able to catch some experience back, but a really very nice trade from BLG's bot lane.
Yeah, great job. Alvaro, of course, trying to hold that wave as much as he can, but did lose about 5 out of 6 of the minions on that previous
Hoću gledam kako ga laneuje Okali. Dolazi Bečan top.
Jel T1 nakon ovoga best of 5, tako? T1 CFO.
I to je odmah, pauza je tipa 17 minuta, tako da nije u 2, iako po rasporedu piše da je u 2. Neće u 2 biti serija, tako je. Kad se ova završi, 15-17 minuta serija, to je pauza između serije i odmah kreće sljedeća.
A za tih 15 minuta pauze sajne ja igramo Makarenu, Svinkovan.
Igramo LOL, nećemo preterivati.
Znaš kako upalu ramena sam dobio nešto opet. Uplašio sam se bio da neće opet aktiva da ga propasti, ali uspio sam da izguram pull day opasno.
Ja imam upalu u grudi i upalu u nogu, tako da...
Dobro, ja kad sam se sajnom jednom uradio grudi nisam mogao da obučem jaknu 2 dana.
Ja sam isto cijelo...
Zato što kad uradim ovo da uvučem u rukave...
Da, to jeste.
Utrne mi cijelo telo.
To jeste, to jeste.
Ajde, niko bani posle.
Bin ide. 1-2. Čovjek klenuje.
Oni ne smiju ovo da radi. Okej, to je to. Ne da flashli njega, bravo.
Zašto je on to uradio? Zašto je išao da trade?
Zato što je Ćale i u fazonu ja sam najjači. Znaš šta možda postoji šansa? Možda su mu kolovali da je flashovao Super po grešku. Bio bi fajn da Super nema flash. Zato sam ja kolovao da flasha njega.
Super, but Super, after being punished so heavily on the bot side of the map, walks away with first
blood. Mirvin nije pod kill pressureom u ovom laneu nikada. Jer Zenith Blade vam daje sekundu da inputujete, on inputuje Shroud, Zenith Blade nije fajn. Nikad ne mogu da igrađu njega.
Incredibly low, but Knight is very low on mana as well. On now moving over, will be spotted here by Alioya and Alvaro in the area also. Both teams looking to cover for their mid laners.
They're actually going to keep Super on the top side of the map. Of course, he is falling far behind in terms of CS and experience, but in terms of gold, thanks to that kill, he's not doing too badly. Bin, gonna have to be very respectful. He will spot out Alvaro. Junglers so far not really getting involved much in the action, and for Alioya, I will say this is great news. On the Wukong, you just want to get that level 6 as quickly as you can, repeatedly go for these full clears, and you hope that the lanes aren't too volatile. Mewin is suffering a little bit in this 1 versus 2. He doesn't really have many playmaking options, and he's also ran out of pots that he can utilize in the lane for now.
Yeah, mostly just playing for experience at this point. You know, he knows he can't afford to take damage because with the wave slowly coming towards you, you need to make sure you have enough health to actually catch the wave when it finally does come to you. Bin though getting zoned off.
Aha, XP bar se završava da ih je Aldbar, okej. Ako ne vidim.
Pogledajte.
Supa could be in some trouble. Remember, he has no flash. Does level up to 5 though. Great peel coming through from Alvaro. The stun is going to land with the Shattering Strike as Bin is trying to play for 6. He really wants to get it. He still needs one more minion. Now does get it, but it doesn't matter because Alioya has arrived. And Alioya going to be able to grab this kill. You have to think eventually overextending. Didn't quite have the experience to get 6, otherwise he might have been able to make the play work.
It's really interesting because you're completely right that
Bin ga malo ga preteruje.
Ali dobro, ne možete mu zameriti.
You could see how much damage he was doing to Super. In a 2 versus 1, he almost just straight up killed him, but he just didn't quite have the damage.
On Knight se odsavio. Jojo! Ovo je bilo lepo,
Pravo iz Vancouvera, jedan lagani shuffle.
Canadian shuffle, nikada je fela.
Toronto, dakle, god hoćete.
Flashed early, did not reactively flash to the ult, and that just allowed JoJo to flash later with the ultimate.
Koji treba da zaposli nas dvojicu kao hype mene njihova?
Ja slažem, ovi imaju Romena, ovi imaju Mini Roka, ma nema veze, naučit ćemo španski.
Još nas dvojicu sad, kad bi ja pustio, da ti pustiš bradu, da ja pustim malo još kosu i onda da se ja obrijem i da se dopunjavamo, razumeš? Da budemo i još obojice smo na katu, ja se izražem još malo i tu smo, idemo bez majice s pločicama.
Može.
Svi tu gas.
Može. Mi ćemo biti bolja verzija Romena i Mini Roka.
Ben has to be very careful with the level difference.
Really does, and wanted to talk a little bit about Alvaro as well as Elioya. These guys have been so core to the success. You know, they play so well together. We saw them link up on that.
To je bilo close.
A ima je dobar game sense, ima dobar game
sense. Good things happen for MKOI.
Certainly does. The best version of MKOI is when these two are working together and they're being unlocked on the map, and we're hopefully going to get to see it now. Level 5 still for Alvaro.
Ovo je malo flashback prošlog gima, ovdje su izgubili game koji, ali valjda se neće, sad su jači.
Sad imaju level 6 heroja, ali tuku bez Wukongovog ultija, ne smijemo da tuku. Ni Wukong ni Alvaro nemaju ulti.
Elioya does, but just no real angle for him to approach, so all three grubs will be claimed there by BLG.
So BLG continuing to demonstrate their proficiency of playing around these early objectives. Really good job by them. Elk forced the W away.
Bravo. Ljudi, molim vas, samo eto, malo obratite pažnju na mikroplayere Alvara. Kako se kreće i kako igra mehanički. Samo obratite malo pažnju na mikro Alvara. I to je to. Mikrovajz je fenomenalan.
JoJo now having gotten that first kill is definitely playing with a lot more confidence. You can see him posturing aggressively here.
Ozbiljna faca Alvaro, kako je i pulo, koliko...
Jest.
Su pogotovi dosta, ali Alvaro je baš faca meni. Mislim, uvijek ću ja ceniti više supporta nego Adi Carry, nije kolega po rolu. Mirino Olina. Sjajno, ovo odlično izgleda. Imaju snowball i heroje, sve osim Azira. Kolega, realno, ne može BLG da ih outscale. Ne može. Ne može. Ne možemo da kažemo da BLG može komotno da igra na scale.
Ne mogu da igra na scale, ali mislim da scale ne odlučuje ovu partiju. Mislim da obe ekipe dobro dobro scale-aju. Da.
Realno ne može da ih outscale.
Ne.
Tu su. Wukong baš vadi prosek. Jer lepo scale-a, bruzer je. Baš vadi tu.
Mislim da Sin samo malo obara prosek BLG-u.
Da. Sin obara prosek u odnosu na to koliko dodaje Wukong na svim ostalim laneovima su slični.
Da.
Which is going to be critical here in a minute 20 when this next dragon does spawn, unless we see JoJo or someone move up.
Ili ona je mnogo nezahvalnija od Rel. Rel engage je mnogo više AOE disruptive. Ali ono mogu da panišuju drugi igrači van engage jer je AQ single target. A Rel W ulti i push sve AOE.
It all comes back to that level 2 trade that happened. Ever since then, Super's been playing catch up, and to his credit, he's caught up in terms of gold. But that level difference is still very relevant. A full level between the two AD carries. Super will have ways to claw that back later on into the game, but for now, Elk is really the strong point for BLG that they should look to try and play around if they do want to contest these neutral objectives moving forward.
Maybe he's the only one up in gold right
now. Će biti difference maker. Ja iskreno mislim da će ovaj game Elioya i Alvaro biti difference maker. Jer ako njih dvojici engageuju dobro i sinkovano, ostatak kompozicije MKOI radi. Znači, Elioya i Alvaro su dužni da enabluju ostatak svoje ekipe, odnosno Akali, Azira i Kai'Su kao heroje.
Pa i BLG baš ne radi dobro engage. Korki i Viktor relativno ih je lako uhvatiti.
Tako je. I ono što je problem što BLG nema dovoljno disengage. Naprimjer, da je Alistar ostao open, odnosno na prethodnu seriju, pa da je Alistar umjesto Leona bilo bi dosta lakše.
Da.
Ili da su uzeli Poppy, verovatno je bilo vano.
Znači, Poppy, Brown, bilo koji drugi support u stvari, do duše. Vide ga. U Elk.
Mrtav je? Nije? Mrtav je. Super mora da flash za njim.
Da, su pogubio ovdje. On čeka cooldownove, ali... Dobije, znaš da dobije Q. Jo, dobije Q za pola sekunde. Jel Knight prediktuje laser?
Da.
Ok, ne prašta ništa. Ništa ne prašta.
Ali fajn, ajde, nije toliko strašno. Ono što je dobro, recimo, što je ekipa koja je u ovom fajtu bacila mnogo manje samendara.
He's just sitting in the river. Flash engage from On. The collapse from BLG is quick. The response from Elk is good as the follow-up engage doesn't come through. Super is very far away.
Mislim da je Mirvin nije zbifovo. Mislim da je Mirvin treba da ulfa na gore. Da forsira, da pravi pressure Elku da ide kad donjem delu fajta. Nije 4 za 1 bilo. 4 za 2 je bilo. Zar ne?
4 za...
4 za 2 je bilo.
Da, ja mislim da je bilo 4 za 2, sad sam ja zabao.
Dobro, sad ću da vratim stream, ajde.
Vrati pogledaj. Ja nemam. Nemam kako.
4 za 2, brate, Leona i Korki su pali.
We wait for the next neutral objective. The Herald's gonna be the one that both these
teams will be setting their sights on. Of course, the feats of strength. My bad. A znaš da pričaš gluposti, jeli? A sad my bad. Ko da ne mogu da vratim stream.
Reši Lola. Pečuan ne nije ultao, okej.
Kako je počelo? Možeš gledaš celinu. Fight je počeo jako loše. Uspjeli su da izvuku 4, Drakea su izgubili svakako u odnosu na to kako je počeo fight. Znači, izgubili su samo 2 kila manje, samo 2 kila manje su uzeli, protivnik je bacio mnogo više samudara. Ako naprave neki dobar fight s samudara kasnije, ne može džabe sad, sad sam ljut na tebe. Razmislit ću kada ću opet nešto stvarno. Mislio sam da se gotivimo, bio si mi na svakom streamu ikada i baš sam te, najviše sam te voleo od svih sajnih Phoenix. Dobro, ajde, fitovi manje više.
Pa dobro.
Da je koji uza fitove, ja bih rekao to je huge fitovi su insane. Znaš već kakav je coping mehanizam. Dobro, neki, ajde sad, evo sad mi se ovaj vidio. Ti lol ste mi bili. Aj, ovog... Kako se zove, bože, Salty?
Au, jedva zna kako se zove, au, to je loša priča.
Ne, kako se zove se Sabe, ali tako? Da, kako se zove, dečko, po imenu, a ne po niku. Vas trojica ste mi bili uvijek stream.
But the objective is already gone, so BLG will elect to just back it up and try to get a little bit chip damage down on this tier 1.
Sad opet šta chillaju 2 minuta sljedećeg trika.
Postoji šansa da vratim streamer Ark kad diplomiram kratko. Vidim kako će djeti. Čisto for fun.
Nope.
Bravo. Mnogo je huge što dođe dobije kilove.
They are really punishing this Ignite choice from Bin.
They certainly are, and Mewin, he's not going to lose much on the other side. Beishuan doing what he can, though, stealing all of these bot side cams to deny gold away from Elyoya. But Elyoya's been involved in 6 of the team's 7 kills. The only ones he couldn't be a part of was the 2 that
ja igra lepo. Mada bi bilo dobro da je on uzio još neki kill, iskreno. Igra Wukonga.
It's very difficult for Koi to really convert this into any meaningful objective.
Treba mu killovi, treba da skela.
Jojo knows that he was there, he saw the ward come over, but did he overstay his welcome? Has the ultimate if he needs it to try to disengage. Great sidestep is going to be able to avoid that stun, just gets hit by the slow, and as a result, doesn't have to trade out his ulti. Jojo still has the ulti, and with Elyoya hovering in the shadows, there's always the possibility of that engage, so BLG don't overextend. For now, MKOI hold on to the gold. Very much favors that of BLG. No towers are yet to fall, but meanwhile, the structural damage on the side of Koi, that mid tower is getting very low. Cloud Soul.
Yeah, the next dragon is going to be an interesting one.
I mean, Cloud Soul is just so powerful. especially for a lot of the different champions in this game. You know, I think in particular champions like the Wukong as well as the Gwen. I mean, Gwen was
Mirvin na Kali iskreno svaka čast. Mislim, ne možemo toliko baš kada da mu damo u Silvaru jer je dali sve od sebe da ga stavlja head. A mogu onda izglifa više navrata. Mada mi se čini kao da je matchup ungriefable, da je jako teško izgrifovati ovaj matchup. Kao Kali. Sigurno je teško dobiti kill, ali... Mislim da Lara hoće dole da ga vozi, ne? Hoće da gage. A ne, treba samo izgleda pusha napred da bi imali već prio u riveru i da bi više uzeli wave, to je legitimno. Mnogo volim ove koncepte kada pred Drake Azir može da uzme prio, da stavi kulu i da uđe prvi. Molim te, znači odzumiraj mi mapu i prestani da zaokružuješ više, znači nervira me to, remetiš me.
Vole da crtaju.
Ma, meni se to ne dopada, prvo ne može ova žuta boja, odvratno je. Bolje bela da je bila. Šta radi Bejčon, gore haveruje samo. Ajde Supa ako možeš u tier 3 mući, ajde molim te. Kakav lik. Mnogo volim ovo kod kineskih igrača, što tako kad neko overstepuje nešto, oni... Nema baitovanja, nema ništa, on samo baci bilo koju movement magiju u njega i krene da ga napada. Mnogo su opresivni.
Mirwin going to be able to defend the tier 2 as there's no sort of push incoming there. BLG though will grab some respawning camps on the exit. So,
Korki dobijemo na manu za atakane, ja mislim. Ko može bi došao da basic, on će biti baš jak na atakanu. Mada bi Supa trebao da dobije rage bait.
We saw them lose that one fight against G2 where they kind of pushed down mid and got collapsed on. But aside from that, they've just been a force to be reckoned with.
Bin again in the top lane could be in trouble here.
Polako, kako lepo čekaju ovi momci.
Prebiše Bina, baš ga prebiše.
Absolut cinema. Moramo još da uzmemo jednu stvar u obzir. Prvo, ovo se, ako ovaj game pobedi koji? Pobedio je sa Azirom, koji je također izuzetno važan i za Knighta. Pobedio je i sa Kaisom, koji je izuzetno važan za Elka. Oduzeli su i Akali, što je također Knightov pick. Oduzeli su jedan carry jungle pick, što je ajde svejedno, i dva engage supporta. Sljedeći game BLG potencijalno forsira Lucian Nami ili forsira nešto tipa Sivir Karma. Ili Niko...
Dobro.
Ili tako, nešto tog tipa. Samo da znate da ste you heard it here first.
Ali da li ideš...
A što kasnije budemo...
Čekaj, teo sam te pitam, izvini. Da li sad aludiraš na to da u stvari će BLG prvi udariti taj problem sa champion poolom?
Ne, aludiram da je koji pobedio na pikovima koji su BLG-u najkomfort. Samo na to aludiram. I razumeš, ne moraš da brineš više o Elkovoj Kajsi i o Knightova dva pika. I Headshakeovo si recimo dva engage supporta, a mislim da što pre pređemo na enchantere, to je super više komfort. Bravo, Alvaro, bravo! Kako je Bejčan ultovo. Dobar, Bin je loš ultovo. Može objektiv, molim vas. Bejčan hoće flip.
Lost my da, lost might.
Bravo. Čekaj. Kako je lepo.
Bin je stuck.
Da, u Bejčan gore.
Promašio je.
Supa. Elk je dead.
Knight ima flashe, ali mislim da...
Nema tajmera, nebitno je da li Supa preživi ili ne. Ok, bitno je ima šada.
But it's a much bigger win for MKOI as they grab the Otacon and they win out in the fight.
A chaotic fight that was, I mean, it can only be described as everyone was dashing everywhere. We saw movement over walls, we saw dodging of CCs. On had a really nice ultimate to deny the follow-up coming through from Koi. And I wanted to keep track of this engage coming through from the river onto Super and Mirwin. The engage from Alvaro is good, but the follow-up is a little bit limited. Pejran also knocks back Elyoya. The execution of the fight from BLG is really good to separate Alvaro from the rest of his team, but the problem is the re-engage from BLG.
Knight polako postaje problem. Oni su svi low range-u Viktora koji ih popa ko lud.
Again, the mobility, the dashing from one side of Elk to the other of Mirwin, and then it becomes this chase down. Elyoya is able to get this pickup onto Bin. Elk ends up dropping as well, but on the other side of the map, they end up getting that pick onto Super, and Knight was the one that got up so many. I think he got 3 in total in that fight. So this Victor, even though he's at a massive deficit, has slowly been getting a lot of kills and gold, especially thanks to that last fight.
Absolutely. I mean, that initial engage from Alvaro would have been that much more deadly if Elyoya had the Cyclone, but it was just still on cooldown at the beginning of the fight. It was only had about 10-15 seconds left, which I think is maybe partially why BLG forced their hand. You know, they tried to look for this fight with the cooldown down, but it was that re-engage from Elyoya as that ultimate came back up. They look for it. On is always ready to scrap here. He is back to the river. Bin is in the area as well. As MKOI trying to maintain some control here. This Dragon going to be up in 14 seconds.
Polako Mirwin ide flank, vidi ga Bin.
Though by Bin, but Bin is down 2 levels. I don't think he's going to be able to win out in this 1v1. MKOI in the area will be able to push Mirwin back. Alvaro threatening with the
ovo je free poke.
Knight and Elk here are going to have a hell of a time walking through this tight corridor to try to get involved. Alvaro and Elyoya trying to be able to put that pressure on them. Base 1 escorting his team in, trying to create space. Bin now going to be marking Alvaro. You can see Mirwin on the side.
Jojo.
Stun connecting in onto On as they're looking for the engage. Jojo goes
Ovo je stvari dobro.
trying to survive. Elyoya though into the back line, and Supa's going to knock down On. Supa is going to get killed off though by
Ok, nije dobro, šalio sam se. Knight je tata. Knight je bukvalno tank. On stoji ko turet I sve ih ubija. Duš, ovo je možda Drake za koji, ne? Elyoya je mnogo lepo ulto u backline, ali nije bilo follow-upa.
Keep your eyes on and his ability to engage. He finds Jojo in the river, trying to get a lot of damage down. The stun connects. Jojo has the flash, but he chooses not to use it. He gets forced out of the fight immediately. He has to use the ulti, and the combo looks good on the backline.
Wukong je double knock-upova Elka I Knighta nisu uspeli da urade ništa s tim.
So much of their damage, which means that the fight becomes very BLG favored. They end up getting a 3 for 2, but the re-arrival of Jojo means that BLG can't stick around.
Jojo, though, barely even ahead anymore. Knight, though, could be in some trouble. Has no flash. Is going to get chased down here. Alvaro looking good side.
Ovo je huge, recimo. Koliko je šalao? Nema šalana.
Picks up the kill, and that is a big one. Should gain MKOI another dragon here. Even
kako Viktor radi ovoliko posla s ovim itemima? Pogledamo iteme, bedne.
Effectively being punished by Koi. Knight dropping means a lot of their damage falls to the wayside.
Dobre, bare pause, 10 stakova I Magi neće da kupi, tako da ima I toga.
Koi in game 2 have come alive, and they are fighting back.
Jojo now has that Bloodletter's Curse on, trying to shred some of this MR for the team, but it's going to be Super that's the target as On goes in, does force out the cleanse. Beishwan grouping up once again. BLG are just always 3 or 4 strong, it feels like, fighting in the river. Both of these games, clearly they came in with a plan. We're going to contest Vision non-stop. We're going to put the pressure on. And in game 2, MKOI have been much more equipped to deal with it. They have been fighting back. Alvaro has been there every time. On is stepping forward here, trying to get that control. As MKOI know, they cannot allow BLG to play the game at their pace. They need to match it. They need to control the game just as much.
Samo lagano, ljudi, samo lagano. Pomenuo je Sajna rečenicu koju on voli da priča kada je to slučaj često, a to je scaling neće odlučiti ovaj game. Tako da, koji je fajn, ima lead, igraju dobro. Comp-wise mislim da imaju prednost. Iz prostog razloga što ako Beichuan ne bude bacio godlike ulti za disengage, neko je mrtav. Malo je problem što je dosta tanky I ima zone za Hourglass, ali vidjet ćemo polako. I generalno jako dobroj formi, a to je baš onako nezgodno. Da, kažem, zavisi sve od Alvara I Elyoya. Ako enabluju, enabluju. Ako ne enabluju, ništa. Ali kako igra Alvara, ja se ne brinem, ja mislim da ovo koji je game.
On baš ima problema, jer mora baš da bude ono odlučen u fullu. Level 9 u level 10.
Još kako su behind, upravo to, on je level 9 još. Kažem, ona je najviše štrči u cijelom ovom lobiju.
Kad smo kod toga.
Ako flash je huge, flash huge. Bravo! Mnogo je više big Leonin flash u ovoj situaciji nego Alvarov. Alvarov flash pomože mnogo za engage, ali Leona je bukvalno useless bez flasha. Znači on će da baci ulti i da umre instant. Ovako može da flash Q-a nekog, možda i... Joja, kako folkplay, šta je ovo? Ima ga mid.
Da, stiže ga, da.
Ma da, mid mi tu, ovaj game, znaš?
Da, ja mislim ne, Baron.
Neće imati game, mislim da se malo nastavi ovaj fight.
Elk random trči u žbun i odjednom majmun.
Kuje baš. Sajna, kaži mi koliko ovo liči na način na koji su do sada ekipe krale game-ove od boljih ekipa. A realno meni ovo izgleda bolje.
Ni malo.
Oni njih... Što si rekao, malo ili ni malo?
Ni malo.
Jel da? Ovo je čak i skillček u neku ruku. Igraju baš lepo.
Lepo igraju. Mislim, većina protiv BLG-a kad uzmeš game je snowballaš.
Tako je. Upropastiš u prvih 10 minuta pa onda oni ne mogu da igraju.
Tako je.
Jer im je ne igrivo kompleks. Samo sam sve da konstatujem to s tobom.
Page one, chill bro, chill. Oni sad grifaju, legit grifaju.
Čoveče, ovo ti je prvi international, nemoj da se ložiš. Gledaj Elioja, gledajte kako je Dandaru, ovo sad što je Elioja radio Binu je kao kad vam, vi ste 5. razred, a 8. razred vam lupi Macolo. Ovo je bilo to. 8. vam je lupio Macolo, a vi ste 5. razred.
He just doesn't quite have the resources needed, and then a TP comes through from Knight as well. BLG scattered towards the end of this game, and Koi looking to punish as much as they can. They set their sights on the tier 2 in the bot lane. The pings come down onto mid as well. Koi putting the pressure on.
Absolutely are looking for some of these tier 2 towers. And while Knight is strong, he did go for a very tanky build.
Za Fraxa.
Frax, legenda, hvala ti. Znaš šta je, fun fact, Riot je počeo da ubacuje ovdje kojim se sabuje na Twitch, ja sam bio u fazonu, ok, Riote, tu can play that game, lagana priča, Frax, legenda, hvala ti puno, hvala donaciji, hvala na podršci. I veliki poz za Maltu, polagano na Malti, lagana pričica. Hvala ti puno na podršci.
Kako je vreme tamo sad? Koliko je stepeni?
Kako je na Malti uvek lepo.
Bajice što me nahlali tako, brate moj. Niko me ne voli više nego signing chat. Da me je tako voleo moj chat kao signing chat, ja bih streamao.
Streamao bi dalje. Ne, moj chat je... Znaš, fora što je moj chat već prevazišao mene da hejtuju. Ček, šta se događa?
Ovo je odlično.
Elk ne radi ništa, ne može da ubije Mirina. Da, ovo je samo game. Da, ode Elk, ode on. Ode Bin.
Koi. Očevi ljudi, ovo su očevi.
Ozbiljna priča.
Bravo.
Lepo, Jene. I stvarno što kažeš, dobili su ih na fairku. Znači dobili su ih legitimno na pikove, na rotacije, na lol, nisu snowballali.
Da, na skirmishe. Realno, baš su lepo tukli. Iskreno, baš su lepo tukli. Ko se seća stari Mad Lionsa? Imao je onaj jedan Mad Lions teamfight roster. Sećaš se tog rostera sa njim?
Da, to je Armu Terra, ja mislim da je bila.
I Elioja, naravno.
Da, naravno.
Mislim da je to bila Armu, Elioja, Humanoid, Kaiser i Karzi, je li to taj roster?
Da, ja mislim da da.
Znači oni su igrali dosta na team fightove i ovo baš lepo podsjeća na to. Sjajno. Prezadovoljno se kako igraju i Alvaro i Elioja. Jojo je na Aziru sjajno performovao. Supa se baš nije plašio na Kajsi, Mirvin na Akaru isto insane. E sad, šta radiš sljedeći game? To je cijelo pitanje.
Koliko je ovo bio counter, koliko je ovo bio cheese counter na topu? Akali u Gwen.
Pazi, ako je, mislim uz dužno poštovanje Veloxu, ako je Velox iz Sajninog četa kolovo da će da pikuje Akali u Gwen jer je vežbu u solo queue, pa nemoj Sajna da me sprdaš da nije mogao da pretpostavi staff od 12 ljudi BLG-a da postoji ta šansa. Nemoguće da su uhoćeni nespremni.
Ne, to stoji, to stoji. Znači to, ja se slažem. Samo je, naša, moje pitanje je koliko je taj pik, mislim, zašto to pitam? Odgovor je onda ili je pre da nastave da čizaju pod navodnicima sa Mirvinom, ili je vreme da Jojo sad daju nešto što može još jače da nosi jer je već pokazao Naziru šta može da radi.
Ja mislim da bi dobar plan bio da, ovako, ovaj game je koji odigrao jako dobro oko top lane, znači Mirvin je dobio dobar carry counter pick na topu, Elioja je odigrao jako dobro oko toga. Moramo da razumemo da će BLG sada bude svestan toga i oni će pričati o tome na pauzi. Verovatno će Bejčuan naredni game više da posveti vreme na topu. Postoji šansa i da se Biro traži counter pick. Mislim da koji treba da traži, da razmišlja van kutije. Da pokuša da traži damage mitigation sada na topu, a da proba ovo što je sad radio na topu da odradi na nekom drugom lane ili na neki drugi način.
Nes, bit će interesantno. Jer ja ne vidim Bina kao lika koji će biti u fazonu da, ajmo da counteramo, da afekujemo top. Ja mislim ćemo biti u fazonu daj mi MBS-u i Mirvin vadi Vex na topu.
Da.
Interesting mirror picks, I gotta say.
True, that's fair.
Champion pool.
Malkai's off too, so none of that there for Ben.
Tako je. I Bin nije to respektovao, bio ne carry heroj. Znate šta tipa Bin, mora se pazi recimo Jax je poenta. Tipa Bin birao Jax može da startuje 0.6.
To jest.
Onda će dobije Thunder Sky i bit će over. Jer ja nikad nisam video da postoji čovek koji efektivnije resetuje Thunder Sky nego Bin.
To je fair.
Before like MKOI even gets to rally around, and that was an MKOI lead that they had at that point. I'm like, oh, so we do all this good work at the beginning of the game, and then it's just BLG teamfight win. And but they didn't look like that for the rest of the game.
No, it's true, and BLG got some good engages as well. What did you think? I mean, retrospect is everything, but the fact that Koi held the trigger a little bit, right? They didn't want to fight at every point. They
Vidjet ćemo šta će raditi. Sad ću vam reći timer, 8 minuta 30. 8.30, pišem tu. Idemo dole da uzem neki potinčić nešto i tu sam za minut 2.
Ja ću vjerojatno da vas napustim. Uskoro ćemo da...
Even though we were having that like bin death reel, it continued on later on in the game because Ben will try and get as much as he can to come back into the game. So if he's pushing past River, that's one thing he'll try and do. And Elioya is like, nah, we're not letting that happen. And he's repeatedly trying to punish that pick. Ben is going to remember that for the next few games.
Yes, and we do have the interview. So we're going to head over to Lore now, who has a very special guest in the audience.
Absolutely shocked. I have Skane with me, content creator and co-streamer for MKOI. First impressions on game.
Well, we just won. It feels amazing to win Sagel BLG. I think they're a really good and really strong team, and it's feeling great.
You were backstage, listening to the comms and everything. Tell me more about this. How are they feeling?
I mean, the team is really confident. Even in like the first game being like take A behind, they were confident they are winning. And in the second game, everything was really controlled, really good. And the team really thinks that they can win.
Umoran rale stiže za 2-3 sata recimo. Spavao sam fin, ustao sam u 1, sam bio i u teretani, bio sam na polju, tako da neću biti toliko umoran. Popio sam sad kafu, tako da to je to od kafe. Imam možda još malo, to ću da isurim kad mi bude stani pani i to je to. Pravim nam društvo, ali evo, pravim društvo sa ne vrte, lagano biti. Postavljajte pitanja onda neka, ne znam šta da vam kažem. Šta vas zanima? Šta vas zanima da pričamo o tome? Eurogame i LoLu smo sve rekli, mislim.
And for me, yes. I mean, going up against Knight, just talking about how great Knight is individually, I thought it was going to be a little tough, especially with the matchup being as it was. But I think Jojo had the lead.
Tako napreduje faks. Lazara još 4 ispita i diplomski, to je to.
Yeah, I mean, he's been super good. He kept his farm up. He was really good in a lot of these skirmishes. It was just,
ja sam na privatnom, te moj faks nije u blokadi. Rekao si juče da je najbolji izuma koji je treći na top 3.
But that was really like the only moment.
Čekaj, koji je treći? Nabrao sam sva 3 juče.
It's really cool that we get to bring this graphic back because it's such a bounce back from game.
Znači prvi je točak, drugi je čepovi za uši. Šta je treći? Zaboravio sam. Šta studiram? Studiram ekonomiju i psihologiju. Mislim, to je kao zajedno. Zaboravio sam šta je treći. Imao sam i treći, setit ću se Stefane pa ću da napomenem. Kako imao sam... Ima par izuma čovečanstva koje ja volim. Nije sakrine, ne, ima mnogo boljeg. Da naručimo Elioja majicu. Pa ajde. Bravo Ilija, bravo. Samo budite redovni. Vatra nije čovekov izum. Kao vatra se dogodila prvi put, pa je onda čovjek bio u fazonu kako da napravim vatru opet. To je bilo ono, kao u Sunđer Bobu, Patar 5-5, Sunđigar 5-5. Točak je prvi. Znači točak, čepovi za uši. Ima još nešto što ja mnogo gotivim, sigurno. Bravo LOL. Ne smijem pričamo o tome na streamu, ali da. Zašto rali igra supporta kad je jungle diff? Ne znam, pričao sam juče. 300 LP sam uzeo u džungli, a 600 na supportu, tako da igrao sam i supporta i džungli. Ma ne Veloxe, ne pravi, nego moji omiljeni izumi. Po mom mišljenju najbolji. Liverpool. Like za Liverpool. Kako ima ovo reklama? Kako se dopada moja cherry majica? Ne mogu Ilija da pričam o tome, teško mi pada. He is a lad from Portugal, better than Figo, don't you know? Oh, his name is Diogo. Neki čist support fali. Bard je najbolji ljudi. Bard je treći najbolji izum čoveka.
iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence on us. Yep, iPhone 16 Pro on us. Only with Verizon.
Pa zato što su loši generalno igrači. Flamuju i kada nisi u krivu. Ali, na primjer, to je bio moj problem, kad sam ja improvovao da uđem u high elo, prestao sam toliko da roamujem, recimo. To ti je moj savjet. Manje roamuj zapravo. Gledaj, kogod glupo zvučalo, gledaj da, za sve support soloki igrača, gledajte da uzimate XP. I sade carryem i da catchujete solo wave na midu i slično, zapravo je vrlo važno. Da biste vi bili uticajniji na mapi i treba manje roamovati, ali treba znati kad roamovaš, nećemo komentarisati majicu. Pa dobro, nemojte, majicu u fazonu, Lazar zna. Da, manje roamujte, kad vam kažu da treba mnogo da roamujete, to je fake, to je loše. Znači, pogotovo ako igrate neke carry-ish supportove kao što sam ja igrao Barda, ja sam na Bardu uvijek bio izuzetno high level. Jer Bard dobija XP od čajmova i ja skupljam čajmove i efektivno kolektujem XP, ja sam izuzetno jak. Da, Daniele, to je okej logika kada ti AD carry dobar. Ja sam puštao solo XP svima, kad god je to moguće, kada znam da mi AD carry vulajt, razumiješ? Jeste Ilija, Rale je pumpao danas. Nemoj da igraš engage supportove dok ne uđeš u HL-u, to ti isto moj savjet. Ovo je savjet meni od mog drugara koji je bivši pro igrač isto. Engage u low ilu je baš teško. Teško je climbovati dosta. Zato sam ja najviše LP-a u low ilu uzeo sa Bardom. A i do duše pričam ja gluposti, svaki put kad sam climbovao ja do mastera igram džunglu. Tako od mastera krenem da igram supporta, ako mi se tako igra. Mislim, igrao sam ja, ulazio sam u master i na supportovima, ali kao lakše mi je dođem sa džunglom. Mislim da sam najviše puta tipa ušao u master sa Kindred fazu. Pritom mi nije nešto pretrano igraju heroj. Nego uđem u Kindred fazu, vežem, ne znam, 80% minuta 20 gameova i to je to. To mi se desilo 3-4 puta sigurno. Lisin je sad dobar, trebalo bi se vratiti u LoL možda malo da ga peckam. Prijem. Twisted Fate. Jedan od najboljih dizajneranih heroja igrici. Komšija kaže koji je najlakši rol za climb, džungla. Da li ćeš ti imati za YouTube kad završiš faks, da li možeš reći kakav ti je plan za dalje? Baš mislim da sam pomenuo tokom ovog gejma, možda kad diplomiram u septembru, ako Bog da, budem upalio neki streamer ark, ali ako budem streamovao, postoji velika šansa streamovati Clash Royale, jer sam sad zaražen tom igricom. Između ostalog možda i LoL ako mi se vrati želja da ga igram malo više, pošto sad ne znam koji sam igrao, pa Diamond 2 igram, nisam igrao 2 nedelje sigurno. Onako igram baš retko, igram, ne znam, 3-4 gejma tokom nedelje, što razdvojeno i tako. A plan za dalje ćemo da vidimo, ne znam kakav je plan za dalje. Morat će okolnosti da se nameste neke, moram da vidim šta će se desiti. Koji crveni je 2015. godina. CR je LoL zapravo napravio veliki comeback. Postali su izuzetno popularni ponovo. Baš su lepo odradili igru. TF i Gunplan u kakvom su odnosu, nemam pojma. Ortaci, verovatno, kumovi. Hvala Lazare, želim i ja tebi u tvojim karijernim i životnim pohodima. Ali vidjet ćemo, i svakako, pazi, ako budem palio stream, ako budem više radio nešto za YouTube, to će biti na TikToku sigurno. Neće ništa biti za YouTube.
Ako budem radio na TikToku. Daj se. Ako budem radio za YouTube, to će biti na TikToku.
Da, zbunio sam, sad razumijem.
Šalim se, da.
Rale goti, evo chat me voli, već.
Voli. Chat je pun ljubavi.
Da, ali eto, Daniele, probaj u solokiju malo da, evo sad dok je MSI, ja ću biti tu, relativno često kod Final na streamu, dok radimo. I evo, pa ti sad probaj u naredne 2 nedelje kad budeš igrao LoL da manje roll, možeš da više capturiš solo XP-a. Ne znam u kom silu, ali u kom god da silu, ako nisi na 300 plus LP-a, igrači su loši. I neće moći da iznesu, većina igrača ne ume da carry-a. Tako da samo probaj malo da catchuš više XP-a i vrlo može da ti bude velika promena. Osjetit ćeš. Mislim da ne možeš tako freehand da nas poravnaš, možeš da vidiš kad vidiš ovo, jel da?
Mogu da, mislim, ti i ja smo poravnati sad. Kako se uklapamo s overlayom?
Pa Sajna i Nirvin, Sajna i Nirvin su slični, samo što pored Sajninog procenta masti u tijelu dodaš jednu nulu. I onda su slični. Chat mrzim niskija, mrzim ja niskija. Mada ga volim jer kad sam igrao protiv njega Griffovo je. Rundownovo je posle 15 minuta. Čovjek hoda na traciji, ne Tokiša ne hoda na traciji, objašnjavam se. Znači Sajna ima problem, nemojte da ga zezate.
Tako je. To se podrazumeva, pričali smo već o tome. Hvala puno.
I to je u redu, Miloše, nemoj da se osjećaš nesigurno zbog toga.
Ne, ja volim to.
Ti uživaju u svoje nesavršenosti.
Naravno, meni je baš gaz da hodam u mesto.
Meni je super najbolji AD carry trenutno, ne.
On je najbolji AD carry.
Nije ni najbolji, nije ni najgori, ali nije jedan najbolji. Ali Alvaro je verovatno najbolji support u Evropi. Ali je Alvaro najbolji u Evropi.
Fair take.
Alvaro je najbolji support u Evropi, to je definitivno. Mikio je opala forma, Labro je mid. Bolji je i Hans Sama, bolji je i Kalist. Od Argiovo bi možda da je i Upset bolji od Supe, iskreno.
Ima dobru sezonu Upseta.
Ima tu onako nekih začkoljica dosta. A ja kad mi kažeš jedan od najboljih, ja računam da je top 2 recimo, ili top 3, ajde, da kažemo da su drugo i treće mesto tu blizu, pa kao da armiramo. Da li će ikada Evropa popraviti da bude u rangu Kineza i Korejaca? Ne. Neće biti nikada ni blizu, zbog infrastrukture koje imaju Kinezi i Korejci. Infrastruktura koju imaju njihovi timovi, da oni imaju 10 igrača koji aktivno streamuju sa njihovim i kontenduju njihov prvi roster i da imaju akademiju sa još 10 aktivnih igrača i da imaš da svaka organizacija ima pool od 20 igrača, gde od njih 13 vrlo mladih. Ko je najbolji jungler na svetu trenutno? Pa nemam pojma, meni će uvijek biti Canyon.
Isto.
Miki nije opala forma, nema šta da opadne, to... Za mene je Canyon napravio novu dimenziju džungle. Idite pogledajte Canyon, LCK invaduje hackerima ceo game. To vam je nešto što nikada nijedan drugi jungler neće uraditi u solo queue, u pro playu.
Ovo je inače nazad na topic, dobar draft za sad za koji.
Izvini, molim te, ja sam se zapričao sa chatom.
Sve lagano, BLG je napravio
ali nije ovo dobar draft za koji. Ne, ali ovo je ono što sam pričao prošli put, ne slažem se. Moramo da debatujemo.
Ajde, možemo da debatujemo.
Ja mislim da su oni bili u fazonu, ok, ako se fokusirate na top, bit će samo dobiti Sijona.
Da, samo da se vratim na isto, učinili su uslugu da skinu Silasa od Jojopuna. I sad je Jojopun dobio midlanera koji mu igra, a ovo je sljedeća stvar koju igra na tome, mislim da ima 0% mireta čak i u Evropi. Tako da su pokupili pikove koje mislim da ne odgovaraju koju. A igraju ih. Mislim, koji igra Vaj, igra Silasa, a imaju užasan mireti na jednom i na drugom. Mislim da ovaj draft, ovako kako se odvija, možda nije idealan za ovaj game, ali mislim da za ostatak serije otvara potencijal da koji možda što nema drugih opcija, odu na stvari koje rade bolje, kao što je recimo Kasadi na midu. Ne mislim da trebaš igrati Kasadina u Knighta, ali mislim da ako je matchup takav da je igriv, vidi. Da ga igraš.
Pazi, a realno, Sajna, možemo se složimo oko jedne stvari, ako nisi spreman da puluješ takve stvari, onda nisi služi pobediš. Tačka.
Slažem se.
I Knight je čovek, brat.
To je fair take.
Ako je Ignar mogao u prime SKTT1 da puluje Leonu i da uzme Fervor.
Fervor, da.
Izvini, molim te. I da igraju Leona Tristana, Fervor, Bloodlust i da se šibaju na ruke protiv... Ko je tad verovatno bio Bengi Wolf ili Bengi Mata, znači... Izvini, molim te.
To je fair take,
Mora da se šiba. Naut, ovo mi se ne dopada, Naut blind. Odvratno.
Elk
Renate, tačno sam znao. Može Caitlyn Niku, svejedno, šta god od ovoga pikujete. Alvaro, ako ovaj matchup, ovaj game, Alvaro odigra dobro i odigra se manje od 5 smrti, znači 5 ili manje smrti, on je čale. Ovaj matchup je, ljudi, znate što znači astronomski teško? Ovaj matchup je astronomski teško igrati. Kad pikuju Ari Lee Sin, prvo što mi bude traume Partizana koji dropuje ovo. Nije, ovo mi se ne dopada, bolje Lee Sina da igra, ali dobro, okej. Jana ili Milije bi bio full, nemaju dovoljno pouka da ne ibuju Caitlyn. Mora da bude bully support.
Da, Niko... Ja bi čak rekao Niko prije Elise jer Niko možda blokira Dredge.
Ja bi najviše volao Renatu da su uzeli da sam nju kolovao odmah kad sam vidio Caitlyn, ali što god, sve radi isto stvar. Tako da sam sad kako zaostavljaju hackerima, ovo je strašno. Eto Sean, vidiš o čemu ti pričam. To je nešto što Canyon radi. Mislim, pomenuo je neko clear-level game. Mislim da je sakren. Ne znam na koji clear-level Kazix game misli, ali vrlo moguće je to neko nekada uradio, ali kao Canyon je prvi čovjek koji je toliko agresivno, toliko aktivno igrao. Kao on je bukvalno bio undisputed.
Where I think Alvaro has stood out is you highlighted it after game 1, the engages that he was making on that.
Znači je definicija NPC pika. Znaš da se slažem s tobom, lol, iskreno. Ja sam se baš radovao kad je ušlo u metu, onda sam shvatio da mi se uopšte ne dopada kako funkcioniše na pro playu. Pikuje zato što je dobar sama po sebi, ima solidan clear, solidan engage, bruiser je bulije, ali kao nije ništa spec. Mnogo bi češće gledao Wukonga. Ne, verujem, ali sećam se kakav je bio Clearlove i mislim da Clearlove skill level, koliko je bio dominantan tada, ne može se porediti s što radi Canon. Canon je mnogo bolji od svih junglera kada je raspoložen i kada je u prime-u. Sjećate se kada su igrali protiv JMG-a, kada je pullovao onaj Game u 4 sa Kaneom, onaj flank 3-man knock-up sa Red Kaneom, u meti u kom se ne igra ni Kane ni ništa. Nira ne ništa mi ne piti.
Ajmo da vidim.
Bravo.
O, da mora flasha, da. Sad. Leveli.
Alvaro loš pik. Mene nervira što ga je blindovao, to mene nervira. Mnogo me nervira što ga je blindovao, opet će mu uzeti, ali da uzme još jedan flash.
Aljoja moving over to try to contest here, but as the minions spawn, Alvaro loses basically all of his health.
A ovako vam igraju svi Kinezi ikada kad dobiju priliku. Pogledaj šta im rade, bre. O, koliko su naporni. Ja bi se pretiltovao da mi ovo urade. Pretiltovao više.
A vidi, pikali su Caitlyn, moraš da očekuješ.
Ali ne mislim da koji igra na to da završi, da dobije toliki lead do tipa 30. minuta pre nego što si on postane.
Ko igra mid? Ko igra mid game? Pa nema šta.
Oni čekaju dva Ezrealova itema, dva Ari itema, dva Nafiri itema i onda ide tuč. I dva Atrox itema.
With no way for Super to last hit the minions, with
ovo je tako katastrofa.
That experience, Koi.
Ono što mene recimo nervira kod Elise support i što mislim da nju čini najviše playable i što mislim da bi, znači, ako Riot ikada bude hteo da izbaci Elise sa supporta, kodiraće da Electrocute se ne proka magijama koje ne daju damage. Jer najveći oppression koji Elise ima je činjenica da na levelu 1 startuje Cocoon i auto-attack Cocoon, auto-attack profi Electrocute.
To jest, to je fair take.
Oh, they're actually looking for the dive here already, and I think they might be able to get it first blood in the 2v2, a straight up dive onto the knife.
Rekao sam vam, ako Alvaro ovo odigra sa manje od 5 smrti, on je čave. Jednostavno je nemoguće igrati. Ovo je level 2 dive. Ovo je, znate li kad smo mi posljednji vidjeli level 2 dive? 2 na 2. Ali evo, vi ste sad impresionirani ljudi. Ovo Kinezi konstantno rade. Znači, oni su nenormalni. Kada je ovo u pitanju. Oni toliko nenormalno dobro igraju agresiju. Ja se njima divim. Ja sam toliko ljubomoran što ja ne mogu da radim ovo što Elfima da radim. Ja sam uvek u bully lane-ovima pokušavao da budem tako bolesno agresivan. Kažnjavaju me kao da veze nema.
Gle, nije stao.
Gledaj, lik sam igra. Gledaj moj.
I kako chain, da.
Neću, skinuo sam slušalice, neću.
I ode, da.
Kako je on toliko bolji od mene? Kako ja ne mogu ovo da radim? Ja sam uzeo Elise support prvi game sa Signom na streamu, bio sam 4-13. Kako on ovo?
I rotacija na top odmah.
Ma daj, ovo igra kao, pa pogledaj ga, ma ne mogu. Kako su dobri, brate. Ovo carry-a radi isto, agresivni supportovi su najlepša stvar koje u League of Legends može da da, evo ga. Ma ovo nema ni, mislim, mind game, ovo je mind bullying. Znači, ona mogu da ga tuže za internet nasilje, pogledaj šta je radi. Kako sad igrate? Ovo je GG ljudi, 2-1 za BLG. Mogu da odem sad i da Sajna može da nastavi da trči, da hoda u prazno i prošli da dole do sprata.
Ja preferiram da hodam u prazno, hvala lepo.
Džabe, Alvaro, izmišljaš kad nećeš izmisliti bolje od njega. Ne, mnogo sam besan zato što Alvaro je mnogo dobro igrao prva 2 gema i sada on dobije Elise zato što Alvaro koji igra toliko dobro 2 gema blinduju glupog Nautilusa i Alvaro sad mučenik mora da se bori protiv ovog, znači, zlostavljača.
Alvaro moving up towards this top side though will get eyes here onto Beishwan. They spot him and Beishwan's going to be behind his bot lane, making sure that there's no angle for a dive.
Wave state still very good for Alkanon. Jungler now making...
Nemoj, beži, pa nemaš vision. Mrtav je, mora da flasha. Pogledao, vodi blokom, bravo.
Flash igraju na supu.
Bravo. Malo nisi imali sreće, ali bravo.
Good patience from Alvaro and Super.
Flash, Beichuan, Ignite on. Za Flash, Ignite i Barrier. Ali Flash on out, ovo će bude panično puno sledeće. Komand level 3. Kažem vam, mnogo je teško.
Pazi, ako ništa Supa dropao je samo 5 kripova, to nije užasno uzeći ono cijelo stanje na ovom gameu.
lot of farmers going to be lost here by Knight.
O, još i okej.
So at the very least for Koi, the mid lane matchup is going well. But meanwhile on the weak side, Bin, he has a nice farm advantage. In the 2 versus 2, Canon have a huge lead. Everything going the way of BLG here in this early game.
This is JoJo's second split here, in the LEC. He's the first import to EU from NA. Definitely, really leveled up in that second split. In NA was famous for his laning phase, and I think that started to really shine through in the second split and in playoffs. And we can see here again, making the most of this range versus melee matchup. He'll collect the CS, and he'll be back again about 2 full waves overnight.
Decided to go for the early Oblivion Orb to try and help mitigate some of that healing that will come through on the Sylas as more damage is being experienced by the MKOI bottom lane. I mean, we go back to the draft. Elise is a champion that falls off much later into the game.
Kad Elk uzme prvi BF, tad se mapa cijela zatvara. Će početi šota kule, šota heroje.
Very active on the map. He's finding early kills for his team, and now they're threatening a dive. Remember,
nije lepo.
Fantastic for diving. Back when she was a jungler, that was her biggest strength in the tower dive meta, just because of her ability to reset that tower aggro.
And Beishwan came up there, and he hit 6 by soaking some of that experience, so now has that additional power of the level 6 ultimate unlocked here, and they have their own Ahri Vi with the stolen Ahri ult here on Knight. So definitely going to have to be careful there around the mid lane, and Elyoya knows it. He is hovering here, trying to soak some experience and see if he can get his own level 6. Is Knight going to go aggressive? Will get charmed. And nice sidestep there from JoJo, but the stolen ulti is going to be used. Elyoya, though, here to try to push Knight back, and Knight will have to retreat back to the tower. They don't get the ultimate off of JoJo, so still will have that critical playmaking tool.
Bit of an experience advantage for Knight, even though he finds himself so far behind in terms of farm. This matchup definitely not going the way that Mirwin wants. Of course, it's still relatively early
kupilo Oblivion, moram da priznam da je loš baj.
Better as the game continues.
Moram da to leti.
That is quite the CS discrepancy that's being built in 1v1.
Yeah, and one of the key things is that Mirwin hasn't gotten back to base again, because Bin got the push and then he ulted back to lane. So you can see the buy obviously much better there for Bin. Does have 1200 plus combat stats, gold worth of combat stats after that D-shield, where it's just the longsword on the other side. So, expected that Mirwin would be getting bullied from that spot, but good job by Bin to get priority, to get push, and to be able to get that advantageous buy that is taking away a lot of the point of power here from MKOI, and BLG are immediately over to these grubs. It looks like MKOI are moving down, but I'm not sure if they're actually going to fully commit to a contest. First grub is already gone, and I think they're just going to have to give it up.
I like what Elyoya is doing though. Look, he's shadowing the lane. I wonder if he's going to try for a lane gank if he can sneak in behind. Still the fog of war. Doesn't want to get spotted out by any minions.
Yeah, it is always a bit risky here because Elyoya is in the area, but Beishwan is here as well. On in the lot of trouble, repels in.
Ne, Oblivion je baš šta god. Ovo je big, ali mislim to mi je Liz. Jako je lako je fokusirati, ali neće da umre.
A great play there, though, from MKOI. Their jungler was waiting. Bin, though, on the bot side, looking here for more. Mirwin will have to
Bin previše klepuje Mirwina.
We'll be able to get another buy.
So they move the Ahri.
Što baš i nije optimalno.
I wonder if JoJo just wanted to be ready for the play, but having him on the top side of the map to catch this wave, get himself a play, I think is a completely fine play. Look at how much of an advantage he has built independently over Knight.
Huge.
The TP response is going to come through from Knight. Going to be able to sidestep the charm there, but now they can get their AD carry into the mid lane in that shorter lane. It's much safer for Super.
To je nije ugao, vidjet ćemo.
Also opens AORUS up to start roaming. Now, of course, the truth.
Jedna fora s Caitlyn je što Caitlyn kada malo padne behind, u stvari jako lako igrati u nju. Sad, da li će to biti nešto što oni mogu da iskoriste, ja ne znam. Trenutno Caitlyn dalje nije behind, to došle relativno ime, ne znam što ne bi trebalo se dogodi ovdje.
We'll see if they can put that pressure on. Alvaro moving down here, wants to be in the area to cover, and
Ali da, oni bi sad trebali da igraju za plate-ove, za rotacije i njima čak i nije poenta da budu ahead. Što je stvari jako interesantna situacija sa kompom BLG-a, gde imaš Kate i obično Caitlyn mora da bude ahead, ali s ovim kompom i s ovim scale-om ekipi BLG je dovoljno da budu even. Jer oni ako su even i ova partija odu u 50 minuta, oni samo dobijaju po defaultu. Kate outscale-a je za Sion outscale-uje game. Nemaju kako da igraju u kasnim fazama ove partije.
Ja ću morati na sljedeći pauzi da stavim da mi se pune slušalice. Šta se desilo dok sam ne bio?
Ništa spet, samo rotacija nazad i 2 plate za BLG.
Ali ovo je dobro zato što kada pogledamo ne abuzuju ih toliko. I tipa George ima solidan CSD, mada je to u ovom mečaku normalno. S druge strane, BLG kako se sada izgleda neće žiti kulu sa Caitlyn pre 15.
A vidiš, ja sam počeo sad o tome baš da pričam, koliko je to problem. Ekipa BLG ako ode u Hyper Elite, oni dalje vinaju. Tako da, ovo je mislim da je jedna od retkih situacija gdje ti sa Caitlyn ti je dobro da budeš even.
A misliš da hard outscale-uju ko praviš? Da, hard outscale-uju. Caitlyn outscale-uje Ezreala by miles.
Tako je, Sion outscale-uje cijel game.
Da, Sion outscale-uje cijel game, a Elise jedino malo djesi.
To je jasno.
Kako se ovdje sporio gore.
Boink.
Lep dive. Ali ajde sačekamo prva dva itema. Pa da vidimo šta će da radi.
It's that classic of, bro, why don't you play safe? You know, my man is sitting underneath his tower. He has his flash available. He even gets it off, but it's still not enough to get him away to safety. A good collapse comes through from BLG. They found a really nice window where Elyoya couldn't be in a position to respond, and now that lead that Jojo had built, it disappears.
Yeah, and that is so frustrating to be in that situation. You're slowly building this incremental advantage over 10 minutes of laning, and then one good play from BLG, and it is just gone. Bin definitely going to be a bit of a problem here. This guy is getting incredibly tanky. And Beishwan now level 9 on the Vi, has had the Sundered guy here for a bit, but Knight is going to be able to finish that rocket belt. And BLG are starting to hit all
Gwen, igra se Gwen. Gwen se igra je. Igrao se... Šta se Mundo igrao?
Well, BLG attack this bot lane tower looking
Skjumond igrao Munda. Skjumond igrao Munda.
That much closer to feats.
Jeste. Dobro, ode kula, 14. minut. Meka Sion, i to se menja. Lista banalnih heroja,
pre neki stream, da Riot ciklično fiksa skinove koji su banovani i onda nekad iskoči neki drugi i tako u krug.
Elk even had the audacity to watch that wave die in front of that tower, just to deny that
extra. A inače ja sam rekao da Caitlyn oni ne uzimaju kulu s Caitlyn pre 15. i odradio sam svoje da koji izgubi kulu.
Uzeli su kulu pre 15. naravno.
Ne znam zašto sam to rekao, stvarno sam kao da ovaj posao ne radim 4 godine. 10 dana će mi godišnjicu, 11 u firmi. Pamtim svoju godišnjicu. Kako je raditi 4 godine sa mnom?
Ma, pa izdržavam nekako, nije lako, ali trudim se. Ja nemam te sentimentalne vrednosti, ne znam ni koliko sam godina u firmi, iskreno. Ja da bi saznao koliko sam u firmi moram da odem u pio.
Realno kada je na letu, meni pa je došao da je malo da iskulira. Vi ne možete vedeti, eto, ko me gleda dok streamujem, ja sam uvijek streamu ubijem žena majicama. Obožavam ih, po kući sam samo u njima. Nebitno koje godište dobro. Nije lako se navika čovjek, nije moj ili...
We'll see if they are going to be able to push that advantage even further. You already know they're going to be showing up to Herald. They do it every single time.
Ne, mislim da je Sajna više izgubio godinu dana života kad sam nabrajao Liverpoolovu startnu postavu.
Ja nisam čuo ni jedno ni drugo, tako da ja lagam. Ja samo skinem sluške i odem. Ja
zato što si smarč.
Eto, slušamo Liverpoolu, čoveče, vidi li si.
Nećemo danas o Liverpoolu. Danas nije dobar dan za to.
Ne moramo danas, to je okej. Lepčar.
Bravo.
Dobra, but they're not sure where Beishwan is, and they don't want to force the issue.
Dajte kamera mi, dajte. Može, počeo je Superlight.
Sajna voli da gleda Caitlyn mnogo.
A, volim da gledam spaceovanje, da.
Ovo je slagalo, dajte barite skin, šta je ovaj decimating smash bio?
Repel there to avoid the hook coming through from Alvaro.
Kaže to, bože, evo like za to, šta? A,
Igrao sam rematcha malo danas.
A nije ti palo na pamet da zoveš kolegu, naravno da nije. Koji si ti lik? Koji si ti lik?
Nisi bio kući, bacio si story da si na autokomandi. Ja sam tad odigrao rematch 2 partije normala. Čutimo, to sam i mislio.
Izleveluj se da možemo ranked onda. Samo se izleveluj se da možemo da onih 5 partija igramo ranked.
Ušao sam da vidim kontrole, čoveč.
Laro, ne.
Strašno.
Rekao sam.
Strašno.
Ovaj Bill, kako je ušpoguje lik svaki put, šta je ovo?
I ode Shelly, i ode Drake. Ode Drake? On mora da reseta. Vidi, Rale je bio zauzet, izduvala mu se guma, morao da je napumpa nazad i razumete. Čuo intervju Novaka Đokovića što je... Da, ba najgore mesto se izduva guma. Jesi čuo intervju, jesi slušao si?
Nije loše odradio, lepo je upakovao.
Kaže, ima jedna pesma, Pump It Up.
Dobro što je na Thiri lokovan. Dobro, ovo je mrtav. Polako, ovo je sad na primjer dobar moment da dobiju malo lida nazad. Gdje si Zola?
Poz. Znači rade Drake. Da si full heal do duše, ne mogu da rade Drake.
Polako, ne možemo da kažemo da koji neće se vratiti dok ne prođe. Ima još 10 minuta da se vrate s ovom kompozicijom. Pošto je ceo lead na Caitlyn generalno nije toliko jaka, znači ona je jaka u early game u prvih 15 minuta i onda, pogotovo ako igra ovaj build sa klasičan crit, njoj treba 3 itema da bi počela zapravo da bije. I treba je dosta setupa. A na primjer Elise opada već, Elise već gubi zato što prvo Rocket Belt nije dobar item, a druga stvar je da generalno i level-wise i ostali će dobiti defensive statove, neće biti dobro.
Ljudi, Raletu se danas više priča, ja ostavljam Raleta da više priča, ne vidim čemu je vaš problem sa tim. Danas je Rale raspoložen da priča jer juče je bio umoran malo, nije bio neispavan. Juče je bila žurka.
Juče pričao isto više čak.
Juče šta si pričao ne do bog nikom, razumeš, sad si priča.
Ali se i dalje pustio da priča.
Pa šta fali? Ja sam okej, ja podržavam moj kolegu, ako mu se priča, nek pričaš.
Sam će danas ne pričamo o futbolu.
Ne može pričati o komentariše, on je komentariše.
Danas je jedan dan kada ćemo da izostavimo futbol iz ovog streama.
Rale skill. Kad ćemo nogi, kad doćiš, ja sam pre 2 dana radio, tako da sad imam najgore upale, ali ih razbijam polako na ovoj traci, blago meni.
Dobar si.
Sutra radim ruke. A ga chillamo.
A ljudi, Sajna je vaš AI content creator. Znači, Sajnu Klara ima kapsulu iza kamere, vi to ne vidite, i samo ga izvadi iz kapsule.
Ja lagan. Nazad na punjenje noću i to je to.
Da, u 2 ujutru kreće žurka.
Nije fan raditi ruke, što baš je fan raditi ruke samo. Dobiješ najbolji pump života, realno. Dobiješ lep pump za ruke. Baš smo lepo odradili trening prošli put. I za ramena isto fan.
Ja, kad bi došao na jedan sajni trening za ramena, povredilo bi mi se odmah opet zadnje rame, levo rame i to je to. Bog mi dao dobru genetiku, estetsku za rame i najgore krskavice ikada, što i nije toliko loše.
They have the first 2 dragons. It is going to be Infernal Soul that is up and available, and they have quite a high burst, high damage.
Sad polako kreće da se igra LoL. Čekamo Supinu Muramanu i onda može da se igra. A ovo Elke otišao na Rapid Fire Canon, oni su okej. Nice, ja, ne, mrtavi.
Ajo. Prelepo.
Mislim, čovjek igra Kali i Silasa kao i Zeka, samo što Zeka igra bolje. Odvratno koliko je dobar. Ma kad povrediš rame, gotovo.
Ideš kod peđi i rešavaš noge 2 puta nedeljno.
Neću opet ovo da gledam, razumem, mnogo je dobar. I vidio sam već na pola playa da je George dobar, zato što znam da Knight ima taj, to sa isto, ovo je njemu Zeka radio na Vrlicu 2022. Pa se sad on iživljava.
Šta će? A šta će?
Problem je što su lead koji ima, oni koji imaju lead u ekipi BLG-a su 2 snowball heroja. Knight će sam da odigra ovo, više Kingston nije bitno.
Na 9,5 samo, a boga mi. Problem je što protiv ove kompozicije koja Caitlyn će biti relevantna cijel game. Jer ti pogledaj, već sedi na 2,5 item, on kad uzme Infinity Air sa LDR-om, on iz jednog krita skida pola healtha bilo kome. Ne, bukvalno niko nema šta neka Kate.
Slažem se, ali mislim da kao ove spremiš sad,
da
ne dobije ostatak item.
To stoji.
Prvo što je level 14, to je već napadno mnogo. Nije dovoljno li da napravio koje.
That was a quick repel from on. He doesn't linger around too long in the air, so he can still get away to safety. Maywen feeling a little bit more confident in the matchup now. Trading nicely, forcing bin back.
Možeš Mevin se osjeća kako hoće u ovom matchupu. Si na Black Cleaveru će biti malo lakše da radi neki damage binu, ali ta će bin da sedi na 7000 healtha, neće biti nerelevantno.
I'm trying to think of how Koi really win from this position, because Jojo, it just feels like this Ari is so...
Nja sad forsiraju Drake, imaju dovoljno veliki lead.
He's the highest level in the game. And I feel like that he feels unkillable, to be honest. I just feel like that Koi just don't have enough damage to deal with this Silas. He has so much HP. He also has the healing that'll come through from his W.
On positioning very aggressively here. He's just fighting back and forth, and yeah, it is going to be
Podesiv 100 s monitorom.
Ja sam podesiv 100 sa motorom. I toliko sam se zbunio šta je 100 koji ima motor.
Ne, jeste sa motorom. Ja sam pročitao pogrešno, ti si pročitao dobro. Jer ja sam se zbunio. Sa motorom je, da. Jeste, podesiv 100 s motorom, da.
Molim?
A mislim...
Mehanizmom nekim, ali kakav motor.
A ima elektromotor koji ga diže i ispušta, na to misli, da, na to misli. Misli da nije ono crank, pa gore dole. Nego misli kao kliknem dugme i elektromotor ga diže spušta.
To se zove kurb.
Pa, da.
Nije na kurb.
Ne,
a, ti si inženjer, da, jasno. Za mene je to ono...
Zavisi da kupuješ 100. Ali moj savjet je uvek ploču, nemoj da uzimaš sa stolom jer će ti mnogo skuplje izaći taj mehanizam, uzmeš za fazom 250 evra. A traka isto 250 kad je nađeš na akciji. Čekaj, polako, čekaj, polako.
Ne, ovo je užasno.
Pa užasno jer ne mogu se bio, onda lopatio su slabiji.
Vidi Mirina.
Sad su se bacili na Elise, nije ni to preterani gas.
Ali Elise je one fighter.
A da, kažem ti, nije užasno.
Svi mora da back TP-a, ovo mora se forsa, ne može stiga se forsa, džabe, dok ovo on će stići. Ovo je Ace, ja atakan za BLG, GG2-1. Gotovo je. Tako je, on je sad njih forsa.
Kada je ona.
Da. Može koliko ovo tužno izgleda, okej, on malo grifa. Može, on pojebane.
Ljudi, da se razumemo, low health bean ima više healtha nego si na full healthu. To je i dalje bitna stvar. Ok, cena, ne vidi Zolaku, kupuješ sve bez akcije, bit će ti oko 750-800. Ali te stvari se ne kupuju na 100% cijene nikad. Osim ako ti nije hitno, ali kao... Traka košta oko 50 soma kad nije na akciji. Ti čekaš da bude 50% na akciji i kupiš je za pola cene. Jer često budu. Mislim često. Budu.
There's not really a good way to start the fight. The flash over from On, it creates this pressure
mehanizam oko 250, ploča ti je, zavisi gdje, ali snađaš se za ploču jeftinije, realno. Zašapiš u dasku. Najmanji problem. Opa! Opa! Nice! Ovo je big shutdown. Ovo je big shutdown. On idu na Barona sad. Vidi. Sad GL. Ja mislim da BLG može 4-5 ovo odigra, samo što je teško, ali mogu.
Ovo je već kriš. Mora drugačije se odigrao, previše forse Barona. Dobar čamp. Jako je dobro što je Knight izolovan, sačuvali su agro. Mora Mirwin da olina, mora da se olina backline.
Ne, dropaju, da, nice.
Big. Kako su smireno odigrali, si vidio?
Pa huge pick. Alvaro je baš klačovo sa hookom. Mislim, ja sam mislio neće pogoditi. Elki imao flash, on je mogao da flasha hook, ali realno ja sam mislio da ne pogađa.
Ali to su ti...
Gledaj, vidi.
Hookovi. Mislim, nisam vidio hook, da.
Da, gledaj.
Da, baš dobro.
U animation loku, da. Jako lep.
Sad se igri Drake. Ono što je jako bitno da znate, pogledajte li sa iteme, jer si useless, kompletno useless. Level 9 ali sa avidovanim bucom i rocket bottom, potpuno useless. Siri dalje nije dovoljno jak. Mirwin će postati polako problem.
Mislim da se razumijem, ovo i dalje nisu free fightovi za ekipu koja, BLG dalje možda dropa 3 Drakea, oni 3 Drakea, oni 15 minuta mogu da dropaju zmajeve sad. Tako da ovo i dalje nije rešeno ništa za koji, ali stavilo je game u egal. U 27 minuti gdje u stvari se nešto pitaju i dalje.
I koji mora... Pogledajte kako je interesantno Supa iskoristio barijeru i Alvaro Loke da ga ne čekuje Ace ili hod. Bilo zanimljivo. Sjajan čak, sjajan. Ovo je odlično.
BLG treba dropa sljedeća 2 zmaja. Bez mišljenja.
Dobro, tu se slažemo. Oni mora da igra baš high skill expression. Zato što oni moraju da konektuju sve i da konektuju sve to na istu metu. Bože, nije smeo da mu se sklopa bench ovako rano. Ne, ljudi.
Rip. I Knight dobije resete. E pa kući, nisu ni za Nighterija.
Ali za mid tier 1. Ma nisu, ali nije bitno, komitovali ste za mid tier 1, ljudi, pa ne može tako, imali ste malo pre tu bio, odatle su isterali Mirwina 2 sekunde pre toga.
Ovo je baš unlucky.
Nije unlucky.
Jeste unlucky.
To nije, ne, to se zove skill issue se zove, nije unlucky, kako sreća. Znači ovo je skill issue. Daj, molim te, pa šta je ovo?
Koliko Knightu daje to što ti Mari ulti nehumano je. Vidio.
Šta radi Supa? Šta radi on tu?
Bešon je... Baš je lepo odigrao Bešon, iskreno.
Ma, ne interesuje me ništa. Sramota. Naravno se vatra za glavu, šta radi?
Nice.
Pa da. To je klasična reakcija kad...
Odličan play, dragi saigrači. Nisu ni dragi.
And you can just see like there was no response from Koi. They were just shut out immediately.
Yep, and you can see the damage that this mid-jungle duo put out here from...
Da je rotiran draft, pa da kažem da postoji šansa da Koi i dalje pobedi ako nas killaju dovoljno, ali ovako ne.
Nice rocket belt forward does knock off the verdant barrier there from Jojo. They are looking
Caitlyn kad krita headshot i proka i Carlos Soto, ja ne želim da zamišljam to. Drugi put već 4-0 u tej kojima.
Most of the members there of MKOI, though Mirwin is quite strong, is level 17 himself. But BLG just so confident in their positioning in this game now, they're just going to invade, stay in the face of MKOI. This is what they love to do, constantly force you into these difficult spots. And
Takav pad koncentracije.
Da, ovo je Doom, ti sad su im dali Soul i sve.
BLG have a very solid front of ACK. They're setting their sights on this tier 2. And with the Caitlyn, they should be able to make quick work of the objective. They keep Bin in the mid lane, as they have done throughout this game, moving him off onto a side lane, not even using him as a front line, but just as an extra point of pressure on the map. The TP is going to go and catch the mid wave from Jojo, but significant damage is already done to the structure.
Yeah, I mean, Jojo was down in that bot lane trying to see if he could trade for a tier 1 tower. They haven't even knocked down a single tier 1 yet.
Toliko lepi kod Alvara i Baron i samo Doom.
He had to defend his tier 2. Finally, it does fall to the minions, so they are going to be able to at least get 1 tower. We'll see if they can do something else. Good poke, though, on as Supa going to take that ultimate from Caitlyn right to the face. Down about half HP, has no lifesteal in the build just yet. And it is making it really difficult as Elk, at every opportunity, is just throwing out that ace in the hole straight at Supa.
Well, the good news for Koi is that their base is still in a healthy spot. The bad news is that every single fight seems to be going the way of BLG. With the soul secured as well, it's just
Mage
so much
Knight,
additional damage.
opet, uvek.
The Elder could be a potential win condition for Koi.
Na 3600
Ne radi mi se više, brat. Ne radi mi se, moram da smutim sebi kolegini, ne radi mi se.
Meni se radi igrati van post. Ne znam kako ti kažeš, me sam hajpovan.
Kako mrzim kad se ovo desi, brate mi ili...
Dobro, mislim, nema šta. Ovako u Evropi nisu bili panišovani, ovo ti je iskustvo, škola. Što jesi.
Ma da nisu vidjeli pa ajde, ali si video, znao si ko je gde, znaš sve, čoveče Boži.
And you can see our observers highlighting it for us now how little Koi see on the map.
Oh, but they may have an angle here. Flash does connect in onto on.
Dobro.
A ništa mi to nije.
Neka svaki kill je dobar. Duše Knight i Mari ult. Što nije Bešon čekao Ezrealovo E?
Dobar.
Bešon je izintovo. Da, izintovo je.
Ma džal, ali nebitno je. Lagano, još 15 minuta pa će skinuti shield Siona.
Lepo ult od Supe. Ovo je 3 za 3 na kraju.
Ne znam da se radujem Supi. To što je krivo.
Ne, ovo je ogromno iskustvo za ekipu koja, pogotovo pred potencijalni Worlds. Samo moraju da nauče da u Kineze nema tih grešaka i to je to. U Evropi radi, čak i u G2 to radi, ali u BLG vidi. To ne prolazi. Alkiš nema Infinity.
BLG, are they really going to overstay for the bot tower as well? I think this is a little bit greedy. They need to get back to base, need to get the resets off if they want to be in a position to contest the Baron.
Bill feeling confident about their ability to do so. Bin pushes in the wave there. Gotta say, Alvaro has been heroic for MKOI.
Certainly has been.
By far the standout player for the team in this series, I think.
Supa je ubio, da. Temira ulti na zoni Unitov.
Has really been the one to give hope to try to find these angles. But BLG have been stalwart. Even when someone is getting picked off, they're looking for the re-engages. They're confident in their ability to find angles to make the fights work. Knight and Bin have just been that brick wall.
Teško je igrati mid to late u Kineze, dobit ćete za prvi 15 minuta.
Supa trying to help push Bin back.
Dobar je bio game plan.
As MKOI trying to get some control.
Farsight, alo.
Ma jok.
Ma vi niste normalni,
cannot find a way in. It's an easy Baron there, and now Bin looking for
the
engage.
A
lot of trouble, has no flash, he's caught out, and on flashes in, hits the cocoon.
Pogodio Cocoon.
Da, i ode Supa. O, Supa je živ. Da je Supa umro ovaj game. A, umre se jedno. A nije... Pogodi je Creeper, nije da ga pogodi. Pogodio Creeper i shvatio. I to je Elder za BLG.
and it's BLG with the extra member. It's BLG who are heading
Da si on
straight
TP
down
ima.
there.
Gdje si korva?
It's MKOI making the choice to just give up that elder.
Ne, ovako se ne, ovako igraš na svoj skill, tako su dobili game broj 2. I tako su mogli da pobede, ne da pobede, ali mogli su da kontestuju ovaj game. Da nisu kontestali tier 1 mid pre Drakea. I znam ja zašto su kontestali, hteli su da uzmu tier 1 mid da bi ugurali wave, da bi uzeli veći priority. Ali nema potrebe za tim, imali su Barona.
4-5-200 na Sionu. Sionu treba MR-a malo.
I to je moglo da se uzme drugačije. Iznervirao sam se.
Eviscerating anyone that stands in his way. He stepped a little too far, and Mewin was able
Ti
to
pogledaj
get a
XP
nice shutdown.
BLG-a. Svi su 18 osim Elise koja je i dalje level ahead. Koliko lepo uzimaju mapu.
Knight lost all the stacks in that Magi, so did have to sell it, but picks up the Shadow Flame. Good bit of poke there onto Elk, who does not have any lifesteal really in the build. So is going to still stick for quite a while. But you can see Supa.
Da, pa nisu, trebali su da uzmu Drakea da nisu izintali.
Legendu teško igrati Aatrox u ovoj komp u ovom trenutku.
And BLG already know they're going to be posturing aggressively here, trying.
Dobro, najbolje staviti tu bazu, mislim.
Ojo! Pa to je taj Infinity o kome sam pričao. Okej, da, ali... Da je imao red, ubio bi ga iz basica.
Bar ni Elder, da, ovo je...
Elk samo treba nastakuje headshot i da opet headshotuje nekog da ga ubije.
Da nastakuje headshot da hoda u krug da dobije RPC i...
Da, i onda samo klikneš...
Flash auto atak na Supu, bukvalno.
Oni mogu da... Da, znali smo će ovo se dogodi i opet je smešno. Evo ga headshot, to je to. Kako lepo igra oko headshota. Ma, bolesno.
Ili ja da sam Cook, šta bi im sad sve rekao.
Bolesno. Izgleda, idemo ka 3-1, 3-0, a Dr. Script, tako su me zvali. Ne zašto skriptam u LoLu, nego zašto pišem skriptu u kompetitivu, hvala puno. Tyson.
It just was not enough to slow down the onslaught from BLG.
Strašno.
Absolutely, BLG staying incredibly confident there. And remember, Twitch subscriptions are back for MSI. Subscribers enjoy benefits.
Rekli su da postanete Patreon ako ne razumete. Postanete Patreon, imate link u chatu. Hvala puno, hvala puno. Vi direktno podržavate mene, to je isto rekao. Ne možeš da igraš, pa nebitno je Zola, nebitno je. RPC headshot na Caitlyn ima toki range da... Šta da radiš, kao posle headshota moraš čekaš u bazi da basicuje creepac.
Yeah. We'll see. But for Billy Gaming, this is really the bounce back that they wanted. They hadn't dropped a single game this tournament so far, so they were left examining themselves and they had an absolute slam dunk.
And they came back. Shocks, it started straight from level 1. Yeah. It started in draft. A little bit. It started in draft where they drafted Caitlyn plus On's Elise. On is a very good Elise, and he showed it in this game. But they start out with the invade. They bring Knight Silas.
Prelomili su bukvalno. Nije ni počela partija, već su krenuli da igraju agresivno.
Where we're starting this replay, but they got the Ezreal, and then they push out Alvaro as well. And because this damage is a little bit later into the game,
sad ću vam reći timer.
He's gonna have to go for the recall, go all the way back to the fountain,
11.
through. So they have a really
easy
push, and on. Just beautiful.
Ja silazim s trake, metim se na sekund, rešimo.
The tower here is able to pull off the tower dive, and then they rotate over. This also ended up making it really difficult for the other side of the map here. Mirwin, you can see, oh no, this wave is pushing away from me. They can freeze it here, and so they start to get these advantages and really build on them.
Yeah, even in between this, the fact that Elise was making the trek from bot lane through mid lane, got the flash on Ari, goes towards the top lane play. They're just...
Hoću se vratiti, nešto sam pao u down malo. Vraćam se, idem na pauzu da bih se vratio jači. Razumete me, kad počne.
It is so fun to watch these two supports on the Rift right now. And I know Alvaro will be a little bit frustrated that he couldn't make more happen, but he made the difference also.
Exactly. He had some really good hooks. You know, I started to believe in some comeback possibilities with some of those picks.
I did as well. I just wanted to call out how it's been a joy to watch, but unfortunately not a joy to play for MKOI. And I feel like what we've seen now in Game 1 and Game 3, Raz, if you give Knight a little bit of an advantage, he is going to take that all the way to the bank.
100%, because even in the early laning phase, it was some difficulties, but he was able to work alongside the Vi ulti. I actually was very surprised that that was a kill, but then he ends up also getting a solo kill later on too. I just felt like Knight and the combination of Beitron worked super well. That was a question in our mind coming into this event. They answered this one pretty quickly.
Yeah, that one play where MKOI are pushing up with their Baron and Beitron's able to get the flash play to start it out. Oh man, that one was beautiful.
And this replay here, Jojo Pion uses his charm really early on a minion, and so Silas is just like, all right, like rubbing his hands, I can continue forward in this fight.
And then from draft, they were looking at it and they're like, okay, you have the early pick Vi. Oh no, now we're in a situation where some of Knight's main champions, both Ahri and Silas, pair with it, and they're like, okay, I guess we'll take the Ahri away so you can't pair your Ahri with the Vi. But then the Silas pick into it is always so good because you scale so nicely and you get really tanky as well. And we saw him take over.
Yeah, and I mean, this game he did so much with the Ahri ulti that he was stealing, but this was a play, we just talked about Alvaro and the playmaking that he had.
It breaks my heart after this, though.
Hex flashes over the wall, find a pick on Elk, then they play the Baron situation out so well. MKOI was bringing this game
back. They were back, baby.
They were.
And then they weren't.
Even looking at Mirwin just like pushing away Beitron, he really didn't have an entryway into the fight. And so at some point, he was charging the Vi Q saying, maybe this is an opportunity. No, we're backing away. We're giving them this Baron.
This is all great. This is fantastic.
Moments later.
1 minute
Did that age
later.
well? No. They want too much, I think.
Yeah, this was a sad one because Mirwin gets pushed away. So like, then Beitron gets control of the Raptor Pit area. They use that as a front to take this fight onto, that's right, Supa. He Q flashes through, gets Supa, then you get to see the Silas ulted stealing Knight just rain terror in this fight. So even though I was like, in my mind, I was like, MKOI, you have a great situation, you have Baron push, just go for Dragon. No, they push him off and then BLG takes the soul.
And they're on match point first, and I think we need to talk a little bit about this BLG roster, right? Because BLG as an organization, runners up twice at the international tournaments. That MSI fell to Gen G, and of course famously in the World Finals to T1. But this is a team you always expect to be at the top of League of Legends when they are there. And the fact that you said that Beitron is really gelling with this core team very well is good news for BLG.
Exactly. BLG were late bloomers in this split. They were making the change, coming in from Wei into Beitron. The playoffs, they really kicked it into full gear. They got into the finals. Sure, they lost, but they're learning and they're learning quickly.
Yeah, there's a lot of pressure on Beitron coming in from Thunder Talk. He has big shoes to fill there. And honestly, BLG here, we do have a lot of faith in them. So you're gonna have to start praying for yourself.
Speak for yourself. I want a Silver Scrapes at the very least. I just think we've been talking a lot about these things in these fights. You need presence of mind constantly. And I do feel that in a couple of those skirmishes where MKOI had the upper hand, you see, oh, you get a great teleport, but your angle is off for the fight. By then, your ADC is already dead because you've been cocooned and Sion is running interference. I just think these fights are very difficult to play.
That's where we had hope, by the way.
Ahead.
Right at this point was where we had hope. The whole Baron situation.
Yeah.
We saw BLG lose so much gold, and then they got it right back.
So MKOI chooses to go to the blue side for this next one, where they are up against match point. What are some of the choices we want to see them make, seeing that there are so many threats on BLG?
I think some early proactive stuff, especially for El Yoya. I mean, their best game that we did see from MKOI, they were very active in making picks on side lanes and stuff like that. Very active in creating their own advantages.
Yeah, a lot of the great engaged picks that can work really well for Alvaro is off the table. I'm thinking toward, like, maybe the Braum can come into play.
Nico?
Nico's good. Where's the Nico pick? That would be a really good option. You know what? Get in there. Get into the booth. Get her in there.
No, but we got to believe in them that they can rally in terms of our LEC champions. They've been in this before. They played 5 games in the playoffs as well. They can do it, but doing it on this stage versus a BLG that looks poised to take that match, that is the difficulty.
That's the question.
We'll see how it plays out after the break. If MKOI can bring us 2 Silver Scrapes, or if BLG finish the job.
Let me throw it to the ground, make them turn around. This is what I do. I'm a dog, not a
Living the dream, huh?
Sweet dreams are made of this. Who am I to?
Okay, I get it now.
Sweet dreams are made of this.
An update is required. Financial system updating. System updated.
We will dance to get.
The future of money is here. Feels good.
Hunter in the dark. Master of night shots. Oppo Find XX series. Powerful camera, powerful AI.
Where it is very difficult as the elites to really find those team fights. And look at that Q flash over the wall. He finds Supa, and Supa's gonna get knocked down by Knight, and now Knight is running over this fight. He's looking for Elyoya. He wants more. Knight and Beishwan, they team up and knock down the AD carry of MKOI. Welcome back to MSI 2025. Maybe Los Ratones is what the LEC needs. We'll see. MKOI looking pretty strong so far. It's been back and forth, but I gotta say, BLG, when they get ahead, this team, pushes the advantages so incredibly well. It feels suffocating. Any sort of edge they get, they are all over you. They're in your jungle. They're forcing every objective. They are punishing every mistake that you make. And I feel like MKOI is struggling to keep up when they get a little bit behind.
I mean, even with the inconsistencies that we saw from BLG in spring, the one thing that you can't refute is that when they have a lead, they know what to do with it. And the individual talent that exists on this roster is exceptionally high. It always has been. And again, while there have been question marks around their consistency, the reality is that when you give these players the ability to make plays, they will goddamn make some plays. And that is what they continue to do. And I think Knight was the perfect example of that in that game. On is just... he's amazing. He's such an impressive support. He continues to find these incredible plays. And I love that Alvaro is going toe-to-toe with him. He was a player that like rose the ranks in his very first split. He's been recognized as one of the best supports in Europe. And right now, having a battle like this against BLG, like you said it in the last game, he was the one providing those hero moments for Koi and giving the fans hope for MKOI.
And to me, one of the big differences coming into this, you know, was Beishuan, I think, at times did kind of struggle in the LPL and had some really bad games where he was kind of put in difficult positions. I have been so impressed with how he has actually played here at MSI. You know, I do think he has been very on point. You're thinking back to that last game, he's finding the Q flashes he needs to. He is creating space for his carries. He is putting pressure on the MKOI carries. You know, even that engage from the Raptor pit, after Alvaro finds this great pick, they get the Baron, it's immediate, the engage. Q flash finds it, Knight follows up, they kill Supa, and just like that, any momentum that MKOI had was gone. And I think that Beishuan definitely deserves credit for how well he is playing against perhaps the best, if not one of the best junglers in Europe.
Well, we'll see how things pan out here in Game 4. In Fearless, the drafts really do get tested this late into the series. Trundle ban from BLG. The Kalista first pick from Super, definitely looking like a Renata bot lane. I wonder if BLG will look to try and take it away.
Are you a fan of the Kalista? Because so far, Kalista winless at the tournament, and has been getting punished pretty heavily by these range bot lanes. Like, again, if you just go Nico plus any sort of range bot lane, or like even like an Ashe or something along those lines, I do feel like Kalista really struggles in that 2v2, and it can be very tough to get value. How confident are you in the pick?
Well, I'm not at all. I think the two champs that Europe really shouldn't be playing is Twisted Fate and Kalista. But hey, Super has to have confidence in himself, and his coach believes in him to bring out the Kalista. The Sejuani response into the Skarner.
Opet sam zaboravio da punim slušalice na pauzu.
The Renata to pair alongside it. So, like, if this does go to a Game 5, we're getting very deep pools for sure. But I think BLG have gone for a very safe approach. Reminder that Knight is a very good Nico player as well. There's always the possibility of them flexing into the mid lane. Our assumption is that it is going into the bot lane alongside this Ashe, which is just a very strong bot lane 2 versus 2. But that flexibility is something that BLG still have in their back pocket.
Absolutely. I mean, Ashe is because I think this matchup is so impossible for both Renata and Kalista.
A lol, reakcije gore od mojih, fazon. Od kad sam došao u chatu je komentariše i nije provalio sam YouTube-a. Strašno. Strašno, strašno. Albaniju Jackson.
Nebitno gdje Jax. Likovi su, prvo sviđa mi se Lucija Vana, drugo likovi su pikovali Kalista, Renata, ovo jako koji možda igraš.
I think it's going to be an incredibly difficult position here for Supa and Alvaro. Plus, it means that Alvaro is not on a hard engaged champ. He has, in their losing games, been the one to bring that spark of hope, the one to be able to actually find these engages. So we'll see how they're going to be able to navigate this. I really like what BLG has put out in these first 3 games.
Okay, so they're going to take the Yorick away from being one of his most played from spring.
Knight igra last pick ako Jax osnovno.
Definitely showing that respect towards that top laner. We'll also see, it feels like BLG is really trying to pinch that pool even more. They're really testing Jojo because while some pressure has been put onto Knight's pool, like the same can be said for Jojo. Again, when we think about him as a player, Ahri, Talia, Yone, Azir are usually the champions that we've seen him have a lot of success on. in the finals and against Casey, he brought out the Cassidin out of nowhere.
Yep.
Whether that's
Casio in playoffs and stuff too.
Yeah, the Casio as well. So it's not that he doesn't have these picks.
Okay, Jax.
We'll see what he's got prepared for us.
I think is going to be the answer with the Casio band to me. I think
Ako pikuju, on neće pikuje, ako pikuju Jackson, mi ne igra malo fight, mi ridnje lud.
Ide da je Rise i dalje u priči ovdje. I ovi naše kolege znaju.
A zašto bi Casio bilo vano?
Casio i Ori su jedina dva međa koji igraju Rise, ja mislim trenutno.
Da li je to, zašto god ne bi blindovali sad?
Ne znam, neće oni da igraju Rise, otko znam.
Ne mora da bude Rise. Mada bi dobro lego koji je sa Sejuani i da doda na scaling. Ne, dobro mu je Anvesa, ali ne. Hoću nešto žestoko. Daj Zeri top.
Bane.
Daj Vayne top što god.
Igraš u Skarnera i u Xantea.
Ne prikoveći Anves. Ko dobro top tankove nam idu. I on nije Vulkan. Čisti face možda da pravo je sajno. A, ja, ne.
Neć.
A igra se Syndru, vjerovatno, to je ono što sam malo prije rekao.
Syndru može, Zoe neće sigurno. Zoe nije play. Jer Renata možda soka babali da je pula Kalista. Syndra je play.
We saw it in the previous game when you give this man agency, when you give this man comfort, he really does thrive.
He absolutely does. Second most played all time, 54 games on it, nearly a 78% win rate. This guy is insane on the Syndra. It is, to me, was the initial iconic pick for Knight. Obviously, the Ahri then became so famous later on, but this was a pick that he was incredibly famous for.
Moram da napomenem da BLG ima baš malo damage-a. I da ja ne znam kako će oni ubiti Rise u ligi.
But that being said, if Jojo can survive the early game, you do hit a point where you're on Merc Dreads, you're on Archangels, you're on Roa. All of a sudden, Syndra can't one-shot you anymore, and then it can become very, very difficult. So Jojo is going to have that potential advantage. There's not really anyone on the other side that wants to
može bude 2-2, znaš?
So that is a
Ako ih ne stupa kroz early, bi jako dobro skirmiše sa Ashe i sa Skarnerom.
Now, a Western team has never taken 2 games off of BLG before. One is the most. So Koi have the opportunity to make history today, but if history is doomed to repeat itself.
Ušto making history, da uzmemo 2 gema, neću to taj history.
Ti game po game, 2 gema.
One of our finals landed on the stage. I think it was actually here in Vancouver. I wouldn't be surprised if it was 2017 spring finals. I believe it was that year, where the pigeon landed on the stage and was just chilling there the whole event long. And people started having pigeon signs and were cheering for the pigeon and stuff. It was definitely a memorable moment. As BLG out on the map here again. You've got to respect what they can do at level 1. This team really will punish you, as Alvaro will get eyes on BLG moving in.
Sweeper coming through from Elk to clear out any wards and get some deep vision of their own. They won't actually spot that. Oh, no, they will.
Koi, though, are kind of collapsing.
Can they collapse? Nguyen this time is hovering around, ready for a fight. Oh, he's going to spot them out.
They're staying, so this is going to be a full scrap here. Mirwin is in the area. They do spot him. Bin is going to be going back to base, and the question is, does Bin cancel that stay around, or will he complete it? He completes the base, and he's straight out towards top. You can see Mirwin is doesn't want to run into Bin in the bush. Anything like that. And at the end of the day, BLG gets some vision down, but will not.
Mogu sebi ovaj game da učinim da uživam više u njemu. Mogu da razmutim nešto da pijem. Aj prvo BCA.
Zašto moj kolega pije BCA dok kastuje, kolega objasni mi molim te.
Bukvalno ukusa radi, ne kao samo ukusa radi.
Jesi pogledao vrednosti BCA, da li ima kalorije?
Ne, bez šećera, jedna kalorija.
It's just very much a BLG favored bot lane 2v2.
Jojo here trying to sidestep the Q, can't quite do it. Was able to knock off the first strike procs. This time, Knight able to cash in, make a little bit of gold there for himself, and he is clearly with this rune just going to be playing to farm. going to be looking to poke, you know, doesn't want to get into any sort of committed fight from JoJo. JoJo's going to be playing the wave, and Knight is going to be trying to harass him and make it difficult for him to actually crash those waves. Because Rise does have very, very strong wave clear, but is pretty heavily mana-gated early on. You know, you do need to be able to just push in the waves and look for constant bases to get those early mana items, the tier, the catalyst, and really start to scale into the game.
Okay, so early on we can see that Bin has the push in the top lane 1v1. Meanwhile on the bot side of the map, Elk and On also have that push. Mewen, I imagine, also just looking to play very safe because they didn't really get much.
Rezultat je 2-1. Ne znam, možete vidite gore pored imena, imate male crtice na dole, BLG ima 2, ko ima 1. Tu možete vidjeti uvek koji je skoro u ovom overlayu novo.
Using the Nico Scout to try to find it, but they couldn't do it. Alvaro flashing forward here, looking for Elk. Elk in a lot of trouble now. Has no flash, does still have the cleanse remaining.
Ima cleanse, on cleanse I on beži.
I
sad ovi okreću.
Yoya forced to flash out to safety as well, as it is going to be 3 summoners for 3 at the end of the day. Both of them off of Alvaro there, and the flash off of Elyoya, but they did get both of the summoners off of Elk and the heal from On.
I like the creative pathing from Elyoya, circumventing the Vision in order to try and find a collapse onto this high-pressure lane.
This one's going to look again. Alvaro, no flash available. He could be in a lot of trouble. Going to get pulled back. And do they have the damage to finish him off? It looks like they probably will. The bailout going to do nothing as
Approach velocity Asher, Edward Skarnes, Permas I CM.
Claiming first blood.
I mean, there was no reason for Peixuan to leave. The overextension comes through from Alvaro and they quickly
da si isti po, morao sam da provjerim još jednom. Bio sam bliže siguran da ima tipa 5 kalorija.
Valja proveriti.
As BLG secure their first advantage of the game.
Absolutely do. JoJo having TP'd back to lane here, has the tier in the boots.
Lagano, mat. Samo kažem da znate generalno, kad uđete sad s ovim novim overlayem su te crtice kao gameovi.
Did go Raptors, Krugs red, so he's going to have those camps up and available here and just keeping that power farming going, trying to make his way quickly towards level 6.
Nice trade there from Knight to get a bit of extra gold.
Mogu bi dospim još kafe.
The swap coming through, as we've seen pretty consistently throughout these series from both these bot laners. TP being committed now from Mewen. But overall, very slow early game, aside from that little scrap on the bot side of the map. I mean, BLG playing towards their bot side pretty consistently throughout this series. Bin and Mewen have largely just been left on an island. Alvaro is going to be denied the opportunity to secure that control ward. I like that JoJo is hovering in the fog.
BLG već vodi Soma Goldu u 5 minuta.
But once he does, the threat of a potential side lane collapse becomes very real.
I do think Mirwan's going to have quite a difficult job in this game when you're thinking about how he's going to play out team fights and the amount of CC that's over on the other side. You're having to deal with Tangle Barbs, with Pop Blossom, with Ash Arrow, with Skarner Peel, all of these tools as you're trying to fly in there and find access onto the backline. So they're really going to have to be on point with those engages when they go for him, because really it's pretty much Syndra Ash or bust for Mirwan. He's got to get back there and be able to find them. 2v2 going all right, you have to say, for Super, all things considered. Does have the early vamps after, so definitely
prioritizing Renata Kalista I gubiš prije. Znao sam.
But Elk out to the early
A nije igrivao niko još.
Naravno da nije.
He's just posturing aggressively constantly here with
da su igrali u carry-u, igrali bi Varus još.
You don't even have to hit your E, you just constantly Q poke them
over
and over as the Nico, and it's pretty much unavoidable. It's such a big Q.
Talija.
Talija još. Proc your Scourge, proc your combat.
Da, bukvalno šta god.
Pa ti skakući s Kalistom.
I mean, as you're rightly saying, Super not in the worst position, all things considered.
To je mogo bre da igra Knight na midu. Bilo malo, šta?
Mislim da nije. Mislim da nije, sad raviše mislim da nije.
Ovo
je dobar folk play.
Bra. Lepo.
Bra. Sad samo dobro 14 puta zato što jedan flash na midu, najveć. Evo, već je sad mrtav.
Did have to commit the summoner, so Knight
šta radiš?
Looking has the stun available. Beishwan's hovering in the area as well.
They are looking. JoJo no flash. Beishwan not level 6 though. Doesn't have any ulti to follow this up.
Procs the phase rush, which means that JoJo is able to gain the movement speed necessary to get away to safety. Level 5 still on Elyoya. Doesn't have his ulti available, but they're looking to contest the Scuttle Crab. On back out on the map, and Koi have made the smart decision to concede this objective.
to be able to grab the scuttle, but no one's starting up the dragon just yet, so it hasn't been a absolute rush towards it for BLG this game, as they have been really consistently loving to play towards those early dragons, start that threat of soul as fast as they possibly can here, but haven't started it up just yet. And we are going to have the grubs here spawning in 30 seconds, so there is potential to have a trade of the grubs. Of course, they were desynced in a patch a while ago when they took away the double grub spawn, but given that there was no early action towards that dragon, there is the opportunity to just kind of try to play the map for trading.
I imagine JoJo's going to want to get those smoke trades relatively soon. The stuns coming through from Knight have been consistent. It's going to take a bit of a tower shot to interrupt the
Znači tek u prvih većih objektiva da vidimo nešto konkretno.
Oga mi sajna, Jojo je zreo igrač baš.
Doni je nevjerovatan je, stvarno je nevjerovatan. Mene jedino brine ovdje Mirvin iskreno. Mada opet iz scaling liste će biti pitanje kasnije. Mada Ash ne ide na Juntal, neće ni ona scala toliko dobro.
Čekaj, koja je druga alternativa builda?
Pa Juntal Infinity, onda udaraš...
Ne, koja je druga van Juntala? Znam šta je ta koja je ovo što on igra.
Ja mislim da igra Kraken PD.
I šta onda?
Onda ide, da, LDR Infinity šta god, ali samo je drugačiji, totalno... Vidi, on može da ide na botra kako hoće, samo... Mislim, to malo lošija opcija.
When you have that split push advantage on someone like the Rise, being able to take away some of the early dragons means that they can't pressure you to group for a fight with a really early soul. The first dragon's being taken at like 8.5 minutes and it went to your team, so soul is so far off into the game.
Very much agree. Meanwhile, when we look at the current state of things, BLG have been able to build a 1.2k gold lead just from their lane.
Ništa osim Juntala ne trebaš da buildaš, znaš. Bilo koji build koji nije Juntal, mislim da nema prednost, samo je loši. Znaš kao objektivno, Kraken će spajkovati pre Juntala i onda si jači za cijela 3,5 minuta dok ti si Juntal ne nastakuje, ali... To samo nije... nije nikad vredno toga. Mislim, pričali smo o tome konceptu, ok, BLG želi da završi game što pre i onda možda zato hoće da ide na Kraken i samo da ide na early game, jer kao računa ako odu hyper late nije ni bitno, jer neće pobediti hyper late, verovatno. Ali, meni je samo Juntal superiorniji build, mnogo.
MKOI. You know, there's a lot of short-range characters here over on their side. You know, even the Rise and the Kalista, both relatively short-range. You are going to always be putting yourself in danger of getting hit by a Stunner, an Ashel, a Scatter the Weak, a Pop Blossom, you know, any sort of big CC or
BLG bolje draft.
As Beishwan looking here for Jojo, great side step.
Jojo dobar. Kako Vero. Kako Vero.
Dobar.
No, odlična ideja. Promašio ko nevez. Igri dalje.
A nice ulti from Elk to lock down Knight. Means that they can trade back because the arrow from the bot lane from Elk connects onto Alvaro. He wasn't able to do anything in the skirmish. And in the 3 versus 3,
jako dobra odluka Elio.
We see the engage comes through from Beishwan.
Pogledajte ovaj split second decision. Ovdje je Jojo sjajno ispitovo, Alvaro nažalost nije mogo da odreaguje, nije imao vision dole u bušu. I onda ovdje...
Žurka.
Da, ještě mi ulti, mrtve. Double kill.
Nice. I eto vam Hardbone X, Retrix Ash.
Volim ovu igricu.
Koja samo ne radi ništa.
Really nicely done. I mean, the range advantage is on the side of Elk.
Ajde Mirvin, ti imaš sve. Ajde Mirvin. Uviči.
There you go. That's the engage tool.
A Mirvinu su dali zadatak, samo nemoj da izgubiš lane od Bina, molim. Da.
Jelk promaši W step upa, da. Izrifo, ja.
Čak se vidi po novom pozitioningu da se nije slagao sa tim što je Kraken. Bio je baš dosta i bio je 300 uniti iz njega.
Really good punish there from MKOI. They knew the cooldowns were missing with no ults. Elkanon didn't really have much of an opportunity to fight back. They did hold on to their flashes though, and Alvaro of course spent his flash as well as the ulti now, and all gonna get fired down towards bot lane. Jojo
Zato je $1 ade carry.
will be hit by the rune prison.
Vidiš, ima tu istine, ima tu istine.
Čekajte. Promošije.
Will he be able to make it happen here? Mirwin.
Ovo je Mirin Solakal, da?
Pa ne radi tako, Bine. Ne radi baš tako taj ulti.
Good patience from Mirwin, waiting for the shield to disappear. I really think Mirwin had
Promošije double, Sante u all-out formi double je najvažnija magija u bedelu. Najveći damage output i... Mnogo je huge. Dobri ideja.
Was a flash, right?
Oh, they're going to try to potentially dive
No,
Jojo here.
Knight je 10, ne znam ja.
But he clears out the way too fast, so not going to be an opportunity. And Bin just wanted to force because he had just finished his first item, right? He has the Iceborne. So he comes back and he says, I'm going to force an all-in. Eclipse is not yet done. But Mirwin playing it well, able to hold his nerve, doesn't even have to use the flash, so gets the advantage, even though Bin was up items.
Okay, Dragon is spawning soon. Elioya steals away the red. Actually, will he succeed in this steal?
We'll find out. Beishwan's coming in. He wants to contest it. It's going to be a smite fight. And Elioya just walks out of there. Beishwan going to be able to grab it. Doesn't want to overextend and get collapsed on. Jojo again back towards the side lane. Does have the Roa now, so that is going to be ticking up. Has the Merc Treads, has the tier. So he is scaling, and he's going to be quite tanky, and he has to continue just vacuuming up farm in the side lanes.
Ne znam koji Kraken nešto nije dobro.
BLG really doesn't want to be answering him insides. They want to be grouping up, they want to be engaging fights and looking for
fights. A što ne voliš?
So the more Jojo can draw pressure.
A mislim da ti item ne daje ništa. Jak je prva 3 minuta kad ga sklopiš i to je to. Užasan je sa scale-om, ne daje ti sinergiju ni s jednim drugim itemom jer ne igraš Botrk Rageblade. Aj kad imaš Rageblade pa double blokuješ Kraken pa i nekako. Ovako je samo je turbo useless item. Bukvalno je jako out of place item. Ono mid game item koji nema crit. Nisu stay, ništa.
Kako što igraš, to moraš da blindaš supporta. Zavisi koje heroje ti igraš. Najbolji ako igraš engage supportove, najbolji blind je Rakan. Ako voliš da igraš range-ove, Bard je jako dobro blind. Karma ti je isto solidan blind.
Ne drapaju ovo. Dobro.
Ali Karma, ne znam koliko Karma solidan blind, možda se...
A ne, ovo je za malo.
Jako dobra ideja. Ali Rakan je možda najbolji blind support. Rel isto dobro, ali si Punishovo, Rel je dobar blind u proplayu. Ali recimo da je Rakan najbolji blind support objektivno. U Emeraldu si. Dobro, da je legitimno ideja.
Kažu on grida, kukulela, la grida.
A ne mogu Punishu.
Recognizing that the jungler's gone far too deep on the bot
Bez
side.
se started meta, to je nešto što je vrlo teško zaboraviti.
Of course, those bot camps once again going to be taken. Beishwan very good at just stealing away camps.
He's back. This tower is low. This could be risky.
Ne znam šta radi Jojo.
No ulti available on Beishwan though.
Jojo is going out the wave here. He's going to try to run more for safety. Beishwan flash forward, sends him into the wall. He's going to try to go back to the tower to finish it off. He can't quite do it. So Beishwan getting very low. Jojo low here as well, but no one in the area from MKOI to help him out. They're going to be able to donate the kill here over to Knight, I think.
Pa dobro, šta znam, flashovo je, trojica su bila dole. Ovi su uzeli Heralda za to, uzet će tier 1 na midi, to će biti first blood tower možda, neće biti. To su radili ovi dole first blood tower, ja. Ovo je više ward za BLG. Loša sekvenca od koje.
Gdje su ulti?
Pogotovo razli doktora, da imaju vrati. Pomenuo sam te pre sat vremena.
Nice punish comes through from BLG. They get themselves a 1k gold lead once again.
And you can see just like that, again, Knight out to a significant gold advantage here.
Či ne budeš psihijatar, pa nemoj ti budem psihijatar zašto ne završavam medicinski fakult. Ne mogu ti budem čak i terapeut ili za to ne mogu da imam licencu. Pritom meni će na diplomi da piše diplomirani ekonomist. Mogu da ti budem konsultant za biznis, recimo. To je bilo najskladnije za moj diplom. Sa neki psihološki tački gledaš.
Ko volim što je Alk baca ove random strele.
To je uvek lepo gledati u proplayu generalno.
Kad sad i carry ne plaši u stvari da baca strela na cooldown. Za malo.
Kad perma bacaju bilo koje cooldowne.
Cautious, and this is something that BLG are always doing when there's no waves to play on. They're trying to be proactive on the map. They are inherently a very proactive team, sometimes to their detriment. But so far in this series against Koi, it's worked in their favor. 17 minutes in.
Su se složili da outscale Koi?
It's only about 500s. A lot of that sitting on the mid jungle for BLG.
Izvini, jesu se složili da Rise outscale celovi?
The priority right now is just continuing to farm and working towards those second items.
Da.
That's feel like the closest game that we've had so far because, you know, game 1, BLG kind of stomped.
Ovo jeste dosta close game, to je istina.
And BLG, you know, obviously there were some moments where MKOI, I think, brought it back a little bit in that third game, but still BLG felt like they were mostly in
control. 2 minuta chilla pa se opet bio za Drake-a.
Nemoj mi skoro da me neki game ovoliko pojeo, kao u smislu baš sam intuit. Kao skroz sam u njemu, kao da ga ja igram.
Brother is chilling.
He's having a great time. He's enjoying this series just like we are. He's listening to
the
sounds of nature.
Sa analizom možda.
And soon the sounds of violence as Koi and BLG posture in the mid lane. Unbelievable. They moved him. Difference.
So he's still alive. He just teleported.
He's good. Yeah, he's good. He's good.
Okay, thank God. Crisis averted.
Look at Jojo on the bot lane. He's very aware of how precarious his position is. It's a good ward to spot out Beishuan, but he can't really approach that bot wave.
Yeah. I mean, it's been tough for Jojo. BLG have been really doing a good job of keeping deep vision. You know,
Perok se neće to nikad nerfati. Vole oni da niko malo bude izličovan heroj. Mislim da ne mogu ni da je poprave od kad su je napravili.
He has not really been in a position to do so because they haven't ever had deep vision. You know, when you look at the minimap, there's really nothing past the river, right? Like there's nothing here.
Nemoj opet da mi uveličavaš da mi zaokružuješ. Dobro, ovo su wardovi mi se vidjelo što je...
A mislim da to kasteri rade. Mi bi crtali, znači Monalizu bi nacrtali na sred prenosa 100%.
Da, meni kad bi dali tu olovku ja bi crtao sve svaki put.
To ti kažem.
Koi couldn't ask for a better position, especially when we think about how the series has gone so far.
Si dobra tehnologija, klikneš na minimapu, ona ti se uveća, ti crtaš po mapi, ona se smanji.
Mislim da kolo reži da mu uveća.
Možda, ne znam. Ajmo da vidimo. 2 TP-a.
Bliži je Elioja. Ojej.
Sindra je uradila šta?
Ali ovo je out.
Da, ali Bin... Ajao.
Dobro, fajn. Ništa strašno. Ništa strašno. Rise 2 itemo polako. Flashevi jednaki. 3-3. Ovo je sve fajn zato što Rise dobija da igra, to je cijela poenta. Rise neće biti killable na full buildu, a sve će da ih shreduje.
Gledam šta se dole događa.
A vi imaju tempo za Drake-a svakako. Bar je konačno 1-1 u Drake-ovima. Ovdje on možda nije morao da flasha.
BLG back to live and right onto this dragon. Elioya trying to see if there's an angle. He's trying to be in range of that smite here. Will he be able to stay away? Can't quite get it. Was a flip, but it is taken there by Beishuan. Alvaro.
Ne, ako mi učinilo mi se da krenem kastuje
BLG have the objective and they're happy to back off.
Koi has positioning on the mid wave though. That
Kalista
tower is getting very low. The fact that they'll be able to clear this out means that they should be able to secure this
Nema još ona
objective.
rage
I want
mid.
them to send more members.
A nije, mislim da je Rise već outscalovao.
So no, they don't actually have the power anymore.
I Kalistu na mapi.
They're too hesitant to approach the tower. And it's an objective secured for BLG. Again, holding control of the game for now.
Going to be answering Bin up on that top side, who did not teleport down for the play. Jojo does at least push in the wave, but cannot threaten that tier 1 bot.
Je li jača Kalista na ova 2 itema, jeste?
Od koga?
Odeš na 2 itema, kad završi.
Da, ma ne, ovaj build je useless.
Kasnije mogu.
Mislim, radit će sad ako ode na Infinity i LDR, ona će da radi damage od 4 itema, ali vidi. Dok ti stigneš od 4 itema, Rise ima Frozen Heart.
To znam. Nego me zanimalo na 2 itema, pošto nikad nisam igrao ovaj meč. Mislim, pogotovo ne ovako.
Češka se Johnny hranio je prase.
Može za...
On je slow, vidiš, evo, ovo može da radi, možda bude utility.
Ali ovo je Jojo, bet, šta radiš tu, brat? Šta radiš, tu nikog ne vidiš, čoveče boži. Odličan hostile takeover, Jako je dobar choke bio. Bio je preko zida, ovaj mountain mapa mnogo odgovara Renati, jer pravi chokeove mnogo gore nego neke druge mape. A Renati nulti bukvalno se baca samo u chokeovima, nikad drugačije, zato što je najsporija magija u igrici. Ja znaš koliko sam bio srećan kad sam u pravom gameu izveo onaj trik. Kad ultaš sa Renatom unazad. Ne, ono kad ultaš sa Renatom unazad. Kad handshake-kaš u jednu stranu, ultaš u drugu.
Oni trnuju na Mirvina, mislim, da.
A, zato što on ne gleda. Znači, ne mogu da verujem. Šta?
Čekaj, sad će da damage ovo.
Nije dobar fight,
Ne, dropuju jednog samo.
Jojo je na tempu.
At the end of the day, MKOI do walk away with the Otacon. Jojo here has to be a little bit careful. Elk trying to space him, but Jojo putting down so much damage.
Nemoj molim te, kume, please. Nemoj, brate, a što to?
Nije mrtav, nije, večno ne može
Ma mrtav je, nije mrtav, upravo si izvim. A šta radi, tajde ono, saberite se, braći. Uzeli ste Atakana, bre, ljudi, pa ne gori pod nogama. Aman.
Ne može još Juntal da uzme zašto je kasno. Imaš Kraken u buildu koji ti je useless. Ti si sad... Najbolje što možeš je Rageblade terminus, ja šlikaš. A i to je dogshit. Mislim, nema... Neš nema pametan build, zato ne volim Kraken. Nema pametan build sad. Ti si se toliko trepovo jer to je item koji nema sinergiju ni sa čim što nije Rageblade. Jer kao ajde, na Rageblade ćeš double prokovati Kraken. Ajde ćeš malo više damage da. I sa čistim attack speedom. Čak i PD i attack speed item koji ima crit. Sinergija krita i Krakena ti ne radi ništa.
To je ono što sam objašnjavao kada nije postojao Juntal, a to je činjenica da su Kraken i Static bili problem jer nisu davali krita, ljudi su buildovali topa i išli u full crit buildove. Što za mene nikad nije imalo smisla, jer AD Carry dobio svoj spike na 4. itemu, što upravo Ash radi.
Jedini item...
Ovo što Ash sada builda je jedno vreme bila AD Carry meta, što je bilo tužno.
Jedini item koji je iole kršten bez krita je BT. BT je jedini item koji ja vidim u buildu, ti je vredno da ga kupiš, samo zbog toga što item radi sam po sebi. Čak i Guardian u statovima je užasan. Ima jako rijetke situacije da ću uzeti Guardian većina AD Carry-a mogu da skeluju da AP-a bolje ti uzmeš zoniju. Ali...
Pazi, postoji samo jedan heroj koji ga builda prvi item. Samo jedan.
Šta?
BT.
Dobro, mislim...
Samo MF.
Da, ali hoću ti kažem generalno svaki AD Carry u nekom trenutku je fajn da ima BT i da mu to bude item ko mu ne daje crit. Ali Kraken je...
Divot.
A nema ništa ti ne daje, užasan item.
Ash je nekada bila mnogo high DPS heroj, nekada dao. Imala je jedan od najvećih damage outputa. Kada se buildala sa Infinity Runans, onaj stari Infinity Runans. Botrk Runans Infinity je išlo u stvari, ali tako sam je.
Da.
O ne, stari. Mislim na Botrk sa aktivacijom Runans koji je naranđast i Infinity koji je onako iskrivljan i krakat.
The slightest of gold leads now here is secured by MKOI. 200 in their favor, now 100. It's basically dead even. The gold does not matter whatsoever. It's super...
Koji za sada ubedljivo najbolja western ekipa po performansu.
He is getting scary. Knight on this Syndra, working towards the Void Staff next to help melt through the front line. Alduja starting to build up those resistances, but he's really the only tank member.
Sjetite samo kako je G2 igrao BLG, samo se toga sjetite.
Mirunjak, da, ovo je game koji treba da dobije, ovo je njihov game da pobede.
Da.
Mislim, čak i Ash neće outscalati Kalisto s ovim buildom.
U ovom double elimination sistemu mnogo je huge kad pobedite u to wins bracket.
There is a tremendous amount of magic damage as well, when you're looking over at both the Syndra and the Nico, so Wit's End, I think, has merit. I think there's really a lot of reasonable choices here for Supa.
Magic resistance now coming through from Alioya. Much needed for sure. God, you just feel the tension continuing to mount. 2 dragons to 2. The Baron is alive. The towers have largely fallen.
U kom smislu se dere?
Da se dere na build. Koliko je si iste stvar zanimalo u istom trenutku.
Da, ja se nadam se dere na build.
Da. Mislim, Kedel dosta zna. Neka liste je sad najjači hero na mapi. A nije, Syndra je najjači hero na mapi.
Ne znam, ja ovaj Syndra build toliko ne mogu da smislim očima da ne mogu ti opišem.
Potpuno se slavim, potpuno te razumem, ali najjači hero na mapi.
Ovo je Gale Force.
Ovo 3 itema...
Ovo je 3 itema, Gale Force, Static, Shiv i Guardian Angel. Znači, katastrofa. Ne, ovo je u stvari Gale Force, Static, Shiv, BT. To je build koji je najtima trenutno.
Ovo je Gale Force, RFC.
To, pa da.
Stari onaj.
I dobit će 16 još malo, na 16. svakako ima taj final spike.
Gale Force, RFC, BT, najjači.
Katastrofa.
We'll see if he can continue putting on that pressure, because this time it's him that's up that full level.
Razmislite ljudi koliko je BT ranije bio broken kada je davao ikri.
Nema šešir sad da amplify s ovim itemima. Užasan build.
Šešir mu ni ne treba. Ovo neće biti šešir, ovo će biti Zonja ili Banshee ili Shadowflame. Ali mislim će biti Zonja. Nema šešira u ovom buildu, ja mislim uopšte.
As you rightly said, Koi, their ability to find picks, the Rise ultimate, you can collapse very effectively on an unsuspecting target.
And while BLG do have some really good engage tools, if you overcommit there, well, hostile takeover can be a game changer.
Koliko je feels bad kad ti interrupt Arctic Assault, ta magija ima preveliki cooldown. Svi sad više nema, ali sjećam se kad su... Ta magija kad su Johnny bila S-tier meti jako dugo i u Solokiju propliju, dobila je nerf, a ono... 6 sekundi na levelu 1 i da bi se Joani igrači mogli da igrati sa Joani počeli se da maksuju kuperom.
Dobar ult.
Dobar input.
Alvaro, pa ne tamo, čekaj, Elke
ali bejtovo je Elka,
Elke metav, da. Mirvin ne umire, gledaj kako se heala.
Mirvin, huge ovo je Mirvin. Bravo, triple kill, nema rent.
Nice.
Bravo bre.
Šta je Mirvina nahilovalo toliko?
AOE, omnivam.
Uli.
Ona ima omnivam po hitu, on je pogodio mnogo AOE.
Da, ima on pasivan omnivam, pa li uli koliko se nahilovalo.
Da, ali pogodio je mnogo.
On ide. A ja, još ih imota.
Kako igraju braća, Mirvin huge AOE.
A imao je i Divine Sunderer, ja sam u fazonu, da, okej, to jest da.
Da, Riproko je Divine Sunderer.
Da, isprokovo ga, ja sam bio u fazonu nemoguće, ga toliko heala 16% omnivam pa ko ima u hitu.
A pazi, baš je dobro odigrao. Da onako lepo AOE kombuješ i da Riprokaš Divine Sunderer na deražite meti, to je huge.
Ozbiljan game.
Gledajte ovo, gledajte Elkov moment. Znači, Alvaro ovdje sjajno inputuje, ovaj ga sjajno vadi i gledajte sad. Kako Alvaro ulazi, tako Elk pravi korak napred. Ovaj korak napred za Alvaro Valta ga ubija.
Black Hill.
Jedan Thunder Sky proc, drugi Thunder Sky proc. Možda i treći.
3 je prokovo. Prelepo.
Koji heal, brate mi.
Go Supa dupa.
Jojo helping to set that up, finding Elk. Mirwin gets in there, and then Mirwin really got the work done. Both Supa and Mirwin now out to about a 2.5k gold lead. There's the Jack show done now for Supa.
Koliko je simpatičan gol.
Incredibly difficult here for BLG.
Lome BLG u gameu broj 4 u best of 5 seriji. Go Supa dupa. Znači ništa ono, nikakvo loženje, ništa. Dobro, ali ovo je i dalje...
Top kula možda.
Ima i TP, ali ajde kao ne, uzeli su tempo samo i dobro.
Jojo's still going to feel confident about his positioning. Does have that tower pretty low. Bin,
not
going to be able to win this 1v1. You have to think at this point.
Ja ne znam šta builda, on izgleda builda Bloodthirster, što je...
Ide na BT. Ma vi, pustite mi.
Meni se to ne sviđa. Dobro, ajde, da, ne znam.
Ni meni se ne sviđa. Znaš šta je ovdje correct by Didi?
Pa Didi ili ako hoće da ga, mislim, ako hoće damage cycle sword.
Ma mislim da je Didi correct by samo zato što jedino što ga ubija je Syndra i Nuke. Ako imaš Didi, nema Syndra i Nuke.
A ne, pa šta Didi ti daje physical damage reduction. Ne radi ti Didi u Syndru, zar ne?
Ne, radi ovo mi damage reduction. Jel to jedino, ako je to promenjeno?
Nisam siguran. A mislim, može Sterak da uzme uvek.
Ne, mislim... Sad ću pročitam.
Ja, moguće, upravo si, je, verovatno je all damage,
Physical and magical damage je cilj, tako je, nije true, znači physical and magical damage.
Ma ja bi dalje otišao na Sterak ili na ovaj Cycle Sword.
Sterak mi je fine, ja ne bi išao Cycle Sword, išao bi Sterak ili Didi, ali možemo se složiti onda napravimo ako sam za Sterak bio najbolji.
Gledam, ovaj je šajter.
Mislim da mu Didi rešava to što dobija armor za Ash, a dobija manjeg bursta za Syndru. Didi je huge u Syndru samo zato što Syndrin ult ima execute, a ako imaš Didi, on ne može da stavi na execute. Pritom ljudi nemaju osjećaj za execute i izgube kada ti imaš neki takav straightforward damage reduction.
Nek čovek uživa, fair, ajde igra dobro, nek napravi PT, nek mu bude.
Ma ne slažem se s tim, mislim da se naložio jer je uzao onaj down.
Ne, loši item, slažemo se da je loš item.
Mada, znaš šta bi mogao da ga opravdam, želi da snowballa i to mi je u redu. Mislim, pazi, on može da završi i GA od ovog BF-a pa da se pokaje što je uzeo vam Scepter.
Da mu bude žao.
Pazi, možda je imao buy za, možda je imao tačno 2200 golda i bio u fazonu, hoće da idem na GA, pa ću kupiti BF, ostalo mi je još 900, kupit ću Vamp Scepter jer je najoptimalnije jer imamo Barona, da probamo da završimo s Baronom. Vrlo moguće da je to bilo, znaš? Da je samo to da curve-uje. Kao Vamp Scepter je bio najbolji item od 900 golda koji je mogao da kupi. Nisi me slušao, nema veze. Opraštam ti.
Apsolutno sam te slušao, Longsword i Pot je bio 50 puta bolji buy. Jer to mu u stvari builda u...
Jeste, Longsword i...
Samo sam te pustio da završiš.
Longsword i Elixir of Iron je bio dobar buy, ja.
Iron mu je preveliki value ovdje. Čak i ja bih rekao i crveni Pot mu je preveliki value jer mu daje Omnivam.
I crveni i Iron su high value.
Vamp ko Vampo neće basicovati. Mislim basicovat će po jednom i to će mu biti Thunder proc i to je to.
Da, i to kad basicuje, da, basicuje samo zbog toga, ni zbog čega drugog. Ne znam, vaš jebate.
No, dobro, ne veze, šta god. Prejak je. Šta god.
Ma jak je pa je, jak to stoji.
Sad moram da googlam da vidim.
Otići ću ja na Logitech da vidim kako mu je win rate.
Ja samo čudim da li iko buildo biti na MSI.
Da, ma jes 100%, ja ne verujem da je sam izmislio.
Nije. Mislim, ne vidim na GG-u. Cycle Sword, Overlord's Bloodmail, Omen, Profane Hydra, Didi Sterak naravno.
U Master Plus, kao četvrti item buildovan od nekih, recimo, roughly 600 gameova. U Master Plusu, buildovan je 3 game, ima 100% red.
Ne! I to je ratno Mirvin.
Vrlo moguće je još. Da je nekad buildom kao treći. Jednom opet ima 100% red. Da, kao drugi nije buildovan nikad.
Simelk je završio Infinity, sada može da krita za cijelih 74 damage na ovoj Sedžu.
Da, ovo baš Infinity je nebitan.
BLG vidi jako malo.
Nema Hydru na MBS i ne mora da ima Hydru, nijedna MBS ne bez Hydru.
Ja sam čitao samo iteme koji MBS igrači buildaju kao 4. i 5.
Ili ovdje okej da dropaju Barona, ne mogu da dropaju Barona. Jer ako dropaš Barona... misliš kao da traduju? Da traduju je okej. Ali da dropuju Barona samo tako, random, ne.
But any amount of health could really make the difference in a fight that is feeling like it's going to be this close.
It feels very tense again.
He's going to go. He does spot Knight. On trying to block him out though. They are trying to keep him back. Beishwan now taking a little bit of...
Ne volim ove fightove gdje se vidi da će da se fightaju. Mislim da je BLG tu bolji.
Alvaro's getting picked.
He's in a lot of danger. He took a lot of damage. Jojo now on the flank.
Nijedna ekipa neće dropa ni jedan objektiv.
Mrtve. Jeste vidjeli šta je Lio uradio?
Rotacija za Drakea i Baron za Drakea, da.
Lio je Q-ovao, on je flashao kako zida, bože mene. Lio je Q-ovao ka Alvaru kako bi aktivirao Guardian. Ovo je okej. Znači, nema kjačovanja džungli i bot wave-a, igra se mid. Dobro, stižu na mid tier 2, dobro, fine.
Jojo keeping pressure on the bot side of the map, going to steal away what camps he can. We're getting close to the 40-minute mark. And you can tell that BLG, I mean, the gold means very little this late into the game. BLG still have a strong front-to-back teamfight composition.
A mislim, koji ne prima damage pa ne prima damage. Ono, Solim je dobar, ali svako su besmrtni. CS insane, da. Supa je prelomio, 420 kripova, 38 minuta insane. Ovo je bilo da Rai za deal damage, da, pa Rai scale od mane.
Rai scale tačka, taj hero ima toliko čudan scaling i mana i 16. level mu daje bonus crit damage na E, tako nešto na Q, nešto tako nenormalno. Ima toliko čudnih scalinga, on je potpuno je sedmodimenzionalan hero. Zato je i oduve po meti na pro playu, bio je mrtav jedno 2-3 godine, ali jedan od onih evergreen heroja, kako ja volim da ih zovem.
Inače, Ash kad završi biti, postaće opet solidno jaka. Jer onda nije bitno što je otišla na Kraken. A onda u stvari počinja skela kako bi trebala skela da je uzela Juntal.
Šta misliš kao ima dovoljno physical damage kao tako?
Da, udarat će. Neće biti ono insane, u odnosu na Juntal bi bila 50 puta jača s Juntalom, ali dolazi do dijela partije da je u stvari relevantno opet.
Izvini, Mirjam je odlučio da je airport.
Dobro. Ja sam dobio Has. Ja sam srećan mali kamper. Samo Lui nemoj prevrati.
Ne mogu da tolerišem, ma daj bre, ljudi boži bre. Ovo je game, znaš? A znaš da je ovo game? GG, 3-1.
Morao je da baci. Ne da mu, pa gdje će se vrati. Ok, daj mu, mislim ne da mu. Dobro, on probuje. Čekaj, možda je dovoljno. Da li je dovoljno, da li nije, ne, on idu na flash, da.
Katastrofa.
Mirvine.
Katastrofa. Kaka si ti lig, brat. Kaka si ti lig, brat.
Najcrnije je da je kupio Guardian umjesto BT-a, možda su mogli da igraju nekako, još pobedila game.
Pobedio je game, ovo nije on pobedio, nego ovo izgubio.
Dobro, uzem pijem nešto i da jedem, ne mogu ovako.
Moram ja da sebi napravim hranu, tako da dolazim uskoro.
On the precipice of potentially forcing a game 5, but BLG find the opportunity, pick off Mirwin, and then On is just hunting Jojo. He can't get back to the base, and he is their wave clear. So by
skloni mi kamericu, ako nije frka, što ću ja uzeti sebi da napravim hranu i to.
Važi.
Dolazim za 15 minuta.
Sve deal. Slanjamo kamericu. Ja hasam. Tako da ja idem na pauzicu.
they make the comeback happen.
Sad ću vam reći.
And now they're going to be waiting to see who their opponent is in the T1 CFO matchup later today.
15 minuta je pauza.
People were looking at them thinking, hey, maybe this is an opponent you could take down. Maybe this is an opponent with some holes in their gameplay.
Ugašujem moju kameru. Da jedem. Ostavit ću da gazi program. Jer kao hoću da jedem na miru. Tako da ono. Jedem i tu smo za 15 minuta sljedeći jem.
Of course, fighting valiantly, really close to forcing that game 5, but aren't able to do it. It's definitely going to be a tough pill to swallow there, as you can see the shock on their faces. You just don't expect the game to end just like that.
Yeah, I mean, I was really surprised. But those death timers, 40 minutes in, BLG did not waste any time. Really impressive stuff from them. And as you rightly said, it's a heartbreaking loss for Koi. The momentum, it felt like that we were going to go to a game 5. We were going to get a final opportunity, but it was denied. BLG will not give them that window. And BLG is a team that, as you rightly said, a lot of question marks surrounding them, but their bot lane looks incredible right now.
A lot of answers stacking up around those question marks.
when you give Knight a champion with agency, he looks fantastic. I think that Bin didn't have the best series, but I feel like that the rest of the team covered for any mistakes that he might have made, and overall, BLG is looking like a force. And if things go the way we're expecting, then on the one side of the bracket, we got the 2 first seeds, and the other side of the bracket, we're looking at a BLG T1 rematch. So it's going to be an intense MSI, and the one thing I'll say about Koi, they're a force to be reckoned with. They definitely showed some great stuff today, and in the lower bracket, I think they're going to do some very serious damage depending on whoever their opponent is.
Yep, we'll have to see what happens. Of course, tomorrow we are going to have more matches, but before that, we are joining Laura and Wendy, who are standing by with Elk for the Verizon post-game interview.
Opponents, and it feels like they're the team who challenged you the most so far.
首先，恭喜你们获得今天比赛的胜利，但是也要问一下，可能你们对于你们对手的一些看法，因为其实 MKOI 这支队伍在 LEC， 大家总是会觉得他们在面对到对手总是有着非常充分的准备，所以说想问一下有什么看法？
我觉得这一次他们也打得非常的好吧，然后从第2局还有第4局，其实我们都打得比较激烈，然后在第4局。就前期我们也就是中期的时候我们也劣势嘛，但是我们后期翻盘就能感觉到他们整体阵容还有他们个人实力都打得非常好吧。
I must say, MKOI is a great team and performed so good today, especially for both game 2 and 4. We just made so many aggressive fights, and especially for the last game, we were like kind of in a disadvantage situation. They put us off guard, but after that, we just be able to make a comeback. So I really would like to give a big shout out to MKOI as well, because they did so good in all the team fights and also in the macro.
And focusing a bit more on your performance, after the play-in stage, you said that you were warming up, getting used to the stage, and also you had to get better at the laning phase, especially. Do you feel like you improved enough to your standards?
那么记得，其实，在入围赛结束的媒体群访当中，艾尔克选手有提到说，可能入围赛对你们来讲，更多的是一种热身和热手，还有很多地方需要提高和进步，特别是比如说像对线的部分。所以说，你觉得可能回顾自己今天的表现，自己的队伍是否在这一方面可能说有所长进呢？有什么样的看法？
因为在入围赛的时候，其实我觉得我们整个队伍的身体状态没有那么好吧，然后在比赛上面表现出来的画面其实也没有那么好。然后今天的这几场比赛，我自己觉得我们下路对线是比入围赛的时候发挥的好一点了。然后但是自己就感觉自己也个人失误还有掉点还是比较多吧，然后就希望就自己就好好复盘，然后在下一场比赛的时候能够做得更好，打得更好。
I must say, maybe for the play-ins, we didn't have a very good health condition for the whole team, and we didn't like have a very solid gameplays as well. But I think for today's ball lane and laning phase, together with On, we were able to just do it better and better. But still, for myself, I made some mistakes here and there, so I really need to do more reflections and maybe do more feedbacks in order to have an even better performance on stage.
Ramping up here at MSI, and I do hope you are feeling better. You often said that lately, you've been carrying a lot of frustration from making it far, but not quite at the finish line. What has been your drive to surpass this frustration, and what can you, are you sure that this time around is going to be different?
那其实呢，可能很多时候对于 BLG 的国际大赛之旅，永远感觉好像只差那么一步，但是呢，好像总是离那一步会有一点遥远。所以说，你觉得是什么样能够一直支持着你，然后呢去度过这样的难关，一直保持着积极的心态去面对比赛？同时呢，你觉得为什么这一次结果会不一样呢？
我觉得所有的职业选手的目标应该都是冠军，然后大家也一直在为这个目标去努力，然后自己也是一样吧。然后我们整个队伍，之前，其实我觉得走到决赛的话，其实没有一个队伍会差的嘛。然后，但是我们在每一个系列赛，其实我们自己的目标，先不说冠军嘛，就是我们就是目标是先进到决赛，然后去在决赛这一路上，我们去打得更好，做得更好。然后在决赛的时候，就希望能够发挥出更好的。每个人能够表现更好的自己吧，然后去能够赢下来。
I have to say, I believe all the pro players, the ultimate goal is always a champion standing on the final stage. So, and also I think all the teams can qualify to the final. Definitely they're not weak, they're all strong teams. But for us, our goal for now is we are going to try our best to just go to the final stage for this MSI. And we really need to do more progress, do more growth through this whole journey. And hopefully if we got a chance to maybe stand in the final stage for this MSI, we're going to just showcase our best talent, to showcase the most best performance on stage to you guys, and we're going to try our best through this whole long journey.
With all the opponents that you would have to face, I see one team behind you getting ready that maybe you want to take revenge on. T1 might be your next opponent in the next round. How much do you want to take revenge on them?
那其实，在我们采访在进行的过程当中，队伍下一场的队伍们也开始进行准备了。其中就有 Ergo 选手现在身后正在准备热身的 T1， 也是你们有可能在下一轮面对到的对手。所以说，能不能和我们分享一下，如果要面对到他们的话，你们想要面对他们复仇的心有多么的强烈呢？对于下一场可能进行的对决有什么样的想法？
我觉得。比赛就是感觉都有可能赢嘛，然后我觉得 T1 获胜概率会更大一点。然后因为我们和 T1 交手其实挺多次了，然后就希望能够，就因为我们在上一次世界赛决赛的时候输给他们嘛，然后这次在 MSI 就希望能够成功复仇，然后去，如果下一场面对他们的话，就是好好去准备，然后去做好我们自己的吧。
Anything can happen here on the stage for the next game, but definitely T1 maybe got a higher potential to get the victory for next best of 5. But if we got a chance to face off against T1, because we're kind of the old rivals, play against each other for so many times, and this time if we got the opportunity, we really have a very strong feeling to take the revenge on him, and hopefully we can just show guys a very exciting best of 5s, and we're going to just try our best.
Let's see if we will have this matchup then. Xie, thank you so much for the interview. Wendy, thank you so much for the translation, as always. That's all for us here on this side of the stage. We'll be right back for the second series right after this.
Let me throw it down to the ground, make them turn around. This is what I do. I'm a dog, not afraid to fight in the dark and light.
We gon' run it. Yeah. We gon' run the road till we take it home. Turn the lights on and put on the show. Ain't nobody better, yeah, I got the glow. Pull up on the scene, do my thing and go. We gon' run the road till we take it home. Turn the lights on and put on the show. Ain't nobody better, yeah, I got the glow. Pull up on the scene, do my thing and go. City on blaze when I'm in the mix. Everybody tryna stop me, but I'm too legit. Showing up with a brand new bag of tricks. I'm at the top, yeah, I know me, I don't never slip. New grip on life, I live it right. Getting everything I said in my sight, I shine bright. Nobody understand what it took for me to lead. I woke up feeling like I reached a new speed. Clock ticking, I strive with no limits. Making waves without a blemish on my image. The people listen when I speak another sentence. I'm on go while you're trying to replenish. We gon' run it. to the limit with my heart and soul. We gon' run the road. I'm in control. Push it to the limit with my heart and soul. We gon' run the road till we take it home. Turn the lights on and put on a show. Ain't nobody better, yeah, I got the glow. Pull up on the scene, do my thing and go. We gon' run the road till we take it home. Turn the lights on and put on a show. Ain't nobody better, yeah, I got the glow. Pull up on the scene, do my thing and go.
Let me throw it down to the ground, make them turn around. I'ma look at you from the top, howling like a hound. Let me take it off, push it up to another height. This is what I do. I'm a dog, not afraid to fight in the dark at night.
And welcome back for our second series of the day. CFO entering the stage alongside T1 here at MSI in the main stage. Guys, thank you so much. And welcome to the desk.
Oh, welcome you too.
Thank you. New fresh pair for the second series. First thing first, I want to talk about CFO because they are the only team returning from first stand. And if you guys don't remember at home, they won fans' hearts there. Not only because they had a really bubbly lineup, but also because they defeated LTA, they defeated LEC, they defeated LPL, although it's TS, so I'm just wondering how much this will count.
Except for us.
But they made a statement there on the international stage.
Yeah, they did everything, of course, you're right. They didn't get hit by that first stand curse. They were the team that ended up making it, and the strategy behind like either rest or a driver coming in really threw people in for a loop, so it's fun to see them here at MSI.
And I think they have unequivocally been the best LCP team, and it starts for me with Jinja.
Yes, it does.
Our old friend in the jungle. Look at that timeline.
Wow.
He is currently on a 6-title streak spanning from the PCS going into the LCP, and he's absolutely the engine for this team, regardless of who they're starting in the top lane.
Yes, it doesn't matter if he's on Talon or CFO, he brings winning onto the lineup. He's such a dynamic player, like whether he's on his Lee Sin and he's styling on you, or if he's just like playing the smartest Sidwani play, he's been gold.
He's going to be able to set up the pace in the early game, and obviously one of, if not the player we're going to be looking at the most here on this CFO lineup. I want to take a look at the support pool though, because we have two very different champions here in the likes of K-Wing and Keria.
Yeah, so the thing I wanted to point out, Kai-Wing, an absolute staple. I remember watching him back in the LMS, actually with Chai, their coach.
Yeah.
However, when he is on engaged supports, he can be one of the best in the world. But also, then you have the best in the world in Keria, who is good on engaged supports, is good on literally anything, and you can kind of see the spread between their two pools, right? With the hyper-focus kind of engage coming out of Kai-Wing, and then Keria, who will play anything.
I see a Yasuo in there, by the way.
Has warped to the entire support meta. And so this is where I think if we end up getting deep in this series, where T1 really have an advantage.
Yeah, absolutely. That is something you want to take a look at, especially when it comes to Fearless Draft. Seeing T1 at MSI, if you're familiar with the international stage, might not be surprising, but if you've been following the LCK, how did they get there?
Look, Laura, we can take one. As KT fans, we were the ones who took one game off of them.
It was the first game, right?
Run.
Yeah.
It was the first game, Russ.
Typical.
You don't need to.
BDD can't carry him.
Okay, I'm gonna hit you. Get him out. But anyway, the big thing I really want people to notice is HLE. If people remember, they were phenomenal at first stand, absolutely raised through that entire event. People were expecting HLE to be here. No, they absolutely collapsed in the face of this T1 team.
Yeah, and like even the Gumo was playing well. All these guess who was getting player of the series for both of those? Doran. Doran was nailing it off of his like side lane play. He was an amazing like Gwen player or a staple. A lot of questions would always come into how he would perform, because obviously the biggest, I guess, news coming into this year was the fact that he came in, Zeus is out. But guess who stomped Zeus, by the way, in the last series? It felt like it was just Doran. And what we're seeing right now is like old Doran play when he was on Gen G. during 2023, because the story for him was domestic success, domestic high level of play, and then when he went in international play, it was something completely different, and I feel like that stigma followed him.
And I feel like it could be the reverse this time, right? Because I actually thought he had one of his most rough domestic splits in this split 2. He had a rough split 1, split 2, but then he absolutely showed up in playoffs, was a huge factor in them qualifying for here. And here is actually where, as a KT fan, he's dying to Krugs, and I was like, okay, we got this, right? Laura, you were excited about this, but then he ended up taking over that game on Gwen.
I mean, I'm excited about this. I'm mostly excited about the fact that the biggest opponent for Doran today, it's not going to be the fact that CFO has 2 top laners. It is going to be that tiny box that we see here, a neutral monster
the Lord of Krugs.
in the jungle, a pet Krug that we have here.
He's opening it up.
Open it up. Open it up.
Hey.
Let's reveal him.
Of course, it's his old friend. So just putting that out there. This brother right here, it felt like it was just this moment, him losing to the Krugs, that unlocked him. So I feel like he is going to be so ready for this international play, because even though we talked about the history of him, like, it was the ramp that I am looking at.
Yeah.
The fact that he was able to carry on his own play into the international play here at MSI, I think he's ready.
Yeah, poised when it mattered, and that brings us to comparing these top laners.
All right, let's take it.
Because we have Rest and Driver. They've done a little swapperoo where in split 1, Rest would always start and then they would swap to Driver. This split, it's been Driver starting. They actually share no champions though. Thank you, graphics team, for doing this for me, because I was the one that requested this. But yeah, they don't overlap, so you see kind of Rest with some of these carries in the top. Driver, as we know, the Scion master, right? The Ornn. And then Doran showing up on stuff like the Camille, the Gwen, Renekton, and Abessa.
So looking at this Venn diagram here and everything we've talked about, are we looking at top lane as
Absolutely.
in the early game? Yeah?
Yeah, I know that we came into this event talking about the swapping between the GAM players. This is where the swapping really matters, because CFO made this their bread and butter.
All right, the world champions are back on the international stage here, so it is time to introduce our 2 new teams here for the 2nd series of MSI.
Second clash of the day, the #1 team from the LCP, CTBC Flying Oysters, and the reigning League of Legends World Champions, T1!
And here we are on the caster desk as well for what is hopefully going to be a thrilling series so far. In our first stage of double elimination best of 5, everything has gone somewhat to plan. Each team with lower expectations finding a single game, but can CFO be the team to buck the trend?
And that matchup right there, Junja versus Owner, that's one we're going to be looking at today. Can't wait to see what this match is going to bring. Thus far, the free ones have reigned strong, and we don't do predictions, but that would be where I would be leaning as well. It's not the most exciting, but it is how a lot of these matches have gone, especially going the distance, even though I really thought that last one was going to go to 5. Instead, going to be getting to CFO versus T1 just a little bit earlier.
Definitely are. Silver Scrapes denied T1. Don't think they want to get even close to that, and certainly one of the most aggressive early game teams we have at this tournament. See how CFO can weather that storm. Pressure on both sides. Desk already hit it beautifully. A lot of expectations on Doran. The CFO lineup as well. What will they bring to bear? Junja, lord of domestic performances.
Can't wait to see. And don't forget, if you weren't able to catch the LCP finals, you might be looking, okay, it was a 3-2 against GAM. Let me tell you, there was some GAM magic there, okay? I really do think CFO throughout that series looked a lot better. And it was kind of the T1 magic that brought them here again, even in their first series that they were going to play against KT. They weren't the favorites. That was a pretty even split.
Yeah.
Against Hanwha Life's extremely heavy underdogs. And none of it ended up mattering because T1, sometimes they just turn on.
And well, I think for CFO, they're used to being favorites domestically. Internationally, it's a bit tough. You go to Canada, you think, hey, both teams are going to be on uneven footing. But for T1, you can hear every time Faker's face appears on camera, the crowd goes wild.
Oh, yeah.
Hometown favorites in every town they play in. Of course, we are now entering picks and bans powered by Omen and HyperX. Forest taken away alongside the Gwen. Now Talia Azir taken away too, limiting Honkyu's champion pool specifically.
And Faker has, contrary to many of his past years, not had the best spring split individually. Did turn it on for playoffs, as he very often does. But if you go back to 24 to 23, he was contesting, at the very least, for, you know, top 2 mid, obviously Chovy, domestically reigned supreme. But Faker was having very consistent performance. This spring wasn't really about him. Owner in the regular split, and then Doran and Carrier towards the end. That I think really turned it on, as the Xayah also gonna get taken away. And the Vi, I feel like kind of a must takeaway. Any pick-based champion, T1 is always going to do exceptional, and also gives Junja the tools to start fights at his own bidding. And he has been the player that, as we, I think, will be talking about for the rest of the day as well, has been the beating heart of this roster.
Definitely has. And you brought up Owner and Carrier for the side of T1, right? In playoffs, really the entire team ramping up, but those are the two that stood out to us. And it's the same story for CFO. We know Junja is the king of this region, right? 6 titles, this man, an absolute monster, playing alongside Kaiwing when they have those tools to get fights kicked off. There's nothing you can do to stop them, and you see already they've got one of those tools in their hands in the form of the Pantheon. But it does mean giving up priority mid laner to Faker, so now the Xin and the Annie, really solid setup.
Owner, exceptional Xin player, will lock it in here. And with those bans, T1, I think, also leaning into that, making sure that Faker will have a relatively comfortable matchup, even in case of something like that Victor, as it does come through. The early game, Victor at least has to respect. I think it's not until like 2 free items that you really start getting into trouble with the range disadvantage.
And it's interesting already, we talked about weathering the storm of the early game, right? How do you go up against Carry and Owner? How do you go up against this T1 roster who is so willing to fight you for everything? Sometimes against their own best interests, right? We've seen great moments, we've seen some sloppy moments. And the answer from CFO seems to be, we're gonna scale. They are set up for a beautiful front-to-back composition. Yes, Pantheon could do a lot of work in the early game, but when you see...
Jedan za chat, kažete mi da li me čujete, ne znam da li sajna definovao Discord.
Nisam. Evo, tu sam, čujete, vidite. I meni isto čuju, vide.
Ja sebe ne vidim, tako da... Ne vidi ni oni mene, vidi, gledam stream, znači...
Zato što si ripovo kameru, čoveče. I malo pa pokoriš kameru. Neozbiljno, jako. Ali nema veze. Ništa, ajmo, 3 gema, 20 minuta i spavanje. Nije on igram rematch.
Ja vas dvojicu mnogo... Jel igraš rematch?
Stani, samo... Mikrofon ti je...
Aha, izvini, punio se slušali na pauzu.
Jel bolje? Da. Ako bude 3-0 igraću rematch jedno sat vremena da se nalevelujem samo, quick matchera igraš. Može. Ako si budan, ajmo.
Ajde, neću ostanem budan još sat vremena ako završimo brzo.
To je play, trebam da dođem do 5. levela. Sad sam fazom 3. Ko se bolje pokaže GT ili koji? Koji? By far. Niko nije toliki otpor pružio BLG-u koliko koji. Realno su imali 2-2, trebaju da odu 5. game, ali eto. Šta da se radi?
Au, brat. Nemoj da pričamo prema prošle serije, baš sam se smorio.
Ajde, pričaj o Fakeru koji igra Annie.
Ali sam onda pojeo tu njevinu sa jajima i bio sam.
Ja sam pojeo isto meso i sveklu. Ja sam srećan.
They're going to pick Nico, so by that also making a possible Renata, which I think is one of the few
non-engaged timeout za Dejana.
Harder to actually pull off.
Izoluj korisnika, kako bi se reklo. Izolovali smo korisnika.
Zašto mi bulijaš chat? Na kog si ga timeoutovao?
Na 10 sekundi.
Ne, ovako, čovjek mi bulija chat. Odradilo ga na čoldu opet.
Idemo. Zašto je Dejan vjerojatno onda bio tu, razumeš, kad smo govorili da sam čoda region i onda razumeo for. Ko sa MSI? Nemam pojem, znaš da David više ne zna. Koji ako Mirvin odluči da se igra?
Evo ga, budno, chillamo ga. Chillamo ga na maks. Bila dobra prva serija, bila zanimljiva. Ova druga će biti još bolja. Mislim, neće, ali hoće, zavisi koga navijate. Ali ono, igrati van. To je uvek fan. To se nema malo. Kako si ti, Vago? Ovo 3-1 neće. Ne, ovo nije 3-1. Ovo je 3-0. Average game time 25 minuta. Strast. CFO uzo Siona. Ali to sam rekao pre sat vremena, ako ste slušali moje čitanje skripte. Driver igra Siona i onda kad izgube prvi game u 25 minuta, onda switchaju top lane i onda igraju carry na topu.
Ali sveći se driverovog Siona, brać.
Ne, dobar je. Driver ga vozi. Znači, to stoji, ali...
Ali ovaj roster je toliko gas.
Ma, jeste. Gas su oni, ali znaš šta je još gas? 3-0. Da.
Contesting early objectives is going to be
really
hard.
Igra range supporta.
And the reason why I go in so hard on it is because T1
možemo radimo carry probiju, ali ima to?
give you the time to skill. So you don't have to fight early. There are some pressure points, right? Junja, maybe they get it with Kaiwing, can get it going early, but they will need to because T1 is going to take the fight to them.
Yeah, that early game you brought up, weathering the storm, the story for CFO. We know they can play the map pretty well as we get in the later stages of the game, and they certainly have the tools put together in picks and bans, but a tall task. However, the key ingredient we talked about, Kaiwing, Junja, having those tools is present in this draft. But as we've seen in other games across this tournament, if you don't have prio in your lanes, if you can't free up that Leona to roam, it can fall apart very quickly. So eyes on both sides to see who's going to be in form on the day and what level 1 strategies they might bring to bear.
Ajmo da vidimo. Mišljenje o Losa Tonesu i Velji. Odlični su. To je moje mišljenje. Hvala puno. Tako je. Beskina ima, pa vidit ćemo.
Znači, Velja je jedini igrač sa Balkana koji mi je doneo sreću neku od kad ja radim u Fortuni.
Kako to?
Tako lepo. I mali Opa, eto, njih dvojicu ću da zovem na svadbu.
Again, in some of these matchups, we're seeing teams who've already gone through plans, got the jitters out, maybe less afraid to go all in the first few seconds of a game, but CFO and T1, first look we're going to have for them.
Now late in Fates, it looks like maybe a little bit for vision here. So we do have Driver making his way over, but don't really have that much Fred. If there was a Braum involved, maybe as a, yeah, we got to bring it up again.
Evo ga tata, pogledajte tatu. Jedan ga opiše koliko ja volim ovog čoveka. Imam nešto, neke simpatije posebne prema džunglerima iz ovih manjih azijskih regiona.
Baker mehanike koje za trade.
Šta je Junji njima na Worldsu radio sa Skarnerom? U planeu, bože mili.
Da, inače 11 godina razlike između Fakera i Honkyu-a.
Da, verovatno ono što je teo da kaže onaj momak je da je tipa Honkyu se rodio godine kada je Faker odigrao tipa prvi svoj game, recimo, ili tako nešto. Mada ne, to bi onda bilo ne. Samo zaboraviti ću sve. Opet ne znam da računam. Ma Junji je doktor. Tvoj internet?
Moj internet?
Ili moj internet? Ovo izgleda kao tvoj internet.
Nije moj za sad.
A što meni baguje tvoj stream, a ne baguje mi stream na YouTube-u?
Ne znam. Internet je...
Ajde pričaj ti.
Test. Čete sam ja okej, kako sam? Mislim, 0
Ajde restartuj mi stream na Discordu.
Sekund. Sad ćemo da to uredimo.
Hvala što su mi rekli kad počne Champions League.
Evo. Sve je okej, da, okej, da ćemo i neti. Pa možda Discord presi.
Ne, zato što ti rekao da pričaš, jer uglavnom kad ti net zaboden i ne čujem te čisto, meni je stream na YouTube bio clean, tvoj glas mi je bio clean, a slika mi je bila u 5 frame-ova.
A, možda je samo Discord, zabo.
I onda sam samo teo da to uradim, da testiram, znam šta je, sad da ti kažem da resetuješ. Ne, samo je do Discorda. A mislim, mnogo dugo svakako nam je upaljen stream, pa logično da nekog mora da zabodim.
Klasičan faker gameplay ispod kule sa 200 health-a.
Luka, ovo nam ide za CFO, a ti je Viktor.
Ne, to je ni stari heroj, samo je malo nov sad.
Ajmo sad polako da uživamo u Tivanu.
Driver, as long as he can get his creeps, doesn't actually get taken down, he's not going to be too bothered. As owner, on this Zinzao, maybe looking for a player towards the bot side. There are still sums available, so looks like instead...
Dogo je inače izuzetno dobar radi carry, ima već neku istoriju na internacionalnim takmičenjima poprilično. Čini mi se da je prvi put boomovao kad je igrao za Buffalo iz PCS-a.
Da, Saigon Buffalos.
Saigon Buffalo je, tako je. Junjija je postao poznat u PSG Talonu, kada je sa Mapleom zlostavljao sve žive. Driver je random lik koji se pojavio i igrao najboljeg Siona na Worldsu koji smo videli prošle godine. I od tad smo Sajne i ja bili u fazonu Driveru Sion. Ostalo Honky očigledno ima 9 godina, Kyrene je
Keep that wave forward as
dobar spot.
Two Gumas. Only one of them has cleanse.
Pastio sam frizuru. Driver je dead.
Stako je onaj knock-up. Tvara je double flash, pa dobro.
Double flash, uzeo je ceo wave, nije strašno, jel da?
Decent that, ma da, ovaj mora se da crasha opet.
Nije mnogo broken zapravo Luka, zato što nisu mnogo promjena napravili. Kao recimo Prime Victor je bio više broken, Prime stari Victor od ovog sad.
Fair. Faker se muči, mora reseti opet, sad nema TP. Ok, neće da resetuje.
Regardless of him getting put behind a little bit early. Yeah, still has 170 extra health, so you can see at the bottom of the screen. And TP's used to reset lane matchups here, so or they swap as now driver in the bottom side of the map, Doran going to respond as well.
Zna CFO išta. A bolji su od Gama.
Ne, nisu.
Pa bili su prvi, a Gama je drugi, ne znam ja. Gam je izgubio G2-a, mislim, ako misliš da je CFO gori od Gama, onda... Ne znam kako ti kažeš.
Kako su izgubili od Gama? Zašto su zove LCP gore?
Zato što sad igraju istu regiju.
Ja, da, oni su se možda zaboravili.
Izgubili su, to je CFO je pobedio Gam. 3-2 u finalu.
Cool.
A G2 je pobedio Gam. Tako da, loša priča.
A G2 je pobedio Gam jedva.
I CFO ih je pobedio jedva, znači CFO je tu negde gde i G2. Što ne znam baš da li je nešto čim se hvališ.
Dobro, nije. CFO je bolji od Gama i od G2. Opet je bugove stream, brat.
Ide driver.
Evo ih počeli, evo ga Junjija. Kakav si ti čali, kakav faker, bre, nalupa i dedu, bre. Šalji na odeljenje gerijatrijsko, bre. I njega i ovog mog kolegu što se smeje i navija, bre.
Šta mene, šta sam ja kriv? Šta želiš od mene?
Stream nervira me.
Pa eto sad, tako ti treba. To ja klikćem, imam dugme za lag da te nerviram.
Ok, sad ću to upao, ništa, ja cepam flashova, uživaj.
To nisi radio sve.
Ja cepam flashova, nisam odigrao nijednu partiju flashova kad smo še pravili.
Scam.
Ne, dobro, si bezobrazan, tako ja ne...
Lag.
Ja, nema veze.
Sad moraš da gledaš Junji u 4 FPS-a.
Klik, bret.
Ma, sudija Rale troluje, ono njegovo klasično.
Jesam ti rekao da sam ušao u Grand Champion?
Jesi, već verovali ne, ja mislim 4 puta.
Odlično. A ja, pa ne, nego mene Miloš zlostavlja i ja šta da radim. Moram da pogleda javno apelujem na spasavanje.
Obrati se HR u Fortune.
Šta mislite da su ovi zalisci došli zato što pre nego što sam se zaposlio nisam ih imao?
Kaže me glumi čodu.
Da, šiša me tu frizer da je zalisci nego što želim da kao čodu. On tu nije mora da flasha, ja mislim čak. Zašto je Faker nije mu ulti. A u duše možda je treba jer bi ga poslali bi ga back, a nije ima TP.
Znaš gdje je knjiga utisaka, to ti kažem.
Gdje si lećo?
Zašto si on 2 brembla? Ne, samo si zbunio malo, ne brini se, to je...
Ja mislim da je nemoguće kupiti 2 brembla.
Ja ne znam da li je nemoguće.
Mislim da je disable ono kupiti više od jedan source execution quality.
Moguće. Ne, čekaj, ne bi trebalo. Ja mislim da možda imaš...
Lagano, idem u practice toolu.
Proveri, i mene sad zanima. Jer se drugačije aplya.
To je tačno, da imaš dobar argument. Šta ćemo provjeriti?
Ajde, probaj. Evo, Laću, chillamo. Trebam tamo da ti pišem nešto, Laću, setio sam se.
Nije loše, dobro isko.
Treba da mi činiš nešto.
Try to get some pressure here in the bottom lane. Earlier we saw on our screen, Driver not quite able to cancel any of those recalls, and the ulti coming out from Doggo wasn't able to do it either. Very close, though, to putting T1 in a difficult position in terms of resets and tempo on the map. Now, however, 1K difference, not the end of the world for the comp that we, generally look at as scaling better. Certainly feels like a strong early boon. Dorn, though, holding on to his individual advantage at the very least.
To ti je Vortex, to ti je TFT.
As mentioned, Doran has been consistently one of the top laners within the LCK since he joined Gen.
Sena, treba probaš taj TFT, ti voliš generalno TFT. Volao bi da to probaš.
Pa mislim, bi da ga probam.
Pa mobile game i TFT je, realno ispunjava sve tvoje standarde.
Već igram 2 igrice na telefonu, nemam vremena za treću.
Dobro, probaj. Koja je druga?
Marvelova gača koja je izašla pre 3 dana, 4. Skupljaš Marvelove heroje i prelaziš igricu, jako je fan. Driver igra mnogo dobro sila.
Može se kupe sva 3 zajedno.
Or get backline access quite as easy as, oh boy! Locked up, burst damage ready to go. Aegis assault, but Faker waits it out before throwing down his cooldowns. It might cost him though, Honku.
Ulti there,
Faker zooming out safety courtesy of the phase rush. Jun just waiting for an extra moment. Nice flash over the wall, but Owner ready to follow as is.
Pa Owner, ti si mrtav. Promašio si W. Od se na heal vuko besa.
Šta radi Owner?
Ti!
Ko je favorit u ovoj seriji? Pa GG, jesi ti nekad gledao League of Legends?
Ne ovako.
And CFO, I think not going to be too sad about that. T1 trying to be tricky, but looking a bit sloppy on the re-engage. I felt like they had an exit after they got the
sa jedne strane imaš ekipu koja je najtrofejnija ekipa ikada u istoriji ove igre, sa druge strane imaš leteće ostrige. Pa ti vidi. Kakav fijesta, što je način baš je prljav game.
Je prljav game nego Junjija pravi haos. Ja sam načere pa ne vidim kad ti.
Honor se isto izmašio ko besa, knockback u whiff W-a. Leteće ostrige.
Took Faker effectively out of the fight. Faker's not able to join. Without the Annie, you're missing so much damage. And while all of that was happening, Doran also made his way over with the TP.
Svi tu ogrlicu tu sa tigrom. Kakav je to blink? Kakav je to blink?
Honestly fair. Junja, well played fight though, right? Gets Carrier's ulti before flashing
Nisam
over the
probao.
wall. Really what keeps that so close. As Driver now matched up against Faker, we'll see where they want to send Hongq. Side lane versus Zeus is or excuse me, Doran. Wow, big faux pas there. Doran is going to be tough.
Navik.
Sitting on the Thunder Sky right now has his Merc Treads done as
Vidi,
well.
Zeus nije na MSI-u, tako da...
On the flip side we see Driver
Ne znam ja.
fine when it comes to the item finishes. I think that time alone towards the top side.
Si igrao Kalista si uzimao T1 skinuli CFO. CFO Kalista.
Doran should be known this is coming. We see the pings come down, but I don't think he can hold there. Junja's in the area, has his ultimate available.
Doran igra. Pa oni ulete u Leona, dešavo su u Leona ulti, tako da...
Ma nebitno je.
Čekaj, stani, čekaj, lek lekova. Pa tijepa, lek lekova.
Ne mogu da daju Atruksa s ulti, jer sam da skanjem merče.
Lek lekova.
Doran somehow lives through that.
CFO Rise.
The patience, the gusto to dive forward, the sundered Skyprox coming through.
Imati oni čuveni, imati ona serija Hall of Fame Hongq Ari skin.
Da, taj je baš skup.
But this is a disastrous sequence for CFO.
Ćao,
Almost
Lighty.
1,000 gold lead starting
Vidimo se, Lighty.
now. As the counter punch is Faker pushing for free on the top
Kom
side,
čovjeku?
nearly knocking down that tier 1 tower.
Miren Specak si igra Hatrix.
Mirim da Speci kako se igra tačka, poludeo sam.
Strašno. Toko ima lep game, ali...
Ne može, ne smije da se čovkuje. To je ono što razlikuje prosječne lec igrača od onih koji mogu da zapravo igraju International. To što Bato ne može da stojiš Elku na 1000 range-a sam besom bez jednog defanzivnog itema i dok on ima arrow na sred mida.
The flash means that there isn't enough damage, and then right there, the heal from Sundered Sky, as well as the fact
Sundered Sky i passive proc u World Enderu koji amplifaju je sub received healing. I oni misle mogu da je Atrux bez anti-heala.
But also, what is Sundered Sky with Aatrox healing amp? 606 health! So incredibly powerful. Now Doran knocking down the tower as well, while the rest of the map has been a bit of a bloodbath. He's really just been holding it down on the top side. 4T1, almost an 800 individual gold lead, but it's CFO who had the setup around Herald first as we went into that replay and are so far holding on to it pretty well. Triforce spikes on both sides for both AD carries.
Drake's 1-to-1 right now. Junja starting up Herald. T1 clearly do want to contest. Sums available for almost everyone, not for Guma, not for Doggo. All of which are in this fight. Let's see whether Faker can get into the backline. And for Junja, the target selection is going to be bigger for CFO.
Faker hoće portale, mislim. On čeka fight da baci portal, gle. Da, gle. Hexgate, Any, backline. Ovo je...
Nebitno je.
Carry je...
Nebitno je što je umro. Nebitno je što je umro Carry, mogu da čekaju dalje, zar ne?
I mislio dropaju ovo. No.
Two telegraphed.
CFO,
see Carrier make his way over, like, we can see you. We know this is coming. As Driver
going forward. Can't quite
znači da ćeš Fakera da pogodiš.
Thought more was going to happen.
Yeah, as did I.
That's okay. As we probably
Ja
going to
vidi, ne znam šta da vam kažem, moj game je čudan dosta, ali bori se CFO.
Early back and forth, still ongoing, and as highlighted, I think that does benefit CFO if they're able to play their own game, if they're able to slow it down. Even disregarding the draft, right, where I think that
Dobro, pa neće biti toliko brzo, ma polako.
Ima Tivan ugao gdje sede tako even game, igraju 20 minuta, dobiju jedan fight, uzmu barno da završi game.
Bukvalno će da, u 27 mogu da ga završi.
Da.
You can see here a bit of a contrast.
Šta Boris, kakav...
Highlighting Worlds 2013 picker was 17, Hongq was 6. Two different generations of League of Legends.
Šta pričaju moja braća?
Hongq in this first game, he has not faltered, he has not stumbled. Really good playoffs.
International record 194-78, brate mili.
Koji foru bacio lik u chatu, kaže Boris je CFO koji Boris. Ovo ja kad sam umoran ne bacam, ali lagano ljudi stiže me umor, gameplay 2 će da krca. Sajno može da da AFK.
Meni je to i plan, jedan spam, idem se tuširam.
Palim pričalicu, gotovo je.
It's the skirmishing where they need to remain vigilant. We've seen T1 so many times. Just a single catch on a player can snowball very, very swiftly. Xtech Drake in particular, I don't think either team can afford to give that soul over.
No, they certainly can't. We are pretty far away, as it's only the third Drake of the game up and available. Both teams tied at 1 apiece. Gold lead slightly in favor of T1. Favor the scaling of CFO more, and it was a bit of a misstep.
Ja sam danas jako malo kofeina, ali sam okej s tim.
Ja u posljednje vreme, od kad katujem i imam ovako spavanje, baš sam mnogo kofeina, baš nije dobro. A šta da radim, ne mogu drugačije. Konstantno moram da popim, kad ustanem nešto i moram posle kad krenemo da radim.
Knock up from driver, like 5 angles. Baker and Guma ready to go. CFO, where are they going to go? They're going to start here. Instant ult.
Drivera ne interesuje ništa.
Doran off on the side for
On
now.
was Doran dobar ulti. Faker je ne znam šta je uradio. Ali zato je...
najbolji support na svijetu.
Da.
Najbolji support u istoriji igrice.
Kerry je samo rekao, ljudi, skočite na moja ramena. Ja vas vozim do kraja.
Koliko, znači, ljudi, ja mislim da ja kad budem imao 60 godina, ono, kad više, znači, kad budem postao senilan, ono, znači, ako budem bolovo od demencije, ja ću, ono, kad mi sin uđe, ono, u starački dom da me posjeti, ja sam dementno, ja ću ga pitati, jel Kerrya igra ovaj roles, razumiješ? Jel su možda pikovali sinoć double hob Laruse? Što ću da pitam, bre?
On je lepo odigrao, iskreno, baš je dobar ulti bio.
And then right here, Faker goes for a big anti-play, but both Honkyu and Doggo flash, but then Kerrya is there to ensure that the CC lands, the fight starts, and the moment the kill is found, Doran is just gonna keep going and going and going on this Aatrox. And CFO have to abandon ship. Now pick on Faker.
Ode Faker.
Shield of Daybreak, double TP is now coming.
Oni igraju ovo.
It's going to be an all-out brawl on the top side. Faker living for an extra moment. Driver going to find the knock, but should finish the kill. But Doran is here, as is Oren. Doran. Double Doran.
Doran.
Carry on the way.
Šta?
Guma stepping up. Hunter finds a nice initial bit of damage at the Chaos Storm. They need to back away.
Oni idu.
Knock up there, a beautiful full channel on the decimating smash. And now they need to get the hell out. Owner living for a little bit.
Dobar honor. I sad je mrtavi Honkyu.
Clean, bro.
Members of T1, it looked good for
Fair.
a brief moment, but T1 just
Doran nikad neće biti kao Zeus. Ma T1 mogu ja da igram to.
To je fair.
A verujte mi, ne znate kako ja igram to.
To je fair.
Driver trying to clear the wave. Owner on the chase. One becomes lightning. Junja forced to flash out. And this is the thing that's so scary about T1. So many teams would have just backed off after that play. He felt fine to start the Wolves, but T1 is still going for that little bit extra, as now they're set up to take this tier 1 mid.
And CFO, I actually like that they called the bluff. A lot of teams in the LCK often start, when you see Faker inside, is this really an overstep? Or
Nisam očekivao da će da se bio uopšte ovdje T1.
T1 does arrive, but it's a little bit too late, as Faker does take so much damage and the double TP is available. So the initial blow of the fight, I think, looks great here for CFO. We have, with the ultimate, obviously Honkyu is still full health, but I think they should have just left. Because if they leave at this point, even without a turret, they're fine. Instead, they see an opportunity to go in on top of Doran, but Owner on the Zinza, I want you to look here, splits up the fight, gets the flash knock up onto Doggo, and then with no health bars on his tanks, Honkyu just readily available for the
turn.
So good, but again, the story of the fight is Doggo feels like he's in this position to clean up, or burns these cooldowns to dodge this key ability, and then someone from T1 is always there to punish. Again, T1, if you don't know their story, you probably don't know League of Legends. But a team that, a bit of a different road to MSI, not the favorites. Many people favoring HLE above them, but the truth of this T1 lineup, almost regardless of the players who are playing on it, is that when it matters, they always manage to find that form.
They really do. For it in the regular split. That said, CFO definitely not out of it
Ne, nije Džunđe nikad igrao.
Da, nije. Ja mislim da nije.
Fizički je igrao u Evropi kada se veliki igrao u Evropi, ja mislim, ali kao...
Kerry je mrtav.
Driver traded in the meantime. It's just the 1-for-1 support for a top laner, but now the re-engage. Faker finds his man, and Owner and Guma are there to
Dogo, nema je, a mogu ga šotaju.
On je na 2 itema, nije se zezanja uopšte.
And Otacon is still alive, crucially, but Owner wants to push a little bit more.
Kako se šibaju.
This wave out, deny a little bit more in terms of resources overall.
Žurka.
The side of CFO.
That too is Doran, as he jumps into 2 people, gets blown up before the rest of his team arrives. Not quite ready for the damage that Dogo was going to dish out. But the story of a lot of these skirmishes become, initially doesn't look too bad, but as the fight continues, T1 just out-executes. So, Driver, that's not the end of the world. You get the snipe on the carry, you can just leave it at that. Your poke is really, really good, but I want you to see what happens to CFO instead. They think they smell weakness, and the turn here, that's not a flash, that's just straight up a Tibbers. You can see the passive. They walk into it anyway.
Ne, izgubili su 3-1. Izgubili su 3-1. Nisu baš igrali najbolje na Glen Life. Elik je baš prelomio. Najbolje do sada što se bilo koja Western ekipa pokazala je Flyfest protiv BLG-a prošle serije.
Koji?
Bože, koji protiv BLG-a? Hvala ti.
Dobro se pokazao i Flyquest.
Onako. U porazima koji je izgledao mnogo bolje. Koji ih je kontestovao Perma.
Remember, even though Doran is a new addition to this lineup as of this year, the 4-man core of this T1 team have played together.
Niko mnogo smara, naporna je mentalno. Nabijeti dosta pritiska, zato spamuje ovoliko magija. Dobar placement. Ne, svima CFO je odlična. Džunđija i Dogo su stvarno dva jako dobra igrača. Uvijek su mogli da se šibaju s Korejcima i Kinezima.
Sad će 25, vidi Dogo, vidi. A, našo ga!
On nema front. Bra. On dobije se da.
Ali ona se flash ulta latrog sve.
Observer ne gleda ništa. Ali perma ban za observer. Driver!
Faker nije tu, sad je došao.
Nebitno je, kasno je došao.
Pa to ti kažem, nije bio tu.
Kasno je došao.
Žu. Na.
And the first engage from Junja looks like
šta je ovo?
Letić ostriga.
Already poked and then Driver comes in.
Sim iskreno, ne znam, Doran ga je flipovo previše, a Faker nije bio tu.
Mislim da nisu smeli da dopuste ostatak T1-a da budu engageovani nakon toga što su istarali Dorana iz flanka. Tu je najveći rizik. Kada istaraju iz flanka i komitiju nisu smeli da dopuste da budu engageovani. Doduše, Driver je baš ga izdriftovali.
Jeste.
Taiwan za country, da, baš insane. Baš lepo igre.
Mislim, Giga je random, jer pogled poziciju Fakera, a pogled poziciju Dorana. Doran je bio spreman da se bije, Faker nije bio ni blizu. Kao da je bila malo miskomunikacija.
Ali ovo je baš bilo insane, ovaj ugao za
što je za T1 baš netipično za T1.
Dobro, mislim, ovaj je novi Kolačić, tako da... Ako neko neće daleko od komunikacije i sinergije s ekipom, to je dobro.
To je fair.
Kad je Mata rekao da, šta je, Mata je rekao da ti da CFO dobio, molim? To je nemoguće.
Mata, on je Mata.
Aha, a on je Mata, ja sam mislio da mislim na Matu igrača bivšeg T1.
The start of what felt like an inevitable red tide. T1 on this red side just doing so much work, but CFO...
Ma, Sajna, ako bude 3-0 ovo, on onda stvarno počne da verujem da ga sklipili.
The resist shred still terrifying against a champion like the Annie.
Ali ovo sad već izgleda veoma nezgodno. Zato što Eni generalno u trenutnim meti nije nešto nenormalno jaka, a cijela ekipa CFO baš dobro skela. Niko postaje useless, ma daj. Pogledaj Carryinu poziciju, molim te, pogledaj Carryinu poziciju. Pogledajte gde se Carrya nalazi. Mislim, Carrya piše faker, ali vidite, pratite niko. Faker build je čudan. Kada neko ko je jedan od najboljih na svetu builda, šta god da builda, ja čutim. Presto sam da pričam o tome. Ono, Elk me impresionirao kad je igrao Galeforce Solucija.
Ovo je play da sve razne.
Ali ne znam šta radi tu. Samo što je kuma. Ne, Đurđija, ne, Sanko, Felasi, ne da...
Flash, jao, Carrya.
Padaju ostrigice, padaju.
Kako se to ide, ovako i onda dole?
Ne, ovako.
Au, to je loše. To je loša priča. Play ace-ujete, perfect ace. Čitam, kad Mata kaže da CFO dobija, nema šta drugo da se doda. Dobro, važi. Ja sam od ime sam dobro pročito prošli put, Mata. Nema. A mislim, bio je na Vardo. Ti je vani imao previše visiona, a jao, Carrya. Prelepo ult. Šta ti je divan čovječ? Pa dobro ne, MR Shred sa Liandrijem, sa Rylem, pardon, ima smisla.
Ma vidi, T1 ne prašta ništa. Mislim, generalno ove dobre ekipe, vidjeli ste Elk. Znači, ne prašta, generalno baš ništa ne praštaju. To je najveći problem. Čak i kad dobijaš, možeš da dropuješ na baš najmanju grešku.
Niko perma. Dobro, sad je perma banovana do kraja serije, ali nema veze s Niko, veruj mi. Carrya je samo bolestan.
Ma nije do Niko. Carrya, može igraš što hoćete.
Daj mu Soraku, naći će neki 5-man silence koji sam i na fight.
Baš lud. Guardian kupio razinu. Korejski igrači često, mislim generalno pro igrači, umiju često da kupe Guardian ranije kada misle da će taj Guardian da im posluči za game winning fight. Ovdje smatra da ukoliko sljedeći fight pobede, a Guardian će mu direktno pomoći za sljedeći fight, dobiju game, razumiješ? Stoga kupuje Guardian.
O!
Mada kak je ovdje imao value, šta rade velodaci, vidi.
Faker supporta u 5 ljudi, šta?
Fakerov TP,
Da.
On prodaju funkio sam. Zdravir je mrtav, ma nema ništa. Mora flash.
Wonder za Guardian, no? To je Stonerov Guardian za Honkija. No, gleda Tibers, gleda Ryla i Tibers.
Ja sam vam objašnjavao zašto treba se builda Ryla i evo sad će Faker da vam objasni. Sad će najbolji igrač u svijetu da vam objasni, a ne kad Caps uzme Eni i builda onu njegovu abominaciju.
Void, Malignant su Void.
Evo zašto se builda Ryla i kad me pitate zašto Ryla, nemoj da pričaš gluposti, evo zato. Zato što je najjači item na Eni u igrici. Ubedljivo. Nije ni blizu.
Kako misliš da nije?
Nepodnošljivo je.
Ne razumijem kako. Ne razumijem, objasni mi. Kako hoćeš da kažeš da nije value, da Malignant su smanjiš MR protivnika da bi ti Void koji si drugi kupi ima manji value?
Tako je, apsolutno. Znači, to je isto kao, to je mi jako slično kao Serilda na Yoriku. Daje potpuno drugu dimenziju heroju. Carry postaje nenormalno naporan. Thor će bolji, šta priča, moj brat.
Izoluj ovo čovjek.
Ide izolacija za Dejana na 10 sekundi. Mislim da ide izoluj korisnika. Mislim da mora. Mislim da mora izoluj korisnika.
Ode Dejan.
Ode Dejan na 10 sekundi u čošak. Izolacija korisnika.
GG. Rale ga izolovo.
Izoluje ovog čovjeka. Ne, YouTube da srpsko ga najjača stvari kada. Iako je tražim timeout juče i ne mogu da ga nađem. Ode Dejan. A Dejan, laki, Dejan vređa. A krivo mi je što ukuni poruku, to me nervira.
To jeste, to jeste.
To je glupo. Ne treba da
piše da je tu poruka i da je izolovan i šta je napisao da svi ostali vide, znaš.
Tako je, da vide zašto je izolovan. Koristimo Dejana kao, kako se to kaže, koristimo ga kao primjer.
Rale, pa ćemo ti put za Turska reći daliski, aj, ja.
Pročite. Onda nema smisla timeout, evo ga, Ave. Actually, onda nema smisla timeout, ajde, molim te, Ave.
Ave je postao mnogo toksičan, a moramo da igramo revanš sa njim. On nam je isto igrač.
Nećemo igrati sa njim sigurno. Igramo ti i ja sami, neću drugi saigrač. Krenuo sam da te branim, nemoj da me braniš. Kako nemaš velike zaliske? Pa ne, fora je da imam velike zaliske, zašto sam čoda Ranger, kako ne razumeš?
Tako da braniš mene da nisam ćelav, mislim neke stvari ne možeš pokriti rečima, razumeš?
Tako je. A ono što je jako zanimljivo, to sam pričao juče na streamu isto, ja nisam znao da imam zaliske dok mi drugi ljudi nisu rekli da imam zaliske. I ti sam uzmano, aha, dobro, cool. To mi je baš nebitno, ne znam zašto. Inače se za neke druge stvari kompleksirao. Kao na primjer za procenat masti. Koliko su im samo, kako im Tivan samo zaključio game? Samo je zaključio game, pa da ovo.
Jedan fight, 2k golda deficita ili lida su imali CFO i samo su u jednom fightu okrenuli sve.
Baron is up. Both teams gravitating towards that. T1 still steady and controlled around this objective using the Nico clone.
Sajna ima jedan zalih.
Probot F. Hairline, tu je negdje, tako ide recimo. Nego sad vi to ne vidite pošto sam obrio glavu. O, Kerija. On je živ.
Ali je Dogo respektovo Keriju toliko da je Cleansovo ruč koji ga ne poveđa, nevjerovatno. Čekaj, dolenje dolo 2 na 1.
A Guma ništa?
Guma ima 4 itema.
On vozi avion.
Guma ima 4 itema unplayable. On je, holdove, predobro.
On vozi avion.
Šta misliš, što se zovem raspod, jene? Ima to neke veze. Da Viktor i multi pa i da probaju. Viker neće baciti ovaj stan. On neće baciti ovaj stan dok se bar ne završi. Sad će da ga baci kad je bar već gotov, da. To je to sad smajte dok stan traje.
To tako je. Ne, to si teo da samo se malo usporilo sve.
Može neko da pomogne da završi bar da. Kaže ale procenat masti. Ne smijem da je sign-in stream samo pokazao bi, ali pošto idemo na TV i na Loli Sports ne smijem. A procenat masti mi je sad zapravo nisam. Zato ću otići da merim kad završim kat.
Idi, gdje ćeš ići?
Pa tamo gdje stižu ću
I baš me zanima šta će ti reći.
Ne znam na koliko sam sad postao. Možda kolega znam bolje.
Kad staneš na ono vidjet ćemo šta će ti reći. Pa ćemo moći od toga da odredimo. Jer ja kad sam bio na tipa 15 reklo mi da imam 7,9, tako da... Ode driver. Ne možeš proti Atrux skače preko zidova, da. On će završiti game preko što stigne. Ma kakvi pa Juri ga pa ne može. Ne može, vidi Juri ga još, vidi Juri ga još, vidi, sad se flashovo. Ne! Uradio me braši! Jesi vidio? Odradio ga na braši! Au, kako mi je krivo što to nismo vidjeli. Ne, nismo vidjeli braši. Ne, nisam video braši u kompetitivu. Sad sam tužan.
Ali vidio sam na minimapi.
A vidio sam ja, ali nisam vidio na ekranu, braši.
Ajmo pali lodom.
Čekaj da prebolim braši sekund. Kakav nesrećan razvoj događaja, ja sam samo želeo braši. Ne, ves.
But they couldn't use that Baron buff to break the game. Incredible stuff from T1 to get that back in their favor. Let's head over to the analyst desk to break down game 1.
That was much closer than what I expected it to be here.
Laku noć, stavimo to i onda smo manje više ready. Ajmo, krećemo sa Niko. Ok, Mator... Šta?
Brown.
Brown. Može Brown, Brown je dobar tik. Novi od 2014. godine. Ali vidiš da je support i još nešto. Ajmo da probamo da bodemo iz prve. Šta možda bude support?
Čekaj, stani. Ali neću gledati zato što će...
Dobro, ja te pitam ovako. Ne idem nigde. Znači, samo te pitam. Šta možda bude support i recimo jungle ili support i top? Ja sam mislio da je Gragas, ali Gragas je Mator.
Ne, izašao je posle 2014.
Da. Muško, mana, mili. Da, može da bude.
Znaš šta može da bude, ali ovo je long shot.
Kaži.
Ali ne, nije human, to je bitno. Nije human, vidiš.
Šta si to kažeš?
To se kaže Silas.
Da, Silas je human.
Stavio jer support i, vidiš, support i middle je bilo žuto. A support je isto žuto.
Može bude support jungle, može bude support top. Može bude support jungle, može da bude support top.
Ali mele.
Nije Tarik.
Ajde igramo se pogledamo.
Actually, mislim da znam.
Bravo, jeste.
Sam bio u fazonu, Tarik nije Tarik. Ok.
Bravo.
Ok, next. Ok, ovo znamo.
Dobro, ovo znamo.
A true hunter never rests. Ajmo dalje. Ovo je Gragas. Mislim, ovo je sve dosta lako do duše. Mislim, posle pogoditi heroja je kao malo jednostavnije. Ovo mi nikad nije jasno šta je ovo. Je li to kao vruće ti je pa... Mislim, ne, šta ovo znači.
Miss Fortune.
Ja mislim da je Evelyn. Nus, what the fuck? Blitz.
Ne, Gali, Rumble.
A, je, ok. Fair. Da, overhitovanje. Šta ovo vruće ti je. Ok.
Na Firi.
Da, base skin, je?
Na Firi base, da.
Aj.
I šta ćemo sad? Sad ništa.
Crtamo. Što ne voliš da crtamo? Crtanje je bilo fun.
A kontekstu?
Ajde. Ali ti možeš da šeraš. Da.
Hoću njega na drugu monitor stavim.
Čekaj, samo je da potvaram chat opet.
Imam drugi browser. Samo da vidim da mi dalje neće imati adom.
Ajde. Ja šeram tvoje, kad ti šeraš igramo u kontekstu, imamo 8,5 minuta. Boga mi 8,5 minuta je, ja mislim da 8,5 minuta playable, ne?
Da, playable.
Šta je game do? Da, samo sekund. Moram da podesim prvo da full screenam pre nego što šeram na streamu. Tako da 1 sekund.
Možemo ovo ako hoćeš da igramo njihovo, ali ne, ljudi, ne možemo te druge stvari, juče smo probali zbog Adova, ne možemo.
Čekaj to, ja se nadam da sam dobro šerovao. Yes, ok, ajmo. Ajde, ovo je u stvari kavere igrica. Dobro, mogli smo, ajmo sljedeća pauza Gamedle, samo zapamti.
Zapamtit ću.
Čekaj, jesi ti ukucao House ili House je kao start bio?
Ja sam ukucao.
Aha, dobro. Ništa, idemo na vodu, water.
Dobro, da ste bliži.
Ok, sad ideš ti. Ok.
Ima neke veze sa prirodom. Ne toliko sad prebliske, ali ima neke veze sa prirodom. Nije nužno biljka, ali bi trebalo da ima neke veze sa prirodom.
Ok, si spreman sad za ovo?
Ajde.
Dog. I moram sam da odem na jednu stranu da pravim.
Katastrof. Ja ću da budem u fazonu nešto ovog tipa.
Dobro. Ajde, neka bude glue.
Ne, uopšte nije loš ges. Ja ću da kažem... Ako sam ovo dobro spelalo, ne.
Slušaj, tu ti ne mogu pomoći.
Nema šanse. GeoGuessr je isto dobro da što možemo da igramo.
A igrat ćemo Gaindle posle, baš me zanima šta je.
Ajde
sljedeća pauza.
A ne, pa Water River bilo bliže.
A River je već bilo dole.
Nije
ili nije bilo... Aha, okej. Aha, da, to nas kao penje gore, dobro. Glue 3 Sun. Paper.
Dobro, Paper 3. Ajde probamo još nešto tipa ovako, metal, ništa.
Dobro, ajde Leaf recimo, da vidimo samo da li ostajemo...
To je preblizu. Ojoj, kako može između 3 i Leaf da bude 220 reći?
Ne znam ja. Ok, ajmo sad. Znači šta je sad? Sad ga imamo. Sad ga držimo.
Sad bi išao, ne
znam,
da, to me vodi.
Probaj, ajde Caesars.
Da. Ne, pa ne, bilo bi bliže, Rock bi bio bliže, tako da ne moramo...
Dobro, ajde, fair. Onda ajde Green.
Ako je Green, ja sam bicikl.
Pa dobro, možda si bicikl, otkud znam.
Leaf. Pa ajde, ne znam, cvijet, mislim. Šta je ovo?
Plant. Dobro.
Čekaj. Leaf, flower. Mislim, možda je neki cvet, nije rose. Daj još cveta.
Petal.
To je dobro. Bravo.
Hvala, GG. Da, dođite mi na engleski jezik, hvala puno. Ništa, sljedeći break igramo Gamedeal, da vidimo šta je to me baš zanima. Pogađamo kavere igrica. To će biti teško, uzet ću u obzir da Rally ima 12 godina. Ali potrudit ću se. Šalim se, verujem u kolegu. Kako nije malko, ja se pitam. Znači, igramo Gamedeal. A čekaj, pogledam tamo šta je Gamedeal dok čekaj. Miš, molim te. Gamedeal. Jer Gamedeal WTF ili neki drugi game?
A nije taj izašao prvi, sad ću ja dođi. Bre. Ovako ti budeš mogao da čeka. Dobro. Manje ima šans.
Gesta video game već kao... Ne, ništa, ne.
Ovo ti možeš da igraš, ja teško.
Ajde, zajedno ćemo. Dobro, ne znam ni ja.
Čekaj, a šta je Bilbo, to me zanima.
Buildanje itema u lolu. Ili možda kao dobiješ build da moraš pogodiš koji heroj. Ajde ćemo pogledamo poslije.
Izgleda da je, šta je klasik? A da, mora pogodiš build petove i to, ma neću, to mi je dosadno, to ću pogodim sve.
Ništa, znači Gamedeal ćemo probati jedan ligu, kako je? Do sljedećeg drafta imamo 3 minuta i 10 sekundi, tako da eto, tolika je pauza, ako nekom treba break. Ovaj game je otišao kako smo očekivali, tako da... Kako je banger muzika? Kako imaš kućice, znaš da Viktora nemam pojma. Nešto AORUS, nešto 500, stakleno. Mislim, custom je iscrtano na sve strane, ali ne znam koji je tačno model. Ja, muzika je uvek brutalna. I MSI Worlds.
On the ward. Kaiwing wants to go extra tanky, but not tanky enough. Kaiwing lives for an extra moment. Now the fight's gonna kick off. Pantheon comes down from the sky, but he's caught between Faker and Owner, and they make it look effortless.
Kolega, morat ćeš da mi zabavljaš, ugasio se skroz.
Biće okej. Mislim, možda i neće. Ali imamo još 2 gejma. To kaže skripta.
Quick update as you can see on your screen. CFO have subbed in rest to the top lane, replacing driver earlier. AD speculated, and in the end the substitution did come through. So, bit of a shake-up. The first question we always ask as we get closer to a game 2 is what needs to change, and CFO have found an answer at the very least. Rest coming in the carry player of their 2 top laners.
Sećate što sam pričao na početku? Brat moj Patrik, gdje si Patrik? Sećate se moje skripte. Drugi game, izgube s driverom kad igra Siona, onda dođe Rest igra carry-a. Jedini problem je što će Doran da nalupa, samo ću to ignorisati. Doran će da nalupa i Resta i onda neće znati šta će raditi, da se raspadi u zadnjem gameu i to je to. To je skripta.
Moraš da mi šeraš screen da znaš.
A vidi, ne moram, ali ajde, mislim, pošto sam dobar čovjek, hoću. Evo, izvoli. Eto, ode on, ljudi moji. Ode.
Because you saw, when the Sion was in a good position, when the Pantheon was there, there were some good looks. Kaiwing finding a flank, but it felt like anybody on the side of T1 could kick off a play, could turn something around in those clutch moments. And then when they did win a play, they always went for more, and they always managed to find that extra kill that a lot of teams might not have even fished for. So as the Enter Champion select, need to see what the priority is going to be from CFO. Scaling front to back was what it felt like they brought through in that first game, even if it didn't really ever come to fruition. Perhaps some adaptation now as they return to the blue side, of course, with their choice.
Jeste, skog servera. CFO je sa, šta kako se zove? Jer sad im se spojila regija, sad su zajedno u Asia Pacific. A CFO je igrao u... Ako se ne varam, oni su prigrali u ovom, kako se zvala Australija? Zaboravio sam kako im se zvala regija.
Really needs a lot of time, especially if you go for the roll into Cosmic Drive. It takes a really long time to really get going. There we see a zero band away as well.
So it doesn't want to give them that scaling option. Of course, it was Roa into Cosmic Drive, into Zanya's. Yeah. So Death Cap took quite a bit of time. You can understand.
You don't have your Void Staff, which you also really want.
It's tough, because you want some of those defensive options. You've been getting it on all sides, different players diving in, finding engages.
Done.
But now the TF band Rumble to follow. Coin and Rumble both off the board again. Okay, Twisted Fate as well. Still a lot of high prio jungles available.
Vi comes to mind as a priority pickup here. The downside of Vi is that obviously does tilt your draft in a specific direction. So there is the opportunity to go. We've seen things like the Skarner be picked into it pretty often.
True.
Wukong, another pick that does well.
Prezna igrao, pa, ose, bravo, ose je bio, Sad su svi zajedno iža pasivi, zato je pre bio CFO i GAM dvije drugačije regije. Stvari nisu. Da, jesu, GAM je bio, da, bili su dvije drugačije regije pre. Aj jao. Kolega je gotovo ovaj game, idemo u treći već ili...
Aha, ništa.
Aj jao.
They can get so much work done. So this is great on three levels. Renata into Vi is always going to feel great. You can
start with the base. Renata glas čak i kad nije bilo u meti, Carrier je igrao prvi. Ne što verujete, taj lik. Carrier je najbolji, pazite sad ovo, ovo je jako zanimljiv take. Carrier je najbolji lane bully od svih rolova na svetu.
Big benefit of Nico is that you can obviously cook harder and try to really go for something crazy into Renata, but then if that doesn't pan out early, you are kind of out of luck, and Nico has so much value just throughout the entirety of the game that players are happy
njega je toliko teško planovati da je to nevjerovatno.
Pick her up regardless now. This is one of the
Lucija Nami.
To je rekla. Evo kreći, sajna.
Hrabro, da, fair. Tek sljedeći game šta će biti, da.
Toliko sve i sad bio smešno, ono ne budu.
Can be incredibly powerful, right? And if you get that lead, the range the Coling brings against champions like Kalista, maybe even
ajde chat, pišite neke viceve, nešto, molim vas. Ja sam inače čovjek, moram da mi ispričam to. Ja sam čovjek koji mrzi viceve. Ja imam beef sa vicevima.
Što to?
Znači kada neko ono na slavi i to krene da priča vici, mene krene stomak da boli, postanem anksiozan od cringe-a i transfera blama izđe pa nego što se završi vic.
A šta ako je dobar vic?
Nikad u životu, od kad sam imao 10 godina, nisam čuo dobar vic. Bilo je par komada, ali to su specifični tipovi viceva. Znači, poslednji put kad sam se smeo na viceve, kad sam slušao da pukneš od smeka, kad sam čitao knjigu, razumeš?
Ima ja tu knjigu negde ovdje.
Znam da je imaš, znam.
Šta je ovo? Pedro Deret u Kedriel fan grupa.
Markus Bašić, ako CFO pobedi 3-1.
Šta?
Ne mogu ništa da kažem, ne mogu.
Šta ako CFO pobedi 3-1, ajde?
Ako CFO pobedi 3-1, Sajna pušta kost.
Šta Sajna? Što si mene bacio pod autobus?
Može. Ako CFO pobedi 3-1, šiša se na cijelamo. Streamujemo Sajne mešića mašinom.
Eto, dio.
Ako CFO pobedi 3-1, sutra. Znači, ako CFO pobedi 3-1 večeras, sutra dolazim, pošto Sajna ja i sutra radimo MSI, palimo stream pola sata ranije, Sajna me streama, u sobi Klara nas snima.
Može. Deal.
Kako se zove kvaka koja jede, ajde.
Vjerovatno žvaka, jel tako nešto, sudija može, ručka.
0 od 10, ajde dalje.
Au, ne ovako. Šta si već mogu napraviti trenutno? Pa da.
I think 18-year-old's the best. It was a Poppy ban though. Sorry, side note. The
ban
you cannot see on your screen in between Twisted Fate and
eto, pišite svi viceve u chatu. Žvaka.
But Poppy has now been taken away and
svi pišite viceve u chatu da imamo da će Raletu jedno da se svidi.
Ja ih čitam naglas i ocenjujem. Sudija kreni.
Eto, ajde, svi kucite viceve, Rale čita, a naglas ako je family friendly.
Sudija je napisao 50 viceva u stavljenom chatu koje sam ja pročitao i nijedan mi se nije dopao. Mrzim viceve.
Ovo ne može Dimitrije naglas se čita to.
Dobro, ajde, ti meni napiši, ali ja ne mogu da čitam naglas.
Definitely an option. They want a little bit more time to decide what he's going to go for. It is blind pick Cassante. Of all the champions you could blind pick.
Nisu bolji ni vicevi na engleskom, ali na engleskom mnogo volim sitkome, tako da tu.
I'm wondering if T1 wants to go towards the possible Camille here on 5. It's again one of those picks where...
Šta priča neki igra?
Čekaj, šta?
In this case, I guess you're denying it from Honky, who did play it. If I remember correctly, when they were...
Dimitrije, tebi ćemo dati 2 od 10.
Aurora is going to be the lock in here, so that does mean a lot more backline threat.
Ja ne znam šta je ta reč.
on T1, but Aurora is the type of champion that I think can really
ja ne znam šta je to.
Ne znam čak da li je ružna reč, da li smijem da je kažem.
Ja ne znam šta je to, iskreno.
Towards the top side of the map here into the Cassante.
You predicted the Camille angle.
Od strani viceve koji ti se ne sviđaju, sve će odstraniti, sve će izolovati.
We've seen a lot of Cassante picked into Jax. You are going to give up a lot of lane prio with this. I think the big benefit of the Jax though, harder to dive, and Owner's going to be playing towards spots at the map. In this game, I think as will Faker, and the Jax is a lot more self-sufficient, and once you get...
Tudija, dobit ćeš 3 od 10, dopao mi se. Nisam očekivao, 3 od 10. Nije smešno, ali solidno.
We saw it with the Aatrox, the tower dive. He was able to survive. Maybe not that much survival utility for the Jax.
Ne ovako.
Pravda za Jovkija.
Jovki je dobio izolaciju.
Jovki je izolovana, nije zaslužio.
Already picking their bot lane, not worried about the potential counter pick from the side of CFO, and CFO showing us something a little bit new. We're no stranger.
Sad moram knjigu da nađem, gotovo je. Vreme je da čitam Raletu viceve i da pukneš od smeha 4.
Mislim da znate razlog zašto pričamo o vicevima, što je Tivan već pobedio. Ajmo dalje.
That's what it boils down to. If you miss a bubble on a hopping Kalista and get the stack to Ren, can be really rough, but if the Lucian pulls ahead,
evo ga, molim lepo. Evo izvolite. Da pukneš od smeha 4.
Montanja, 4 od 10, najbolji vic do sada.
Ne, ovi su inače užasni. Znači, ovi su reći užasni.
Dejane bacio si istu foru juče. -1 poen za to.
Ovi vicevi su kritični, mislim da ne mogu jedan da nađem dobar ovdje.
Može neki komentar na draft. Ajde dok ti nađeš vic da pošto Sergej hoće da čuje neki komentar na draft.
Ajde, komentariš.
Top matchup će biti sleeperski matchup. Trebalo bi da bude malo Doran favored ukoliko ga on stvarno skill checkuje. U suštini Xante bi trebalo da bude potpuno fajn i da može da igra oko tog matchupa. Da ne bi trebalo Jax da može nešto malo da ga montaretira. Džuđe bi trebalo da igra na pikove oko levela 6, Owner ga outscale-uje, ako Owner dobije lead gazivaj. Honkiju bi trebalo da lane bulluje Faker, ali to je Faker, tako da ćemo vidjeti da li će da se dogodi. Botlane matchup je dosta agresivan, međutim Lucianami dosta dobro mogu da igraju, ali konkretno moram samo da provjerim da li carry ima Guardian ili Eri, to moraju da mi pokažu. Umjesto ove grafike, jer Guardian je, tako je, Guardian u Lucianami matchup mnogo pomaže. I ovaj matchup bi trebalo bude Kalista Renata favor i dalje. I najveći win condition Ivanu je da Kalista Renata lane bullijaju, dobiju lead i snowballuju s Wukongom s kojim podele taj lead i ne bi trebalo da CFO ima nikakve šanse. To je to. Overall draft outscale-uje verovatno i dalje T1, Lucianami scale-uje lepo, ali Rai scale-uje bolesno, Wukong outscale-uje Vai. Jax je menes ako ode bar približno ahead, Reski upravo flashovo u mestu za... Ne, flashovo je za XP. Da, promašio je možda. Nije dobio only one, dobio je 2.
Confirmation from production.
Ne mogu tražiti.
Wasn't able to get in range. You can see a fast level 2 coming up the door, and that is brutal.
Ajde, Sena, čitaj.
Ne, vratio sam knjigu, knjiga je vraćena, ne mogu. Znači, pola viceva nisu smiješni, a za pola bi me cancelovali ljudi, da kažem naglas. Ja ne znam kako je to bilo dozvoljeno u to vreme.
Šta, nisu smiješni?
Ne, nisu, stvari su baš kritični.
It's really because, as mentioned, I think we have seen Cassante, after all his changes, actually be a pretty formidable laner, particularly early on, able to outtrade a lot of champions, Jax included.
Or Human 0 od 10.
Owner making the read that since
Vladimir Konstantinov 0 od 10.
Slightly delayed on his play and has prio in the bot lane, is going to look for a steal here. Will get spotted, but I don't know if he cares.
Owner going over the wall.
Dora nije 0, ajde. Najmo dvojku par.
Dejan Vuković 5 od 10 dobio je od mene. To je najviše što je do sada probuđeno.
Eto, sudija piše crne viceve, ali ne može crne viceve za...
Dejan je povedio.
Ovo je bilo dobro.
Dejan za sada... Nasmijeno me.
But to get the barrier, they get the heal in exchange for just a heal of their own. So Junja's flash given up, a little bit difficult, but for the bot lane 2v2 at least, a nice trade of sums.
Ovoga kontu neće lane bulivati Fakera jer neće povojiti magiju.
Top lane matchup, a bit rough. Thanks to Doran's early shenanigans, but really nicely done there by Junja to find himself the smite over the wall. Big deal, because otherwise...
Hajde kolega pričaj, nešto smijem se.
Ne mogu, čekaj, ja gledam game.
Radi carry, bre.
Meni je fascinantno da si CFO
bukvalno samo nemojte prva 3 levela da umrete i fajste ovdje mi.
O! Phase rush.
Mrtav je. Okej, šta god. Možda se šiši sutra na celov. Ja mogu da dodam samo jedan uslov za šišanje.
A koji je uslov?
Znači ako bude 3-1 šišanje sutra sada na streamu, ali mora Klara da izedituje sutra dok će TikTok.
A, može, deal.
Da bih ja mogao da stavi stitch enable, da bih ja mogao da stitchujem posle. Da razumiješ?
Sure, šta kako god se to radi, da, može. Sutra je u 9, ili tako?
Da, isto, o, Dogo! To je bio predikt! Bilo je pod uglom! Dogo!
A sutra je jedan best of 5 u 9. Ima 2. Ili ne, ima 2.
Ne, bre, nemoj da me... Taman sam razumeo raspored, nemoj to da mi radiš. Znači, 2 dana za red. Znači, znao sam da radim jedan best of 5, pa 2 dana za redom 2 best of 5, pa onda imam ispit. Znači, nemoj da me...
Ja ti sad radiš 2 best of 5.
I sutra isto.
You mentioned, right, that it's all about who pulls ahead in the early game.
Jeste, pravo si, sutra isto. I onda od tog trenutka nadalje sve je po jedan best of 5 do kraja MSI.
Vladimir Kostadinov nije loše, zato što je Thor iz Office-a. Mislim, nije Thor iz Office-a, ali slični Office ugoru.
Carrier finds the handshake. But again, credit to the side of CFO. Junja and now Doggo as well, finding those early kills.
Dejan ide najbolje.
Just in the 2v2.
Dejan je za dobar.
And Owner, his scam's earned up, so he can actually afford to do this. Obviously, just dinged 5, but thanks to his continued play and the buff that he got, the fact that Owner wasted a lot of time trying to get it.
Evo ovako, ne mogu, on je prekasno ljudi, ne mogu, ja se smijem na sve trenutno, to nije dobro.
Mile ima potencijal, dobar je Mile.
Realno nije loš. Kucite što hoćete, ništa ne ide na TV, ne čitamo naglas. Mislim, ide na TV program, ali...
Neće studiraš na privatnom faksu lagano. To meni nešto upućeno. Čak i veze ima... Kako sam uopšte pomenuo fakultet u posljednjih sat vremena?
Čovjek se zove BM. Mora da bude true imenu, razumeš? Ušao je da vređa.
Samo ne razumijem pointu. Solidan Fantix, onako 3 od 10 ćemo ti dati. Kako ne baciš double rush sa drugom čovječu goju?
Yeah, would have been in real trouble if the wave was in a slightly different position. I think could have actually ended up going down because he doesn't have flash, his lane opponent does. And now Junja has his flash or his ultimate rather available. It's the experience that we talked about, but I think they spotted just on the edge there with the sweeper reward.
Još ide na fakultet. Rale ako diplomira kad bi u septembru, diplomirao je za 4 godine tačno studiranje. Rale ima 23 godine.
But it was the objective fight where we really started to see
Faker caught out Q flash from Junja, instant bubble.
Alo što CFO? Da, ovo je čelavi rale ugao.
Dimitri je izlizan, čuo ga 100 puta, 0-10.
Jel ostavljaš multi kad dobriješ glavu, jeli?
They'll just accept the trade. They'll accept the cross map, take first Drake of the game,
Dečko Walter White.
Ja, ako pobjede 3-1, što se cijelamo, rekao sam.
Eberi skripte 3-0.
Dejane, ovog puta ne mogu da ti dam poene, zašto sam već čuo 3 milijon puta u osnovnoj školi. Solidan i tada bio, ali okej.
Doran standing guard, loves his objectives, as we all know.
Very true. Seeing if maybe he can sneak a kill if they get over eager. Owner level 6 here on the bottom side. Quick heal coming out. Faker on the way in. Good tidal wave to start, but Doggo doesn't really have any mana. Nice ulti coming in from Guma to reset the tower.
Znate da ću da vam povećam favors. Ako CFO pobedi uopšte, može i 3-2. Isto, sve što smo rekli.
Neće niko popiti ban, samo možda vas timeoutujem na 10 sekundi da izbrišem poruku, eto. To je najgore što može se desiti. Ode. Čuli ste ljudi moji, čelavi rale.
Ako pobedi je best of 5 seriju, znači, ja pristajem. Nema šta. Ali mora da bude na streamu i mora stvarno da napravi najavu dobro. Da ja mogu i da stičujem i da napravimo content od toga. Znači, samo tako sajna može. Ako pristaješ da se potrudimo da napravimo content od toga...
Dobro, ajde, pravimo content. Može.
Znači da ja dolazim sutra i to odradimo sve lepo, snimimo TikTok, snimiš ti najavu za story, ja stičujem to, onda...
Može, ali mora neko da klipuje sad ovo što je Rale rekao da će... Da, mora neko već to da klipuje sad.
To je cela fora. Dakle, samo da... Ali zar nemaš vod streama, ne?
Što nemam?
Zar nemaš vod streama?
Pa imam vod, mogu da izvadim ja ako neko ne katuje.
Dakle, u suštini, samo neka neko klipuje. Ako CFO pobedi best of 3 seriju protiv Tivana, best of 5 seriju protiv Tivana, ja se sutra šišam na ćelovo. Sajna me šiša na ćelovo, na streamu. Pre MSI-a koji radimo, znači pola 9.
Eto, imamo dogovor, imam dobru mašinicu, ali ne brini se ništa.
Flash is out. In the moment that Junja finds the Q flash, obviously nothing that Faker can do, and CFO running the early game, really getting the full value, skirmishing around, and as we said, if this motion gets ahead, the game becomes so much harder contesting mid-wave when Doggo has any form of backup is hard. I say that as he's laning 1v2, he does still need help. Although, does he?
Some form of backup has appeared as Doggo is still really hurting. And I think, again, I want to call our minds back to the mid lane matchup.
Zoli
I think Hongq getting a lot of support, but doing well with the resources he's been given, and for the second game in a row, finding these leads over Faker early on. Now, Rise is a champ who scales fantastically into later stages of the game, but Hongq in a good position to make the difference, and it's insane to me how consistent Junja is the player we have to watch.
It's wild, right? Has really stepped up, as we see here. The gold at 14, even in game number 1, wasn't going the way of Faker.
Neću Stefana ti timeoutujem na pola sata, ne vidi se. A, Orale, nećeš valjda sa tom da udariš.
Zola zna.
Svi znaju tu foru, Orale, ne mogu da verujem.
To je moj go-to. To je moj go-to. To je moj go-to.
The struggles that he found outside of specifically the playoffs seem to continue, and CFO making excellent use of that.
Zapravo, slagao sam kad sam rekao, skoro mi je stric ispričao vic pravi, nije crani ništa, legit vic, i kao stvarno baš mi je bilo smešno. Ali ima onako, storytelling i vic do toga je, ko ti priča, mnogo je smešno. Meni bilo.
Dobro, to je trenutak bio.
Da, uvetio me baš ono, u savršenom momentu, pričali smo nešto slično na tu temu, bio je, ambijent je bio insane, baš mi je bilo unpredictable.
Je Mizo koji mi je rekao će GPT, ne ovako.
Ja volim storytelling viceve ako me uhvate off guard. Jer storytelling vic zavisi od čoveka koji ga priča.
Ne znam, ne postoji. Na Twitchu si imao komendu ko se crta clear i on očisti ceo chat. To mi sad treba ovdje. Treba mi jedan /clear, ali ne radi na YouTube-u.
Jel klipovo neko samo ono, ili treba opet da kažem?
Izvućemo. CFO T1 dive na botu. O. Ništa.
Try to get out of the calling. This is what we're talking about. Once you get ahead on this Lucian.
Oh, damage.
The funniest part is that there was obviously a large time where Nami
Što je najlako damage kad igram Luciana, ne razumijem.
So you can proc it. Free spells on Lucian is, oh my god, Honq. Forced to flash out, flash trade, and again, this is something we've seen.
Koji stalno priča
So far is just chipping away at these
Dale,
players
jedno
before
uvijek
a major
naši
fight.
drugari i uvijek
Drake
mi je bilo
getting picked up
smiješno
by
kad ovo
Junja.
priča.
Honq sticking around in mid lane, knowing that that ulti was used in the previous fight. It's just 5 seconds away. But Owner already getting chunked out, and CFO running the riff right now. 2,000 gold in the lead at 14 minutes. Drake taken as well.
Dobri ste, chat, dobri ste.
Unlike in the previous game, the team fight, I think, 14-1.
Znate što je bilo zanimljivo, po mene i po sve vas, da ova serija ode bar u 2-2.
Owner caught out for a moment. Honq! The burst damage is there, but Faker now wants to take down Kaiwing, but he might be the one who's in trouble. Flash forward.
Faker će da umre za nami. To ne da nije vredno. Da.
Try to get something back, but it just doesn't work.
Ljudi, prestajem da čitam viceve, sad mi više mi je, dosta mi je.
Flashing for that kill, just trying to desperately get anything. Meanwhile, Junja is just wrecking a turret. He's breaking the vault. And credit to CFO again. Top lane changed, but top lane isn't where the action is happening, although, as I say that, Carrier getting things kicked off. Q3 ready to go for rest. It doesn't look like he's going to have an easy way out of this. Was hoping to find the ulti, and he will at least be able to take Doran over the wall. Nice healing coming in. Omnivamp on the ulti, but he gets away from the Pathmaker. That's the crucial skill.
Ajmo rest za moju kosu.
Can't cancel it early. Q3 taking some time. Doran in trouble, but
manages to get the shutdown call. Q on the way.
Doggo chasing as well. That's
masaža.
The electrocute Brock finishing it. He's John Wick. He's just shooting them down.
He's John Wick.
It shouldn't be allowed, Mao. It can't be both. At the big side, Strakos. His owner tries to get anything on the cross map, but CFO running a rift in his game number 2, and in game number 1 we saw a glimpse of this early on, but then once the fight started, T1 was able to find back the pace. As it's really just Doran right now who is able to consistently find a decent impact, as we see the 6-man roster here of CFO obviously having kind of a breakout performance at first stand as well.
Yeah.
Funnily enough, the only one to make it back as far as representatives go here to MSI.
And so far making good on that as they pull ahead in this game too. T1, you highlighted it so well, right? It was the angles of attack, how well they fought, how well they leveraged their composition in the previous game. That
look at that hard. That's adorable.
You gotta respect.
Love that. Good for you, Doggo. It's a great picture.
Ok, dobro, malo sam zbogni, ništa, samo slušam kastere njihove.
Unfortunately, T1 are just disastrously far behind, so now we look at scaling. We look at what does it look like as we go later in the game, and the answer is you have to
sutra neće rada.
and Wukong, they're powerful tools, but CFO aren't going to give you an inch. Calling coming through, clean combo again. Junja grabs the kill. And again, they're just making these side lane picks look so effortless.
Now top lane's going to fall as well. Might even be an inner here. 17 minutes. And if you think that there's not enough damage yet on CFO,
Chat nema
in
chill.
about 2 minutes,
Pokrenuo si, ikrale, gotovo je.
Drake is spawning
Ne znam šta je ovo, ne mogu da stanu.
Pokrenuo si, chat, gotovo je.
Evo ih moja brać. Pretty killable demon.
Ne znam zašto me prozivate za dinosauruse, ljudi. Znači, ništa. Imao sam 2 ljubimca dinosaurusa kad sam bio mali i svi mi sad zezaju. Evo ga jedan.
Kako volim, meni je jedan.
Niš, to mi je jedan. On se zvao Đura. Da nađem drugi je veći bio.
Kako se zvao?
On zvao Pera.
Au, brate, ja si bio kreativan.
A vidi, slušaj, to su bila prva imena ikada za ljubimce, ikada, razumeš, ono. Tako da nisam ja kriv, samo trebam da ih nađem. Nije mi drugo, samo pinte. To su mi stare slike dok ja izvučem moje pre 3-4 godina, razumete?
Realistically in this game, the expectations, okay, guys, I'll be fine early game. Obviously, actually was able to make an impact. And then once I had 2 items, I'm a menace in the side lane. And then he gets there, or he will get there soon. It looks the rest of the map. Dire is owner. Maybe looking at
to je per.
Per izgleda baš pitom.
Jeste, Pera je baš bio dobar.
Jel Maza
Ma, duša od dinosaurusa. Ne bi verovao. Nije perodaktile voleo, ali ostalo je bilo super. Da. Ode klon.
Ba, idu ostrije.
Kako se čini overall, ali to ti izgleda okej. Ovako. Hoćeš, reci mi, hoćeš samo mašinicom onako do kože ili hoćeš baš da brijem na nulu?
Ne.
Znaš, to je pitanje.
Morat ćeš da, jel znaš fade?
Mogu ja da uradim fade, ali ne dobiješ ti fade ako brijemo na nulu, čoveč.
Nećemo, mislim, ne znam, vidit ćemo sve.
Znači nula, to ti je ovako, to ti je do kože.
Ne, pa verovatno 0.5. To mi treba, šta je najmanje što imaš, 0.5, 1?
Najmanje što imam je brijanje glave, čoveč, to ti je nula.
Ne.
To je nula, pa nemoj se. Nula gore, mogu reverse fade da mu rokne, može.
Ajde ono, ko sveti Sava, stvarno. Da ostavim.
Može, deal.
Taj napravi CFO, ovo nema nigde. CFO konektovo je Honky, ili tako? Jeste, mrtav je.
Da. Mrtav je oner.
Polako ljudi, ovo je Game 2. Pričamo s aktualnim šampionima sveta i njihovim top lanerom.
That's gonna be the inner falling. Nothing that T1 can do.
Ništa. Rale 0. Jao, kako će bude ćelav moj kolega. Jao, Walter White na katu.
Ja sam obećao.
That's it. No Drakes. Or sorry, no turrets rather. I don't think Otacon is going to be in the menu either.
Carry a cheeky ult. Not going to do too much here. Otacon will fall as well. So now
Speaker je 1.7.1, čovječe boži.
On top of all of the gold, 10,000. I mean, we could just list it all.
Na Raizu.
CFO 100% in the driver's seat, and T1, I respect the instincts to try to fight your way out, but every time they've tried, it's just gotten worse. They have only dug themselves deeper.
Obećao sam, Mare, obećao sam.
Obećao
sam da će da me šiša Sajna na ćelovo. Mislim na ćelovo, na mašinicom da mi skine sve ovo. Pa ćemo se dogovoriti da kad vidim šta sve ima od Opreme, vidjet ćemo kakvi će da bude ošišan.
Nulica, ne brinite se ništa, nulica lagana. Vidi, pazi, čak imam i one blade, tako da mogu, vidi, znači gle ovo sad, znači nisi spreman, gle sad ovo. Znači uradim ti, čekaj, stari je završim sad moju priču, tras. Znači ovdje te odredim na Svetog Savu, znači ovo na nulu, a pozadi ti ispišem CFO. Znači vidi. Znači ovako pozadi ili možda strane ovako, imam onaj one blade, mogu precizno da pišem u glavi. I onda ovdje ovako, CFO win. Aha.
Možeš, pazi, mislim, imat ćeš vremena dok me budeš... Klara će da me šiša ipak.
Neće.
Hoće.
Ne.
To mi dođe gore, neće Klara da me šiša, ona će tek paprikaš da napravi, ona je gore od Sajne.
Ja ću da napišem da lepo bude CFO. To ili Ronaldo, može i Ronaldo.
Molim te, znači ako stvarno budeš šišao da pečnemo samo da cilj bude da dođemo do Ronaldo frizure pa ćemo skinemo i to.
Može.
Znači samo mi ostaviš napred, trojka neka bude to gore, samo da play, razumiješ?
Može.
Ako imaš sve nastavke, ne znam da li...
Ma imam sve, čoveče brijam bre. Znaš ti šta sam ja sve radio sa kosom, ne mojom do duše, ali...
Biće fan.
To će biti content, to će biti ozbiljan content.
Ako se desi.
Sutra u... Šta smo rekli, 9 sati?
Pola 9, pre MSI. U 8 ćemo već da krenemo s tim. Jel onda streamujemo tebe ceo dan, jel?
Pa da, pa šta? Ceo dan, cijelu noć, I guess.
Da, cijelu noć sam mislim. Ali morat ću da ponesem svoj obrok.
Ponesi.
Da stavimo tu u frižider da mogu da jedem po mojim
Ponesi, ja ću naručiti neku picu, ti pravim zazubice.
Ne, toga nema. Toga nema, bukvalno. Znači, dođem da me šišaš, i pored toga ćeš da jedeš picu.
Chat, znači, vi birate šta naručujem, zajedno ćemo naručiti meni večeru. Znači, bukvalno pravim 10k kalori challenge sutra na streamu i jedem pored raleta, znači niste svesni. Znači, sve je dozvoljeno, burgeri, pizza...
Ne, to nema. Jel ćemo zajedno kojati atraci, ne. Sajde neću kojati atraci.
Ja ću da jedem. Au, to će biti dobar dan. Šišamo raleta na ćelovo i ja radim 10k kalori challenge.
Nemoj da jedeš, nemoj, to baš nije u redu, to je baš previše. Ne možeš da jedeš,
Sviđa mi se kako je spreman da mu obrijem glavu, ali ne da jedem.
Ne možeš da jedeš, brate, to baš nije fair. Pritom kako se sad naložio, baš više ne želim nikada da imam cheat meal, razumiješ, molim te.
Ne, veze, ja hoću, ne brini se. Ja hoću. Ako ima u chatu neko da drži fast food, savršeno vreme doletite kao sponsor.
Brate, lik će da jede predavno, dušu nema.
Znaš ako će soba da se zamiriše lepo, jao.
Ma dušu nemaš.
Jao, morat ću zatvorim vrata zbog Klare, da ona možda spava od nas. I da će tamo lepo miris da se rotira po sobi, znaš.
Ma dušu nemaš.
Šta kažete chat? Pizza, palačinke i burger neki. Sa sve pomfritom nekim dobrima.
Neću doći sutra. Znači sutra ne dolazim. Brijanje glave mi je skroz u redu, ali jedenje vidi, to je već next level offense.
To je play.
To je užas.
Imamo plan za sutra, chat, sve cool. Imamo plan za sutra. Setup, ovdje ću staviti neki sto ovako pored. I onda će tu da stoji non stop, to je play. Sladole ću napraviti, naravno, pa mora desert posle, se podrazumeva. O, pa ne baš na njega. A jao.
Ozbiljno mi.
22-3. Da.
Hubiš ih.
Ništa, ako imate preporuku za hranu u Beogradu, pišite slobodno, moram da isplaniram sutra.
Težak si čovjek i kad meni teško čak. To se tako kaže. Zna Sajna šta da naruči, ako to naruči ja ću da popustim, ne naručit ću i ja. A to je jedan poseban burger iz jedne posebne firme burgera kod nas. Oni koji su prvi doveli te burgere kod nas, oni imaju jedan poseban burger također, koji je nekad bio specijalno to onda staviti u Stalno.
Šta sad je?
Ne dajem sad sponzorstvo. Pa da ne dajem sad sponzorstvo, aj sad za džabe.
Ali ima jedan burger koji je bolji od toga, a ti ga nisi probao još. Da, pa vidjet ćeš kad ga naručim sutra.
Dobro, ako ti budeš naručio, ja ću jesti.
Ljudi, kreko je rale.
Ne mogu da radim 9 sati sa njim nakon što mi je obrio glavu i da onda budem u fazonu ema kao lagano.
Rale krekuje, ljudi, rale krekuje. A ja, nisam mislio će toliko lako biti da ga krekuje. Jao kad naručim, znave. To je najozbiljnija priča,
Znam, nisam to probao, znam burger.
Da. Probat ću.
Kako se zove, Bože, kako se zove oni? Napiši mi samo u chatu, pošto mi ne možemo pričamo. Kako se zovu oni... firma koja pravi taj burger?
Evo ti na Discordu.
CFO, they've got the wallet tip, 15K in their favor. T1, there's no way they can hold this. Confidence, an incredible pace of game from CFO in game 2.
Ma radit će, brate, čuj. Za taj special occasion će raditi, stani da im. Šta je to?
Ne rade.
To je u bulevaru, ono, montanja. Ali to u bulevaru, to sam video, ali nisam ja.
Jeste, to se novo otvorilo, zar ne?
Nisam
ja tamo.
But if you would have told me that this is one of the most one-sided losses that T1 has ever seen, couldn't have seen that one coming, Dracos.
I didn't, but maybe the analyst desk did. Let's hear what they have to say.
Well, I didn't either, but given the way CFO played in game 1, I'm actually not that surprised to see them bring it in game 2 here.
Ja sam baš isto u fazonu naručim sve, znaš, jedan tipa gyros, jednu picu, jedan burger, onako sve pomalo da ali Raleta smo već krekovali, to je problem, znaš, ne mogu da ga maltretiram s hranom kad je već popustio. To jeste, tu si taj Sonča u pravu, taj jeste najbolji. Znam tačno na koji misliš, taj jeste najbolji u Beogradu. Najbolji gyros, legit je najbolji gyros, da.
Ne. Tako je.
Jeo sam tu i ovdje je bolji gyros.
Ne. Ubedljivo najbolji.
Oni imaju one dobre krofnice male.
Da, lokomadice, tako?
Da, tako nekako, da.
Nije. To su one grčke, ove su drugačije.
Petriofole, tako nešto.
Ne znam se tako sigurno, to si sad izmislio. Lokomades je ovo što...
And it felt really good. I like the composition from CFO, just had the range difference. I was a little concerned. It's always a skill check whenever you have to deal with a Kalista Renata, but they passed that check.
Absolutely, and fantastic performance from Lucian Nami as a whole. When you look at the bot lane, Junja usually is the one leading the pace in the early game and the one controlling the enemy team. I feel like this move especially maybe is something that helped the team.
T1 was like, red alert, we must escape. Junja did not let that happen. The cancellation with his flash Q to stop it from happening. And here comes Hong Q to just get the job done. I love this play. They already had a lead before this point. CFO just solidified it.
Yeah, that was the backbreaker actually, right? Because if they get out, maybe they can regroup, reset. Junja says, absolutely not.
Was that driver in the back? He's dancing for his... that was good.
I want to focus on, obviously, Hong Q absolutely popped off on his Aurora. I want to focus on Doggo, actually. Because previously he did go to MSI with PSG Talon, right? But he was selected, he'd been playing on BYG, and he was a substitute. Going into this, CFO did some YouTube content, they were interviewing their players, and he actually said, you know, this MSI is super important to me because it's an MSI I earned like for myself, right? And so to show up on this Lucian pick, supported by Kaiwing's Navi, something I know he's been practicing.
Yeah.
Not an engaged support.
True.
Looked pretty good.
Little risk, but it worked.
Looked pretty good, especially in the composition that T1 was playing, because we saw them, we saw Honor trying to go in, we saw the rest of the composition from T1 trying to go in. You always had that Nami wave ready to bounce back and just push them back.
Yeah, I enjoyed it because I was always a little concerned to see if the Renata ulti was going to be a major factor, but I felt like Kaiwing always countered it, just so like stopping any level of engage with the Nami ulti too. But that point about Doggo...
Što se uzima? Zašto se ne igraju utility? Ti što god radio završavaš na 100% krita i onda određeni crit itemi koji ti pored krita daju attack speed i to ti samo nije bitno. Možemo game igrati. Samo mora Rale se vrati ako nije tu. Pa onda možemo da igramo. Ne mogu smoke PC-a, mora s njegovog.
Well, and look at Doggo. I just highlighted his damage because he did 28.4k damage, right? And you see this is his personal, you know, gold difference. That was the gold difference over time. Kind of insane. Both the Aurora and the Lucian popped off.
Yeah, I mean, it's funny too, because before he went into pro play, hearing that Honkyu's name was Chihuahua. Yeah. And by the way, belated happy birthday, Chihuahua. You turned 18 just yesterday. So it was the Chihuahua doggo combo that really reigned terror that game.
Turned 18 yesterday, met Faker for the first time earlier today, and something that
Nemate se on čime na Karabur mi je jednako isto broken.
When Faker won Worlds for the first time, he was 6 years old.
That's insane.
It's not only meet your heroes, stomp your heroes on lane and in game here. Amazing statement game from Honkyu.
Yeah, this is
it's adorable.
Honky ima 6 godina kad je Faker dobio World, zato dobili smo odgovor.
Alright, talking about the next game, we have a series right now between these two teams, which is not something that I really expected, honestly, a CFO bringing in the vibes that they had at first hand. What do we want to look on the side of either team for game 3?
For me, it just has to be a little bit more of a challenge on just the draft. I think the draft from T1, I always wondered, I was like, okay, if they're going to lock in Kalista Renata instantly, that's just them kind of saying we can win on our own volition. Doesn't really matter what we're dealing with. That's obviously not true. So finding a draft that makes a lot more sense so you don't immediately have to deal with the range advantage from T1. And also, I do think if you're going to, like, the whole level 1 thing or level 2 thing around red buff, if you're going to do that and you have a ward over the wall, then pull it out. You don't have smite, then you really don't need to put yourself in that position, because that was a really solid play that T1 had early on.
Yeah, it actually did give up that bot lane prio, right? Yeah. And allowed the duo of Lucian Nami to get back in the game, so that was really important. I would just shore up these small early game things, right? Because we saw this in game 1 and game 2. I know T1 can do it. They're known for their monsters.
Vidit ćemo. Mislim, ja i dalje mislim T1 dobija, ali eto. Ako T1 izgubi, Rally se šiša na čelavo, tako da win-win svakako.
Driver here for game 3 as T1 has selected blue side.
Jesi čuo sad ovo?
Šta?
Da driver igra game 3.
A, pa dobro, to je fair. Hoćeš game ili da igramo?
Može ja.
Ajde da probamo. Sharuj pa da probamo.
Evo sad ću sekund samo. Ajmo ovako. Evo ga ovako. Evo ga ovako. Sad provjerim još jedan da li nema... Mislim, provjeri ti pre nego što daš u primu etar.
Da, obavezno, obavezno.
Evo ga. Znači, izgleda ovako.
Ok, dok reklamiraju EVC, koji se događa sljedeće nedelje, mi moramo da pogodimo koja je to igrica, ali tako? Ja pojma nemam. I ti pojma nemaš. Vidim sliku, vidim čošak gornji levi i me neki zoom in mali.
Tako je, i ja ću da lupim, jel može?
Dobro, ajde lupi. Vidimo kako to funkcioniše. Ok, šta, sad piše nešto, a ne piše ništa, šta?
Wrong franchise and saga piše.
Wrong franchise and saga. A Dejan kaže Xenoblade Chronicles X. Fuck it, ajde da probamo.
Ok.
Sad, da li je on to igrao ili je samo najveći doktor ikada, to je pitanje.
Šta sad idemo dalje, game selection, jel?
Valjda, jes, nemam pojma, nisam nikad ovo igrao. Šta?
Aha, možemo bilo koji. Ajmo dalje. Da.
Dobro, ti klikneš samo random, šta, ne znam, ili...
Ja kliknuo sam na neki, koja je ovo igrica?
Pa ne mogu da znam, zašto je mutno sve, ne?
Pa to je poenta igre.
Pa dobro, pa otkud znam ja i da vidim cijelu stiku, ne bi znao koja je igrica.
Pa...
Ukucaš Hogs of War, ukucaš šta god, eto, ukucaš bilo šta, dobro? I sad bi trebalo da se razbije malo negde mutno, ne?
Evo, razbilo ti se ovdje.
Eto, jeste, razbilo se, eto, ima neki sneg i neka kućica.
Čekaj, možda ovo da uradimo, ovako bolje, a?
Jeste bolje, definitivno je bolje. I dalje nemam ideje šta je.
Šta je skip?
Ne znam. A čekaj, samo igri imamo, ne razume sa kako ovo funkcioniše. Skipped.
Evo, ovo ti je sve to.
Deki, ne ova. Ne ovako. Ne, bukvalno nemam ideja, o Gamelova nećemo upustiti nikada. Treba nam igra da znamo da igramo, treba nam igra koju znamo da igramo. Ovo je previše teško. A šta još ima? Ugasim šta?
Teo sam da odem na browser da searchujem dalje, ali tako ne mogu, razumeš.
Ajde, sakrio sam. Sakrio sam na streamu.
Šta ste rekli? Buildlu ste rekli, to je glupo.
Buildlu, šta su još? Ajde, dajte predloge.
GeoGuessr.
Ajde.
To možemo da igram. Ja tu sam čak ranije imao i premium nalog, ja mislim.
Premium nalog.
Ajde, ušao sam već. Ajde, dođi, šeruj sad, možemo.
Šeram, ajmo. Spreman sam, ja sam inače stručnjak za GeoGuessr.
Ajmo.
Ok, ajmo da se, šta piše?
Giveaway.
Giveaway and keep left. Znači, slušaj, ako ti pored znaka piše šta taj znak radi, Amerika, 1/1 odmah.
Tako je.
Znači, nije Engleska, nego Amerika.
Tako je.
A okreni iza, imamo znak još neki. Ne znam da si vidio iza. Vidi šta je znak tu, šta tu piše isto?
Čekaj. Mislim da, jel mogu da se okrenem, mogu?
Dobro, u redu, ništa, vozi dalje, ajde.
Ali čekaj. Jel se meni čini li ovo znači da se vozi levom stranom?
Ja mislim da ovo samo znači da je two way, ne?
Ali vidiš da se vozi levom stranom, Sajna.
Dobro. Šta je to?
Kako meni može da dolazi odavde?
Pa Australija, ne? Ili je Australija ili Engleska?
Australija ili Engleska. Ali ovo je Australija sigurno.
Ja bih rekao da je Australija. Da, ne može tako da raste u Englesku.
Dobro, ajde, imamo još minut, samo da vidimo...
Ma ovo ti je, ja znam, to ti je bre 30 km od Brisbanea, čoveče, znam ja to. Da, to je tu od Brisbanea.
Ajde budemo realni, ovo je neka periferija Sydneya, recimo.
Realno nije kao da imaju... Campbellton, tu je.
Ovo ti je, čekaj, ovo ti je ovo što sad gledam.
Da, moguće, sviđa mi se, ajde.
Znači, bukvalno smo ovde.
Da, ajde.
Dobro,
mislim da, to je, bilo je ili to, ili je bilo ovo levo, razumeš? Znači nije bilo trećeg izbora.
Gde je reka ova, gde je ova reka bila?
Ne, idi dalje, slagali su, ajmo, idemo next. Ovo je neka Južna Amerika, već vidim ovde po startu. Znači ovde sam GTA kad sam igrao, kad sam bežao ono tamo, tu sam misiju prešao. A šta je?
Arabija.
Dobro, to je fair, to je čitaš znakove, to je varanje, ništa, ajde sad dole, idi.
Kako je to varanje, brate, to je poenta cijele igre.
Vidiš, šta piše?
Ali piše mailbox.
Dobro. A tablice nemamo nikakve tablice, nemamo.
Tablice uvijek budu blurovane.
Scam, dobro, nema veze. Ma važi, vidimo što je... 2, 5, 6, 6, dobro.
Ajde do ulice neke. Lepo ovo izgleda.
Aha.
Koja su ovo slova? Ovo podsjeća malo na gruzijsko pismo, ali nije. Ovo je Indija.
Da.
Da.
Svi kažu da je Thailand. Bike Garden. FTF. Ovo Daklin za Isuzu, alo šta je ovo, ne mogu da imaju ni auto.
Da, ovo jeste Thailand, upravo se piše TH.
Ok. A ne može da bude, razumeš, mora da bude neki ono treći najveći grad u Thailandu. Ne, nije Bangkok, nije Bangkok.
A ja inače znam, evo, Pattaja.
Ali ne, Pattaja je mnogo, to su ono plažice ludnica, nije ni Pattaja, ovo je neki mainland, negdje između, čekaj stani, mrni malo u sredinu.
Imamo 20 sekundi, Miloše ti me...
Dobro, daj neki tamo oko Ao Tonga, razumeš, tu ga negdje, tu negdje.
Naravno da je Bangkok, ja slušam...
Znači, ja vidio, ali ništa ne slušam, ne
pamet je u kosti uvek bila, brat. Holandija.
Dobro.
Čekaj.
Šta je ova kula?
Jesam bio ovdje? Nisam.
Sam ja bio ovdje, sad mi fleksa tu sa parama kako možda putuje.
Ili jeste Holandija?
Zvuči si mnogo sigurno, nemoj se predomišljaš sad, rekao si da je Holandija, veruj svojim instinktima, klikni na Holandiju, idemo dalje.
Okej.
Mordor, počeo ti Ivan, ćemo da imamo. Počeo ti Ivan, ajmo, pogađi idemo, ajmo.
Čekaj, evo. Ne.
Ne mogu, ne, ovo je unplayable, nema veze, sve lagano, vraćamo se u game, sad ću ti dam share. Stop watching, evo ti share. I sad ćemo da vidimo da li će T1 pobediti ili će Raletova kosa izgubiti. Saznajte u sljedeće dve partije, ili 3, ili 4, ili 6.
And if CFO don't ban that away, it does seem like it should be a no-brainer. Probably followed up by the Ari, which has been the most popular counter pick we've seen afterwards. As
to ljudi vole fakera.
Fans going crazy, Drake. Understandably, team needs to support after a rough game like that.
Poznavajući istoriju T1-a, u ovim situacijama T1 dobije naredni game za 17 minuta.
Naljutili su se.
Zato što su jako besni.
Really only the Leona and the Renata of the effective Kai Wing champion pool have taken off the board. The surprise win with that Nami.
Yeah.
Giving them a few more options as we go deeper into Fearless.
Zeno rade po principu da moraš na Twitchu da povežeš verovatno svoj Riot account sa Twitchu. Tako rade svi Twitch dropovi.
Pa ne, možda se ulogaš preko LoL eSporta i da gledaš naš stream preko LoL eSporta i dobiješ automatski.
Tako je, bravo.
Sad ću ti dati link ako hoćeš da gledaš preko LoL eSporta, ne moraš preko Twitcha gledati uopšte. Samo mi daj 2 sekunde da ja isličam sve što treba.
Da, Fearless drafti. Sve best of 3, best of 5 serije u e-sportu LoL su Fearless draft.
Rali, inače prekrivena ti kamera i dalje, znaš?
Da, i treba da bude.
Okej.
Evo mi, ne mogu broju više, 100 sati sam na kameri.
Isto. A ja nisam, ne, ti si troll, ne?
Pa prekri, pa i ti možda prekriš, ko ti brani.
Nisam cao. Evo tako, ljudi. Imate taj link i preko tog linka gledati direktno ovaj stream, ali ako se ulogujete na Riotov site, dobit ćete dropove dok gledate ovaj stream. To mi je gasa.
Dene, nemoj opet da bude izolacija. Ne, ipak igra driver.
Pa da, igra je driver pa respa driver.
Da, pa ona je rekao stvari da vraćaju driver.
Ali zašto bi oni vratili drivera kad su dobili game s restom?
Zato, jao, 2-1 CFO. Kaže, I don't know about that, molim te, čutite.
If Canyon doesn't earn blind trundle, no one earns blind trundle.
No one earns blind trundle.
Because I think that Junja thus far for me has been the absolute
the best performing player in this series thus far.
If that was an Ornn on the enemy team, I think it makes sense.
Sure.
But blinding a trundle like that, I don't think you can get away with it.
Oh, yo.
This might not be special for you. You get to cast this champion sometimes. This for me, the Zed.
We are obviously going to assume, despite the
historical
significance.
Zapravo, vi ne znate, driver i rest pred svaki game igraju Paprikavan Makaza.
Da, to je istina.
Ne, kao u Squid Game-u, Paprikavan Makaza -1 igraju.
We get blind Galio, and the blind trundle kind of made me question. The blind Galio feels like, to me, another admission from T1. They just want to ensure that they get Faker on something that he is comfortable with. But they really need an engaged support to go with this, right? They need someone that sets up, they need someone that can go in. Nautilus, for me, would be the prime.
Ne, verujem mi.
Oh, come on, dude.
Koji pik!
Šta je ovo u gameu broj 2? Ovo je game broj 9, a ne game broj 2.
Ovo je game broj 3 za početak.
Ne, ovo je game broj 9.
Absolutely no CC, but immense dive potential, but there's not really a great dive target, and Drain Tanks seems to be the name of the game on the side of CFO.
Dobro, lagano šta, pa bio sam već jedan čelan u životu.
Šta kad se rodio?
Ne, pa cijelu srednju sam bio čelan. Šišao sam se 0-5-1.
Čekaj, sakriću ti kameru dok ti je prekrivena.
Upravo si ružno izgleda, sorry.
It's okay.
Ne mogu, zato što sam bukvalno... Mislim, sad ću da se otkrijem, sad ću da vam da se otkrijem. Možeš da mi vratim kameru?
Lagano.
Sad ću da te trollam, sad ću da
dođem. And kills the high value targets, and thus far, as highlighted, he doesn't really have a target yet. Really, the best one is probably Trundle. I do have to say though, with Swain, it is a champion where if you start falling behind, it will feel very reminiscent of what happened in T1 in game number 1. We've seen this pick pulled out, I think, a decent amount, not just in the Galio, but into the Ari as well for a little amount of time. But you do need to be able to actually drain tank for it to have consistent value.
Yeah, a champion that can look incredible in the right circumstances, but you're right, if it falls behind, the Gwen and the Zed can make quick work of the pick. Interestingly, the Jin, the MF both banned away. AORUS has already been hit, so the options for Guma to sit safely in the backline while the rest of his team dives forward are getting more and more limited. Now, Kai'Sa is still available, a champion who isn't the best laner, but can follow up on the Galio, can follow up on the Gwen chasing in, although again, they don't have CC to set up the Plasma.
Kai'Sa's a big risk if you do take that, because there is a lot of lane bullies still available. That's one of the ones that I was going to go for. I like this a lot more. Doggo picking up the Caitlyn.
Senna.
Ooh, what is it going to be for Guma here?
Okay. Thinking about it. I agree, audience. We know.
Dobio sam drop 1, a nisam danas, ja mislim.
Come on, come on, come on. Not that, nope, not
Kako igra Tivan? Pa
already off the wall, might as well commit.
Come on.
This though, it's a known quantity.
Okay, it's fine, it's safe, it's stable. We all want to be a Felios. Give us the 200 years, but we'll take the 200 stacks instead if he can last that long. And
ako je ovo lokovano, ja idem, Rale sam radi ovaj game.
Controversial duo from a
Vjerujte mi, neće ti će pričam ništa svejedno, ali tako, Rale? Ne znam me čuje sad, Rale. Ali ovo ako bude lokovano, ja ne moram da ja ne pričam ništa, ja mogu da odem. Ja mogu da odem, da, evo ga, vidite ga, pogledajte što se veseli, gledaj ga. Ja mogu da odem sad. Ja mogu da odem. Rale će, neće trepnuti 3 puta ovu partiju. 3 puta neće trepnuti ovaj game carry igra trasha.
I to još u blitz matchup, joooo. Zato koliko inputa ima u blitz matchup, to je predobro.
Ja sam rekao, ja mogu da odem, ja ne moram da radim ovaj game, mogu odspavam sat vremena.
Ovaj lane je toliko dobar za igru. Brown matchup, to je naj-old school counter za trasha, posle tam Kencha koji je imao da divarno double. Ovo će biti predobro.
Senna trash.
Ovaj matchup je insane. Zato što Senna zapravo ima prezans prvih 6 levela dok ne krene da smara jer builda statik pa lekuje damage u prvim itemima. A sve zavisi od toga kako carry odigra laning phase. Yeti Brown level 1 čak možda. No, on je level 1 guba stvari.
So, strengths for T1. Obviously, the pick potential with the fresh always going to be a big talking point. Still have the side lane impact.
CFO ima bruka draft. Oba drafta su insane. Ovo je insane draft.
One of the few picks that can actually chew through the members on CFO.
Koliko će ovo da bude dobro.
Biće fan. Takes so long. On the flip side, for CFO, it's mid-game. Turn that early bot lane oppressive matchup with the Caitlyn into some skirmishing with particularly that Swain to try and give T1 an opportunity to play the game.
Chronicler, we're getting ready for game. T1 fans ready, they're excited. But of course, this is going to be thrilling. The thing is, I'm a Thresh hater. I have been for many years. But if anyone on the face of this planet can change my mind, it is that man on your screen now with the Mata skin as well.
Dobro. Spellbook igra, joooo. Šta je otišao? Otišao je Hex, Lashan, Flinching i Bone Plating. Ja bi vjerovatno u ovom matchupu igrao sa Second Wind.
Imam tikujem banove, vrat. A će bude fan.
The ability to actually lock down the Zed is minimal, and there really isn't that many ways
Caitlyn, Ghost, Guma, Cleanse.
To deny owner Backline Access once we get deeper into the game, right? There isn't.
U šta Cleanse? Cleanse se u stvari ne sviđa. Ja mislim da je Ghost bio bolji.
A lot of immediate CC, and in his case, I think he would also still often have to rely on the flash to really.
Kakav je igrao Zed, šta pričao oni? Chill. Chill komentari, chill.
Ja, čekaj, jel realno da je možda otišao Ghost da proba da ga auto-spaceuje na prvim levelima? Dok ovaj ne krene da ima range.
Ja mislim da je Guma trebao da mečuje Ghost. Šta će da klenza? Pa šta će da klenza? Ako Svein bude uzeo Rajala i u bilo kom trenutku tebi jedan player.
Ali mnogo teško u ovom lane'u da igra ako ga kako konektuje bilo šta.
To je to, ali...
Pogledajte samo...
They have also warded his own camp, so they will have a perfect timer of where the Z is going to be at any point. And the cool thing is, what is going to happen is these two dudes are going to get as many pot shots.
Ovo je huge. 3 mele su izgubili carry,
I'm going to try and set up for a dive, because the map is split vertically towards the top side for T1, bot side for CFO.
CFO ima tako dobar prep za ovo da je to nevjerovatno.
Lepo, lepo.
Kako si se spremili Ghostove? Pogledaj šta radi momente. Carry je instant kill. Kill by the way za Mousepad, dobro ne može da proko stan.
Guma ne može basic koji je gledao.
Da, težak je jako lane. Ako te čizuju tako. Ako te ne čizuju, to je fora sa Braumom. Braum u bilo koje meče kako god igra u Braumu uvijek mora da pazi samo čiz. Ako ovo izvedu.
Guma prokaj potove.
Nemoj level 2.
A ja.
Oba.
A, dobro.
Double kill za Kingston, kill za Trash. Svaka čast, momci. Svaka čast, momci. Ovo je katastrofa za T1. Svaka čast, momci.
Samo se ti igri s kosom, Rale. Imaš još dan.
Ma lagano.
Imaš još dan.
Ako level 2 dajvujete Gumajušija i Carryu, koji igraju Senu i Trasha u Caitlyn Brauma, tako što Junjio splituje mapu u early level 3 sa Trundlom, kog je blindom. Vrate. Gubit ću na glavi, ćelo. Ono outplay, znaš?
Comes out, but he's not able to get the auto attack, not able to get the intent for the week, and there's a Braum here just waiting for him. One stack. Slows him down. Got the
Sad Doran dumt. Nije
run.
Doran, mora flasha.
Flash as well.
Big deal.
Ma fajn je.
Gets the flash, but
Dobro,
I think T1 should just be happy that they didn't give over another kill to this Caitlyn.
Koliko je lepo pocenio da Guma i Carrya moraju da crashuju i da backuju.
Pogledaj item dogo.
Koliko dobra rotacija. On će ići na kolektor.
Da bi snowballao lead koji je naš.
Da. Znaš da ne bi to išlo da nisu uzeli 2 killa?
Verovatno ne.
Išli nije to. Ovo bi bila praćka na prvom rekulu i Loxa posle toga. Nema veze ljudi sa fakerom ni sa kim. Ovo što sada CFO pokazuje vam je moć coaching staffa i moć prepa. CFO se jako dobro spremio za ovu seriju. Znači nenormalan prep su napravili, baš dobar prep. I ko što vidite, Braum sve vreme igra oko foga, to je cijela poenta Brauma.
Guma mrtav? Nije, trash, zavarili smo trash po stvari.
Znaš da nije level ovo, ništa level 2. Sve vreme mu je stajalo tu zbog lampe.
Wandering down to place a little bit of vision. Owner is here on the bottom side, but Driver, again, there's no CC for Doran. So as long as Driver doesn't step too far forward here, he's in a decent spot. Taking up a bit, but it's not quite a full freeze. Dago does get rooted, and Owner just continues to wait.
Ne, provokuje kut, to je to.
Driver je mrtav.
Čekaj.
Ne, dobio 6. Ja, on je kljuvo za 6 pre ovoga. Genije. Kaiden gridovao da povodi Senu. Ovo se da čankuju Carryu samo. Nešto mi nije dobro.
When the Z is in the head, when it comes to either gold or CS, to the Trundle, you know the early game not been going the way that you've been looking for. We do see T1 trying to at least fight back a little bit here towards the top side of the map, but this wave state remains rough, and it means that Doggo can take so many pot shots, and again, it's a serrated Dirk, as you highlighted. And Driver, he's chilling. He's Gragas on weak side. He doesn't need to care.
And while Doggo's still wildly far ahead in terms of CS, range advantage for Carrya at least means they're able to walk up a bit in this lane. But it will just be Junja starting the objective, spotted on vision though, importantly. So T1 know they have a window of opportunity.
Može T1 da odigra oko ovoga što znaju da je Junja. Da, vidimo čim ga je video, onda mu ulazi u džunglu.
Doran and Driver trading blows. Cask burned there. Doran, just a quick response, so not a lot can happen.
Ne, vidio sam hook.
Ovo što radi CFO sa Diverom vjerojatno me posjeća ono što je radio SKT sa Bangame i Blankom. Jedan igra slipere, drugi igra carrier. A Driver je očigledno Vixi dodac.
Should be able to get him at least close to level 6. Q gonna take a look here. I don't think, even if Owner hits 6, I don't think he is threatened, and nope, XP not gonna be enough. Looking like the red buff is next on the menu.
Njima će trebati mnogo vremena da mogu da ubiju Svin ako Svin dobije iteme.
Da. I ono što će biti još veći problem je što mislim da oni moraju da setuju Honkija behind. Kao, mislim da Svin mora da umre pre levela 6, ono. On je njega već sad teško ubiti.
Da. Nema šta će Zed raditi,
level 7 je ima Giants.
Ja pojme nemam šta će radi Zed. Jungle Zed sa malo resursa.
Znaš čemu mislim da Zed služi ovom matchupu? Zed nenormalno lepo može da kliruje. Mislim da je on tu da outpace-uje Trundle samo. Da bude svuda da je Trundle samo da uspe da čisti sve. Odakle je CFO, pa to je sad...
Asia Pacific.
Da, Asia Pacific, pa. Nije jugoistočna Asia, nego Asia Pacific.
Making sure the backs don't come easy, willing to give up a bit of life just to stop these recalls. It's Swain!
Savršen stop.
From a different lane, from a mile away. Just making tempo so hard for T1.
Swain from the lane, cancelling the back there.
Koliko su lokinovali nekada.
Da, baš lepe igre, baš lepe igre.
As Junja starting, the objective here, I don't think there's anything that T1 can do. Their lanes are pushed in. Owner is just trying to farm up a storm.
Najčešće u ovim situacijama ekipa koja ovako rano dajeva level 2 pa dobije neki lead ume to da se izniveliše kasnije, ali evo već 5 minuta dobro i dalje održava 1000-1200 leada.
Again, the fact that this core man unit of Owner, Faker, Guma, Carrier playing together effectively
since
prvi recall.
Vjerojatno pa to je mid odavde.
Top laner obviously says coming in through door and now as a
driver, okay.
Yeah, the casks, the rest of the Gragas has been good. The casks,
CSing, no notes.
Ide si straight top.
Survive the ganks, great. As long as there's no fight, obviously.
Recall se dalje predugo je čekao neki par ulazi.
Is also not friend whatsoever, but this core, it also means that these players obviously very fine-tuned to one another and hasn't been often that they've been able to...
Da, dobro, samo što se tada regija, to ja nisam znao, to mi sami sam rekao. Ta regija se spojila sa Vijetnamom. Game je drugi seed te iste regije.
I have been burned by Doggo a little bit in some of the games that we saw. And in the previous game, always dashes in were obviously very good as... Oh, the cancel!
Gledaj, ako uzme lampu, staje na trap, ali ne može da klikne. Ne može da klikne na...
Uzme mu java sama na raspola gas. Posto ga je back. Guma, ne znam šta će igra smash Game Boy 4, pazite što sam rekao.
Vard ga je istrlovao, a i trap je bio giga dobar, ide uzo to završevi na trapu.
Sitting on 17 souls, by the way. Having a very fun time. Owner, the vision control is obviously there for CFO as Carrier is just watching his turret get obliterated by this. Caitlyn, there's not really anything he can do. Just has to sit there and eat it.
And I think the good news for T1 is normally when you play Thresh, you really need to snowball, but because the enemy team is all about kind of this death ball, the Lantern alone is a lot.
Da napomenemo 14 puta ovaj stream, razlika u godinama između Honkija i Fakera je 11.
That's Kaiwing coming in on the Brom.
Creative use.
Faker kad je osvojio prvi World s Honkiju ima 6 godina. To je informacija.
True. I mean, Kaiwing does have the power of Kebab on his side.
That is my favorite Brom skin.
It's great. It's fantastic.
This does buy Guma a little bit of time.
Oh, observers have a different opinion as we randomly pan down to Superfan Gragas.
It's good.
It's in the running. CFO skin game on point. It's Doggo and Kaiwing. Pretty comfortable to just sit here. Faker, of course, itemizing early MR means wave clear okay, but it's all base damages.
Slow misses.
Thorn ulting.
And Driver, he's living his best life.
Ne.
Sidestepping.
Ti imam baš ništa.
Nije on Mirvin da bude engageuovan iz Raptor pita.
Dobro, to je bio Supa da duše, to je bio Supa.
Da, izvini, Supa.
Mirvin je izrifao drugu partiju sam.
It's just Faker. He can't really do too much to Honkyu in the 1v1 and CFO. It's not quite the explosiveness that we got in the previous game. And this gold lead on Doggo, good as it is going to matter less as we get deeper into the game, because I do want to draw your attention to the Zed that is sitting on an item. And that is going to become an increasingly big problem unless we see both Kaiwing and Driver do their best bodyguard impression.
Junja contesting here a bit in mid lane.
Postoji.
And I think it's important to remember that CFO have been
solo kill.
Taking some risk there, but we'll be able to walk away. Extra sustain for the Cattles, making it good. But
Doran.
Driver just barely fast enough on the flash out.
He has an item. That's a kill, and T1 maybe want to turn this into more. Don't
Guma, nije bilo ni blizu.
Junja ne smiješ da tankaš to. On je to treba da ulta dao.
No, promašio je svaki šuriken, ali dalje ne.
A nije ovo loše, nije ovo loše.
Dorane.
On je out. Oni gore prave paprikaš.
A ubili su carry-u već i ubit će i
faker.
fakera.
Ali sad je unplayable protiv Svejna, dobio konkurs tako. Ma, flashi se da fakera sa 17 godina to. Samo prilazi za pilan. Eto ga.
Onq's pretty damn powerful. Healthy as well. Nice sidestep from Dorn on multiple abilities. Wants to turn things back with his ultimate. Owner going in. Contemptually doing some damage. Not actually able to get the pass.
On ima kolba za 3 sekunde, ali neće da juri, neće.
I dalje huge za CFO.
Da.
U Turbo League-u bit će napeto.
But still CFO pulling ahead.
There's a top side for T1.
Mnogo je na Doran ovaj game, on možda i na sam.
But even if he finds Kaiwing, it's not going to mean too much. But Owner doesn't find the damage onto Junja. Obviously, there's so much healing, and then the flash over the wall. Doran doesn't have his dash, so he doesn't actually get to kill him. And then meanwhile, while that's happening, Hongq obviously takes absolutely zero damage. Guma can't...
Tivan igra, ovo je prvi meč Tivana, to je prva serija Tivana.
And just stand amongst multiple people, cycling cooldowns. And then this is the fact that T1 was able to get anything.
Ne, rekao da je prespavao prva 2 gejma, tako da...
A, ja sam pročitao 2 dana, bio sam u fuzonu. Mozak mi ne radi.
Tivan je igrao jako dobro prvi game, ali drugi game je CFO ih istompao.
And I think it's important to remember how domestically dominant CFO.
Nisi bio tu, ali ja sam obećao da ako CFO pobedi ovu best 5 seriju, da me stvarno sutra radimo od njega gajbi i da me pre MSI streama šiš. Počelo.
We didn't know this was just a blip on the radar, as so often when you look at PCS, when you look at the former LMS region, super top heavy. And while they did have some good games, it didn't always transition. But right now in this game 3, it's CFO in control after a win. T1 have tools, but their composition, it's hard to play. It's difficult to execute.
I do think the same can be said for CFO though, because the laning phase, obviously, they played out extremely nicely, but some of the team fights can be looking rough. Right there, Doran was basically...
Ne, vidi, ako sa ovakvim draftovima i sa ovakvim načinom igre CFO pobedi, ja se sutra smeškam dok se šišam.
If that type of attention is paid towards Doggo, it's going to be how well can the rest of the team facilitate and disengage. His owner does have W, so he's fine, but I want you to look at the itemization, right? Hongq going for Rylai's first, obviously, to both endlessly maintain his ultimate, but also to just provide more value for the team, provide that CC. Driver obviously has incredible disengage. Gragas' entire kit can both set up or knock enemies away. And then Braum, kind of self-explanatory, it's the champion's whole identity, but there are going to be item breakpoints where I think CFO are really going to struggle. Champions like Swain also going to fall off in relative value once Owner, Doran, or Guma get to enough items or stacks respectively.
But currently CFO in full control of the objectives on the map. One more Drake will be soul point for them. And if they can hold on to this control before those power points come through for T1, it's Chemtech.
For Kragas and Swain.
And Trundle, yep. Again, not always the ideal role, but this is about the best composition you could hope for in a Chemtech Soul game.
Be hard to take down, and we do see pace of the game a lot slower for.
Mislim da Tivan hoće da se uspori partija. Mislim u teoriji full build Guma sa Infinite stackova može sam da nosi game. Mislim sve ove bizone sad i dalje može da nosi.
Na kojim itemima Guma nosi? Šta, Cleaver, PD?
Cleaver, Infinity, RFC i... Ma može da igra i PD ako hoće, ali fora je što je više pitanje koliko ima stakova nego koliko ima itema. Njemu treba neka bolesna količina stakova ovaj gen da bi mogao da nosi.
Ne, Dorane.
Šta radi Doran?
Dorane, flešao se u Rajla i Dorane, čoveče boži.
Oni grifuju.
Wow, ovo je baš loše bilo. Ja sam bio poznao, neće valjda. Kuma. Lako bre narode bre.
Još šta ima?
Zanimljivo je kad CFO igra, ali je zanimljivo da kad grifate.
Šta uradi Doran? Ja sam mislio disengage ovdje, šava wave i igra za kulu.
Disengage moment kad nije pogodio ceo ulti, sad je trebalo da disengage.
You're just losing to movement. Yep. He only casts one spell. He didn't have mana.
Ma ovo je verti svega dobro. Ko vidiš. Pritom ti ne znaš koliko ja volim Džundžiju i toga kao obožavam ih. Baš gotim ovo dva momka. A obojice igraju jako dobro ovu seriju.
And unless they're able to like take out Doggo immediately or somehow find a way to do it,
he's going again.
Is this a replay?
Another ulti.
Round 2.
He manages to connect. This time Owner is here.
A i onda iskreno nije šulikem pogodio cijel game.
The entire team collapsing. Honky wants to try and clear the way, but Owner's on the way, and he's sure just fall here. Grass back is good. Senna ulti from across the map.
Počistio skoro cijel wave, to je fine.
Now it's the Herald being driven in bottom lane. They managed to find the kill. Honky down, but Faker needs to back away.
Pogledajte kako je carry odmah backo na pola ovog play.
Well, yeah, they get the kill, but at what cost? You're losing soul point. Faker will be fine, but the bot lane turret most certainly won't be.
Znaš sam verovao će probati da basicuje Shelly u pola sprinta da je prokao oko. Ide ubije.
Ne, igraju savršeno. O ja, Doran je dead opet. Driver ima dovoljno.
Ne ubija ga, ne.
Ima dovoljno.
A da baci Q sa full stackom.
Ma da. Ima roa, to je dovoljno.
A što delaya sve, ali dobro.
Što najgore, ja razmišljam da li će oni su poveli Smash, ali može Smash da upadne.
T1?
Da. A ne, da li je CFO poveo Smasha sa sobom da igra umjesto Doga?
Pa možda šta.
Jel možeš da proveriš?
Da.
Da li je u sublist? Za sublist.
Da. Samo da nađem.
Ne.
Nije.
Nisu ga poveli, nisu nikog poveli za saba.
To je zanimljivo. Jer kao ja razmišljam u tom smjeru da šta radiš u ovoj situaciji, pregazit ćete drugi njem. ZFK, ali to je poenta da Z maintainuje, da se kažem, objektive i ove kampove, u stvari je maintainuje samo kampove gdje je 4-0 objektivima sa CFO. CFO ima 3 Drake i 3 samo gold leada, a ne outscale je hard. Outscale je blago možda, ali comp wise čak je ne... Molim?
Treba stakova se ne bude jaka. U ovom gameu ja bih rekao preko 120 da može da igra.
Da, treba mu zbog Caitlyn mu treba 120 sigurno. I zbog range-a za Swaina. Swaina je jako teško space-ovati jer ako Swainu na sekundu uđeš u range, on ti applyuje Ryla i on te može rundownovati odmah.
Ali vraćam se nisto, cleanse me bio useless.
Da, Ghost me bio mnogo potrebno i slažem se s tim.
Jer u late-u sa Ghostom ja vidim on sam možda nosi sa 120 stakova i s Ghostom niko ne može da ga dovati.
Tako je.
Ako te pogodi Brown u late-u sa 120 stakova vidi, ne zaslužuješ da igraš, a ne da...
Da, i s druge strane ako imaš 120 stakova, Fleet i Swift možeš da uđeš i u Ryla i sa Ghostom, mislim.
Prekrstio ga Doga.
Guma suši.
He really wants stacks, Dracos. That's my read on that one.
I mean, he needs stacks.
Ma, nije problem što je Guma bio stompovan, problem je što se CFO spremio jako dobro, a ovi nisu uspjeli da skontiju šta se dešava.
Kako to da mi znamo bolje od njih? Pa nije da mi znamo bolje od njih, mislim, nekada je situacija... Prvo, mnogo je lakše biti pametan kada gledaš sve s polja.
Tako je.
Jer oni su na bini, oni su pod pritiskom, razumeš, oni su ono... dok mi ono sedimo, chillamo kući, mnogo objektivnije i lakše gledamo stvari. I opet, to što je da je Ghost bolji je samo nešto na čemu se Rale ja slažemo. Objektivno možda i Cleanse ovde nekako ima smisla mi da to ne vidimo. Više nego Ghost, ali...
Isto kao kad se fudbaler na utakmici žali kako nije offside, a ti si vidio da je offside. Ti imaš bolji pregled igre, meni je veća kamera, nemam fog of war, razumeš, meni je sve mi je dostupno. I imam sagovornika. O, evo kakav flash.
Ne radi damage guma još. Čekamo nedostatak stakla.
Fati krepat sve, man, ajde me zezak još sajno. Pogledaj ovo kako inspektuje, samo hoda nazad, ništa ga ne zanima.
Pregima, da, ali pazi, oni su od trenutka lokanja Sene pričali šta će da pikaju na botu, a ne da li će Sena igrati Cleanse ili Ghost, to je fora.
CFO, they're ready. Doggo's not here.
Ovo je dobar force od Tijuana. Mislim da driver samo treba da ulti i da zustave ovo.
Doran samo mora da ih seče ovdje.
Ne tako, Doran je popio Subjugate. Da, da mrtav je. Ovo je fight sad za CFO.
Svin, jao Honkyu. O!
Bravo, nebitno je, samo cleaner sad.
Dobro, 32.
To get the AD carry into the fight, and now they have to be careful.
Sjajno.
Going over the wall, just a bit of poke. Owner knows if he overcommits, he won't be able to steal the
Zed ima bolji kutez, znate. Passive proc smite bolji od Pure.
Ja sam mislio. Znaš sam video Shadow Smite u lampu.
Wow.
I 10 sekundi Soul.
But the resets will come through for the Dragon. As we take a look, obviously this starts with the most fat member on CFO not being in the fight.
Driver je loš ultovo, ne možeš ultaš Dorana u mele.
And you can see T1 wanting to try.
Ali pogledajte koliko radi posla Swain. On je dobro odigrao ovaj fight. Ovo je bilo insane.
Eventually they will take him down, but the cost is massive because Doggo arrives, quickly picks up 2 free kills. Another double kill for the man. And now T1 so much used there. And this fight, they can't afford to not take.
And credit to T1, they did manage to find.
Da li se više isplati dobiti pare kao ovo ili kao ono, sve ti individualno. Svako pregovara za sebe i plate unutar jedne ekipe možeš imati 6 različitih plata, tako da to ti je... Tu nema pravila.
Driver ima 2 levela zbog roje na Doranom glume, odmah mora da cleanse, ovo je već smo početak. Ovo je Soul, ako ovo ne stila. Ne mogu da uđu. Ovo Doran...
Odem u Shadow, on je waste-ovo Shadow na šta na puk.
Da. Duša, ajde imaš Odžer.
Owner ready. Doran's 2 levels down. No flash for
ja mislim da ovo play za CFO da ga flipa.
Faker off to the side. Faker with the flank. Is it going enough? Ulti's now coming out. He's still in the back line. Looking for a bit of follow-up. Owner still standing.
Ode jedan. To je to.
Da, Doran neće nastaći da ulti.
Penta za Kate.
3 from CFO. It's Doggo's time to shine.
Opa! Respekt.
Majstor. Koliko je majstor.
Respekt.
Koliko je dečko talentovan, to je nevjerojatno.
Respekt.
Honkyu šta radi sad, ali on i Junjija koliko su clean. Ljudi, Dogo i Junjija imaju toliko internacionalnog iskustva, oni su igrali već serije protiv Tivana obojica. Oni znaju šta rade. Vi vidite koliko se oni ne boje, jel ste vidjeli koliko Junjija dugo drži agro? Drake-a, on se ne plaši ničega.
Of something that none of us were expecting coming into today.
And in this priceless moment, you could see T1 fishing for the angle. But the trap, I think, unnoticed. Watch owner goes in.
Kerry je baš otišao deep strashana.
Sajne, moraš ostaviti Clary note da first thing in the morning izedituje. Ja se ne šalim. Ako se šišamo, rekao sam da je jedini uslov da pravimo content.
Napisat ću, ne brini se.
Znači pravimo content.
Ne brini se.
Sad vidim što ih voliš, ali upravo tako. Da ne idemo na TV, da smo na sajmu streamu, svašta bi sad nešto rekao još za njih, ali kao...
Sad si ukro.
Momci imaju samopouzdanja baš mnogo.
Ajao, Doran je chill.
Kako su agresivni. I znate zašto Evropa nikada neće biti... Ovo su stvari zašto Evropa nikada neće napraviti neki veliki upset ponovo. Zato što moraš da imaš ovakve, mislim nikada, ali zašto retko prave, mora da imaš ovako ozbiljnog samopouzdanja na nekim igračima.
Ova te kerija, da, ovo je 2-1 za CFO.
Pogledaj ovo. Zvonja.
Guma i dalje ne radi.
Middle je tu, ma ne može. Posle onaj dive, ovo je kill. A nije, on je level 13, bože. Moji glavi su švila u 16. Nije game, ali... 6-7-0 bi timima. Kakva ekipa, brate mili. Ja sam kolovo za šišanje, ne, Marko, bez brige. Ja sam kolovo, ja sam tražio šta je ono što mi je ok da se zareknem, da mi bude War, tako se stvarno dogodi. Kada ste komentator već dosta dugo, retko koji game, samo gameovi izuzetno visoko kvalitete i samo upseti vas onako nateraju da se iznenadite jer ste već mnogo mečeva pogledali. I kao ja sam preumoran, pola 4 je, ali ja istinski uživam da ovo ode u 5 gameova. Ja se nadam da CFO pobedi ovo i da T1 pobedi sledeći i da mi gledamo game 5. Kao te moja želja.
To je true.
Jer kao ovo je nabadanje. Nema veze što ja jedva gledam na oči posljednjih pola sata već. Ali kao ja ću da pričam i da radim i da gledam i da uživam. I bit ću gladan kao pas, znači umreću, ali...
Ja sam već gladan kao pas, boga mi.
I bit ću šišan sutra, verovatno, razumeš kao... Znaš, sve ovo je kao samo vort užitka.
Facing down a Baron empowered Caitlyn with this kind of front line.
Obratite pažnju da, recimo, eto, to imam još jedan dokaz, generalno Riotov talent team, kada je Junjija blindovao Trundla, su rekli da je lud što blinduje Trundla u, šta smo tad vidjeli, samo Gwen, jel tako?
Samo Gwen, da.
U viđenju samo Gwen, kako da je to bilo Orn, pa bi razumeli ili šta god. Junjija igra 0-0-12 na Trundlu, igra u 4 mele heroja, u mnogo crowd kontrola heroja koji je imobilan i koji pritom nije toliko jako meti i umre 0 puta. U ekipu koja je aktualni prvak sveta. To vam mnogo govori. Govorim vam koliko je samo pretalentovan neko i koliko sam mnogo samopouzdanja. I koliko su se dobro spremili. Veliki shout out za CFO staff.
True.
Znate vi koliko je teško prepovati Cheese level 3 u T1. Dobar početak fighta, gotovo. Nebitno.
To je bila ideja Z na backline, ali...
Da, ali fora je što preteško je u Chemtech Soul igrati protiv Sveina. Pogledajte ga. Moguce su na jedan game od šišanja mogu.
GG.
Šta igram?
Da ne znam. Hoćeš GeoGuessr ili nešto drugo?
GeoGuessr mogu samo 3 puta da odigram, pa moram da platim sad.
Dobro, imamo neki još... Ne znam šta bi mogli. Dajte neku... Dajte neki predlog u chatu šta da igramo.
T1 on the cusp of being sent to the lower
šta možemo da igramo?
over the analyst desk to break down that thrilling game.
Ovdje moja predikcija.
To ne možemo ljudi da igramo, da znate.
Šta je to?
Naruto odlet.
A da, to ne možemo.
A šta je Recko?
Ne znam.
Turns out was not just a one-time thing, guys. What was
Ajde vidim sad.
This was
Ajde,
them
proveri.
showing up and not making those mistakes that they got punished for, right? Because this is a team where they're unequivocally the best LCP team, right?
Brate,
And
to
you
je
look at their
Wardle.
gameplay domestically, and you're like, they get in their own
Možemo samo da odigramo Wardle.
a lot.
A Wardle nije toliko fun. Hoćeš da odmorimo samo?
Aj, možemo. Pogotovo što vratno imamo još 2 gejma.
But they came in, Honkyu with the Swain pick.
Oh my.
He played it once into Galio against Gam in split 1.
Ako ti se nešto igra ti kaži, nego sam ovo meni svejedno.
Owned on this.
Možemo i da chillamo. Ja bih mogao malo stavim na terasu da se...
A ja ramišljam o tome, znaš di ja ramišljam o terasi na 20
Zato što već ono moram malo vazduha da udrkam. Stigo me umor opasno, a mnogo želim da uživam u ovim gameovima.
Ništa, pravimo pa, ajmo napravimo pauzu, 11 minuta.
Ajde, napravimo pauzu. Gamedl smo probali loše.
Da, preteško.
Preteško.
Probali smo, ali preteško. Ništa, pauza.
Ajde, ljudi.
Ajde, odmorimo malo. Tu smo za 10 minuta otprilike. Idemo malo na terasu na vas da dođemo sebi. Smo dosta dugo u programu. Tako da, brzo. Ostavit ću stolicu, dajte stolicu isto ako ste tu. Brzo ćemo.
It all started from bot lane with a very early double kill for Dogo, and he kept on steamrolling on them, leading to a pentakill at 24 minutes in game. Statement series from him so far, but this Caitlyn game, spot on.
Yeah, absolutely. And I want to reiterate again, because of this BP frontline, because no one can deal with this Swain, he ends up absolutely popping off. And I want to revisit something he said going into this series, right? Where he said, this is my MSI. I really feel like I earned the right to be here. Yeah. Unlike when he was subbing in on PSG Talon. What a statement game from him.
Just a statement. And just on top of that, I mean, I keep going back to it. But you're playing Galio, Gwen, double AP, so they're just going to stack up on magic resist like tier 2 or tier 3. Merc tread boots are going to make it really difficult. You're trying to split or play on sides on Gwen. Well, guess what? Like the Galio's, I mean, the Gragas is not going to allow you to. Like, I felt like all these aspects, the only thing that had the opening was the Zed pick, because there's not a lot of CC, but as long as the Gragas played well in this situation, or as long as, like, Dago was on point, he was not going to be a target, and that wasn't the case. Like, I felt like they looked so good in terms of just their raw gameplay.
What do we think of T1's draft here? Because I know Dracos was talking about the fact that Thresh is not a champion that we want to see. I appreciate the shout out from Keria to his coach playing the Samsung white skin from Mata.
Nice,
That was it. Otherwise, the champion completely useless.
Yeah, he had a really, really rough time in this game. I see the idea with, again, the Galio for Faker, an iconic pick, was really stymied by this Swain response, right? But you can see the vision. You have Gwen, you have this Zed. When they get rolling, they can absolutely make picks and destroy on side lanes. In particular, the Gwen is something that I think Doran has looked absolutely stellar on, especially in the playoffs qualifying here. But it's this 3-4-5 coming out of CFO that I think is really good. And also the way they built on, for example, bringing back in Driver. Okay, he's the Gragas guy.
True.
Guess what he's playing? Gragas.
And even just the 1-2-3, like just simply from the Gragas Trundle and then the Swain on 3, dealing with like what Gwen, Galio, Gwen, Galio, and Zed has to deal. I think it's really smart, and I'm interested in what the rest of this draft is going to look like. Now, you're on series point.
Yeah.
For CFO. No one would have imagined that, other than like the select few that was always going to be a fan of CFO as a team.
What are we looking at here for the potential last game of CFO, or for a comeback on the side of T1? Because first, I don't know which top laner is TFO gonna bring here. Are they gonna swap again? What is the plan? We do not know yet. But do they have enough resources? Do they have enough weapons to strike again in draft? Because so far they've been really creative and answering to each and every one of T1's idea in draft perfectly.
Yeah, I mean, the big thing for me is that they kept Kaiwing on stuff that he's comfortable on, but also then he came out with the Nami, right? Looked super practiced on it, looked great. For T1, again, I want to see them get rolling early, because I feel like in this game specifically, they had, CFO had a really good idea of what they wanted to do. They did the invade, they did the 3-camp into gank to really try to get this Caitlyn ahead. It ended up being a 2-for-1, but both those kills went to Doggo, set him up in a great position.
Yeah, even just, you pretty much mentioned it, like the bot dive really sucked for T1. Not being able to defend it was awful. And then of course, ever since the failed 50-50, looking for like the Gwen dive top lane onto Honkyu just to see if he can get the kill. that didn't work out well, and he started to just really fall behind from that point. As long as those elements work, then they really can put this to game 5.
And we're running it again. Rest is back in. They really want to make it complicated here for T1. So obviously they have a plan. They came in ready. They have the support from the crowd as well. Let's see if CFO can close out this series right after the break.
me throw it down to the ground, make them turn around. I'ma look at you from the top, howling like a hound. Let me take it off, push it up to another height. This is what I do. I'm a dog, not afraid to fight in the dark at night.
No flash for the Zed though. Trap connects, Doggo can't quite get into range. Faker off to the side. Faker with the flank, is it going enough? Ulti's now coming out instantly into the back line, looking for a bit of follow-up. Owner still standing for repo, but he gets hit by the trap, and down he goes! The double kill! Domination in game 3 from CFO! It's Doggo's time to shine! The Penta is there! Doggo in the face
champions stands tall!
And welcome back to the caster desk ahead of match point for CFO. We are headed to one of two things, silver scrapes, or the biggest upset in League of Legends since DRX's 2022 Worlds run. Unless, of course, you really believe in top esports, but I think that's maybe a bridge too far at this point in League of Legends. This is not the day we were expecting.
That's a painful stray. We did also, you know, give through a bunch to KT as well. I'm not even going to talk, you know, there's been a lot of memes about the 1-3 curse. We're not doing it because CFO, with the level of play that they're showing it today, I think it's warranted to just really highlight everything coming together. I think we can even see the fact that they have a 6-man roster that actually is working, that they're very heavily leaning in towards, and that very clearly they're still able to get massive value out of the fact that Driver comes in, plays his Gragas, and just vibes for the whole game.
I think the fact that to them, even after a win with Rest, they felt comfortable swapping back to Driver is a testament to this. Because a lot of teams, when you find a win against a team that is expected to win, the expected favorite, you just keep going. And now they're swim swapping like it's nothing. And after that last game, playing a lot of stylish picks, finding a way to make a composition, which we talked about, had some weaknesses, had some clear holes, work, level of confidence must be sky high as we head into this game.
And there's so much coming together. There's Junja's early game. There is both Driver and Rest offering their champion pools. There's Hongq being the better in the 1v1 matchup in really every single game. Obviously, partially aided by Junja, but also by his own accord, the impact he's able to have in these fights. And then the bot lane has been perhaps the most one-sided of the day. Doggo in particular, not a stranger to breakout performances, but to do it against Gumayushi and Keria is insane. And for T1, it's also important to note that they are the representatives of the LCK, but they were not the favorite coming into Hanwha Life. Peaked very hard, and I'm not gonna lie, when I saw that, I'm like, oh, we're back here. We've been here countless times. As T1,
it's a
the
script
ebb and
we've
flow.
seen a few times.
We get to internationals, they get it together. But what we're witnessing here is a lot of the reason why T1 was third and why they weren't a favorite whatsoever. It is Keria not showing up on the day. It's Faker really struggling in lane, and if he doesn't have an impact, T1 looks a lot worse. And as we go here in this final draft with match point for CFO, we'll see if T1 can bring us to the game 5. And I'm not gonna lie, I would love a game 5, Dracos. Come on!
Game 5. As would all the T1 fans in the house as we get in. Match point for CFO. T1 once again on the blue side, CFO on red. And you highlighted it beautifully. T1, a team that always, when it counts, seem to find their form. Always in the right moments, they peak. Well, sadly for them, they're out of moments. This is the right moment.
This is the moment
where you
right
have
now
to deliver that incredible performance.
Amen.
For another shot for a single game to decide if you'll stay in the upper bracket or
Ajmo da vidimo.
lower. One best of 5.
Da li Rale brije glavu ili ne? Pitanje je sad.
TF band, York band as well. Champion shared by both Rest and Driver, hence the double bans here. Talia, the Zaya band again.
Like that. Definitely.
Ko košta skin za Morganu? To je skupo nešto, ne?
Gumayushi's strongest picks also. Keria's Rakan, notorious for very similar reasons. And it's also been the drafts for CFO, and I don't like pointing towards draft too much, right? Because I feel like it takes away from the gameplay. For CFO, the gameplay has been there as
to je ono.
Very
Ono
obvious
njihovo.
B1 Rumble angle with that ban of the Orn Galio.
Šta, malo Rest, a? On dobio Balkan makaze.
Šta, ko šta? Da, pa da, moraju da ga sičuju non stop.
Ajde, palim.
Never let them know your next move.
CFO are gonna get the 3-1 upset, and even in game 1, you can argue that CFO, for a lot of the decision making, looked better. It was the skirmishing of T1 that got them back in, that got them that win.
Ne, ljudi, sada T1 igra za moju kosu.
Been looking at a sweep as it's going to be the comfort for Faker taken away instead.
Rumble up. Varus still on the table.
Galio nije open, ovo je dobar Rumble blind. Ovdje će daju kom čim su vanovali Zaju. Ali druga alternativa za anti-dive-kom je Sivir. Potencijalno igraju dive sa Sivir.
Very much in his wheelhouse.
Jer je Ezreal ne open, Rest.
For Rest,
To mi se ne dopada. Ali... Ništa mi se to ne dopada. Dobro, prelupat će ga Doran, to već mi se ne dopada. Bilo bi predobro da izgubi.
Doći 5
mi imamo kont. Džuđi ako lokuje s Karnera, to je 3-1.
To je 3-1, da.
Da, Lik je najbolji Skarner na svetu. Lik je najbolji Skarner na svetu, ljudi, ja se ne šalim. Znate vi kako Lik igra s Karnera? To nema ni igre.
Ode kosa.
Ovaj Lik je lud, bret. Znate kako kažu, zalisti se vide samo kad imaš kosu, tako da... Jao, Varus je open sve vreme, pa kako gumi da ostaviš Varusa, čoveče boži. Jel može jedan hot take?
Slušam.
Dogo vadi Twitch.
Ali dobro, pa pazi, svakako nema puno otvorenih stvari kad pogledaš.
Ja, ne, ima, ovo je MF Loki. Ovo je MF Loki, znaš sam.
Dobro, pa Skarner vidi, Skarner MF. Fair.
Ma da, ali MF Loki. Skarner MF, jedino možda ne želi Rambler, ove Thora, jer ova Equala iza njen ulti, ali Varusa pogotovo Litality. Ako mene pitaš, ja bi ovdje lokovo nešto drugo i ostavio još AD Carry-u, ali da, može i šta god. MF verovatno neki drugi AD Carry bi nju birali pre, ali kao Elk recimo. Kovo nije Sekonok? Slonky nije Sekonok.
A possible setup there. Stogo on the Jin, gonna be able to play.
MF bolja, pa matchup-wise da. Jel se daje driver povredio? Ne, menjaju se na game.
Iz game u game switchu non-stop.
Of T1, but a lot of magic damage, a lot of range, and some excellent disengage tools. I really like what they've got here. It's not the spiciest draft, but it's just so
dobro.
There are still
Jarvana možda hoćeš da banuješ.
Many engage ports left.
Ne, u stvari, želiš banuješ sa Joani, ne želiš da mu daš tank matchup, forsi ga na Maokaja. Zar ne? A ne, u stvari, pa on će igrati Poppy, verovatno, ja pričam ko ješta. Mada oni ne veruju da će igrati Poppy, oni veruju da je ovo za carry-o.
Misle da je Poppy support, da.
Da, Rest mora da ima odmor između svakog game, to je zato se
zato se zove Rest.
Does make sense.
T1 continuing to put pressure on Kai Wing's champion pool.
Mislim da ne ide drugi ban za Jandera, nije Ward. Ali ja bi razmišljao, okej, jest. Nocturne je zapravo bolji ban.
Kad su već krenuli... Šta radiš?
Dobro, znači, on je bukvalno Ergo da prestompa sam. Mada ja bi iskreno kako su igrali Dogo i Kajving, ja bi ostavio Kajvingu možda last pick da vidimo šta igra carry-a. Morgana za CFO. To nije loša ideja u teoriji. Alistera su banovali. Smolio što će biti otvorenih tank supportova za Game Boy 5. To je smaranje malo.
Koza?
Molim?
Both as a pick away,
yeah,
also into some of the mobile characters on the enemy team.
It would be good into, of course, yeah, the Varus and the Rumble. Oh, the tension is high, man. We're both so serious. It's only draft, and we're so stressed out. Okay. Maokai.
Bard. Bard ima smisla.
Ovo je insane jer je takeaway. Nah, ovo je najgore od svega.
No, I know. I'm with you. I kind of like the
Rest igra driver, pa drugačije je. Rest igra carry pikove, driver igra Vixen pikove, to je point.
Da.
Ali zašto naut? Objasni mi zašto si rekao naut, zašto? Bard jeste free i dobre pairing sa Jinom. To je možda drugi ili treći najbolji meč u paru, to je najbolji pairing. Odlično, Fakeru nije baš najbolji dan, sada se fajn. Na Silasu može da izgrifuje hard.
Now Faker Silas.
Blind Silas to come through here.
I mean, it was just last year, right, where we saw this guy go Super Saiyan on this pick, finding incredible angles.
To su pomerim kamerom, ne vas, jako je fajn. Mogu samo da malo da ispustim.
4 and 5 in Worlds, obviously Faker having an incredible performance, but even though he was struggling in spring, I think today he actually just has been invisible, and even in the series the team was struggling.
Možda ovdje carry vadiš nešto peto potpuno.
Well, in game 1 it was Annie who was the
Ok, da, pominjao sam Dorana kao potencijalan ban.
Isn't necessarily that pick, but now we have the J4 to punish immobile champions. So what is the option for Hongq?
Akali.
If he really wants to throw down, can go towards the Akali.
Akali Silas bilo fan,
kolega zna.
Da.
Kolega zna.
How confident is he?
Ako je ova serija, ova best of 5 serija se igra za mene, znači mora da mi da najbolji meč.
Double AP topside, limited lockdown. Poppy does not.
Šta priča moj brat, kako double AP topside?
A kao T1 ima double AP topside.
I think almost universally considered one of the hardest champions to play in the game, League of Legends. Your actions have to be perfect. Every click has to be flawless. Hongq really betting on himself, and it is a solid.
Nije da Aurora, ne može Dimitrije Fearless banova.
Kart se ne slažem s tim što je rekao, every click has to be perfect. Kasi ima 2 spela sa 1 sekundom cooldown, bukvalno nisi panišovan, domašiš i na pomoćnu metu.
To je lakše spacovanje, lakše spacovanje, evo to tako. Ali nema veze.
Aurora je... Imate ovo series 2 na sredini što piše, to su heroji koji su već pikovani.
Sajna, iskreno Casiju, 4 mele je baš insane pick.
Poppy dash, Silas dash, Jarvan dash.
J4 ima dobar value, ima dobar value, J4 slažem se. Ali Hongq... Nije li Casiju insane ulti za Silas, ne nužno. Ne, daleko od toga. Jer Casio insane ulti za Silas su oni koji imaju dobar use i dobar ratio, a Casio ulti ne radi nešto. Či radi nešto sitno, ne znam da. Ali marginalno je baš. Da, od Dimitrija od ove godine, u svaka best of 3, best of 5 serije u svakoj ligi i takmičenju u LoLu ti je fearless ban. Odnosno, heroji koji su pikovani, odigrani već bili, ne mogu da se igraju do kraja serije. Skarner je... insane.
Now I need to see T1 dig deep, rally in this moment. An incredibly veteran lineup.
Moram da osudim Carryenu runu.
Ne voliš spellbook?
Ne, gotivim spellbook, ali u Nauta je baš teško igrati bez aftershocka. Ne, ovo je jungle mid matchup, bukvalno odlučuje sve. Što hype-uju Ameri Silver Script kao da će T1 dobiti ovaj game, Fnatic zna. Odlični su im draftovi svima. T1 gonna come back. Ajde vidimo. CFO.
Publika hoće T1.
Vama je jasno, ja navijam za CFO svakako.
Hoće peti game.
Meni je fajn da CFO samo vidi.
And the thing is, just gonna let it get away with it. We talked about it being T1's house. Just feels like every arena is, but CFO gaining a ton of fans in this series already.
Faker.
Not connecting is going to be big. Hook just a little bit
opet stompaju, opet ih boli auto.
Feels tense, Chronicler.
Faker dobio batine sad na midu. Casio je dobila drugi. Zašto gledamo mi top?
Zato što nije dobro za Ergo.
Faker je izgubio 300 healtha na midu upravo.
U redu je.
Ne.
Mnogo si mi ušao u uši.
Ne mogu, observeri trolaju.
Ne, ali Gumajuši i Kerija koji 4 gema za redom dobijaju level 1. Ne dobijaju level 2 prvi. Šta radi? Ono to Gafarov ovo. Mislim ne Hongq.
Pa vidio je konektor chaina, zvuk chaina je kuovo ispred kripa.
Da, u fazonu sam da je na zvuk chaina kuovo ispred igrao na čistu reakciju. Viđen je owner.
Hongq nema dovoljno mane.
Ne, Hongq je igrao oko ovoga.
To je kill. Nema Hongq, da, nemojte da ide.
A video ga je znao, je namjerno, teo je da flipa.
And I haven't finished my sentence, or owner makes his presence known. Even with Hongq flashing the chains.
Ovo je samo unlucky, nije unlucky. Loša odigra. Nego ovo je gore problem, što Doran igra dobar matchup. Džabe što je biro rest matchup kada nema Galija.
Should be, and this is exactly what you need from a Jarvan. The timing.
Ja, baš ga je preterao bez razloga.
HonkQ just thought he could outplay. Overconfident or didn't see.
I think it's just as Faker was going to go in for a trade, he sees Owner shows up. She's like, my guess he's playing for the kill, knowing that actually getting out is going to be top side now.
Ne, on ima brace.
Ne možete da ga dajevate. A možete, okej.
Ki očigledno mogu. Doran.
Monstrous in the first few minutes of this game. Faker conceding a bit in lane.
Dobro, okej. Ivan, malo ga vraća u ovom gemu, ali Junji igra Skarnera. 5-man Skarner ulti su samo pitanje vremena.
Of CS for this, but that's a kill going over to Doran. Courtesy of Faker.
Interrupt there. Carry taking a decent amount of damage.
Ovo je ono što vam pričam, ovdje bi sad imao aftershock, vidite. Sad mora heal.
HonkQ trying to zone Faker off. Junja moving through, but Owner already in the midst of CFO's jungle taking away the Raptors.
Ja ne znam da li oni dobiju 2 na 2 ovaj. Pogotovo što Jarvan nema flag.
Bacio je flag, nema flash.
Ajoj, Kerija. Ode Kerija, Kerija je mrtav.
Nije, ovaj nema fortune. Da je fortune flash, fortune fine.
I šta sad, Guma, litality Varusa kometom? On je mrtav, što rade oni? Pa što barijera ako će baciti flash? Barijera ništa nije sokovala.
Znaš da je sokovala jedan ono caster minion auto.
Vjerovatno, da.
Samo to, nevjerovatno. Kaj igra bre, doktor? Pazite ljudi, Faker gubi u goldu. Ima 15 CS.
Promaš je Q HonkQ.
Ma da. Nema range-a, ima.
Nemaju. Faker dobija... Jo! Ma dobro.
Ali tradeovo si 1 za 1 za Fakera flash. 2 za 1, ovo tempo wise brzo končija. Dobar ulti gore. Stop, gazi ga dobro gore. Prava pre 10.
Sam da vrati.
Ono što je insane je što Faker ne možemo da crasha, to je insane za CFO. Gridovo je previše, opet i gridovo sa visionom, verovatno. Kako igra lik, šta je ovo brate, HonkQ je lud. Kasio je counter za Sylas, samo sve je to super, samo što je ovaj Faker, ovo ima 17 godina i staje ona. Vidi, nije to toliko jednostavno. I pritom, svi hunteri, redko koji hunter je no-brainer hunter, dosta njih su samo skill matchupovi. U favor ovog igrača kod igra dobro.
Oni su koncidovali Drakea.
Ma da, ovo je katastrofa. Pogotovo što Casio dobija CS i dobila i kill. I dopušteno je da igra agresivno, što pre dobije RO, to je ovaj game u većem problemu za T1. Samo što će rest ponovo biti dajovan, čini mi se. Guma nema 6. Guma nema flash i barijeru. Rez ne zna Olina ovdje. Dobro, bravo carry. Čisto. Ok, sad mora isti replay. Faker pokušava da odreaguje. Oni znaju, neće. Respekt.
Faker forced to trade, has a Skarner ultimate of his own. Ultis might just get traded out, but Kyling now here to
fall. Faker je mrtav, da. Dobar ult, ali šta sad?
Ne, ali izgrifalo je, mora da dođe ono prvo. Dobro, ovo je dalje više možda T1 jer je gore izudarana kula i dropovanje Vayna, da dropovanje Vayna midu.
I nema idu izudarana kula.
HonkQ 22 CS lead by the way, just slamming mid lane waves into the turret.
3 rubija samo zašto mu health regen ne znači ništa, a hoće da ode na Hearthstone što pre.
Vidimo što radi.
And he'll just, I guess, get rep buff instead as the abandoned ship because we do see the pings come down.
And his defense is good chicken. I can understand.
It is, yeah.
But this is T1 with a 1K gold lead. T1 matching, fighting fire with fire for it feels like the first time in this series. Owner has been on the back foot the vast majority of these early games. Jarvan demanding that aggressive play. And Owner certainly delivering his rest.
Da, fanovi T1 će htjeti smasha nakon ovoga pogotovo.
Rest has to be careful about walking up at all. X-Flash, as well as the heal for carry, a little bit extra movement speed.
Jinja, I think, going to be looking to steal at least one grab. Owner finds one. Does T1 actually want to
Ali nije bezobrazno zato što Rest je birao matchup.
Da, Faker je cijel level behind, da. Bukvalno je full
Ostavili
level
su
behind.
Rambla, znali su da može da bude bivanovan i rekli su ok, stavit ćemo da Rest igra i igraće carry pick u counter pick u Rambla. To su sve mogli da predvide.
CFO ready to force the fight. Junja.
Junja.
Da, Oner je morao smite-u ovo. Imao je smite. Varus. Varus. Pa Guma to. Mislim, ako nešto radi Guma, Varusa ga daj. Ono, daj mu Varusa, ukraši sve. I ovo je objective bounty. Ne, to jest ovaj trećina, jeli? Pa kao poen.
Nije CFO uzeo jedan.
Ali Tivan je uzeo 2 i s ovim stilom sad je Tivan dobio poen. 2 ti je dovoljno za bounty, ne treba ti sva 3.
To nije tačno.
Proveri.
Mislim, vidiš gore na grafici.
To je actually true, what the fuck? A šta je onda na 2 bilo? Grab? Ima nešto na 2, ili su to promenili?
2 je dovoljno. Nema šanse da je 2 dovoljno.
Ja sam bio siguran da je bilo 2.
Ali onda bi sad bilo bi drugačije bi se prikazala grafika. Znači bilo bi plavo sa druge strane. Možda ja nisam upravo, ali ja posljednji put kad sam proveravao bilo je 3. 2 je dovoljno od kad nema 2 spona.
Tako je, od kad su promenili sponove, 2 je dovoljno za bounty, a 3 ti treba za... Ne, sad tražim. A 3 ti treba da sponuješ malog onog.
Ne, to je apsolutno tačno. 3 ti treba za malog.
Still a big lead for Hongq in the bottom lane. Casio, a champion that can build all these scaling options. Will just be a massive threat later, but again, it's the execution where so many Casio players fall short. You're spacing every Q. Everything has to be perfect.
That's Keria on a flank angle here. Does get spotted.
On the retreat, gonna go through the wall. Keria finds the knockback into the wall. Junja, instantaneous flash out.
Ja, ako svi kažete da je 2 dovoljno, onda okej. Ja se izvinjam, nisam znao da su promenili.
And important is that Junja doesn't have flash, both offensively, because it means that he can't go for a big flash kill play, but also that Keria now has the opportunity to much easier knock him out, right? That's one of the things we're always going to talk about when any objective is started.
Svakako.
When there's a poppy in the game, it's so easy to just turn
Faker je u problemu, pa jeste, jer Casio otvara sa health itemom, slično kao i Ryze, onda ne može da je olinaš, ona tebe ubija.
Actually doing very well in the 1v1, and neither top laner outside of that has really seen a lot of attention.
Only 2 grabs out of 3.
The strongest point on the map for T1 in terms at least of an individual gold. It was Faker who used what little advantage he had from that early kill to set Doran up for success. And now Rest put incredibly far behind, 20 CS down. This game very unplayable for the MSI at
Faker,
this
mislim,
stage.
generalno igrati Cyrus je jako nezahvalno.
Ništa, Guma bocka, ajde igraš Letality Varusa. Letality Varusu ih. Ok, u Rumble ovdje ima dobar ugao, ja mislim. Ako stigne. Da, gle, ju Doran. A mora da basicuje Hongq-a.
Polako.
Može Doran.
Bravo, Dorane, wow.
Doran. Kasno.
Baš lep. Tepe bio. Baš lep tepe.
Bili su previše u čoku u tom brašu jer su igrali oko Visiona, ali to je Rumble iskoristio. Dogo? To je kad mi pukne net. Tako isto stojim.
End of the world, CFO in this game are always going to be feeling comfortable once you hit the items on both Rest and Hongq. But the mid game is where we saw both domestically a lot of their troubles arise.
Ne, viš, oni su, zašto, taj kontrolvard je zašto su toliko jako izgubili, viš. Hteli su da igraju oko Fogovora i duđu u braš i onda ih je Doran samo preklopio, oni ulto preko žbuna.
I pa da nisu bili lokovani, chain of corruptiona.
Au, vuče, ne daj se, brate. Imaš onaj sprej protiv komaraca, strašno je efikasan. Meni je zastrašujuće koliko je efikasan taj sprej. To sam saznao ove godine na moru, mene komarci inače mnogo jedu. I kupio je sprej, rekao je da probam. Bleo sam napolju pored sijalice, 7 sati jedan komarac me nije ujeo, nisam mogo verujem.
Pa, u tom si kupio.
Nemam pojma, što sam uzeo, ali nešto što očigledno radi brutalno.
Nikad ranije nisi probao sredstvo protiv komaraca?
Ne, pa nemam komarca ovdje, znaš. Imamo one mrežice protiv komaraca, pa sam safe.
Imam samo jedan prozor koji ima komarnik, tako da samo njega otvoram. Imam problem s mušicom.
Što je, kad spavaš ti zuje oko glave?
Ne, nego toliko dana kad otvorim prozor uđu. I onda ne mogu da ih isteram. I to nisu mušice male, to su muve. Ne znam zašto. Ne znam dakle pošto u ovom kraju muve, ali ko outscale-uje po nama. Outscale-uje ovo CFO i to poprilično lepo. Kasi outscale-a Silasa dosta i Gina outscale-a AORUS-a dosta. I Skarner outscale-a Jarvana poprilično. Baš dosta scale-a ovo CFO, dobro. To im je najveća vadilica u suštini. I vadilica im je to što je Honkyu dobio Roa u 11. minutu.
He's not a game 1 champion. No, unfortunately not.
It's 2025. I'll take my reworked Pantheon, thank you.
It's fun. I don't mind it, but you know the classics hit for a reason.
It's very true.
It's the gold late.
He also, I think, has the Fnatic skin, which is kind of funny.
That's very cute. Good for you, Owner. Not when we see that
so at least one person in the audience.
Ima je sve cute.
Dragoš koji ti je pik na supportu, 600 LP-a Grandmaster na vestu. A u džungli 300 LP-a Master.
A šta si ti ulto, Dorane Crni? A šta si ti ulto, Kulu?
Faker je dead. Šta radi? Honkyu.
Polako. Niko nije mrtav ovdje.
Ne, Honkyu je bacio najgori ulti ikada.
Ulto leptira na Tauru, možda mušica neka ga smarala pa.
Evo, Kerija sad.
O, Kerija? A šta je sad? Aha.
Ma nije ovdje Faker ništa uradio, ovdje je Honkyu sam prodao.
A joj damage.
Ma da.
Lepo od gume, lepo od gume.
Skill check i tu i gore.
Lepo od gume.
Ovo koliko bi ja bio tiltovan da sam, ko je odigrao ovo na topu, da sam Kajelin. Gledajte ovo, sve je savršeno i u tom momentu.
Dobro, krenuo se Faker, krenuo se, pokazuo mu je leđa.
Ali Sajna mora da ga ulta u rutu od Nautilusa.
Pokazuo mu je leđa, čoveč.
Da, ali mora da ga ulta u rutu od Nautilusa, to je cijela poenta. Mora da chain CC-a. Zašto to nije uradio, ne razumijem.
Eto ovdje Canon. Treba bi znači protobal da kupim da lesitam Canona.
1.5k gold lead for Owner, 1,000 for Guma, Faker with an advantage of his own despite going down so much CS earlier on.
4k u 15 minuta, fin je to diff, ali outscale-uje i dalje. I mnogo veliki diff je na, mnogo veliki deo volida je na Jarvanu, što je kompletni useless. To je potpuno nebitno. Casio će već za 2 minuta biti unkillable od strane Jarvana, a Jin će stajati dovoljno daleko, to je to. Junjia kad dobije još itema će ga outscale-ovati.
I think CFO want to play for the absorption, take the initial blow, re-engage, counter-engage with the Skarner, set up with that Jin. For T1, obviously, go in all the way, all the time. Just try and find a target.
CFO outscale-uje 3 skriptu, pa vrlo je moguće. CFO ima još 10 minuta da igra komotno. A za 10 minuta će biti dosta jači.
With the rumble, they need to be careful about the backline though. Guma, even though he has sums available, if rest.
Šta ne, ja ne bi tu ovo da sam CFO, jel da?
Ne tučeš.
Jarvan ima 2 itema.
Osim ako Honor ne face checkuje unutra.
Kajvin mora da pazi, bre, ti si na auto, čovječe, bože. Mani si to Varda, čovječe.
Samo trebaju dropove, drugi Drake ne znači ništa za T1.
Možete ne znači ništa, nego što imaju veće šanse na četvrtu. Treba tuku Barona, to je poenta. Kasio će već da ima 2,5 itema, bit će jača priča. Da, Kiving želi da umre. Kivingu se ne igra ovaj game.
Oni biju ovo.
Ne znam što rade.
Pa dobro. Ovo je najveća šansa za T1 da dobiju game u ovom fajtu.
Sad Olim.
Dobar. Ali nema, pa ne može. Pa ne mogu sada se biju. Dobro, okej. Okej, hashtag Ranletova kosa.
Šta rade likovi, brat?
I sad dajvaju Dogo, a Rest hoće da rikne sa svojim AD carryem, respectable. Ovo nije konektovalo. Pa dobro, dobit će... Nazva ga je Doner. Doner kebab, ljudi moji, sad sam gladan opet.
Sad sam ljud.
Rekao je Doner umjesto Doran, ja sam gladan.
Ne, pa je to što.
Eto vidite vi šta se događa. Šta se događa.
And I am feeling good about some silver scrapes. Seems like Vancouver is as well.
Ako je tebi kad si doputovao u Ameriku 2 nedelje ranije, pa jet lag, pa spavaš tu, pa sve super.
At this point, if you're CFO, you don't want to let it get to a game 5, but your options to come back in this game are
Doran plus Doner, bukvalno. Brat, ispod Doner.
Koliko me stresiraju braća, znači ovo je neverovatno. Koliko nepotrebno sve što se dogodilo. Koliko nepotrebno.
It's like if you're in a fight and you get a black eye and you're like, you should see the other guy. It's like, we can't see the other guy. The other guy is fine, bro.
Yeah. Yeah, it's not...
Ali oni vidio sve.
Ako T1 ovo dropa nekako, ja ne znam, znači nije uludilo.
Realno, mi ne bi rekli Doner. Še otpašće Ranletu sama kosa posle ovo. Sad pustite i Atakana jer ste sami sebi Turšiju napravili.
A ubre, Asjar Hajića.
Pekerite.
Skladu sa dinosaurusa.
Šta?
Sami sebi Turšiju napravili. 100 mu gromova.
Tako je. Šta? Samo sekund, ljudi. Evo ovako je bolje. Sad možemo da nastavimo.
A ne, to mi je uradio, brat. Ugasio mi. Čekaj, gledamo 1-1 na topu.
Imam IRL izolaciju. A koji je plan Fakeru? Šta on radi? Šta on radi?
Ovo je 5-4. Ovo je 5-4. Oooo, Džunđija, joj, mrtav je Doran. Joj, napravili, joj, shutdown za Džina.
Faker grifa. O, za malo zabavno. Koliko grif od Fakera, holy shit.
CFO kumovi moji. Pa vidi ovo, kumovi,
Vidi ga, molim te.
Thinks he can make it work, but mid-chains gets ulted, and then Honkyu reads him like a book.
Proto belt out da baci W in, šta radi?
Ja, čekaj, ali ne, ovo je jače, pazi ovo, bapete. Pazi ovo.
Šta uradi crni Fakeru?
I onda ovo, vidite, plus, a ne, ovo nije šama. Ma Honky je tata, Honky to legit ne treba da razmisle neka azijska ekipa da dovede. Ili da ga importujemo mi.
Evo T1. Tavan coach Faker.
Ne, Fanatic da napravi roster. Da uzme Honkija, Džunđiju i Doga, da ostavi Mikija i Oskarina.
Da, neko ostave samo Oskara, samo im to fali.
Ne, neka isplate Kani transfer fee.
Može Kani.
Kana, Džunđija, Honkiju, Dogo, Miki.
A nemoj, ostavi carry onda, ostavi carry. Može Alvaro.
Treba mi Alvaro. Alvaro, Dogo, Honkiju, Džunđija i Kana. Rano se raduje jer mu se više neće vidjeti zalici, tako je. Ovo je red stvari, ne već.
Guma doesn't have Barry, but does have his flash available. Summoners, mostly available across the board. Not quite there yet for Junja.
Ali ovaj game je dobio potpuno drugačiju dimenziju jer Casio je dobio 3 itema, level 15 je, oni su svi dobili level i potpuno su se vratili od atakana, dobili su combat tool od atakana, outscale-uju po prirodi. Gumajuši još ima 1000 golda shutdown i on ima 500, znači oni ako ubiju još Gumajuši, ako povedeš jedan fight oni su ahead.
A Doran je...
Sve što treba da radi sada ekipa CFO-a. Izvini, molim te,
ne bio je level 30.
Treba da radi...
Kaži, sorry.
Treba da... Čekaj što se desio od samo. A Junji je lud.
On ima fly drag, neće. E pa sad hoće, sad nije trebao, možda jeste trebao. A gdje će carry-a, ovo bi mene stanovalo. Uff.
Dobar game, bre.
Da. A Oner sad kuda? Ja sam mislio će na gore ići.
A ja drugo.
Ubit ćete Honkyu? Što bi to uradio? Šta rade oni? A Faker sa flipa, vidi ga. Uff. Šta je ovaj game?
Ovo je možda jedna od boljih serija koju sam radio do sada, kao... Koju sam gledao...
Čekaj, dolazi...
Entertaining. Ne kao najboljih, najentertaining.
Dolazi Škorpija.
Da, problem za T1 je što je ovo Drake. Tempo-wise je Drake jer je on umro na kraju.
Bolja serija nego Squid Game.
To svakako.
But the split of the fight here where Owner is trying to deal with 2 people which can't really do, and they did get...
Trojica pilaju za gumu, ono bre.
It's T1. Star Baron.
Kaiwing did grab the shutdown kill on the Guma though.
Šta radi ovaj?
Na Faker umire od Barona, nemam pojma. Faker i Guma, vidi ih.
Miloše.
Ne znam, trolaju.
As T1 have learned, CFO though, they still get the TP.
Lepo ćemo se družiti su.
Lepo.
Jao, kako je dobro moglo, znači sad će biti pored njega, sad mogu da ga maltretiram.
Vidi, to je, nešto jedini problem što sam razmišljao o tome, ja ne znam kako će zvuk da nam radi, mi nećemo slušati kast.
Nemaš zvučnike, a ne može...
Ako pustim preko zvučnika, hvatat će mikrofon. To je jedini problem s kojim se dealujem trenutno. Ali vidjet ćemo. Smišit ćemo nešto.
Ajde, vidjet ćemo. Se vidi, ti odluči svakako, it's up to you. Ne moraš da budeš.
Vidjet ćemo.
Dogovorit ćemo sve.
Ne treba zvuk, vidi, ako bude 8-9 sati lola bez zvuka, treba nam zvuk.
Verujte mi, ne možete verovati koja je razlika.
Vjerovatno je...
Ja mislim da se oni više ne tuku na... Evo ga Junji. Honk je mrtav?
Ne, Oner, nema. Oni dobijaju, ovo je ace. A nije clean, ali je ace, da, 1 za 5. Vidi, kamerman pao, kamerman se izgubio. 5000 golda, 5000 golda.
Koliko su dobri, brate.
5000 golda su bili down i dobili su T1 u fightu, nevjerovatno. Nevjerovatno.
Daj i ja sutra palimo stream 2 sata ranije, spremamo ostrige za večeru.
Cooking stream.
Faker whiffs the ult. It's the miasma plus the ultimate from Honkyu.
Najmeš da je zakaj bila kvota, au, ne ovako.
So one part of T1 is trying to get on top of
Sad su uzeli Barona.
And is unable to rest. Gets on top of the Varus, and as we highlighted, once he does, there is no way out.
Poprilično insane, neću lagati.
For CFO, reignited is the gold now within touching distance. The last time Asia Pacific, the LCP, the LMS.
Ono što je cijela pointa je što nije do golda više. Do toga je da su ovi outscalali.
2012 World Finals toys. We know the Oriana skin, you know the Nunu, you know the roster.
That's 13 years.
Jeste čuli ovo, ljudi? Poslednji put kada je kada je Asian Pacific pobedio seriju protiv Koreje, je bilo kada je taj PS Assassin uzeo titulu, ako sam dobro razumeo. Nisam mu čuo početak rečenice zato, ali tako sam povezao.
Certainly isn't Dracos. These fights have been back and forth, and it really feels like it comes down to how much can Hongq do, and can they keep Doggo safe? Rest has also been able to get onto the T1 backline very consistently, but with Poppy, you're never going to really feel safe at any point. Any fight can be turned around very quickly.
4 itema kasio.
Da, ima zonju i njemu ne mogu ništa.
I vi mislite, Jarvan kao 2300 gold, on je sada head odnosno na Skarnera, ne.
They want to force a fight, they can. But the gold lead basically negligible at this point, and I'd argue that with Skarner and Bessa and Casio,
ovdje koliko ostali itemi izgledaju smešno u odnosu na Gina i Cassiopeia.
Pa da.
Definitely aren't, but again, the pressure of execution. It's clear what T1 want to do. So many good proactive engage options.
Ma kakav engage option? Gina ima samonere, Casio ima zonju i flash.
Sajno, oni su pobedili prošli fight skoro bez jednog samonera, pogledaj, samo Skarner i Casio su flashali.
Sa 5000 golda deficita u T1.
No objective on the map for a little bit of Rebel Baron power play, fairly minor. Denying it though is a big deal, and it mostly just means that CFO stick around in the game. Now we do have the Chemtech Soul possibly there for T1. But if it was a Hextech, if it's an Infernal, even a Mountain, I think the value would be without question. Now I'm not too sure if the Impale.
Initial start, Hongq off to the side. Keep your eyes on him. Equalizer cross trying to zone Hongq off. It's a good initial start. Owner in trouble though.
Dobar ult od Poppy, ali ne mogu resta da šotuju, ne mogu. I sad Jin.
Sad ide clean, Faker mora tanka sve.
Backing away, diligent, body blocking for the low health teammates.
Ozbiljan zon. Šta je ovo bilo? Heal za flash. I TP za 2 TP.
Gube opcije T1 gubi opcije. Mislim, Sol... Sol možda može malo da im pomogne, ali ne znam da će biti dovoljno.
Kaiwing though, crucially no flash. Flash is up for everyone on the side of T1, so many resources. And it's going to come down to the slimmest of margins. All cooldowns, flashes, who has Zhonya's, who doesn't.
Doranu treba 16 pod hitno.
Pot picked up by the side of Rest. 500 gold, it won't build towards another item, but he needs that immediate injection of stats.
Doran mnogo malo XP ima game.
Ali ima Casio ima 4 itema, Jin ima 4 itema, oba imaju pot.
And for CFO, very well could be the final fight of this series if they can come out on top.
Jin ima 100% krita. Ima oba samonera.
For maybe a mid push, something else. There isn't a Baron on the map obviously, but
nikome je Joka, samo moje kosi. Jedina stvar koju smeta.
To actually get this objective. Faker sitting on an Impale right now, but is spotted by Rest.
Rest by the way
is looking for that flank. If he can get on top of Guma again.
2.7, getting lower. Objective taken.
Oh, da, sad Jin smite.
Overcommit for it. It's Faker on the side. Faker finally finds it.
Bože.
Junja realizes this is not the angle they can go for. Pick to start.
Pa dobro.
Morate out, ne morate vidjeti ovo.
Uzeli su Drakea.
Rapid retreat from CFO.
Ima plant.
There's no turret. Faker's gonna keep on chasing.
Ja sam mislio flasha preko, znaš? Da, i sad flash i sad Faker na Dogoa. A neće da ga juri. Pa Fakeru, jel ga juriš ili ga ne juriš, šta radiš? Mislim da je imao kill da je hteo da ga juri, da je committovo instant.
Ne, sigurno. Slažemo potpuno. Uzeli su Jinu flash, ajde, to je big.
Neverovatno koliko u stvari, koliko carry ulti ima impakta kad pogledaš u ovim fightovima. Ako možda izbaci Casio van fighta, njemu treba pola sata, že Faker će da umre ovde.
2000.
Da, i šta sad?
Nebitno.
I šta sad Oner? I šta sad? O, carry-a? Čovječe, nevjerovatno koliko mi spellbook Poppy korisna bez Kingston rune u 33. minuti.
Faker goes down, but the timers are favorable for T1. 10 seconds.
Nevjerovatno što radi carry-a.
Bases are kind of coming. I know this team
Ne znam koji je kasio TP timer, ljudi. Ne vidim broj, ne znam da li stiže.
Zašto, za Barona? Ne.
Da, mislim da je 50 sekundi.
Da, sigurno je minut.
Guma throwing down a bit of poke. Rest tries to retake control of the mid lane. CFO ahead on tempo. Faker respawning in 6 will be first on the map. Neither mid laner having access to TP, although Faker's...
Dobro, carry backa neće raditi na spawnu, to je bitno.
No death cap for Faker, absolutely huge. A spike for any AP character that at this point in the game feels like a necessity, not going to be available for him. I don't know.
Nije death cap toliko huge.
Not having
da bude toliko huge.
T1 need to wait for Zonya's. Such an important cooldown.
Could play it slow as well, but
no flash for Owner, no flash for Keria, although hard to tell with the exhaust heal. Might have it available in a few seconds after he does drop it mid-fight. Junja not having flash makes it pretty easy to knock him out of the pit. You highlighted it before. A vulnerable target for the Poppy. Ultimate as Junja starts to go in.
Ovo je moglo da vina game. A samo možda ga izgubi. Ne, neće. Gledam Bese na Varusu.
Ne, Faker je dead. Dogo je dead.
Šta radi Doran?
Dogo je dead. Keria! Opet je našo sve.
On je mrtav.
Ali Honky hoće da igra. Odlično.
Teško. Nema. Sad samo Guma treba da uđe u žbun. A zašto, kako Keria drži resta? Keria, ti si support Poppy, alo? Njemu neko rekao da ovo ne može da uradi.
Ma rest je fine.
Neverovatno, ne, Keria nehumano šta radi.
As rest needs to be respected, the mobility absolutely crazy. That does mean though there's no flash.
Junji je mogao dobije game s ovim, gdje pogodi ult. A Guma neće da flashuje. Zamisli taj mentalni fokus da ne baciš flash ovdje. Prvo ja bih flashovo čim bi video Scorpio na Keca.
Čim bi vidio da mi je skinuo Edge Sniper flashovo.
Da.
Ne, verujte mi da ne biste želeli da ode u Game 5, može bude stomp.
Guma je bacio flash ovdje, dubije kasio do duše.
They want to bring us to a game 5. That wasn't enough though, because as big as it was, as good as getting that flash is, still need to do more.
Definitely do. Take a chance. Whether you're here in the stadium or at home, take a breath.
Radi. Keria je uzeo smite. Što pre da urade tog Drake da uzmu soul. A sad Jin ima flash. To je big.
Maybe the most important resource in this game.
Gold lead is basically negligible. At this point in the game, doesn't really matter. Faker, still no death cap by the way.
Junja coming to the
Pogodio će se bio, pogledi ovo. Mašarnici.
Guma popping the Yomus.
As soon as that edge of night is down.
Side Honkyu.
Faker ima da flank TP, pogledarku Vukova, moram te.
Da, ali mislim da on hoće death cap pre ovog fajta. On se recalla death cap i onda baca TP.
On mora da uzme death cap sad. Treba mu spike bilo kakav.
Da, čekaju, uzeo je death cap. Keria ulta i flipaju ovdje. Oner nije bio tu.
3-3.
Ali niko ne dira Doga.
Dobro flashova.
Faker je promašio chain. Ovo je huge.
Mislim da je mrtav i dalje dobro.
Dva chain je promašio, holy shit. Vidi ga Doran. Nitro upalio. Keria je promašio. Ovo će košta, Doran je živ.
Pogledaj Kajvinga, Idemo Game 5.
Odi, 5, ja.
Šta smo mi gledali sad, brate moj mir.
Ja ne mogu da verujem, meni je sad krivo zbog CFO-a, iskreno.
Šta ti krivo, po 2-2, već 5.
Ovo je bio njihov game. Znaš da je ovo bio njihov game? Znaš da su izgubili game na Zmaj broj 2, ja mislim. Je li bio Zmaj broj 2? Koliko su fajtova samo forsirali koje nisu morali. Nevjerovatno.
Kad su luzeri.
One game left. And what else is there to say? 4th silver scrapes.
Kerija gajba Beograd na vodi, bukvalno.
Brate, kako su odigrali. Kako su odigrali, brate.
It is happening. I've mostly been hosting 5-game series. I'm really happy about this. What a game, because even if T1 takes this one, CFO kept on fighting. They didn't stop. The recovery after the early game that they had was absolutely phenomenal, especially for Rest for his Ambessa. But let's roll back a bit here, because it all started from Owner trying to set up his solo laners here.
Yeah, and I think that this is what we wanted to see from T1, right? We'll get into some of the later team fights, CFO clawing back, but really what started and kicked this off were these early plays, right? Hongkyu going in on the Casio, thinking he's able to get the better of Faker. Guess who's there?
Faker što je pomoćio 2 chaina.
Has his back, and that gets Faker ahead. He goes topside.
Nevjerovatno. Če pogledam timer, 11 minuta. Ja idem se istuširam, legit. Moram dođem sebi malo. Moram za 5. game da budem fresh i ready.
Ajde, gasi mene.
Gasi mi tebe, važi. Ti se mute pa sam mute kad dođeš. Ajde, ljudi, gasim kameru, u stvari ostavit ću kameru, šta? Idemo 10 minuta pauzica pa se vraćamo u 5. game, moramo budemo fresh za ovo, tu sam za 10.
Yeah, and this felt like the most one-sided fight that they were able to get, because previously, all the fights leading up to this, of which there were many, they went really back and forth, where a few carries, a few players on each team would get eliminated. This was kind of the final game-clinching fight after, again, honestly, I thought T1 had this game absolutely wrapped up by mid-game.
Yeah, the game is just getting incredibly chaotic. Just one of those moments where if CFO, knowing that Silas is still on the top side of the map, were able to have stronger positioning, like Casio just wasn't in position. And usually in the last Dragon fights, Nautilus is in position to try and like cancel out anything that Poppy is trying to do. So that was just one of those moments where CFO just didn't have the right play or positioning there. And that just sucks for them because they were really clawing it back.
They were really clawing it back, but that's the thing, like with a game like this, they have to take every chance they can. They have to take every fight they can. And for this Dragon, they had to commit, but rolling back to the beginning of the game, I mean, you were talking about this, Hongkyu committing a bit too much. He doesn't know Owners here.
Yeah, and I mean, Hongkyu absolutely showed up in this game, right? Like, he later had some insane plays, thought he could go in, then again, Faker paying it forward to Doran.
Yeah, and even, honestly, he saw Owner. Like, the ward expired, but it expired when he saw the J4. He just thought he could take the 1v2, or he was just so focused on that single play, and Faker ran away with it. So the early game goes in T1's favor, and you're like, okay, it's starting to build now.
Absolutely, and especially when you look at the composition that T1 had, putting Doran ahead in the early game with this rumble, you know that it's going to be useful in fights, because we had a lot of good opportunities for Doran to have amazing equalizers and actually grabbing every fight that T1 could get. And for me, in the early to mid game, that's exactly what set the pace. Really nice TP from Doran, really nice equalizers, but you always had CFO fighting back.
Hongkyu getting the Zhonyas here, so he's able to survive. Him and Doggo just basically gliding on the outskirts of the fight. So that was the moment. You're like, okay, final fight for T1. They take this fight, they end the game. It was not that case at all. The DPS from Casio and Jin were just that big. And he didn't even go for the Mosquito build, the Yomus and all that.
Yeah,
no, he went not at all. Went Collector's IE, was building towards LDR. He was a really strong Jin at that point in the game.
Looking at the game and looking at the one that Guma Yushi had, I feel like DRX just woke up in the middle of the night with those steals with Varus. What a monster performance from him.
We even saw the like patented Guma steal on an objective, right?
Oh, true.
With the Varus.
Throwback to World's Finals.
Yeah. I mean, the game did get kind of difficult for him in some of these fights when Rest was able to get through onto the backline, but I thought he played really well. And again, we talked about two of the players that really helped T1 get here and really stepped up. It was Guma and it was Doran.
100%. it's actually just hilarious because you're right. A lot of those fights that we didn't see in these replays, Dorn was just cooking them.
Yep, literally cooking them.
Literally cooking them, just like 1v4, burning them alive. And you're like, okay, this seems like Rumble is, you know, balanced. And then you see Mbessa on the other side of the fights. You're like, okay, Mbessa is destroying Guma, and he's not dying.
These are champions that we're not going to see again here being in Fearless Draft, despite the fact that the goal difference over time really goes into T1's favor. There you go. You have to really appreciate the fact that they kept on fighting. It was a close game.
There it is.
They kept it close. There it is. This virus damage that we were talking about. We're going to head into game 5 in a few minutes. That is not something that I thought I would have said at the beginning of the day, but the Oysters kept crawling back and fighting here in this series. Can they take down the current world champion? Or is it going to be T1 finally being able to close out this series? We'll be right back after this. Vancouver, turn out Silver Scribes!
Three to three across the board, but T1 now wants the fight. Rest off to the side. Baker trying to find the lockup. Doggo for now completely untouched. Ulti stolen away, but he manages to sidestep press. Still going, doing everything that he possibly can, but it's already down for Junja. Baker finding the kill, going in on the Doggo. He gets another. 3 down.
And we are back here in Vancouver ahead of Game 5 between CFO and T1. What an amazing series it's been so far.
Are you not entertained? This has been such an amazing series. I would have not have expected it to be even anywhere close to this. What was your
prediction at the beginning of the day? Because we have to own up to our predictions.
It may have been 3-0 T1.
I was 3-1 T1.
I was 3-0 T1. I couldn't have been more wrong. But honestly, CFO coming back with the energy that they brought at first stand. Not only they bring the upset, but they bring them with style.
Yeah, and the big thing for me is that last game, right?
Yeah.
It looked all in T1's favor until CFO really started clawing back in these team fights. We were like, okay, how is Hongq going to look on this Casio? There's some things about this composition that's a little bit more difficult to execute in some of these fights, and they did so well, and it made it an insanely close game.
Yeah, and there are some aspects with what CFO's been throwing at them that is unpredictable. Like throughout the series, we saw the Swain. I really enjoyed that one. Swain, Trundle, and the Galio. That has been something they've been kind of dealing with. Another aspect has just been the top laner swap.
Yep.
This time around, they're sticking with rest.
We have one of the only teams in the world who can play around a 6-man roster as beautifully as they do. With the recovery that Rest got with Mbessa, he's gonna stay here. So Emily, are we hyped about Rest on the top lane against Doran, against the Krog Lord?
Yeah, I mean, Rest has some kind of like weirder picks, I guess, to Driver. Like, I don't think you can necessarily think of them as just tanks and just carries, because that's a little bit too simple. But he sometimes has some interesting things up his sleeve. And what I'm looking to see if this is potentially a Jace angle, which I think is the other big pick, in addition to something like the Cassante that we haven't yet seen from him. So I'm wondering if they're going to go with that.
Yeah, it's interesting because even in the last game where we put the Ornn on the side of Driver, it was still banned because they don't know what to expect. They're still going to be a little bit afraid of it. And if you take a step back and look at the wider series, there's just not a lot that T1 really expected here. I don't know if they expected it to go as far as it did. And so these team fights have been crazy, and they need to be locked in for this one.
And then for T1, I really loved what I saw early in that last game. That's exactly what I wanted to see, right? Like, get Faker going, get him into side lanes. That was great. Keep it up. And don't throw in team fights.
Don't throw in team fights. Don't throw in team fights.
Okay, so we got our predictions and how bad we are. I'm not flipping just yet, but I need to hear from Vancouver.
Oh, yeah.
Do we have any CFO believers?
Do we have any T1 stands? Are they closing out this series?
That's a louder T1 sentiment there.
A lot of support to the world champion. What are we looking at, though, on the side of CFO? We have a few seconds left here. We've talked about Junjia. He's making this team complete here. All the sides of the map are shining.
I still haven't seen his Lee Sin. I want to be able to see him play something like that gets on the map actively, defends his lane. That's a pick that I'm looking for.
It is Fearless Draft. We might as well. Faker meditating on stage. But what is a world champion to some flying oysters? Let's find out right now. Casters, over to you.
Thank you so much, Lore. The energy in here, electric. The pressure on both these lineups. Elimination may not be at stake, but God, it feels like it.
It really does.
And a reminder that it's okay to breathe. There will still be an early game. There will still be time before the Nexus falls.
Full gas!
You may use your full seat, not just the edge of it, for this brief moment in time.
No, we're not even a draft yet. I'm going to 100 as fast as I can, Dracos.
I feel you. That's how it feels, and that must be how it feels to the players on stage. The pressure on them to reset, to take a breath. As we enter picks and bans, powered by Omen and HyperX. CFO back to the blue side. Talia once again hitting the bench. T1 don't want to see it. It's Game 5 Fearless, so there's not a lot left in a lot of different positions. It's time to start cooking. Rest on stage. See what T1 have up their sleeves. Red side means someone is getting counterpick, and each and every T1 player
me čujete, ljudi?
pretty lethal with that.
Samo mi napišite u chatu da li me čujete. Ne znam da li Sajna ostavio mutovanje ili ne mutovan Discord.
The mainstays no longer available. Few of them going to remain banned. After seeing the impact that Owner had on the chart,
to, hvala. Dobro došli u Game 5. Dok se kolega istušira, ja ću da vas zabavljam.
Everyone that watched that game knew that Hongq was a raid boss. Those bans toward him, keep him coming. As it was mostly Faker's impact outside of the lane, able to very quickly make his impact known on the rest of the map.
And again, just a new generation of mid laner. He was 6
unreal.
When Faker went to Worlds, made that run. SKT back in the day. T1.
A ljudi lik traži to, pustite ga. Pustite dečka. Šteta što sajne kamere ne vidimo banove jedino. Generalno, šta je banovano sad s druge strane? Dobro, Lisina smo očekivali da vidimo banovano. I ono što je zanimljivo, ne igra driver, igra rest game broj 5 recimo.
Makes me nervous is what Jace does. Jace a champion who can take over games. Jace a champion.
Da, Azir je vjerovatno banovan. Šta još možda bude banovano? Ko zna šta? GP Blind?
Rest known for bringing that spice.
Ovo je već bolja priča.
We knew it wasn't going to be blind GP. It's going to be the Ornn. Guaranteed engage. Despite the fact that shockingly this
ali je možda i open, što je najgore. Ajde sad ćemo da vidimo. Volao bi da opet gledamo čizove. Ono što je možda kao prednost neka što T1 ima red side. Ne znam zašto su ostavili T1 red side. CFO je biro strano.
Big engage plays, and this series has been all about the team fights.
Certainly has. And this is a tendency we've seen from CFO before, domestically, when their back was against the wall.
Šta mislite ljudi u Doran je otišao? Šta mislite vi? Šta još možemo da vidimo u posljednjem game?
They did almost weather the storm. They did have that better early game. But now with Jace...
Da li Azir Yorick? Hvala Kalo.
This is going to be tough.
Sejuani je dobra zato što nijedan drugi tank nije open. Mislim, open je Maokai, a Maokai ne želiš. Maokai je baš feels bad. Maokai je baš feels bad.
And my guess would be maybe an AD carry or support pick up here.
Camille, nažalost ne gledamo, mada je bilo dobar pick u Orna. Ari open. Jeste, Ari open. Ovo je zapravo dobro, Alistar će verovatno biti odgovor carry. Mislim da je carry igra Alistar ovdje. To je najrealnije, i Real je open i dalje, na supportu može da bira šta će.
The Nautilus previously now has that reliable engage source. Keria, this is where we need to see those counter picks.
And into Rakan, we've seen things like Maokai. Poppy obviously after that last game. Pretty sure CFO will be happy they're off the table as this is another old reliable for the GOAT as he picks up the Orianna here. Ball delivery system obviously in the form of the Sejuani. And then, I guess, maybe some additional bans to try and ensure that Faker has a decent matchup.
Da, Sivir može da ima priču.
In that game one, despite the skill shots not always landing, the pressure that he provided was undeniable. And even though, in some cases, like in the top lane play,
ja mislim da Azir, ajde, vidjet ćemo Ivicu heroja do duše, pa ćemo moći da skontamo. Ne znam koliko hoćeš, a ne vidim baš ništa. Ajde Carlos, vrati da nam kažeš koji je ban.
Making that play happen, and that's what you want, again, when the pressure is on you to perform, when you are the expected favorite in the series, or at least we're coming into the day. Yeah, a lot feels uncertain.
That's a great point, Dracos.
Idemo na draftu.
You said old reliable.
Taman.
Lagano, ja sam pričao sa, ja sam entertainova, tu smo bili.
Odlično. Čekaj, to je to. Ok, šta je analiza ovog drafta, kolega moj dragi?
To je da ne igra driver, igra rest, bio unvali su Vixa i to nije čudno prvo. To je prvo što me malo buni, zašto driver ne igra Orna, a drugo što me buni je... Ne znam šta će igrati Junjija, zato što ne želim da igram Maokai u Sejuani matchup, to nije dobro. Mislim da nije dovoljno dobro.
Zar nisu mogli da banuju 2 carry ovdje u drugoj fazi?
Vjerovatno. Ali ja mislim da Alistar ban treba bude posljednji, da ga forsiraju na Real. Tako je.
A ne možeš carry-o forsiraš ni nešto, zar ne?
Ne, ali da, baš zato ga forsiraš na Real. Zato što ne možeš da ga forsiraš Kia Jinx. To je dobro, neko rekao je Aphelios, dobro je pretpostavka.
As Guma knows very well as well, Xayah really struggles with the range advantage, is a big deal.
Powerful scaling, Orianna the Jinx.
Napeto.
Is it something that CFO want to match, or do they want to play for an earlier stage of the game? A lot of hovers.
Ali je lud ovaj Honkyu, brate mili. Tristana u Fakera gameplay, ma da, on ne igra u Fakera, on igra u Pericu iz trećeg 3.
Pogledaj mu facu, brate. Pogledaj mu facu, on je
Ali je
spreman.
lud, brate. Jao, igraće Liliju. Ne, igraće Liliju, džabe svi recovery. To je Džundžija, igraće Liliju.
Lilija jeste najbolji play.
Ne, igraće Liliju, to je Džundžija, mora da igra Liliju.
Da.
Zaira, ne.
Pa ne u Jinx, ja mislim da Zaira nije dobra u Jinx.
Ne znam da li je dobra, ali molim.
Ja ti kažem, ne možeš, to je, vidi, Kerija kaže ne možeš me u ćošak staviti, ja sam ćošak. Carry in domain expansion je okrugao, ne možeš ga ugao satirati.
Top lane prio definitely there for T1. Rest just looking to absorb the blow. Mid jungle, the setup isn't great. He can start getting ahead early. This clear speed of the Zyra obviously really tough to deal with. And then bot lane, the
Pa da
lane
može da bude i užasno, da se razumemo.
Ja se sećam kad sam kastao Keriju na tam Kenču, pogodio je mid fight, 3-man death charge. Ne death charge, ja mislim da je.
We've got double 80 carry scaling on one side, the Orion and the Jinx on the other. Both sides.
Mnogo toga je na Bungie. Njemu je ostavljen B5, pored toga što su Johnny pikovane mnogo ranije, ostavili su mu da vidi sve.
It's a lot to deal with.
As we go into game number 5.
Ok, idem išakujem protein, moram da uživam ovom uz protein neki na večer. I to sa mlekom, brb.
Ko ti je to kalorije? A ne, sad se meni pije nešto. Čim da vidim što ja imam da uzmem sebi da pojedim.
Winner of the series. Moving on to face BLG, loser. Face Movistar Koi. Chance next to me, but I think they need more. No. Should we help?
Let's help!
T1 fans, I hear you, but CFO, I hear some chants here and there. I need to hear you together. If you believe in CFO, if you believe in the upset, let me hear you now, Vancouver!
The T1 fans, one last time!
Nothing's happened and it's already a sick game, dude. Oh.
All right, no action. First 15 minutes. Let's go.
Nema zaralate ništa.
All right, we're looking at Junja's early clear. You mentioned it before.
Ne smem ništa pojedem.
Gets any kind of early advantage. Exponential scaling on that clear speed. On the opposite side for Owner, much more playmaking. Yes, most certainly. But historically, the AP options were what were good into the tank junglers. But we saw with the Jarvan, Owner needed to make those early plays happen, and he did. Really started snowballing T1 in this game. Is HongQ determined to play aggressive? Rocket jump level 1.
Gonna deny a minion from Faker. PTA procced. HongQ gonna be decently happy with that. Getting a good amount of Doran's blade value. So Rest also going for down tilt spellbook. Really further leaning into what we kind of expected, which is try and interact as little as possible with the Jace. As in he goes again with
Gleda HongQ level 2. Gleda ludak level 2.
Some damage onto Faker, keeping the push going. Owner for now focused on his own clear.
Oh, and look at Junja. That rep buff dying while he was already basically at his Raptors, showing his knowledge of the Zyra clear.
Good news for T1 is it looks like they spotted the movement from Zyra. They have vision in that brush, so seeing that Junja is about a camp ahead right now, and that is just the difference in these champions, their relative clear speed. That much more opportunity to either reset or get an early gank off. Kaiwing on the bottom side of the map. Person with the most setup.
HongQ early base into TP, into dropping a ward where Owner got him a bunch of times in the last game. This is game 5. You don't want to give up any free early advantages. Junja, there's the full clear. Owner, he's still on his red. One of the big reasons why
2.57, 2.54 on je krenuo da patuje. Honkyu drugi put skače u fakera. Otero ga je Rico level 3. Šteta po ovoj dalje za Junja.
Plant, just a bit of damage. This is where it gets hard. Honkyu, ready to rocket jump over the wall if he has to. I don't think you can back there. Faker losing so much because he had the TP that was not a matter because they pushed this wave in. CFO able to grab that first play, only further establish that gold advantage for Honkyu. If he gets this wave in, likely to get the free reset as well.
Textbook place to come through. As rest.
Dash out, but on the edge of death there.
He's healing up. Yeah, I think, especially against Orn with the W available, I don't know if you want to run the risk. It looks like that's not the case. But again, these early game, it's textbook. You load into the draft, try and harass as much as
possible. Da, nego sam se mutovao da ne čujete kako učkam.
Honkyu je skočio level 2 fakeru na glavu, skočio level 3 fakeru na glavu, forsovo ga Rico level 4. Level 3 u stvari ga forsovo Rico. Ostaje na jedno.
Onda je šta, crashovo i resetovo i on.
Crashovo i
resetovo i
pošto su
obojica bacili TP.
Tako je. Junji je završio clear u 2.54.
MK docu falati.
MK naš brat.
Hvala ti puno, hvala na pločici. Verujem ti Ivan, iskreno verujem ja u Tivan, ali s druge strane radi kontenta navijam malo i za CFO, se ne lažemo. Samo mi je drago što je 5. game 10 point. 50 point mora da bude 5 gameova. I drago što je 5
koji ne igra Beres. Ima 15 CS. Gleda.
On ide. Zavisi još da ima iteme, šta će raditi kad dobije item 2-3.
Gleda.
O!
Bolje nije pogodio bitove.
This is what we were talking about. It's just a range advantage. You know Honkyu is looking, but
mislio sam da driveš kroz ovih side-ova, ne znam zašto Rex ti igra ovdje.
Čudno. Možda samo bolje osjećao, ali nemam pojma. Au. Očigledno Res ne igra weak side, to smo naučili. Očigledno ne igra weak side.
Ne znam, ali nema TP, izgubio sve.
Top je baš dund. Gdje će biti problem?
Knowing that a lot of attention was paid for T1 toward the top side of the map. They're all on recalls as well, but they do this pretty slowly. Owner's there.
Looking for the root, looking for the knockup. Owner taking a decent amount of damage, but I don't really think they have enough damage before anyone else arrives. Carrier does have access to the Abyssal Voyage, moving in.
It's going to reset.
Oh, devastating for the side of CFO. Just able to grab that aggro. Now here comes Carrier, but Honkyu's on the way here too.
He smites!
Carrier in the midst of the team. Carrier with a smite ready to go. And then the end of the day is
Rakar.
Ja ne mogu da verujem. Niko ima live kill! Nimo vision!
Au. Guma.
And the dragon goes to Kaiwing! The one smite, I don't think we noticed! Guma flashes, but
Restima kill.
Nice flash to get away. Respecting the all potential of an Orn with level 6. He's also taken Ignite from the Summoner's
Spell. Znaš kad sam znao da ima kill? Kad sam vidio da je rolova Ignite.
And if you were worried
Au, Gumin flash je huge, ovdje dao ga je ni za šta.
I'm not so worried anymore. Yeah, it's there. It's good.
T1 with a gold lead, it's almost entirely Doran. It's on him to push this lead forward and either break that tower or give his lead to someone else. Support another
lane. Lako noć Dimitriju, vrati moj.
Dimitrije, lako noć legendu. Hvala na poris, hvala na raciji.
Nice combo. Pull back on the faker. Good.
Sad ne vidimo. Drama.
They can't quite finish the kill on the Oriana. Kaiwing needs a way out. Gleaming Quill gives him a bit of health. Trying to get behind the minions.
Ko Faker radi toliko damage na što Max uopšte? W.
I think Kaiwing dies, but not going to be the case.
Zar nismo konstatovali jednom da stavljaju najizmeničnu kujeva?
Mislite bilo 3 poena u kupu, onda Max W, ali...
Bravo si si.
Ali ne znam šta se sad radi, jer mi nešto mnogo damage radi za video partije. Level 6 sa jednim Emtovom i Deeringom u AP.
To really get the most value, right? There are drafts where if your opponents are mostly short range, forced to jump into you. There's so much you can do, but this time around, Junja is going to be relying on rest and Kaiwing setting him up. Kaiwing, especially after that early play, I'd be feeling good about, but Rest definitely struggling in the lane. I don't think that's going to change anytime soon. His owner starts.
Nije mi reći bito, nego samo previše mi... Ne mogu da pratim chat, lepo je baš mnogo puca, dečko, baš mnogo spamuje. Više sam ga zbog spama time-outovo.
Misliš izolovao?
Previše... Izolovao, da ne svinjam. Zato što previše mi popunjava chat i onda ne mogu da čitam ostale komentare, ne mogu sudovi. Owner je dead.
Mrtav. Nije mrtav?
Wow.
Ubiće ga Redbomb, šta radi Owner? Owner u chill.
Taken away. I thought the Jinx got it, but it was close, but not quite. Rest not able to join. Obviously, also still sitting on the Ignite, but even with TP, wouldn't have mattered. Doran is keeping him locked in lane.
The gold close. T1 slightly ahead. Krugs spots them with the sweeper. Kaiwan goes in, doesn't find his target, and now they're forced to back away. On cue. Faker! Push back. Flashes out of safety. Faker now on the chase. Flashes out. One more auto, what's the other deal? One more auto, and he gets it! Redemption for the first few games. Faker finds his form in Game 5. The laning phase will not belong to Honkyu again.
Ne može CDR Boots. CDR Boots, Tiro Oriana to ubija, a?
Sajna.
Slušam.
Outscale CFO.
That is now the second solo kill found for T1. The CFO games, both of them could not be more one-sided.
Boga mi nisam baš siguran.
3 stana zajedno s Ornovim itemima.
Boga mi nisam siguran. Mislim da ne odlučuje scaling ovdje. Jace ima preveliki agency u 4 squish i onako pogodi je kuna Zaira u late game-u, Zaira je ispala iz fajta, isto važi za... A kogod nema sustain, Rakan, to jest ne Rakan, Zaira 3 stana, Jinx outrange-a i 3 stanu na max stakovima. Na max Q i outrange-a Zaju. I Oriana s jednim šrokovima ubija 4 čoveka. Mislim da skill...
Gume mrtav. A ne, Carry ima 6, ja sam lud. U mojoj glavi Carry nema 6 i Skiving nema 6.
Jace gapao si Asu. Da, pa da, jeste, mislim, nema šta, on je dobio free lane u Orna.
Mislim, tako bi trebalo da bude u ovom meču, samo ne baš ovoliko jako.
T1 know they're in the lead, they know they've got these winning lanes and they just want to keep pushing.
Vidi ga Owner, vidi ga ugao, vidi ga Ćoša koji je našao. Ali ne sme, vidi TP.
Ovo je Kailing.
Ne, MSI ceo će da bude ludnica. Čekajte posle kad ode ono u top 4 i dalje. Gdje ovaj završi u zidu, šta?
Then obviously Rest is going to struggle, but you can kind of let that one go at least for now. But then the fact that Honkyu with the early leads just now got solo killed by Faker means that that lead is gone as well. And that's why
another back
Syra isn't even ahead.
And you're starting to see the cracks in the armor. CFO.
Guma.
So many explosive early games as Guma. Junja, good initial. So much damage now onto the Jinx. Junja can't quite follow it up at a big chunk. Carry immediately sprinting up to the top side, knowing he needs to be
Guma ili levo ili nazad, brate, ne između. Trčiš u mesto. Šta sad uradio?
Reinforcements are on the way though, and
Junja has to be careful.
Might be trying to play a little greedy here as Carrier.
Ulti flash over the wall coming in from Junja. Sees the Tom Kench, but it comes the recon just in time. Guma playing on the edge, however. Devour there to keep Owner standing. Doggo wants to finish that kill, but they can't get anything. And the wave's now deleted. They're likely to take this.
Carry, ovo je bilo dobro. Ovo je bilo dobro od Carrier.
Ulti coming from Jinx. Doggo finds the first kill. Honkyu ready to go over the wall.
Šta je ulto Doggo?
Da, Tower shot da može nastaviti.
There's no TPs available. No one can help him.
Faker uncontested mid lane.
Gde će on? Mislio što je lepo Q, da, lepo.
Carry does a lot of damage. The Q healing as well going to be clutch.
Šta ga ima
to the side of CFO. Unfortunately, Faker still pushing in the mid lane.
And what they will deny a lot of resources from Guma still feels like a trade as opposed to just a win.
Mnogo je huge kada setujete behind Jinx koja nema enchantera, nije mnogo teže da igra.
Honkyu should be fine here. Carrier
use the rocket jump. Ulti force.
Dobar ult.
Carrier put down a lot of pressure there.
Dobar ult.
Rest doing what he can in this bot side matchup.
It's scary, man. Giant catfish walking towards you.
I mean, if you hit the Q, you're gonna hit the W. Tough situation.
A lot of minions going by the wayside here for CFO, but I think those kills and the fact that Guma doesn't just get to run away with this matchup, put some resources into Doggo, definitely a good call there from the outside.
Doran stakuje s Graspon skill ako besan.
Again, range is the big issue. How do you get in range? Some defensive tools of your own. It's not like T1 have the greatest engagement.
Carrier.
Ali je problem što je T1 ovoliko spor sa Drakeovima.
Carrier.
Fox Carrier. Carrier pretty damn tanky, and Faker hungry for blood on that top side. Didn't hesitate to go on in the last game.
Ma da, on ide samo na čankove sad.
Rest looking for the angle, but it's just not enough.
Ne može, Rest ne igra.
Not gonna connect. T1.
Ovo gore će biti jako teško. Carrier rolovo exhaust.
Looking for the return play, well
Kako
highlighted.
isto kasteri razmišljaju.
Da, ali uzet će kulu na botu. Ovi čak i da riknu gore, da uzmu kulu na botu i Drake i dalje fine trade.
Ne, slažem se, ne mogu se više da riknu. Carrier ima i ulti i exhaust, Faker ima ceo servis, ovo je loš daje. Ne smiju, ovo ne smiju samo da se radi.
Ne znam da li je tepe bio potreban ovo.
Možda su htjeli da veduju tepe.
Ja sam sad provalio Don't Read the Spellbook. Ja sam sad provalio. Še gledam TP, računam neko čiji TP, pa nije valjda Jay izbacio TP na top. I dolazi svinja, bre.
CFO still pushing. Carrier ready to go. Doggo walking forward and Carrier is there. He sees the play coming. Doggo goes up, comes right.
Ja, sad mora da pazi. Aja. Jo, pa ko sad dolazi na roštilj? A, dolazi on je lagan. Carrier preživljava.
GG, ostaje s kosom na glavi.
Da.
Kosovo
go, zalisci pov. Zalisci pov, ljudi. Rale sačuvao kosu.
Šteti. Ovako je uvijek peti game kad je dobra serija.
Jeste, to jeste. Au, kakva je bila dobra serija. Sad osjećaju kao da su pod velikim pritiskom, da moraju da prave play-eve i onda moraju...
A nisu pod velikim pritiskom, to je poenta kako je odigrao Carrier, bože mini, input i exhaust i sve. Honkyu mora da flasha front za Carrier.
It's insult to injury, and Junja can only watch as his teammates are taken down one by T1.
Fans erupt even as Faker is stone cold. And you gotta give credit to Carrier.
CFO je moj favorit.
So many incredible moments. It's hard to replicate that on Tom Kench, but he was exactly where he needed to be. The exhaust,
it's the engage Kench, man.
Perfectly timed to keep Faker standing.
Oh, CFO though, they're not gonna give up.
Certainly aren't. Lock up there. Ulti going in on Faker likely to get taken down.
Samo Honkyu ostavi.
But in the meantime, the rest of the map falling apart. Rest in trouble as Owner goes 1v1.
Može Rest jednom da ne bude u opasnosti.
And Doran still just keeps pushing these
waves
forward.
Tier da top, uzima Jace, ima da moraš što je to.
The unsealed heal. Trying to do what he can, but there's two towers being assaulted. CFO, they're finding
Mora se engage da midu.
Gold 5,000
Nema ko.
in the favor of T1. They can play team deathmatch all they want, but T1 are playing the entire map.
And yes,
we see the bounty. It's going to be picked up here by
Honkyu, most likely with the E. Although, he might be
Carrier Ghost.
Maybe just trying to execute. I don't know if that's going to happen with the J. Same for Honkyu, but he's stuck Dracos.
Also caught out.
Taken down. He gets the execute.
The execute crucial. They're trying to donate the kill. They give it to Faker. And that is not what you want to see.
Nešto mu kolici spala mozak. A izolovan je. Vjerovatno na malo duže od 10 sekundi.
Na do kraja gema je izolovan.
A, okej. To je već samnica. On je u samnici.
You have double AD carry as well. Your mid to late game team fights are absolutely disgustingly strong.
Sad im cijelu mapu tivam kad uvati momentum.
Not like their team fight is bad.
Yeah, from rest, CC there, Kaiwing trying to make the difference. Ulti going in, the Forge got called, but Junja already exhausted once again. The carries just cannot get
Samo
their damage
Guma,
down. CFO
mora da gosta,
still stepping forward, uncertain if they can keep this fight going. T1 happy to take the tower and retreat.
Viš kako da engage, to je to. Ovo je malo možda greedy recall dole.
CFO holding on to the remnants of their base, knowing it's taken just, it's 17 minutes in. It's a 6k gold lead.
And you wished for a close game 5.
Yeah, that's my bad.
And you're not going to get it, it would appear.
Well, hey,
Ali 4.500 od 6.000 je na Jace. Samo driver da igra.
Yeah, something needs to happen.
Some oopsies.
I'm looking at maybe another Dragon Steel.
It's possible.
Maybe an Otacon.
Definitely possible.
Baron? Yeah.
You've listed lots of places where people throw games.
Exactly.
What I will say is...
Diving too deep on the Nexus, that's a classic.
I think when you think about T1, we said it before, they're a team that always peaks at the right time. And usually I think about it as series. But right now I'm thinking about it as games, because in Game 5 they've been clutch. They found Junja. Nice McHale's coming through from Kaiwing to keep him standing, so T1 not able to find that pick.
No reset.
But they do get some major cooldowns. Faker just waiting in the brush. Ward over the wall too. Ball there. Owner still stepping forward. Carrier ready to back him up if he needs to. Shockwave only connecting on the rest, not the ideal target.
A Drake jav za 10 sekundi.
Keep the pressure on, but it's on cue.
Evo ga ovaj. Ovo je moj omiljeni igrač ikada. Ovo je moj omiljeni igrač ikada. Honky se ponaša kao Deskrim. Nevjerovatno.
T1 can't just have someone be a little bit too far forward. There is so much shielding, so much safety that's available here.
It's also incredibly difficult because the exhausts that are coming in from having double summoner spellbook just make it so easy. If anyone does even manage to pop off, his CFO
should be able to get the bounty. It's about the exit here, Dracos.
T1 playing for the kills. 2.3k. Where's the objective going to go? 1600 Dragon getting lower. Orn called. Owner trying to retreat. Honku into the back line. The rest of CFO a little bit split. Faker about to fall, but Faker remains.
Da, on je živ. Sad će da ih počiste. Ne mogu da ih stignu.
Unconcerned Doggo pulls the feathers back, finds the root.
He's behind them.
Owner ready to go. Shockwave connecting on a Junja, getting down whatever damage he can. Owner playing with his food.
Jinx reset.
Shock blast. Massive damage. The ulti.
Na.
He slides. He glides.
Već Carrier ide.
Carrier's not done.
Buddy, calm down.
Se hvalim u školi.
He's looking to break it open. Not what I expected to see at 20 minutes. The Tom Kench solo push, but here we are, T1. When they find the lead, they are a terrifying team.
Oh, and
CFO are being reminded of that very quickly.
They're not going to be in a position to try and contest
this.
One of the list or possibilities on our list, just not going to happen. Honku close to a second item, but still so far away. Doggo has his, but he again is always going to be reliant. Zaya, when you're playing into Oriana, when you're playing into Jinx, his character just has very, very limited effective range.
7400 golda, 11-2 score.
As Aguma now sitting on.
I ko je jedini koji ima plav?
Faker's going def
Honku
get second.
Fakera 7-4.
He's locked in. He knows they have the damage advantage. If he gets a good ulti off, it does not matter if he dies. They will wipe the fight. Doran.
Opportunity?
He's 5,000 gold ahead individually.
Da, to 5 soma golda je nerealno. To je baš nerealno.
Oni su birali su koji će da igra i birali su šta će da blinduju i da ostave open.
Fair.
Znači njihov plan je bio, igrat će rest, biramo Bluesa i da igra rest, B1-ujemo Orna i ostavljamo open Jace-a.
Koliko jako može da izgubi. Dobili su odgovor. Sutrašnji raspored je sljedeći. Prvo G2 FlyQuest, nakon toga čekaj, ne znam. Ne, samo G2 FlyQuest od 9. Jedan best of. Da, jedan best of 5 je. Jedan best of 5 je. Valjda.
Sad me već provociraš.
Sutra je G2 FlyQuest od 9 i to je to.
Da, sigurno tako.
Jeste.
Again, sometimes they misstep. When it matters, they always seem to show up.
Jel me zadački?
Evo tako piše.
Ne piše tako. Ne piše, ispred mene je raspored. U 9 danas je jedna serija, a u 2 sutra, odnosno posle 9, posle 12 dana je još jedna serija.
Ne. Meni piše u 9.
Ovaj game. Guma's damn well getting excited even as the feathers fly. The knockback from
He was decent. They're trying to hold on, but T1, they want to end it quick.
They just don't have the money. They don't have the stats. They don't have the items. Donor is just standing there leisurely tanking the turret, and Doggo trying to hold on.
There's nowhere for him to go. His base is falling to pieces.
To je Tomorrow. Sad je četvrti, jel tako? Što znači da je Tomorrow peti. Znači 5. u 2 ujutru su dve best of 5 serije. Ne?
No, not like this, Dracos. 3 seconds. I don't think they can actually end. Junja on his way. Maybe.
Zar ne bi trebalo bude...
Koji je danas datum?
Ali ti ovdje piše datum. Danas je četvrti.
Znači to je today.
Tako je.
Jel piše later today?
Okej.
To je later, znači danas, za 16 sati se igra serija od 9 sati, jel tako? Koji dan je sutra?
Evo vidi.
They don't get to play the game, right? It's why we always talk about when you get to this point, you just don't have the items to take anyone down unless they massively
ovaj dole.
they've been playing pretty good, but as I say that, Faker will be found here by Rest. Has his own chase now.
Members of T1 waiting over the wall.
Ne, to pogrešno piše.
Baited beautifully.
A ja.
Pogrešno piše.
Moguće.
Na Lole Sportu, mislim, zar nije Lole Sport ono sve svetopismo?
Ma ništa, nije svetopismo, internet je. Provjerit ću na...
A ja koji gledam i sajne bi veštave, ja rekao, ovo je me trola sad. Trola me, 5.08 me trola. Ostaje sa kosom.
Dobit ćemo info kasnije od Riota. Ima smisla se to završi sutra, mada... I onda da sve bude nakon toga jedan best of 5 dnevno, ali tako?
Da, cijela poenta je znači da sutra bi trebalo da bude posljednji put 2 best of 5, razumeš?
Da.
Jer to ima smisla. Zar ne? Turnirski ima smisla.
Tako je.
Jer nakon toga mi imamo samo ove... Kako se to kaže, ove mečeve što su...
Pa druga runda, ne?
Ja ne.
Šta?
CFO ide na koji?
Ali jeste?
Ne.
Jeste, CFO ide na koji.
Dobro, ja navijam za CFO.
Dobro, fair. Ja ću navijam za koji.
Znači ja kad sam napisao Maretu raspored...
Evo ga, gle. Evo ga raspored. Print screeni, brzo.
Ne piše broj.
G2 Fly 4. u 12 PDT, CFO koji 5. 12 PDT. Znači 24 sata razlike između ta dva meča, ne? Ali tako?
A šta je 12 PDT?
Pa nemam pojma, ali razlika je 24 sata, ne?
Ne, Sajna, pogledaj, sutra gledamo GNG AL.
Što nemoguće? Moguće, ali je malo...
Sutra gledamo GNG AL.
A onda znači preko stivamo 2 best of 5, šta? Jer je onda T1 BLG i CFO koji?
Jer ja ti kažem, tako je, kako sam Maretu ja napisao. Znači ja radim sutra, Mare radi preko sutra. I Mare isto radi 2 best of 5, znam da sam tako pisao.
Okej. Znači sutra i preko streamamo po 2.
Tako je, sutra i 5 i na 6, tako.
I onda imamo sve po 1, tako. Što je Mare budan, Mare spavaj.
Tako je, znači sutra igramo, sutra gledamo 2 best of 5 i preko sutra gledamo 2 best of 5. Sutra gledamo GNG AL.
5. na 6.
Prvo G2 FlyQuest pa onda GNG AL. A vi onda radite CFO koji preko sutra i BLG T1.
To će biti banger. Ok, ništa. Slušamo intervju, odjavljamo se, ljudi. Budite dobri, budite lepi, vidimo se za 12 sati. Laku noć, vidimo se sutra. Uživajte intervju.
굉장히 좋은 저력을 보여줬는데요. 5세트 승리에 있어서 어떤 점이 가장 주요했다고 생각하시나요?
일단 미드에서의 플레이가 좀 중요하다고 생각했고 초반에 조금 안 좋았는데 중반 이후에 좀 저희가 준비했던 대로 잘 된 것 같습니다.
I think the mid lane play was crucial. Although it didn't really go well in the early game, we were able to kind of come back and make better plays later on. So I think it was the key.
Okay, Gumayushi, you were quite unexpected in getting here in terms of T1. Not that many fans were hoping to, or expecting to see you here. Did you have to get used to the stage, you think? And how good do you think you can play here at MSI?
사실은 많은 분들의 예상을 깨고 이번에 MSI 진출에 성공하셨잖아요. 지금 무대 적응은 완벽히 잘 되신 것 같으신지, 그리고 이번 MSI 자신감은 어느 정도인가요?
일단 첫 경기라서 무대 적응은 좀 차차 해나가야 될 것 같고 자신감은 좀 하면서 찾아갈 것 같습니다.
We just had our first match, so I think it's gonna take a little more time to get used to the new stage and everything, and confidence will also build up later.
It definitely will. Now, Faker, you were up versus Honkyu, who was 6 years old when you won your very first World Championship. And I know that you're also one of his idols. Is there anything you want to say about his performance today?
오늘 생각했던 것보다 조금 상대 선수가 홍큐 선수가 굉장히 잘했다고 생각했고 그래서 좀 어려운 경기였는데 오늘 이렇게 승리할 수 있어서 기쁩니다.
I mean, Honkyu played even better than I expected, so it was actually a rough kind of a series for me, but in the end, we had a really good game together.
Okay, you definitely did. You put on a beautiful show. When you're here in Canada, that means you can play in NA solo queue to practice, and I know you have some experience with it, Faker. How would you feel NA solo queue is currently to make sure that you get good practice in?
또 북미를 오신 만큼, 캐나다에 오신 만큼 북미 서버 솔랭을 하시면서 연습을 하실 것 같은데 이미 몇 차례 해보신 경험이 있지만 연습에 얼마나 도움이 되는지 한번 알려주시면 좋을 것 같습니다.
전 항상 솔로 랭크는 도움이 된다고 생각하고 비록 좀 핑이 높기는 해도 그래도 되게 재밌게 하고 있고 또 NA 그 플레이어들이 굉장히 채팅이 많더라고요. 그래서 보는 재미가 있습니다.
Well, any kind of solo queue game is a good practice. Well, although the ping is a little higher, but still, it's helping a lot. And also, one thing that's really fun about the NA solo queue is that they chat a lot, and I'm having a lot of fun reading all the chats and having interactions.
He sees all of it. Amazing. The wolves are a little dangerous, though. Gumayushi, even here in Canada, there are so many fans of yourself, of T1, of course. Is there anything you'd like to say to everyone here and the people at home, of course, supporting T1?
여기 캐나다 현장에도 정말 구마유시 팬분들 그리고 T1 팬분들이 많고 열렬한 응원을 보내주고 계십니다. 현장에 계신 분들 그리고 온라인에서 또 시청하면서 응원해주시는 모든 분들을 위해서 한마디 부탁드립니다.
일단은 좀 아시아 쪽 시간으로는 되게 이른 시간이라고 알고 있는데 이른 시간에 일어나서 저희 응원해 주시는 모든 팬분들에게 너무 감사드리고 또 현지에 찾아주신 분들이랑 또 현지 팬분들 모두에게 너무 감사드리고 MSI 꼭 열심히 해서 좋은 성적 있도록 하겠습니다.
First off, for the fans in Asia time zone, I heard they have to wake up so early in the morning to watch us perform, but I'm very grateful that so many fans are tuning in live to support us. And also for all the fans out here, thank you so much for coming down to support us. I will make sure to do my best in order to make the best outcome here in MSI Vancouver.
And there's just one more question I need to ask, and I'll ask you both. Up next is BLG, a really exciting matchup for us as fans, and they have nightmares of what happened at the World Championship. So for you both, what would you like to say to BLG? Faker first, perhaps.
이제 다음 경기는 BLG를 상대하실 예정인데요. 아직 BLG가 작년 월드에서의 그런 악몽을 떨치지 못했을 수도 있을 것 같은데요. 마지막으로 BLG 상대에게 한마디 할 수 있다면 뭐라고 하시고 싶으신가요?
BLG와 또 만나게 될 줄 몰랐는데 이렇게 또 만나게 돼서 너무 재밌을 것 같고 오늘만큼 힘든 경기는 내일은 안 나올 거라고 생각하고 있습니다.
Well, I was actually not expecting a rematch to happen this fast, but I hope we can have a good game together, and I believe it's not going to be as tough as today.
Well, Gumayushi, would you like to add anything, or is that enough?
뭔가 더 덧붙이실 말씀 있으실까요?
작년 월드의 악몽이 떠오르게 해드리겠습니다.
You guys are gonna relive the nightmare of last Worlds finals.
Oh, well, we will see T1 against BLG in their next matchup. One more time for T1, Faker, and Gumayushi. Wow, thank you so much, Shox. Thank you so much. Some strong words coming on the side of T1. I have to say, coming from these two, I'm not used to hearing stuff like this in interview, especially they had a difficult series, but they have a statement to make against BLG in the next round.
Yeah, it's funny. They're like mixing in a little like respect to CFO. It's like not even going to be as tough as...